has been in space. She knows a thing or two about space, too, because for 328 days, Christina Koch is the current record holder for being in space the longest for a woman. It's wild to see. And this is a historic launch that we're going to witness today. Hopefully, all systems go. So far, so good. In fact, it was just shortly before 10 o'clock Eastern that the 4 astronauts received their final wake-up call from Earth. In theory, tomorrow, very well. I don't know how the sleep works on Orion, but that wake-up call for the next several days will be as they're in the capsule. The Orion space vehicle, as they have called it, Integrity. We are watching, though, all the developments, and we'll keep the live blog going. A live look for you at the launch pad 39B this morning. Beautiful morning along Space Coast in Florida, wrapping up the final preparations before that liftoff and launch window opens at 6:24 Eastern time.
We are counting down, and so is Fox 35 Orlando standing by at Jetty Park with the latest. News reporter Amanda Ruiz joins us now. Amanda, any updates on liftoff this hour?
Good morning to you two. Very exciting time. I feel like we've been talking about this for so long, but today is the day. All eyes are going to be right there on that view right behind me of the sky of this historic launch. A 300-foot rocket and a global crowd. All eyes are on NASA as this crew gets to set head further to space than any human has ever done. Take a listen to NASA on their latest update.
I think everybody understands what our mission is, and that's to get back to the moon, and we're going to establish a presence there in the very near future.
People from around the world are packing the Space Coast waiting for this very moment. And based on the latest update, NASA says there are no major issues, but they are still closely watching the weather and also the sun. They say that the solar flares are active and they could be dangerous, but so far, nothing strong enough to stop the mission. So don't worry about that. So let's talk about the mission. This crew will travel about 250,000 miles from Earth, slingshotting around the moon inside the Orion capsule. And these 4 crew members, they are already making history. They'll be the first woman and the first person of color heading to the moon. But it's taken some time to get here. The mission has seen setbacks, including leaks that forced a rollback. But NASA says new fixes and testing have this rocket ready to fly. And right now, conditions are about 80% a go when it comes to this liftoff.
Our team has been working amazingly hard through these weeks and months trying to get this vehicle ready to where it is. We've had some challenges. The team has done an outstanding job managing each and every one of those throughout all of this.
And right now we are at Jetty Park here on the Space Coast, and let me show you just what it looks like right behind me. This is only just a little bit of the amount of people that are supposed to be here. Jetty Park is all booked out. People with trailers, they say they had this booked out for a year already, had no idea that this historic mission will be happening, and they have just been lucky for this to happen right during their camping trip. Now, Brevard County is expecting 400,000 people to be out here and watch this whole liftoff go off. So we're really hoping for it to happen. Open windows at 6:24, goes on for 2 hours. Last time will be 8:24, and we wish them good luck. I'll send it back to you in studio.
Good luck and Godspeed. Amanda, did we hear you right? Some of those people who rented a spot, they did not know that we would maybe be dealing with a launch?
Isn't that crazy? Most of the people I've actually interviewed have said that they have months out, years out, didn't even know that. I said they had to play the lottery. They're so lucky.
I was going to say, they're
Truly.
lucky to do that.
And honestly, even if they were aware that, hey, there might be a launch, there was no set date, right, for this Artemis II. It was maybe happening in February. We've been tracking it since the beginning of the month. So, oh my gosh. Well, the weather looks great. Thank you for that report. Really looking forward to it. It actually makes me think of what Christina Koch said, one of the astronauts on the mission, because when she talked about being in Orion, she said, yeah, it's kind of like our own RV. And
it looks like that.
Amanda Ruiz with Fox 35 in Orlando showing us the RV. I think it's about the size, the capsule, the Orion capsule is about the size of a minivan. So not a lot of space, but...
Could you imagine that vacation, though? You think you were taking maybe, just a simple vacation, and you get something historic like this.
Like this, I know. It's going to be exciting to watch, and they're ready for it. And the astronauts now officially are awake.
Yeah, and they're doing their planning, they're pre-planning. Warm temperatures, it looked like, where she was. It looked nice there. And that's what we're going to talk about, the warmth that's heading to the northeast. You're taking a live look in New York. Current temperature, 69. It was a mild start out there, wasn't it? As we take that live look from the Big Apple, highs in New York City will reach the low to mid 70s. That's about 20 degrees above average. Enjoy it, though, while it lasts. Good things must come to an end. A cold front is going to sweep across the region, and that's going to bring cooler temperatures back to the East Coast by early next week. But let's start with the here and now and what these temperatures are certainly going to feel like. For New York City, a high temperature we're forecasting of 77 is going to feel more like early June and feeling more like late May for Providence to Memphis, Tennessee as well, and even feeling like it's more towards closer to the start of summer for parts of Washington, D.C. and Raleigh. Here's a closer look at the forecast highs for today. You can see all this bubble of warm air, and it's pretty evident where that front is setting up, right? You see temperatures that are ranging in the 60s St. Louis, 70s in Louisville, and 80s to Washington, D.C. Of course, it's this warm air that's going to help to feel that threat for those severe storms, but we can enjoy these nice temperatures while they last. And then that cold front, you see what temperatures do, especially across the Northeast, dropping into the 40s. So you have Boston tomorrow at 41. New York, we get that temperature drop of 49.
Honestly, kind of nice. I don't know how the air works at your house, but like we haven't turned on the AC yet.
I had to turn on the AC last night. It was kind of toasty.
So the 49 is not going to be bad, right?
Yeah,
Because
it'll feel pretty
we won't
good.
have to
Open up
run
the
it as
windows.
much.
I do really like that. Sleeping with open windows. I feel
It's
like
great.
there's nothing better than that fresh air.
Until that
Cool.
pollen comes to life, Melanie. But maybe it doesn't affect you.
We take you
but-
up and we take you right back down with the pollen. Tomorrow, the early April warmth is also going to be felt from Chicago to Columbus and Nashville again. Look at these temperatures that above average, 23 degrees for Columbus as well as Pittsburgh, upper 70s to the low 80s.
Yeah, it is going to feel in a lot of ways closer to Memorial Day, the unofficial start to summer, even into the month of June. And here we are, the first couple of days of April. So New York, it is a seesaw, right? Because by Friday, we start to warm back up, maybe 10, 12 degrees. And that's saying something because overall, when you look at the large scale pattern, not much is changing aside from just this surface boundary. It's deciding to hang out north of New York City.
Yeah, so the warmer air working on in. Even by Saturday, look at that. New York back near 72. Buffalo even at 65. So that's pretty good for Buffalo standards. In the 80s for Washington, D.C. Closer look at another major city, Philadelphia. Your average is 58. So today, we're well above that. We're in the low 80s. We drop you back down tomorrow, but then we take you right back up. I always think it's nice when you have temperatures on the weekends.
Not too
that
bad.
Good. Yeah, it's always nice to highlight that.
Part of me, we got to figure out a way to, like, for Thursday, yes, it's a cooler temperature, a little closer to average, but like bundle that air up a little bit so we can space it out for Friday and Saturday. But you just don't
Today
get it.
I had to debate what coat I was bringing out.
That's the hard part. Yeah.
That'll be the hard
Did you
part.
bring the thicker coat?
I brought two options.
Okay, that's good.
Too early
We
to make
can't
a
decide.
decision like that.
Bring choices.
Yeah, that's the warmth though. But we also are tracking severe storms, and we have a level 3 out of 5 severe weather threat setting up today across the southern plains. The highest risk stretches from Wichita down through Wichita Falls, Texas, and into parts of Kansas. Hail and damaging winds will be the primary threats with these storms. And as we head into the evening hours, the risk for a tornado or two will begin to increase. We'll have more on this after the break right here on Weather Command. Fox Weather will be right back.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
You seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn. Even if you have pre-existing conditions or fixed income, it's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Hello and welcome to a new hour on Fox Weather. You're watching Weather Command. I'm Stephen Morgan.
And I'm Melanie Black. Thank you so much for joining us. It is Wednesday, April 1st, and today we're also following several stories.
That's right.
A lot of big things happening. Big things in the space world. But we do want to focus, too, on severe weather. There's a busy day of severe weather likely going to break out across the plains and possibly the mid-Atlantic and Northeast.
It's a tough balance today, right? Because maybe as those storms begin to initiate later this afternoon, we will have liftoff of the Artemis II crew mission. Today could be a historic day. That's the other big day as it's all systems go. NASA's Artemis II mission. This is the first crewed mission of the Artemis program, more than a decade in the making. Actually hearing from one of the directors of the SLS rocket saying that he's been working on this rocket for more than 10 years. The launch window opens at 6:24 Eastern tonight. The weather outlook for today's historic launch remains a promising 80% go for liftoff. And we have our live blog, which is happening now, and everything that's happening today at Cape Canaveral, maybe in Houston at Mission Control. We are bringing those updates. The latest update we have for you is the astronauts have received their final wake-up call. That wake-up call happening right around 9:45 Eastern. I think it happened a bit earlier this morning. But that final wake-up call on Earth before they head toward the moon and deep space. Of course, they're going around the moon on this mission, but the Artemis program has its sights on putting humans back on the moon before the year 2030.
Here's a live look at Cleveland, where there are a lot of clouds and some cool temperatures. So we'll be looking at what's happening in the Ohio Valley as there's a front that's going to slide through, and severe storms are going to pop in the Ohio Valley and mid-Atlantic later on today. The greatest potential for stronger storms is going to be in a narrow corridor that stretches from West Virginia into Northern Virginia and even parts of Maryland. And in fact, the latest that we're seeing this morning is that as of 9 a.m., the Storm Prediction Center has updated their risk for severe storms as their confidence is increasing that there could be some scattered storms that develop later on as we go forward through the Ohio Valley, stretching all the way to the mid-Atlantic. You see where they upgraded that level 2 out of 5 risk for severe weather? That's going to be found from Columbus, Cincinnati, Louisville, and then also in that other spot that you see highlighted here, Philly, Baltimore, Washington, D.C. So along the I-95 corridor, some of these major cities could see that risk for severe storms. And here, all types of severe weather are going to be on the table. That does include damaging wind. I think that's going to be the biggest threat with this, but we also can't rule out hail and even a tornado or two. Let's look at what's happening right now with our satellite, and you'll get an idea of why the Storm Prediction Center has decided to upgrade that risk. And it's really thanks to this cluster of storms that's making its way out of Missouri. And look at all the flashes of lightning across St. Louis. We know that area very well. And out ahead of this, the atmosphere likely going to destabilize and some more storms could pop up.
Yeah, it's been kind of a tumultuous past couple of days in the St. Louis area, warmer, but then now we kind of pay that price. It's interesting because this boundary, you see the movement west to east, and I wouldn't expect these showers and storms to really lose their oomph throughout the day. Hanging out in that boundary really helps storms maintain themselves.
Yeah, and as we get a little bit more sunshine, helping with the heating, you have temperatures that are going to be in the 70s, 80s in some of these spots. We do have some of those storms also firing off right now across parts of West Virginia. But let's put this into motion so you can get an idea for your planning purposes for today, what's going to happen. This is as we take this forward over the next few hours, you see some of those storms start to fire off. But I think as we get forward through the evening, that's when you're going to see more of a widespread threat start to increase. And you start to see a little bit of a line mold as well.
Yeah, it's true. It's interesting, too, because by 6 p.m., look at how over our nation's capital and up to Baltimore, we just have that development of storms. One of the reasons why we saw that upgrade from the Storm Prediction Center putting a level 2 risk here. That cluster will be one to follow. Other clusters that we have more upstream or west of that. So it is going to be kind of one of those days where, you know, if you're in the warm sector, which a lot of us will be south of the front, there's a chance of storms.
Yeah.
Will they be severe? I think pay attention to the zones at the SBC.
Millions under this threat again today, and the risk is actually going to be higher for parts of the plains, but still we'll be watching that since it's such a busy area and a lot of the major cities that are included in that. So we'll focus here on Baltimore. Once you get past 4 o'clock, I think that's when you have the chance of some of these storms to start to fire off, and you'll be with that through the majority of the night. Yeah, and temperatures able to reach well into the 80s. I mean, very much marching towards summer, just about a week and a half into the season of spring, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Really hard to find that balance or that average. Tonight, we are going to watch as that severe weather could be threatening parts of the plains. So it's something to pay attention to here as while, yeah, the mid-Atlantic might have some activity ongoing, this part of the country actually has the highest confidence from the Storm Prediction Center that storms will be intense and will have widespread coverage. What could we see? All modes of severe weather. It's a dry line, and dry lines are notorious for producing monster hail. Some of the largest hail that we can get out of a system often originates near a dry line, and also tornadoes. By nature, the storms that form along a dry line will rotate. So supercells are very common. You see it all the time. Now, depending on where this sets up, you know, if it's in rural portions of West Texas, that's great. You know, don't have communities that are at risk. But the closer you get to some of these cities, like Wichita Falls, like Abilene, down to San Angelo, you have to pay attention to it. So the dry line is going to be the focal point of where storms could develop in this part of the country. Obviously, we'll be keeping tabs on what happens through the mid-Atlantic, but this is probably an easier area when it comes to watching how storms grow. It's the preferred place to chase storms, track storms, just because of the overall landscape. There. Yes, it's better. It's better in Oklahoma. But I mean, oftentimes we find ourselves in this position because of a dry line this time of year becomes this almost permanent feature. Right? We have it, but we not always have the energy to actually produce the storms. Today we do. Yeah, so we'll really be watching that threat for the chance for some tornadoes. This Storm Prediction Center is using, you know, these severe storms are likely in this immediate spot, given that overall setup. And we'll watch for the threat that if you're in this zone, that's where the conditions that should a severe storm pop up, they could produce an EF2 or greater tornado. Yeah, it's something to pay attention to. I mean, we know the temperatures are going to be warm enough. Definitely. And when you have that surface heating, that's an opportunity for storms to be surface-based, as we call them. And along dry lines, you often do get these surface-based storms. You do get towering cumulus clouds. I mean, big storms that can form along a dry line. There have been indications that maybe as these discrete cells initially form, they'll congeal into more of a line. That's not uncommon either. But I think west of Oklahoma City, right along the 35 corridor from Wichita to OKC into Wichita Falls, Dallas is also under the threat. It's a closer call for Dallas. Like because, right on the fringe, the outer fringe. Yeah, and we don't see this advancement with dry lines. At least the overall pattern's not super progressive. So as storms work out ahead of the front,
they might lose some of their energy. So that's why you see that stair step down from the SPC regarding the risk. But still, tonight could be a rough night, loud night for a lot of people.
Yeah, definitely want to have those alerts going. You can see as you look at some of the parameters, wind shear is going to be there to allow that twisting in the atmosphere to create that threat for tornadoes. And then also the potential wind intensity. So you mentioned if they congeal into a line, then you could have that threat for damaging wind gusts.
And not all the time do we have all three modes, and all three modes are elevated.
And large hail, very large hail at that, more than 2 inches or greater.
Yeah, it's a big zone. We'll see how widespread the storms are. I mean, our future radar and winds showing that the initiation of a lot of these storms, look at the time, this is 5 o'clock Central, that's 6 o'clock Eastern, that's 24 minutes before launch. So we might have storms just beginning to bubble up, and then they'll be moving off to the east. And speaking of launch, what am I talking about? This is the SLS rocket and the Orion capsule atop. The Artemis program, Artemis II happening, and the final preparations are underway as NASA gets ready for that launch opening window beginning at 6:24 tonight.
Fox 35 Orlando standing by at Spaceview Park in Titusville, Florida with the latest. Reporter Marley Capper joins us now. Marley, it seems like all systems are a go, right?
Good morning. Yeah, that's the latest update that we have from NASA is that everything is looking great. They were fueling. Everything has been picture perfect so far. So everyone is crossing their fingers, their toes, everything they can for this launch to be a go. Take a look at the park. You guys, so many people from all over the world. I have met a woman from South Africa, from Great Britain. I've met people from all over the country, people that even drove from New York to Florida for this exciting day. Hello, where are you guys from?
Michigan.
From Michigan? Where in Michigan? Where on the hand?
Lansing. Oh, just
I know where Lansing is. I know where Lansing is. Okay, and did y'all drive or fly?
We flew.
We
flew. Yeah, we flew down here.
And what made you guys want to come down here?
This will be our first one. Well, it hasn't happened in over 50 years, right? So, dark side of the moon.
Here we go. Are you excited?
Yes, absolutely.
What are you most looking forward to?
The feel. Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible. It's just been so long since it's been done.
I looked it up. 14,469 days since we've done something like this. Okay, let's come back over to our friends. How are you guys doing today?
Good.
Woo! Okay, we have people from all over, so we're going to just tell you everybody's name. So name, where you're from, and what time did you get here this morning?
Well, I'm Aaron Gisman. I'm from Cheyenne, Wyoming, and I got here about 7 o'clock this morning.
7 o'clock this morning. Okay, name, where are you from? What time you got here?
Nathan, I got here around 6:50 a.m. and I'm from near Peoria in Illinois.
There we go, Illinois. Okay, let's come over to you. Where you're from? What time did you get here? What's your name?
Sure, my name's Ethan Burdine. I'm from Crown Point, Indiana, and I got here about 4 in the morning.
4 in the morning. Was it as this packed at 4 in the morning?
Not at all.
Were you shocked to see people at 4 in the morning at all?
No, I planned on that, but I was the front of the line this was the front at 4 in the morning.
Yeah, these are the prime real estate spots here. Okay, we have some friends from New York I didn't get to say hi to last time. What's your name?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey, okay, what time did you get here for this front row seat?
I got here at midnight.
Wow. Okay, I think that's the earliest I've seen. They came here at 2 a.m. You came here at midnight. What made you want to get here so early?
Well, I didn't know what it was going to be. The forecast was it's going to be packed, and I saw people at 6 p.m. last night putting chairs out, so no risk.
Okay, what are you most looking forward to?
First people going to the moon since 1972. Had to see it.
Yeah, had to see it. Like I said, I just looked it up. 14,469 days. Incredible. Okay, let's get one more friend. Okay, tell us, what time did you get here, and what's your name?
My name is Eduardo, and I'm here since last night.
What time last night did you, put your chairs out?
Like my chair, it was like 11, something like that.
Okay, so that's what Jeffrey was just telling about. People put their chairs out at 11 p.m. last night. They showed up early in the morning, some midnight, some 2 a.m. for the spots. What are you most looking forward to?
Well, I wasn't expecting to have this amazing view, but I'm just expecting to see the launch today, because it's not sure to have it because you never know what happened, but we are hoping for seeing this amazing thing today.
Yeah. I love it, you guys. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance for a lot of people because, like we said, it's been 50 years since something like this has happened. We can kind of zoom down now that the sun is out of our lens here. It looks like it's about 2 inches from where we're standing, but we know it is much bigger than that, much more powerful, and we cannot wait for this to launch. Like I said, everybody is crossing their fingers, their toes. Everyone's praying that this goes off successfully and that everybody has an incredible launch and stays safe. We're going to send things back to you guys for now, but the weather has been great. It's a little toasty. So if you could turn it down for us. That'd be perfect.
I know. That's like an ongoing problem. I think your winter has been so dry and those temperatures have no problem warming right now. Marley, hey, before we let you go, is it different? Is this mission different?
Yeah.
Because how many times do we see a liftoff, right? SpaceX has those satellites that they're always lifting into orbit. There have been other launches, but this one's just different because the moon is in focus.
Yeah. Yeah, you got it. I mean, that's what makes it so different. This is the first time that we're seeing the backside of the moon. Obviously, we've landed on the moon, but this is the furthest humans have ever gone up to space. And if you live here in Florida like I do, you're so lucky that you get to see launches all the time. I'm telling you, I'll be driving to the theme parks and I'm like, oh, there's a launch.
Crazy.
And so you really never know when they're going to go off. Yeah. And so it's a joy to get to see them this often. But this one is so different. So I know everyone is just like the other gentleman said, he's ready to feel it, because you really kind of get that impact. You hear it. I feel like all senses are activated with these kinds of launches.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's going to be exciting. All right. Thank you. Looking forward to it. Thanks for checking in with us yet again.
Thank
Marley
you.
Capper with Fox 35 in Orlando. So here's the flight plan of the Artemis II mission. Once it gets into low Earth orbit, it'll make one orbit around the Earth, and then it heads to the dark side or the backside of the moon before it returns back home. Ahead of this launch window opening at 6:24 Eastern, we've got super-cooled propellants that are getting pumped into the core stage of the rocket right now. About 700 gallons of liquid hydrogen and oxygen. We're going to check in with Janet Ivey, CEO of Janet's Planet, right after the break and talk all things Artemis II. We'll be right back.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative patent-pending Advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is like this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Now you can sell some or all of your structured settlement for a significant amount of cash. Inflation is real and unpredictable, but J.G. Wentworth makes it possible for you to convert some or all of your structured settlement into a sizable amount of cash now. To learn how you can gain control of your structured settlement, contact J.G. Wentworth now at 877-CASH-NOW. Discover how simple it is to receive the cash you want from your structured settlement today. Call 877-CASH-NOW with no obligation. The benefits could be life-changing.
All right, we're just hours away from Artemis liftoff, and you're looking at the rocket as well as the capsule, the spacecraft, the Orion spacecraft that will house 4 astronauts. Those final preps underway as we inch closer to launch, and as of right now, all systems are a go.
So let's welcome in Janet Ivey, CEO of Janet's Planet. She joins us with more on this miraculous space mission. It certainly is, Janet, and it's so great for you to join us on such a historic day. We are just hours away from the liftoff window. What, T-minus 10 hours? Is that where we stand right now?
Less than, yeah.
And so we've been talking a lot about the weather concerns and really honing in on the weather criteria, but we want to hear your perspective. What do you think are some of the biggest launch day concerns?
You know, part of it's making sure that there's no leaks as they're fueling it. I was there for the first attempt at Artemis I several years back, and we were there on Merritt Island, and then it would get to a certain point, and then it would be scrubbed because there was some leak or some concern. So today we're looking for easy breezy getting those fuel. I mean, it's like so much fuel. They are literally sitting on basically like a bomb. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's so much hydrogen and helium. So they've been over that. I know NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman had a meeting with all of them going, making sure they were doing all the safety checks. So we're going to watch for that first. Next, it's like about the noon hour, the astronauts will begin to ride from the van all the way over to the launch pad. They'll begin to get into that capsule, and they'll kind of sit there for about 4 hours waiting for that launch to happen. So a little after lunchtime, they should be getting into place. And again, it's so amazing and miraculous. And I think it's important to remember that it's not just a few people, it is a whole group. It's like hundreds of thousands of people, from the welders to the plumbers to the fabricators to everyone, the engineers who've worked on this mission. And you're seeing right before you now that kind of path. So after they launch and all is nominal, what they're going to do is they're going to do a parking orbit around the Earth. And that is really to check and make sure, is everything going as it should? Should we go on to what is called TLI, or translunar injection? That's where they'll really kind of test out that beautiful slingshot gravity assist maneuver. What's really amazing and fun is that when that vehicle, the Orion Command Module, passes behind the moon, you actually gain velocity when you pass behind a celestial body or a planet. So that's going to really help them come on back to Earth after they make that maneuver. But it's history in the making. And so many times people go, why are we spending all of this when there's so many problems here on Earth? But the astronauts are testing out biometric vests that could improve how we monitor folks in hospitals or other things. And so I just beg everyone to remember that for everything that happens in space, NASA is really committed to making sure that it is a benefit for all of humanity.
I heard David Beeman, he's the acting program manager for NASA's SLS, the Space Launch System rocket. He's been working on the rocket for over a decade. I mean, careers are spent in this. And it does get philosophical, I think, Janet, but for those who have maybe had the bug bite them, for him to say exploration is built into our DNA. When we were little, we explore our crib, right? And when we get out, we explore our room, our house, our neighborhood. We don't stop and say, I've had enough. And I think with it being a part of our DNA, it speaks. And that's the acting program manager for the SLS rocket. I think of all the different parts. What's most impressive to you? Is it the rocket? Is it this crazy Orion spacecraft, which the astronauts have named Integrity? So that's going to be the name of the capsule. Or is it the fact that we're going to be traveling farther in space than humans have ever traveled? Is there one thing that just amazes you?
You know, it's like it's a two-parter for me, much like your question. For me, it's the amazing integrity of those 4 astronauts. I hope that everyone's had a chance to see them or do a little bit of research. In every one of them, Commander Reed Wiseman is just joyful. He talks about the kind of down-to-earth crew that he has with them, that they're all impeccable human beings. And to me, their kind of like commitment to exploration and being the mechanism by which we see things humans have never seen before, that is a wow and an awe moment for me. And then to think that there's some student out there today that's going to be watching. If you've ever heard Christina Cook, she talks about the fact that she had the Earthrise poster in her bedroom as a kid. She went to space camp. And so imagine the people that these 4 humans are going to inspire to take us on to Mars and beyond. And that is also a big part of the mission today for me, especially as an educator, is hoping that this is a moment much like our Apollo moment. I wasn't old enough to have an Apollo 11 moment, but I did have my Apollo 17 moment. I was about 5 or 6 years old, or just turned 6, and remembering that crew on the moon. I was in my grandmother's house, on the floor, looking at them walking on the moon, mesmerized. And so maybe part of my love of space happened on that living room floor. And so that's what I'm hoping, is that today, for a few moments in time, humanity is looking up, like solidly sharing, just like millions of people tuned in 1969 to see Apollo 11 and them land. I hope that this mission for the next 10 days, again, we're wishing them Godspeed and blue skies and tailwinds and amazingly perfect mission. But again, I'm hoping that we all draw near, because I want to remind everybody that Gene Cernan was the last man on the moon, and his words as before he got back into the capsule and they blasted off to reconnect with their command module, he said, "We leave as we came, and God willing, we shall return with peace and hope for all mankind." And man, oh man, I'd love that to happen.
It really is poetic, isn't it?
It
And it gives
is.
you chills when you think about the conversations that are likely going to be had at dinner tables with families as they're watching this, or even, in classrooms. And Janet, when we look back, I mean, I obviously want to focus on the present because this is such a historic moment, but when we look at this down the road and we look back, do you think we'll see this as a turning point in our journey to base on the moon, or even the eventual mission to Mars?
Absolutely. I think this mission always has been that this is the moment, this kind of like make or break moment, where the next mission, Artemis II, will begin to test out kind of like how they could dock and, with a lander, et cetera, and then, release that to the moon. Artemis IV is hopeful that there will be humans at the south pole of the moon. We are still in a bit of a space race. China is also planning to go to the moon. But I think what's beautiful about this, we do have international partners. The European Space Agency has equipment on the Orion command module. And so again, I want to invite everyone kind of to the party. And because if all goes well here, this is kind of like the next kind of leap or step into a human presence on the moon, a sustainable human presence on the moon, where astronauts will, much like they've been on the International Space Station, will rotate out, will practice what that means to live on another celestial body, and then prepare us for those future human missions to Mars.
Which I think within the decade, I mean, if NASA administrator is accurate, we could see it before 2030. I think the goal right now is about 2028. One final question, Janet, before we leave you, because this is a 10-day mission. Let's assume it happens. And they make it back. It's about from the backside of the moon back to Earth, I think a roughly 4-day journey for the astronauts. That re-entry is so important. And you had mentioned the first Artemis mission, the heat shield. I think that there were some challenges with the heat shield on the spacecraft. What will we need to anticipate and look ahead to as we wait for that re-entry so the 4 astronauts can get back home safely?
Well, the good news is people, incredibly smart people, have designed that re-entry and that exact trajectory. So, I mean, again, guys, this thing isn't coming in at 25,000 miles an hour into our atmosphere. It's coming in at 40,000 miles an hour. So you can imagine that that heat shield is going to be experiencing 5,000 degrees. I mean, it's going to be hot out there. But again, brilliant people. And again, here's what, if we go back in history, a lot of this re-entry is based on Katherine Johnson's math from the Apollo era. So we can thank Katherine Johnson, one of the hidden figures, for the great math, but they are calculating just the right angle to come in so that, again, here's what's amazing. They're going to be hurtling along at 40,000 miles an hour. Our atmosphere acts like a brake. They're feeling all of this temperature. And again, they've calculated it just so that the heat shields will work most effectively. And then by the time those parachutes deploy and they splash down in the Pacific, they'll only be going about 20 miles an hour. So the entire trip is plus or minus 10 days. They're going to spend a day, day and a half kind of orbiting Earth, making sure everything's good. And then they'll travel on and kind of like, and again, I think it's important to remember, they're not exactly orbiting the moon. They're kind of flying by the front side and then getting slingshotted by the back side. And then they'll be, again, testing things along the way. They're even taking their cell phones with them. But the re-entry is something that, again, everybody should probably cross your fingers and say a prayer for, again, an amazing splashdown. But all I can say to the crew is what amazingly brave people they are. Yeah. And thank goodness for the inspiration of them all.
Yeah, and giving this opportunity for us to be able to see something that's incredible.
It's true.
Janet, thank you so much. It's amazing to hear your passion for this. Janet Ivey, CEO of Janet's Planet, thank you so much.
Yeah, it's an honor to have you on today. And it's contagious, right? That
really
motivation, that inspiration. We are watching, and our live coverage here on Fox Weather, it's going to happen all day long. We will be joined by former NASA astronauts. We also have our team, the live coverage, meteorologists, reporters, all bringing you the very latest. We also will have a live presence along Florida's Space Coast. And Janet Ivey is going to be back on Fox Weather Live this evening ahead of liftoff with more special analysis. We're going to carry the launch in its entirety. It all kicks off at 5 o'clock Eastern. Weather Command will be back after this break.
They are longing to stray and step around the heart of it. New York, New York. I want to wake up in that city that doesn't sleep.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Well, absolutely. I expect 20 years from now that outpost is going to be kind of dated. We'll probably be building some others. I see us using the moon commercially. I see us mining on the moon. There are great resources to be had on the moon. So it'll be much like our South Pole station. It'll be almost routine that we have people living on the moon. I look forward to living long enough to look up and see lights on the moon that represents our outpost up there.
To see lights on the moon, I mean, we get the reflected sunlight, right, from the moon's surface. That's how we're able to see the moon. But to actually see manufactured lights, for Homer Hickam to say it,
yeah.
I mean, he's a retired
we were even
NASA
talking
engineer.
earlier just about the years, maybe 6, 8 years ago, what they were projecting to be happening now. And that has happened in that short amount of time.
I know. And on this first day of April 2026, it's all systems go. NASA's Artemis II mission, that launch window opening up at 6:24. Doesn't mean that that's when we'll launch, but that's when the window to possibly launch.
Right. You have about 120 minutes. That's your window to get that launch to be a go. And the energy at Kennedy Space Center is palpable this morning as the mission moves into high gear. Even with our interviews and our guests, you can feel the energy. Janet especially.
You really can. Janet Ivey, she's the CEO of Janet's Planet. She talks about all things space and always provides such great insight. But this is going to be the focus. And honestly, this is the best seat in the house, folks. Having a camera shot like this set up, you can't be this close as a human. That lens is zoomed in, but we've got the SLS rocket. In addition to that, the Orion space capsule. This is a mission that's been under works for more than a decade. The rocket alone has been worked on for more than 10 years, and we have fueling that's occurring with that Space Launch System rocket, because that journey around the moon, we have to first get off of Earth, and that requires a lot of thrust. And boy, will we have that thrust, the ability, the most powerful rocket that we have ever seen. And there will be 4 astronauts right on top in that Orion space capsule. That's the type of model, the Orion spacecraft. The name of this specific spacecraft, it was named by the astronauts, has been given Integrity. So that's what's going to be lifting off, heading into deep space and around the moon. Hey, look at those towers. We've been talking about this. Really cool. Those towers are giving us wind speeds, giving us temperatures. Very crucial, especially the winds. But we're also paying attention to radar, because we've got some showers. We've got this easterly breeze moving in at Launch Pad 39B. There are constraints, these things that happen. And if they do happen, the mission will be scrubbed. Let's hope it doesn't happen, but we can't launch during any rain. We're noticing this is the single site radar that we have a few showers trying to work in. So we'll be paying attention to that. We also have other factors, just clouds. So let's say there's no rain in the forecast. What are cumulus clouds doing? If there's a storm and we're less than 3 miles away from those storm remnants, the mission's scrubbed. If we're less than 5 miles away from clouds that are at least 4,500 feet tall, mission will be scrubbed. Finally, 10 miles from cumulus clouds. That could also lead to some constraints. So there are a lot. We can't have smoke plumes either. And then lightning, that's the other thing, especially with some convection. It looks like we are getting some development, but we cannot begin fueling if 20% chance of lightning is there within 5 miles. But we have started that fueling process, and we're going to be paying very close attention to how it goes the rest of the afternoon. Our live coverage ahead of the Artemis II launch, it continues all morning. We're going to carry the launch in its entirety this evening. Our team this evening will be here to watch it with you. History, let's hope, will be made. 5 o'clock Eastern is when it starts. We'll have expert analysis and reports from Cape Canaveral. Looking forward to it, Melanie.
Here's a live look across Cleveland, where you see a lot of clouds and still some cool temperatures in the 30s. The Ohio Valley is what we'll be monitoring, especially through the rest of the afternoon and evening. This is where severe storms could be popping up, and that threat could also spread east to the mid-Atlantic as well. The greatest potential for stronger storms is in this narrow corridor from West Virginia into northern Virginia and also into parts of Maryland. And in fact, by 9 a.m., the Storm Prediction Center has already upgraded their threat for severe storms, a level 2 out of 5. That's highlighted here in the red, but really it's going to be this corridor from the Ohio Valley stretching approaching east of the mid-Atlantic. Some of these spots, Columbus, Cincinnati, Louisville, and then also as you go farther off to the east, Philly, Baltimore, and D.C. So along that I-95 corridor, we have the threat for some severe storms later on today. All modes of severe weather, but as I'm looking at things, I think the damaging wind threat is likely going to be the greatest risk, but there's also that chance for some large hail as well as a low-end threat for a tornado. So that means it's not going to be a zero chance, but it's a low-end risk at that. You look at live radar, and we've got this front that's helping to trigger some storms. It's been an active start already this morning across parts of the Midwest, including St. Louis, where you're waking up to still some storms in the vicinity, and you can see the numerous flashes of lightning. So Storm Prediction Center is really looking at this cluster of storms and what's going to happen, likely continuing to hold on to some of this energy. So as this all advances off to the east, you'll have some storms that are going to develop out ahead of it. There, a closer look, some heavy rain dumping with it as well, Stephen. And then we also have these storms that are firing off across West Virginia. So already off to an active start.
Yeah, we really are, especially because it's not even noon yet. And I was looking at our nation's capital. It looks like, yeah, we've got some clouds, mid-level clouds. That moisture, it's going to be moving in from the west today, right? We've got this southerly flow, which is pumping in those warmer temperatures. But things are beginning to destabilize that available storm energy, seeing if there are some storms that pop off. And the thing is once we have enough buoyancy in the atmosphere, they're developing.
Things are ready to
There's
go.
nothing that's really stalling it or keeping it from forming.
Yeah, and as we look at our future forecast model, and this is by the afternoon, you can see some of these storms starting to pop up, especially across West Virginia. And then once we get to 6 p.m., I think you're going to see more widespread activity, especially through the Ohio Valley. But then also you see some of these cells that are popping up along the I-95 corridor. So that's the reason Storm Prediction Center highlighting, hey, this is a spot where we could have some severe storms.
Yeah, and there will be a variety to them, right? Not just in space, but also time. I think that some will starting to form this morning, and then we're going to have others a little closer to the evening rush. Modes of severe weather, too. I mean, by the looks of it, we might have a couple of clusters of storms, so maybe damaging winds will be the threat. Can't rule out some hail, but this environment not as supportive for the very large hail. I think winds are going to be the primary feature.
Yeah, definitely that. I agree with that as well. So let's take a closer look at D.C. Here's tonight. Once we get past 5, 6 p.m., I think that's when you have that best chance for some of these storms to start to pop up.
And it's around that same time that, yes, the Artemis launch, let's hope, but also we might have storms in the plains too, Melanie. It's going to be a busy afternoon. Yeah, the southern plains we really need to pay attention to, specifically from Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, into Missouri. Along this dry line, that dry line is going to be the trigger for some pretty nasty storms. And the timing really not ideal, especially if the focus is going to be on that Artemis launch and that mission, because these storms in Oklahoma could carry some very large hail, monster hail, in fact, and the possibility of even a tornado. Some of these tornadoes could be on the stronger side, specifically EF2 or maybe greater. It's something to watch. Dry lines this time of year, it's a way of life. Storms in spring, you're kidding, right? It just is what we expect. But to have these outlooks each and every day, I mean, we got outlooks extending all the way to the weekend. So it's not a pattern that we're uncommon with this time of year, but you have to be a bit more, as they say, weather aware in the southern plains and through the Midwest into the mid-Atlantic today, because this overall pattern does support the possibility of tornadoes. Not to ignore, that's the zone, Melanie, you were just covering through the mid-Atlantic, the Ohio River Valley. But the real estate, if storms form, let's say they form in central Kansas, the ingredients are there, enough to be and produce maybe an EF2 tornado. Doesn't mean it'll happen.
Right, but that is the area. You have all the parameters that are going to be evident to help to produce that. And you mentioned them. So you have the temperatures that are going to be in the 70s and 80s. You have the warm air. You also have the moisture that's surging in from the south, but then on the opposite side, the drier air to contend with. So you have that battle that set the stage there.
You do. And when you look at it from a storm energy standpoint, you were showing the same parameter, this CAPE, available potential energy. It's maximized in the southern plains. Yeah. And there are some days where we have crazy amounts of CAPE, but the atmosphere doesn't allow for these storms to develop. There's a bit of a cap, but it seems as if that cap is going to erode and we're not going to have a problem. So storms will be developing. There will be enough shear too rotating in the atmosphere that could generate some large hail. Winds will be a concern. I mean, every mode of severe weather is elevated today. A level 3.
Even the hail threat too. Very large hail is possible. So you can have egg-size hail, more than 2 inch in diameter.
And when you look at how it's going to play out, we might have to wait until about 5 o'clock Central Time, but that's an indication of when storms will go. And once they pop, they're not going to stop. We're going to see the storms march off to the east, maybe even into the overnight hours. Could be another loud evening for people from Kansas City into St. Louis. And the severe risk, it doesn't end after today. We have it Thursday, and we have it through the weekend. In fact, tomorrow's threat includes Union City, Michigan, which is less than a month removed following a tornado that was deadly. A violent tornado nearly leveled parts of that city. We're going to map out the severe storm threats for both tomorrow and Friday. That's when Weather Command returns. We'll be back.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly.
If I didn't have pet insurance, I would be homeless. The bills are astronomical. There's peace of mind knowing that Fetch has us covered.
Fetch provides coverage for all of this and so much more. Even healthy puppies and cats can need unexpected care sooner than you think. Submitting claims is fast and easy, and all vets are in network, so you can get paid back at your vet or any vet in the U.S. or Canada. Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
What a dinner. Great call making tacos on a Monday.
Thank you. Speaking of calls, I called today and got my new Medicare Advantage plan.
I thought you already had a Medicare plan.
Well, I heard that if you move or lose coverage for any reason, you could be eligible for a special enrollment period. Since we just moved, I called and found out I'm eligible for a new Medicare Advantage plan with additional benefits and savings right here in our new zip code. You should call too.
I'll get around to it.
You should call right now to see if you have the coverage you need. A Medicare Part C plan could help you save money and include additional benefits. You could be eligible for plans with additional benefits you may not be receiving now or that may have previously not been available to you.
Why am I not getting these benefits now?
You don't get a plan with additional benefits automatically, so you have to call to see what Medicare Part C plans are available to you in our zip code.
So I could be missing out on additional benefits?
Yes, exactly. And right now is the time to call and make sure you have the coverage you need.
All right, I get it. I'll call now.
If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call for your free 2026 Medicare coverage checkup. We can look up your zip code to see if there's a Medicare Advantage plan available to you in your area, with additional benefits and savings you may not be receiving now, or that may have previously not been available to you. With just one call, you can get your questions answered, find out if you're eligible for a special enrollment period, and see what plans are available to you in your zip code. So call now. You don't get a plan with additional benefits and potential savings automatically. Different plans are offered in different zip codes. Call now for your free 2026 Medicare Benefits Checkup. The call and 2026 Medicare Benefits Checkup are free with no obligation.
Call now, 800-919-1379, 800-919-1379, 800-919-1379.
Things at work don't always work. But with EasyCater, the food always does. Big room booked again? EasyCater always has options. Too many meetings, too little time? EasyCater makes sure lunch is always on your calendar. Ugh, not again. EasyCater is tech that won't let you down. Every day works better with EasyCater. Learn more at easycater.com.
We can actually learn more about solar system formation, more about how planets form maybe around other stars, more about the likelihood of life out there, starting with studying the moon. And I think that's something that question is, in my opinion, one of the biggest philosophical questions of our time. And I think some of the first steps to answering it start with this mission.
And Christina Cook, the mission specialist for the Artemis II crewed mission, which is set to launch later this afternoon. She will be aboard. She holds the record for being in space the longest as a female, 328 days. Christina Cook has been in space, so she knows a thing or two, but heading to deep space, it's going to be a different animal. She's the first woman that will be making that close approach to the moon. It is a historical launch. It's all going to happen at Kennedy Space Center. That launch window does open up at 6:24. Of course, we've learned that the astronauts now got their final wake-up call already from Earth. That happened at 9:45 Eastern. Now we wait for the next weather update, which I think the forecasters, meteorologists will be providing an additional update at about 12:30 Eastern time. So as we wait for that, the stage core at Rocket continues to get full of a bunch of liquid hydrogen as well as oxygen. We've got the blog and everything going here at Fox Weather, and our coverage is going to continue throughout the day. a live look for you at the launch pad 39B this morning. Beautiful morning along Space Coast in Florida, wrapping up the final preparations before that liftoff and launch window opens at 6:24 Eastern time.
We are counting down, and so is Fox 35 Orlando standing by at Jetty Park with the latest. News reporter Amanda Ruiz joins us now. Amanda, any updates on liftoff this hour?
Morning to you two. Very exciting time. I feel like we've been talking about this for so long, but today is the day. All eyes are going to be right there on that view right behind me of the sky of this historic launch. A 300-foot rocket and a global crowd. All eyes are on NASA as this crew gets to set head further to space than any human has ever done. Take a listen to NASA on their latest update.
I think everybody understands what our mission is, and that's to get back to the moon, and we're going to establish a presence there in the very near future.
People from around the world are packing the Space Coast waiting for this very moment. And based on the latest update, NASA says there are no major issues, but they are still closely watching the weather and also the sun. They say that the solar flares are active and they could be dangerous, but so far, nothing strong enough to stop the mission, so don't worry about that. So let's talk about the mission. This crew will travel about 250,000 miles from Earth, slingshotting around the moon inside the Orion capsule. And these 4 crew members, they are already making history. The first woman and the first person of color heading to the moon. But it's taken some time to get here. The mission has seen setbacks, including leaks that forced a rollback. But NASA says new fixes and testing have this rocket ready to fly. And right now, conditions are about 80% a go when it comes to this liftoff.
Our team has been working amazingly hard through these weeks and months trying to get this vehicle ready to where it is. We've had some challenges. The team has done an outstanding job managing each and every one of those throughout all of this.
And right now we are at Jetty Park here on the Space Coast, and let me show you just what it looks like right behind me. This is only just a little bit of the amount of people that are supposed to be here. Jetty Park is all booked out, people with trailers. They say they had this booked out for a year already, had no idea that this historic mission would be happening, and they have just been lucky for this to happen right during their camping trip. Now, Brevard County is expecting 400,000 people to be out here and watch this whole liftoff go off. So we're really hoping for it to happen. Open windows at 6:24. It goes on for 2 hours. Last time will be 8:24. And we wish them good luck. I'll send it back to you in studio.
Good luck and Godspeed. Amanda, did we hear you right? Some of those people who rented a spot, they did not know that we would maybe be dealing with a launch?
Isn't that crazy? Most of the people I've actually interviewed have said that they have months out, years out, didn't even know that. I said they had to play the lottery. They're so lucky.
I was going to say, they're
Truly.
lucky to do that.
And honestly, even if they were aware that, hey, there might be a launch, there was no set date, right, for this Artemis II. It was maybe happening in February. We've been tracking it since the beginning of the month. So, oh my gosh. Well, the weather looks great. Thank you for that report. Really looking forward to it. Amanda Ruiz there with Fox 35 in Orlando. Now we get meteorologist Bob Van Dillen. I wonder what he's going to talk about today.
Yeah, what could it be? All eyes on
That's
Artemis. Are you focusing on that?
No, we actually have small craft advisories up there in Puget Sound. No, we're doing the Artemis as well. I was just asking you guys, did you see the menu that they have up there in the capsule?
Apparently, it's really good.
We did a little research. Yeah, a little brisket up there.
Brisket.
And of course, we've got a Canadian astronaut, so there's acres and acres of maple syrup, no joke. They've got
someone has a sweet tooth, right?
That's right.
You get those cravings.
They got the 5 types of hot sauce and mac and cheese, just to name some of them. I thought that was pretty cool.
It sounds great. They're going to be. I mean, this is a test flight, Bob, and so it's to make sure everything works, including
there it is,
the bathroom. That's going to be something else that they function. It's a different toilet, similar to that on the ISS that they're going to be using for an actual space.
How great is your crew, by the way? They found the Artemis II crew menu and popped it right up. You guys are awesome.
I'm looking at that 43 cups of coffee taking to power the crew.
That's
is that every morning?
That is good. That's it.
One person?
Yeah, right. So listen, on our show coming up, we've got at noon, we've got a professor of physics and astronomy. We're going to talk about the real-time space weather and what it looks like now, what it could look like in the next 10 days, what it looks like there, and what they have to do if there is a CME that gets shot right at the capsule. What happens if you get a coronal mass ejection? Is there shelter? That kind of thing. So we're talking about space weather, essentially. And also, we got a ex-NASA astronaut on board, too, on the show. Can't wait to talk to him about the thoughts that go through your head a week out, a day out and an hour out before we launch this puppy. So I want to see what they say. He was on the Challenger back in 1984, so that's going to be interesting as heck as well. And, of course, we got the severe weather threat. We're talking about that, not just today, but ramping up right through Friday as well. Winter weather, that's still a big thing as well. Look at that in just a bit, you guys. We'll see.
I want to know what it feels
that.
like an hour out. I can't imagine the nerves.
I just hope it's not scrubbed before. We were watching radar. I know we're going to be watching that really carefully, too. There are some showers just off to the east.
I think we'll be fine.
Think? Wish it.
80% chance it's good.
I will say it is the most important thing that those astronauts are safe. So if they got to scrub it, they got to scrub it. And during the shuttle program, there were scrub missions. I remember I was listening to one astronaut. I can't remember who it was. 5 times. They got into the shuttle, scrubbed. 5 times they had to do it. So patience.
That's fine with me.
Bob, all I'm saying is prepare to talk about it tomorrow, too.
No question.
If it doesn't launch today, we're looking forward to it.
But
We'll
80% chance. We'll keep it at that.
80% chance.
We're going to end it with that.
We'll stay positive.
Sounds
Thanks,
good.
Bob. See you soon.
All righty.
Let's head to the Northeast. Here's a live look from the Big Apple. How did this morning feel for everyone? It was so mild out there. Temperatures still in the 70s. Highs in New York City are going to reach the low to mid 70s, so we'll still climb a few more degrees, and this is about 20 degrees above average. Enjoy it while it lasts, because a cold front is going to charge across the region, and that's going to bring cooler temperatures back to the East Coast early next week. But here's the here and now and what temperatures are feeling like for us today in New York City. 77, that's the high we're forecasting, and that's good enough to feel like it's early June. But how about mid to late June? That'll be for spots of Washington, D.C. as well as Raleigh, with temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. Forecasted highs for today. You can see the warmth that stretches from the central part of the U.S. all the way to the mid-Atlantic, those 80s closer to the coast. And as we go forward tomorrow, we get a little bit of a drop, don't we, now, as you look at temperatures in the 40s and 50s, Stephen. So that drop to 50 degrees in New York, it'll feel different, but, you know, it was just a few weeks ago that we were in the freezer. So I don't know, 50, not so bad.
Truly, I think it was last Saturday.
Was it last Saturday?
We woke up, it was 32 degrees.
Yeah.
So it changes fast. And honestly, maybe with the temperatures in the 70s and the 80s, the 50s might be kind of
a nice little break. Tomorrow, look at the early April warmth that we're experiencing. Temperatures running anywhere from 15 to 25 degrees above average. Some of the big jump that you'll experience, Columbus, Ohio, as well as Pittsburgh in the upper 70s, low 80s.
Yeah, I mean, it is late spring, early summer weather, and that's just what you get when you have a boundary like this. And the crazy thing is that boundary is not really in any hurry to drastically move on out of here. We might have to wait till the end of the weekend before bigger changes take hold. But overall, I mean, spring is springing, right? We're bringing and building in those warmer temperatures.
Cherry blossoms bloom. You're seeing a lot of things springing, and well, I'll take those 80s for the start of the weekend.
That's true. We're also seeing the storms popping off, right? That happens in the spring too. And unfortunately, last month in March featured some really, really tough storms, damaging, destructive, even deadly tornadoes. Kankakee, Illinois, Lake Village, Indiana. Those towns at risk for more storms. This is just 3 weeks after a tornado tore through both communities. You remember, it was on March 10th. March 11th is when this video was shot, the day after, looking at that devastation. You don't clean that up in 3 weeks. When you talk about a tornado which had the intensity of an EF3, that'll take years to fully recover from. So we do find ourselves yet again in another risk, and that includes suburbs south of Chicago. It includes all of Chicago, largest city in the Midwest, as well as portions of southern Michigan. But a level 2 threat, so you might look at this and say, all right, it's not going to be as strong. We're day 2 threat. We've got a few more updates from the Storm Prediction Center. If confidence grows, we might see a level 3 introduced. We wouldn't be surprised. This system, this surface low that will wait to form, is going to be maybe the catalyst for us getting the rotating storms. And it'll be a powerful one. It'll be bringing some wintry weather. So winter's certainly not done when we look at the snow and the ice potential, but it's this warm sector. So south of the stationary front and then east of the cold front. That's the zone to pay attention to. We have that natural spin. We have dew points, which are going to be growing. Dew points will be well into the 50s, even the low 60s. So that's enough for storms to form. It's not the highest of high dew points, but keep in mind, we're going to be our second day into April. We don't expect dew points to reach the 70s yet. Give it some time. We'll have a long summer with those dew points. As far as storm energy, maybe it'll be focused along the cold front, and I think that's what we have to watch. This is from overnight tonight. We wake up tomorrow morning, and we'll have some showers and storms. We stop it at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, because this is when that low really is going to start to crank. Even some indications that we could have storms in Iowa. we will have an environment, Melanie, that is conducive for us seeing some rotating storms. So I think let's pay attention to it. It's after 5, closer to that rush, that maybe these nasty storms can really get going.
Yeah, especially closer to that low, as you mentioned. And then as we go forward through the overnight and into Friday, that threat is still going to be there.
It is.
Especially for Friday. So it's this multi-day risk, and even heightened at that for parts of Iowa come Friday.
It's April. You know, it's April.
It's the season, right?
That's right.
Today, we're also following a level 3 out of 5 severe weather threat. And this one setting up across the southern plains. The highest risk stretches from Wichita, Kansas, down through Wichita Falls, Texas. Here, hail and damaging winds will be the primary threats with these storms. And as we head into the evening hours, the risk for a tornado or two will begin to increase. We'll have more on this after the break right here on Weather Command. Fox Weather will be right back.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
You seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn. Even if you have pre-existing conditions or fixed income, it's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this.
It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Hello and welcome to a new hour on Fox Weather. It's the final hour of Weather Command. I'm Stephen Morgan.
And I'm Melanie Black. Thank you so much for joining us. Today is Wednesday, April 1st. We are following several stories. Of course, a big one if you are into space, but also severe weather. We'll be monitoring that threat. Looks like there'll be a high threat across the plains, but then also can't forget across parts of the mid-Atlantic.
It's almost like when you have a launch in the spring, you're going to have to share some space with severe weather because it's been quite active in March and April kicking off just that way. But yeah, today could very well be a historic day in spaceflight. It's launch day, and it's all systems go for NASA's Artemis II mission. This is the first crewed mission of the Artemis program. The first one happened, Artemis I, in November of 2022. So it's been about 4 years. This is more than a decade in the making, this crewed mission. The launch window, it opens at 6:24 tonight. And for about 2 hours, the opportunity to lift off will happen. That's assuming the weather will be cooperating. There have been several updates we did hear, and we got word that it was all systems go from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. That happened at 7:34 this morning. The astronauts were given their final wake-up call on Earth at 9:45 Eastern, and what we've been seeing is that rocket get fueled. Talk about cold temperatures. I know it's a comfortable 75 degrees outside, but in order for that liquid hydrogen and oxygen to enter that core stage rocket, it has to be 300 to 400 degrees below zero. The risk of that metal cracking is real, so all of this is being watched very carefully. It is an exciting day, especially if you've been following this, because the crewed mission is going to put humans farther in space than ever before, and that could very well happen within a week. Our teams are here, and new this hour, we have Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne. Katie Byrne is joining us with the latest. I know, Katie, you've been following this too, watching ever. So I think I have about 12 pages. I don't know. I probably took too many notes in college.
You're the expert here, yes.
But it's something so exciting. I mean, as a kid, you look up and you think, and we've talked to Janet Ivey earlier, Katie, and she was
so
saying
passionate, yeah.
So many are going to be inspired today. So from your perspective, what have you been watching, and what will you be watching the rest of the afternoon?
Well, like you guys said, I think that this is something that's just captivating people near and far. You don't have to be in Florida to feel a part of this somehow. So I'm watching what people are saying about it online. We know, of course, we're expecting a lot of people to go to Florida Space Coast to watch this launch happen live. As we get closer to it, we're expecting roughly around 400,000 people to be there watching it from Florida. But across the country, we are also seeing watch parties pop up, even in places like the Philadelphia suburbs, for example. But you're going to see these watch parties at places like NASA centers, bars, schools, even backyards. I think people just want to experience this moment together, feel it together. I have a live poll going on right now on social media asking people if they're going to be watching somehow. Roughly 90% of voters so far say they're going to be watching in some way. So even if you're not in Florida, you can be a part of this. But the latest chatter on social media, this is from NASA. You guys mentioned it. The rocket this morning being fueled with liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen ahead of the launch. So that's happening, and among other final checks happening. But of course, the 4 astronauts, they're getting ready for this moment. And some fans are chiming in, including North Carolina's governor, cheering on Christina Cook as she represents her home state there. We've also got Victor Glover. He's set to become the first Black astronaut to travel into deep space. He's getting a show of support from his fraternity brothers. Didn't know he was in a fraternity. Love to see that they're showing their support. Lots of likes on that Instagram post, more than 2,000. So people coming together to rally around him. And then, of course, Commander Reed Wiseman sharing a final photo with his daughter, saying he is boarding that rocket a proud father. So very exciting. I know 3 out of 4 of the astronauts are parents, so big moment for them, for their families, all of them too. And this is interesting. I just saw this morning from our meteorologist, Noah, over at Fox 35 Orlando, saying you'll be able to actually see the rocket in the air from as far south as Miami, as far north as Savannah, which means that if you just happen to be in Central Florida, maybe at a place called Disney World, you could get a pretty good view. So I wonder who just happens to be there right now and might be able to see this and check that off a bucket list, guys.
Imagine that's something I didn't even have on my bucket list. Now it's on there.
As if there wasn't enough magic at Disney World already. I think it is one of those things. It was not going to be a widespread viewing. There are so many factors, though, Katie, as I know you know, because clouds.
Yeah.
We think back to the eclipse and one of those celestial events that happened. Clouds can easily ruin a viewing party, and I guess that could happen at Disney World. Not that I'm hoping for that. I just hope the clouds stay away from Launch Pad 39B.
Yeah. Let's hope for that. I think it sounds like people, no matter what, know that they may not be able to see it, but it's just knowing that it's out there, knowing that it's happening. There's a watch party in the Philly suburbs. I've been in touch with them. They have telescopes. They're going to try, but
Good.
I think that it's just exciting that it's happening.
It gives you a reason to look up. And the thing that's very cool is that we will have several nights where we can look at the moon, we can see and think, wow, there are humans heading in that general direction.
And it's
They're
something
gonna
that
go around
unites
it.
everyone too.
Really is. Yeah, it's going to be something to look forward to. Appreciate the insight, Katie Byrne. Really love hearing the tidbits too about the astronauts, because they really some of the best of humanity on display. About to take off. Thank you, Katie.
Let's turn our attention to West Virginia, where you can see some raindrops coming on down, some slick spots likely out there. Look at those temperatures, though. In the 70s, severe storms could pop in the Ohio Valley and Mid-Atlantic today, and the greatest potential for stronger storms is going to be for this corridor from the Ohio Valley through West Virginia and into the Mid-Atlantic. In fact, the Storm Prediction Center is increasing their confidence that severe storms are going to be the case, so they've increased the storm threat to a level 2 out of 5. You can see it highlighted in those spots I mentioned, but specifically looking at where they have a higher confidence, you could have a storm that turns severe: Columbus, Cincinnati, Louisville, and then also along the I-95 corridor. You have major cities like Philadelphia, Baltimore, and D.C. that could have severe storms. Here we have all modes of severe weather on the table. Although as I'm looking at things today, I think that the biggest risk is definitely going to be damaging wind over the threat for large hail, but we will have that chance for large hail as well as a low-end chance for a tornado. So that being, it's not a zero chance. So you still want to make sure you're weather aware. We look at our live radar going on right now, and what we've been monitoring is all these storms near that line that's dropping on in, and really across St. Louis is where a lot of the energy has been consolidated, and it's out ahead of this that we'll have to watch for the atmosphere to stabilize and allow more of these storms to fire off.
And I think that there will be more on the increase, and really hard to pinpoint exactly. I mean, heck, we have some moving through West Virginia, right? Eastern Kentucky moving through the mountains, the hills of Eastern Kentucky and West Virginia, and there's much more to come. I mean, to see the upgrade from the Storm Prediction Center, those 2 zones to highlight, speaks to the environment we're in. It's a convectively available environment. Oh, there's a St. Louis shot. Yeah, it's really just a clustered over St. Louis.
Yeah, look at that right now. And as we go forward through about 6 p.m., here you can see more of these cells starting to pop up. This is when we'll have to watch it, especially along some of the major corridors, Philly, Baltimore, D.C., especially if you have a flight out of there. And then also the storms still the case across the Ohio Valley. And that could be more of a line, too, creating that potential for damaging wind.
So we'll wait for those storms to fire off. And while there could be severe weather, perhaps the most intense storms are going to be found in the southern plains tonight. Severe weather going to be a growing threat across the plains. Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, and Kansas all going to be under the risk. And this is where the highest risk from the SPC exists, a level 3 out of 5. That's an enhanced risk. We've got very warm temperatures. No surprise there. But the feature is this right here. That's the dry line. The dry line associated, not every system has a dry line attached to it, but this time of year, you really start seeing the dry lines show up. And all that separates is moist, muggy air and dry air. From a temperature perspective, sometimes it's cooler behind a dry line. Other times it's warmer, depending on the time of year. Actually, the temperatures can warm up behind a dry line, but it's the moisture. And with plenty of moisture available, dew points in the 50s and the 60s, we have some storms which could be explosive, really blossom through the plains right around the time of that Artemis II launch, too. That's the thing that we'll be watching, sort of balancing act today. That launch, assuming it's not scrubbed, and then what we're going to see through the plains. The tornado threat is real, and there is a decent ceiling today. EF2, that's a potential from Quincy, Illinois, down to Abilene, Texas, right through Texoma, even Dallas. We'll see. The thing about dry line storms, if they form around the dry line and they remain along the dry line, they'll stay intense, very intense. In fact, monster hail, all of it. But if they are removed from the dry line for a while, they lose the forcing and they start to sort of weaken. And that's the thought, that maybe as they approach Dallas, we'll see a weakening trend, but they could still be severe. Timing matters too.
Yeah, and at that point, it's more of a nowcasting thing to be in that specific element mode.
Right.
But we have all the available parameters there. That could be the case. Definitely some shear available to allow for rotation, allow for those tornadoes to develop. So you look at the specific area where we could have tornadoes, anywhere from the Texas into Missouri area, but you have all the right things going on there. Here's a look at the future radar going forward through the afternoon and the evening. There you can see highlighted some of the storms across Kansas City down to Oklahoma City as well. Likely 2 of the major cities that are going to be in the bullseye for this later on.
I think so, and depending on how things heat up in St. Louis, we might have another round before sunset with the way that boundary is set up. Because remember, there's a boundary here, and then there's a boundary here. These are attached with an area of low pressure, or by an area of low pressure, but it is something to follow. As the storms work east, They lose their forward motion too. Maybe they'll spread out some. Maybe we get some heavy rain, some heavy pockets of rain. But Dallas, we might be at 1, 2 a.m. still talking about them. Well, we won't be talking about them. Someone might. Not at 1 a.m. Just west of Dallas. And then maybe they march toward, and if they are below severe criteria, maybe we're waking up with some heavy rain in Dallas by Thursday.
But I think that's a good point that you bring up, is that this is severe weather threat is going to be with us through the rest of the week. And because you have these storms that'll continue being over the same spots, there could be that flash flood threat. There could be some heavy rain, especially through the Mississippi Valley.
It's true.
This is a closer look just around Oklahoma City. As we mentioned, you're in the bullseye for severe weather, and this takes us to around 7 p.m.
Yeah, any watch parties that you might have for that Artemis II launch around Oklahoma City, be weather aware. I would have those plans to be inside. Tulsa into northeast Oklahoma, green country. We might see those storms by about 10 o'clock. They will still produce heavy rain because we will have that supply of moisture, but the question on how severe they are with the sun setting and how much energy will the atmosphere have to work with, I'd plan for it. Going to bed tonight, have a way to get those alerts. You know how it all goes. But yes, as the severe weather remains in focus, so does this historic launch. The flight plan of Artemis II, if you've seen it online, we're here to show it to you. After an initial orbit around the Earth, we're going to watch as that Orion space capsule, which has been given the name Integrity, makes its approach toward the moon, around the moon, and then back to Earth. You know, I find it fascinating. They will not need to use an engine to get back to Earth. It's just going to be gravity that brings them right back in. Wild to think about, in that journey from the backside of the moon to Earth, just about 4 days. As that launch window opens at 6:24 Eastern tonight, we're going to see a lot of fuel pumped into the rocket. After the break, Janet Ivey, CEO of Janet's Planet, is going to be joining us, and we'll talk all things Artemis II. Keep it here. We'll be back.
Your neck is one of the first areas to show signs of aging, but now there's an easy way to turn back the clock. Introducing Decladerm, a clinically studied cream designed to smooth and firm the skin on your neck and décolleté area.
I have these lines, these folds in my neck. And now since I've used Decladerm, I realized that it really smoothed out the skin.
Decladerm combines the power of retinol with the natural benefits of bakuchiol, a clinically studied duo that visibly resurfaces your skin. In as little as 2 weeks, you'll feel your neck become smoother. In 4 weeks, you'll start seeing a new revitalized you. And after 12 weeks, you'll understand why so many people love their Decladerm results.
In 30 days, I saw visible results. I saw the skin texture change. I saw a lot of the sagginess start to tighten. It's a game changer.
Try Decladerm for only $19.95, plus free shipping. Call the number on your screen.
800-581-2750. Barrett hasn't taken a bite like that in years. But with his new teeth from Affordable Dentures and Implants, that crunch he's been dreaming about, it's back. Affordable Dentures and Implants. That's what we do.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is like this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
Buying or selling a home has gotten hard. That's why who you work with matters.
I partner with Homelight to help our clients win in any situation. Our buyers find great deals on their dream homes, and our sellers get top dollar. Together, we all win.
All right, we're just hours away from Artemis liftoff, and you're looking at the rocket as well as the capsule, the spacecraft, the Orion spacecraft that will house 4 astronauts. Those final preps underway as we inch closer to launch, and as of right now, all systems are a go.
So let's welcome in Janet Ivey, CEO of Janet's Planet. She joins us with more on this miraculous space mission. It certainly is, Janet, and it's so great for you to join us on such a historic day. We are just hours away from the liftoff window. What, T-minus 10 hours? Is that where we stand right now?
Less than, yeah.
And so we've been talking a lot about the weather concerns and really honing in on the weather criteria, but we want to hear your perspective. What do you think are some of the biggest launch day concerns?
You know, part of it's making sure that there's no leaks as they're fueling it. I was there for the first attempt at Artemis I several years back, and we were there on Merritt Island, and then it would get to a certain point, and then it would be scrubbed because there was some leak or some concern. So today we're looking for easy breezy getting those fuel. I mean, it's like so much fuel. They are literally sitting on basically like a bomb. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's so much hydrogen and helium. So they've been over that. I know NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman had a meeting with all of them going, making sure they were doing all the safety checks. So we're going to watch for that first. Next, it's like about the noon hour, the astronauts will begin to ride from the van all the way over to the launch pad. They'll begin to get into that capsule, and they'll kind of sit there for about 4 hours waiting for that launch to happen. So a little after lunchtime, they should be getting into place. And again, it's so amazing and miraculous. And I think it's important to remember that it's not just a few people, it is a whole group. It's like hundreds of thousands of people, from the welders to the plumbers to the fabricators to everyone, the engineers who've worked on this mission. And you're seeing right before you now that kind of path. So after they launch and all is nominal, what they're going to do is they're going to do a parking orbit around the Earth. And that is really to check and make sure, is everything going as it should? Should we go on to what is called TLI, or translunar injection? That's where they'll really kind of test out that beautiful slingshot gravity assist maneuver. What's really amazing and fun is that when that vehicle, the Orion Command Module, passes behind the moon, you actually gain velocity when you pass behind a celestial body or a planet. So that's going to really help them come on back to Earth after they make that maneuver. But it's history in the making. And so many times people go, why are we spending all of this when there's so many problems here on Earth? But the astronauts are testing out biometric vests that could improve how we monitor folks in hospitals or other things. And so I just beg everyone to remember that for everything that happens in space, NASA is really committed to making sure that it is a benefit for all of humanity.
I heard David Beeman, he's the acting program manager for NASA's SLS, the Space Launch System rocket. He's been working on the rocket for over a decade. I mean, careers are spent in this. And it does get philosophical, I think, Janet, but for those who have maybe had the bug bite them, for him to say exploration is built into our DNA. When we were little, we explore our crib, right? And when we get out, we explore our room, our house, our neighborhood. We don't stop and say, I've had enough. And I think with it being a part of our DNA, it speaks. And that's the acting program manager for the SLS rocket. I think of all the different parts. What's most impressive to you? Is it the rocket? Is it this crazy Orion spacecraft, which the astronauts have named Integrity? So that's going to be the name of the capsule. Or is the fact that we're going to be traveling farther in space than humans have ever traveled? Is there one thing that just amazes you?
You know, it's like it's a two-parter for me, much like your question. For me, it's the amazing integrity of those 4 astronauts. I hope that everyone's had a chance to see them or do a little bit of research. In every one of them, Commander Reed Wiseman is just joyful. He talks about the kind of down-to-earth crew that he has with them, that they're all impeccable human beings. And to me, their kind of like commitment to exploration and being the mechanism by which we see things humans have never seen before, that is a wow and an awe moment for me. And then to think that there's some student out there today that's going to be watching. If you've ever heard Christina Cook, she talks about the fact that she had the Earthrise poster in her bedroom as a kid. She went to space camp. And so imagine the people that these 4 humans are going to inspire to take us on to Mars and beyond. And that is also a big part of the mission today for me, especially as an educator, is hoping that this is a moment much like our Apollo moment. I wasn't old enough to have an Apollo 11 moment, but I did have my Apollo 17 moment. I was about 5 or 6 years old, or just turned 6, and remembering that crew on the moon. I was in my grandmother's house, on the floor, looking at them walking on the moon, mesmerized. And so maybe part of my love of space happened on that living room floor. And so that's what I'm hoping, is that today, for a few moments in time, humanity is looking up, like solidly sharing, just like millions of people tuned in 1969 to see Apollo 11 and them land. I hope that this mission for the next 10 days, again, we're wishing them Godspeed and blue skies and tailwinds and amazingly perfect mission. But again, I'm hoping that we all draw near, because I want to remind everybody that Gene Cernan was the last man on the moon, and his words as before he got back into the capsule and they blasted off to reconnect with their command module, he said, "We leave as we came, and God willing, we shall return with peace and hope for all mankind." And man, oh man, I'd love that to happen.
It really is poetic, isn't it?
It
It gives you chills when you think about the conversations that are likely going to be had at dinner tables with families as they're watching this, or even, in classrooms. And Janet, when we look back, I obviously want to focus on the present because this is such a historic moment, but when we look at this down the road and we look back, do you think we'll see this as a turning point in our journey to base on the moon, or even the eventual mission to Mars?
Absolutely. I think this mission always has been that this is the moment, this kind of like make or break moment where the next mission, Artemis II, will begin to test out kind of like how they could dock and, with a lander, et cetera, and then, release that to the moon. Artemis IV is hopeful that there will be humans at the south pole of the moon. We are still in a bit of a space race. China is also planning to go to the moon. But I think what's beautiful about this, we do have international partners. The European Space Agency has equipment on the Orion Command Module. And so again, I want to invite everyone kind of to the party. And because if all goes well here, this is kind of like the next kind of leap or step into a human presence on the moon, a sustainable human presence on the moon, where astronauts will, much like they've been on the International Space Station, will rotate out, will practice what that means to live on another celestial body, and then prepare us for those future human missions to Mars.
Which I think within the decade, if NASA administrator is accurate, we could see it before 2030. I think the goal right now is about 2028. One final question, Janet, before we leave you, because this is a 10-day mission. Let's assume it happens. And they make it back. It's about from the backside of the moon back to Earth, I think a roughly 4-day journey for the astronauts. That re-entry is so important. And you had mentioned the first Artemis mission, the heat shield. I think that there were some challenges with the heat shield on the spacecraft. What will we need to anticipate and look ahead to as we wait for that re-entry so the 4 astronauts can get back home safely?
Well, the good news is people, incredibly smart people, have designed that re-entry and that exact trajectory. So, again, guys, this thing isn't coming in at 25,000 miles an hour into our atmosphere. It's coming in at 40,000 miles an hour. So you can imagine that that heat shield is going to be experiencing 5,000 degrees. It's going to be hot out there. But again, brilliant people. And again, here's what, if we go back in history, a lot of this re-entry is based on Katherine Johnson's math from the Apollo era. So we can thank Katherine Johnson, one of the hidden figures, for the great math, but they are calculating just the right angle to come in so that, again, here's what's amazing. They're going to be hurtling along at 40,000 miles an hour. Our atmosphere acts like a brake. They're feeling all of this temperature. And again, they've calculated it just so that the heat shields will work most effectively. And then by the time those parachutes deploy and they splash down in the Pacific, they'll only be going about 20 miles an hour. So the entire trip is plus or minus 10 days. They're going to spend a day, day and a half kind of orbiting Earth, making sure everything's good. And then they'll travel on and kind of like, and again, I think it's important to remember, they're not exactly orbiting the moon. They're kind of flying by the front side and then getting slingshotted by the back side. And then they'll be, again, testing things along the way. They're even taking their cell phones with them. But the re-entry is something that, again, everybody should probably cross your fingers and say a prayer for, again, an amazing splashdown. But all I can say to the crew is what amazingly brave people they are. Yeah. And thank goodness for the inspiration of them all.
Yeah, and giving this opportunity for us to be able to see something that's incredible.
It's true.
Janet, thank you so much. It's amazing to hear your passion for this. Janet Ivey, CEO of Janet's Planet, thank you so much.
Yeah, it's an honor to have you on today. And it's contagious, right? That
really
motivation, that inspiration. We are watching, and our live coverage here on Fox Weather, it's going to happen all day long. We will be joined by former NASA astronauts. We also have our team, the live coverage, meteorologists, reporters, all bringing you the very latest. We also will have a live presence along Florida's Space Coast. And Janet Ivey is going to be back on Fox Weather Live this evening ahead of liftoff with more special analysis. We're going to carry the launch in its entirety. It all kicks off at 5 o'clock Eastern. Weather Command will be back after this break.
Thank God I woke up in love with you. Thought I was lost, but then I woke up in love with you. Thought I was lost, but then I woke up in love.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a 1-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh.
It is beautiful. Oh.
From soft closed shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
This is the furthest that humans will ever have gone away from the Earth. You got that right. They will be able to see views and have a perspective of the moon that no human has ever had before. That's going to be special, and they will have an opportunity to bring that perspective and those images back to us here on Earth. I cannot wait to see what their eyes see.
We are with you, Lakeisha Hawkins. She's a NASA deputy for the Artemis program. It's wild what we talked with her yesterday. Just what is going to happen. And she even used the analogy that once they reach the dark side of the moon, it's as if we were holding up a basketball, just extended. That's the size, the apparent size of the moon to them.
It's just
so close.
fascinating. I mean, every single interview you talk to, you can hear their passion, and then it just gets you more energized for what's really going to happen later on this evening.
True. All systems go, right? We are less than 10 hours away from this happening, and everybody's been excited.
Yeah, especially everyone that's at the Kennedy Space Center. You can really feel the energy through the screen. You can feel it here. The launch window opens at 6:24 Eastern time, and you have 2 hours to be in that launch window for everything to continue to be a go.
And you might see something a little different. Looks like there's some sort of ventilation occurring, that white smoke that is totally normal, and that is an effort for the rocket to maintain inside equilibrium and decent pressure. You have to imagine just how cold for us to get hydrogen and oxygen, not a vapor, but as a liquid. You have to go well below zero. We're talking 300, 400 degrees below zero. And noting that this rocket has been a decade in the making. The fact that this too, unlike some of those SpaceX rockets, which we have seen, that those are reusable, once this one's used, it's used. The solid boosters on either side, that's the most powerful 2 minutes of these astronauts' life that they'll be dealing with. The amount of thrust is just remarkable. This thing, if it were to be laid over, it would be the size of a football field. It's taller than the Statue of Liberty, all those stats that go into it. And this right here, this is the capsule. There's actually a protective shield around the actual capsule itself, which they will get rid of as they begin their effort toward the moon. But you consider what we're dealing with. They had their wake-up call at 9:45. We will eventually, within the next few hours, watch as the astronauts are hoisted up and they get into the capsule, as long as things remain a go. And it does seem as if that will be happening. In fact, we've heard that the liquid oxygen has now reached 100% capacity. So I think the hydrogen has been filled in, which is the colder. I think it's a little closer to 400 degrees below zero that temperature has to be in order for that hydrogen to be liquid. We here, we're not the rocket scientists, although it'd be really cool on a day like today to be. The meteorologists, so we're watching the weather, and this is very important. The low atmosphere, right, the troposphere, what is the weather going to do at Launch Pad 39B? It's a big question. Do we have a chance of rain? We could see a shower. We're going to be watching pretty carefully those constraints. It can't launch during any rain. And this is the location that we got to make sure the green stays away. We have seen some showers working in. We have winds out of the east. Cumulus clouds, though, alone. Even these nice fair weather clouds. We were showing you a camera before break of Aruba. Beautiful cumulus clouds. If those are close, that could possibly scrub the mission as well. And then you talk about storms. Storms are also a concern. This is a live look that you have, and clearly there are clouds close by, but so far, so good. This is NASA's live feed as we're getting all different viewpoints at upper stage of the rocket itself. Once they lift off and they no longer need the SLS and that powerful thrust, there will be an engine that allows this moon or allows this vehicle to maneuver around the Earth, to orbit Earth before it heads toward the moon on that journey. Pretty cool to see, but cumulus clouds, yeah, those clouds could be an issue. Not to mention, if some of those clouds produce lightning, if we do have thunderstorms in the area, we can't launch within 10 miles and 30 minutes of lightning. So radar is going to be very important. Obviously, this has been something that we're watching. We will have an update from NASA's team of meteorologists at 12:30, I believe, is the time. So that's going to be an important marker, too, to make sure that we are still a go. As it sits right now, we're an 80% launch probability. And keep in mind, too, the winds really matter. The winds have been cooperating. We've not seen those thresholds reach, which is actually nice because we're approaching that noontime hour. So 12 o'clock, maybe we'll start to see that breeze kick in. As long as at 132 feet, we are at 33 miles an hour or lower, we're good. And then up to 457 feet, we have to keep these numbers below 45 feet. And those towers, I just want to show it one more time if we can. You can see where we're getting those weather obs. Tower 1, Tower 2, Tower 3. They also serve as these lightning rods in the event that there are lightning strikes. The lightning will happen and not, in theory, affect the rocket. But pretty cool. And our coverage here on Fox Weather is going to continue, right? The Artemis II launch, assuming it does happen, we will carry the launch in its entirety this evening. That coverage begins at 5 o'clock tonight with expert analysis and reports from Cape Canaveral. Looking forward to it.
Let's take a live look. Huntington, West Virginia, where you can see some clouds mixed with some sunshine and temperatures in the 60s. This is one of those spots that's in the target zone for severe storms to pop later on today. That threat stretches from the Ohio Valley east to the mid-Atlantic. The greatest risk for stronger storms is going to be found in a couple of zones, and that has been highlighted by the Storm Prediction Center. They actually upgraded their thought process and their confidence for the threat of severe storms later on today. A level 2 out of 5. You can see that in the red zone. So Columbus, Cincinnati, Louisville, you are in the mix here, and then you go over to the I-95 corridor, some of the major cities there. Philly, Baltimore, down to D.C. as well could have that threat for storms. Any storms that fire off, I think the greatest risk is going to be damaging wind gusts. We've already seen that with this line over the past 24 hours, especially closer around the upper Midwest and the Great Lakes region. And so it's essentially a lot of the storm energy that continues to shift down to the south. While we look at what's going on right now, you do see some of these storms firing off. And while I do think that the damaging wind threat is going to be the greatest, we can't rule out hail, as well as a low-end chance for a tornado. None of that this morning, just a lot of flashes of lightning. You can see that, especially around St. Louis. Stephen, looks like these storms have just really been slow moving, and that has been another component to all this, is that these storms could be over the same spots, leading to some heavy rain through the rest of the week.
Yeah, and you look at how the storms are behaving as they're moving off to the east. Depending on where that boundary's at, it's possible that a city like St. Louis, when the storms move through, we're not cooler. We might actually warm up again and wait for another round. We're just kind of in this pattern.
Yeah, and it looks like we have still a lot of those storms that continue to pop up across West Virginia. Here's what to expect through the rest of today. So as we go forward over the next few hours, you can see there's going to be more of those pop-up storms out across West Virginia and out ahead of the main line. And we'll be watching for these as we get closer to dinner time and closer to rush hour for the threat for some severe storms along the I-95 corridor, including Philly, Baltimore, D.C., and then you also have what could be a line of storms leading to that damaging wind threat through the Ohio Valley.
Yeah, and that'll take us well after sunset. We could be watching storms moving through Jersey tonight into the overnight hours. I mean, it might not be the sites that we're looking at St. Louis right now, but with enough time to heat up, things could get a bit on the feistier side. There's another zone, too, that we're paying attention to, Melanie. It's going to be through the southern plains, and that bears watching because this is where the confidence is the highest that the Storm Prediction Center says will have storms later tonight. Large hail, damaging winds, and even an isolated tornado going to be a possibility. The main trigger is this dry line. There's also, to the north, more of a stationary. It's going to act as a warm front today. That warm sector, that could be also a trigger for some of these storms. Pay attention around Wichita. Anytime we get a dry line and a warm front close to each other, the atmosphere has enough shear, we could have some nasty storms. So that level 3, I'd say, is probably warranted today down to Wichita Falls. I mean, Interstate 35, that corridor, really familiar, this part of the country, familiar with severe weather. And on the first day of April, it's just kicking into high gear. But we could see, maybe if storms develop, some stronger tornadoes.
Yeah, so strong tornadoes, EF2 or greater. You can see that highlighted in the corridor from Texas all the way up into Missouri. Not to say that that entire stretch you're going to see one, but that would be the environment where it is possible. Again, all severe modes of weather are on the table here, including the tornado threat, large hail, and damaging wind, because we have all those parameters that will really be in place. And you look at the storm energy, and there's a decent amount there.
It's up there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's some of the highest storm energy that we have. And I think right around, if we have launch 6:24 Eastern time of that Artemis II, we're going to be looking at around that time. 6 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Central. So storms could be developing, and some of them could be pretty nasty. These storms along dry lines, they always can feature monster hail and quick spin-ups, and tornadoes can be on the stronger side. So we'll be paying attention to both things. And the risk for severe weather that continues into Thursday. Tomorrow's threat does include the town of Union City, Michigan, less than a month after a deadly tornado nearly leveled parts of the city. We're going to map out the severe storm threats for both tomorrow and Friday. That's when Weather Command comes right back.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered.
A bad camera unit, $800 to repair a bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
If your car's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now. Visit EnduranceWarranty.com or call 1-833-608-4254 for a free quote. That's 1-833-608-4254.
I have a structured settlement and I call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I am an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877.
Call 877 cash now to get a $100 gift card for a free quote.
This is a story about the one. The one who looks to Grainger to make sparks fly. Getting it done right is a craft. It takes experience, the right material, and the right partner like Grainger with a wide range of professional-grade products. For the one, working hard means others can play even harder. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We can actually learn more about solar system formation, more about how planets form maybe around other stars, more about the likelihood of life out there, starting with studying the moon. And I think that's something that question is, in my opinion, one of the biggest philosophical questions of our time. And I think some of the first steps to answering it start with this mission.
And Christina Cook, the mission specialist for the Artemis II crewed mission, which is set to launch later this afternoon. She will be aboard. She holds the record for being in space the longest as a female, 328 days. Christina Cook has been in space, so she knows a thing or two, but heading to deep space, it's going to be a different animal. She's the first woman that will be making that close approach to the moon. It is a historical launch. It's all going to happen at Kennedy Space Center. That launch window does open up at 6:24. Of course, we've learned that the astronauts now got their final wake-up call already from Earth. That happened at 9:45 Eastern. Now we wait for the next weather update, which I think the forecasters, meteorologists will be providing an additional update at about 12:30 Eastern time. So as we wait for that, the stage core at Rocket continues to get full of a bunch of liquid hydrogen as well as oxygen. We've got the blog and everything going here at Fox Weather, and our coverage is going to continue throughout the day. a live look for you at the launch pad 39B this morning. Beautiful morning along Space Coast in Florida, wrapping up the final preparations before that liftoff and launch window opens at 6:24 Eastern time.
We are counting down, and so is Fox 35 Orlando standing by at Jetty Park with the latest. News reporter Amanda Ruiz joins us now. Amanda, any updates on liftoff this hour?
Good morning to you two. Very exciting time. I feel like we've been talking about this for so long, but today is the day. All eyes are going to be right there on that view right behind me of the sky of this historic launch. A 300-foot rocket and a global crowd. All eyes are on NASA as this crew gets to set head further to space than any human has ever done. Take a listen to NASA on their latest update.
I think everybody understands what our mission is, and that's to get back to the moon, and we're going to establish a presence there in the very near future.
People from around the world are packing the Space Coast waiting for this very moment. And based on the latest update, NASA says there are no major issues, but they are still closely watching the weather and also the sun. They say that the solar flares are active and they could be dangerous, but so far, nothing strong enough to stop the mission. So don't worry about that. So let's talk about the mission. This crew will travel about 250,000 miles from Earth, slingshotting around the moon inside the Orion capsule. And these 4 crew members, they are already making history. They'll be the first woman and the first person of color heading to the moon. But it's taken some time to get here. The mission has seen setbacks, including leaks that forced a rollback. But NASA says new fixes and testing have this rocket ready to fly. And right now, conditions are about 80% a go when it comes to this liftoff.
Our team has been working amazingly hard through these weeks and months trying to get this vehicle ready to where it is. We've had some challenges. The team has done an outstanding job managing each and every one of those throughout all of this.
And right now we are at Jetty Park here on the Space Coast, and let me show you just what it looks like right behind me. This is only just a little bit of the amount of people that are supposed to be here. Jetty Park is all booked out, people with trailers. They say they had this booked out for a year already, had no idea that this historic mission will be happening, and they have just been lucky for this to happen right during their camping trip. Now, Brevard County is expecting 400,000 people to be out here and watch this whole liftoff go off. So we're really hoping for it to happen. Open windows at 6:24. It goes on for 2 hours. Last time will be 8:24. And we wish them good luck. I'll send it back to you in studio.
Good luck and Godspeed. Amanda, did we hear you right? Some of those people who rented a spot, they did not know that we would maybe be dealing with a launch?
Isn't that crazy? Most of the people I've actually interviewed have said that they have months out, years out, didn't even know that. I said they had to play the lottery. They're so lucky.
I was going to say, they're lucky to do that.
And honestly, even if they were aware that, hey, there might be a launch, there was no set date, right, for this Artemis II. It was maybe happening in February. We've been tracking it since the beginning of the month. So, oh my gosh. Well, the weather looks great. Thank you for that report. Really looking forward to it. Amanda Ruiz there with Fox 35 in Orlando. Now we get meteorologist Bob Van Dillen. I wonder what he's going to talk about today.
Yeah, what could it be? All eyes on Artemis. Are you focusing on that?
No, we actually have small craft advisories up there in the Puget Sound. No, yeah.
Perfect.
We're doing the Artemis as well. I was just asking you guys, did you see the menu that they have up there in the capsule?
Apparently, it's really good.
We did a little research. Yeah, a little brisket up there.
Brisket.
And, of course, we've got a Canadian astronaut, so there's acres and acres of maple syrup, no joke. They've got
someone has a sweet tooth, right?
That's right.
You get those cravings.
They got the 5 types of hot sauce and mac and cheese, just to name some of them. I thought that was pretty cool.
It sounds great. They're going to be. I mean, this is a test flight, Bob, and so it's to make sure everything works, including
there it is,
the bathroom. That's going to be something else that they function. It's a different toilet, similar to that on the ISS that they're going to be using for an actual space.
How great is your crew, by the way? They found the Artemis II crew menu and popped it right up. You guys are awesome.
I'm looking at that 43 cups of coffee taking to power the crew. Is that every morning?
That's it.
One person?
Yeah, right. So listen, on our show coming up, we've got at noon, we've got a professor of physics and astronomy. We're going to talk about the real-time space weather and what it looks like now, what it could look like in the next 10 days, what it looks like there, and what they have to do if there is a CME that gets shot right at the capsule. What happens if you get a coronal mass ejection? Is there shelter? That kind of thing. So we're talking about space weather, essentially. And also, we got a ex-NASA astronaut on board, too, on the show. Can't wait to talk to him about the thoughts that go through your head a week out a day out and an hour out before we launch this puppy. So I want to see what they say. He was on the Challenger back in 1984, so that's going to be interesting as heck as well. And, of course, we got the severe weather threat. We're talking about that, not just today, but ramping up right through Friday as well. Winter weather, that's still a big thing as well. Look at that in just a bit, you guys. We'll see.
I want to know what it feels like an hour out. I can't imagine the nerves.
I just hope it's not scrubbed before. We were watching radar. I know we're going to be watching that really carefully, too. There are some showers just off to the east.
I think we'll be fine.
Think? Wish it.
80% chance it's good.
I will say it is the most important thing that those astronauts are safe. So if they got to scrub it, they got to scrub it. And during the shuttle program, there were scrub missions. I remember I was listening to one astronaut. I can't remember who it was. 5 times. They got into the shuttle, scrubbed. 5 times they had to do it. So patience.
That's fine with me.
Bob, all I'm saying is prepare to talk about it tomorrow, too.
No question.
If it doesn't launch today, we're looking forward to it.
But
We'll
80% chance. We'll keep it at that.
80% chance.
We're going to end it with that.
We'll stay positive.
Sounds
Thanks,
good.
Bob. See you soon.
All righty.
Let's head to the Northeast. Here's a live look from the Big Apple. How did this morning feel for everyone? It was so mild out there. Temperatures still in the 70s. Highs in New York City are going to reach the low to mid 70s, so we'll still climb a few more degrees, and this is about 20 degrees above average. Enjoy it while it lasts, because a cold front is going to charge across the region, and that's going to bring cooler temperatures back to the East Coast early next week. But here's the here and now and what temperatures are feeling like for us today in New York City. 77, that's the high we're forecasting, and that's good enough to feel like it's early June. But how about mid to late June? That'll be for spots of Washington, D.C., as well as Raleigh, with temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. Forecasted highs for today. You can see the warmth that stretches from the central part of the U.S. all the way to the mid-Atlantic, those 80s closer to the coast. And as we go forward tomorrow, we get a little bit of a drop, don't we, now, as you look at temperatures in the 40s and 50s, Stephen. So that drop to 50 degrees in New York, it'll feel different, but, you know, it was just a few weeks ago that we were in the freezer. So I don't know, 50, not so bad.
Truly, I think it was last Saturday.
Was it last Saturday?
We woke up, it was 32 degrees.
Yeah.
So it changes fast. And honestly, maybe with the temperatures in the 70s and the 80s, the 50s might be kind of
a nice little break. Tomorrow, look at the early April warmth that we're experiencing. Temperatures running anywhere from 15 to 25 degrees above average. Some of the big jump that you'll experience, Columbus, Ohio, as well as Pittsburgh in the upper 70s, low 80s.
Yeah, I mean, it is late spring, early summer weather, and that's just what you get when you have a boundary like this. And the crazy thing is that boundary is not really in any hurry to drastically move on out of here. We might have to wait till the end of the weekend before bigger changes take hold. But overall, I mean, spring is springing, right? We're bringing and building in those warmer temperatures.
Cherry blossoms bloom. You're seeing a lot of things springing, and well, I'll take those 80s for the start of the weekend.
That's true. We're also seeing the storms popping off, right? That happens in the spring too. And unfortunately, last month in March featured some really, really tough storms, damaging, destructive, even deadly tornadoes. Kankakee, Illinois, Lake Village, Indiana. Those towns at risk for more storms. This is just 3 weeks after a tornado tore through both communities. If you remember, it was on March 10th. March 11th is when this video was shot, the day after, looking at that devastation. You don't clean that up in 3 weeks. When you talk about a tornado which had the intensity of an EF3, that'll take years to fully recover from. So we do find ourselves yet again in another risk, and that includes suburbs south of Chicago. It includes all of Chicago, largest city in the Midwest, as well as portions of southern Michigan. But a level 2 threat, so you might look at this and say, all right, it's not going to be as strong. We're day 2 threat. We've got a few more updates from the Storm Prediction Center. If confidence grows, we might see a level 3 introduced. We wouldn't be surprised. This system, this surface low that will wait to form, is going to be maybe the catalyst for us getting the rotating storms. And it'll be a powerful one. It'll be bringing some wintry weather, so winter's certainly not done when we look at the snow and the ice potential, but it's this warm sector, so south of the stationary front and then east of the cold front. That's the zone to pay attention to. We have that natural spin. We have dew points, which are going to be growing. Dew points will be well into the 50s, even the low 60s, so that's enough for storms to form. It's not the highest of high dew points, but keep in mind, we're going to be our second day into April. We don't expect dew points to reach the 70s yet. Give it some time. We'll have a long summer with those dew points. As far as storm energy, maybe it'll be focused along the cold front, and I think that's what we have to watch. This is from overnight tonight. We wake up tomorrow morning, and we'll have some showers and storms. We stop it at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, because this is when that low really is going to start to crank. Even some indications that we could have storms in Iowa. we will have an environment, Melanie, that is conducive for us seeing some rotating storms. So I think let's pay attention to it. It's after 5, closer to that rush, that maybe these nasty storms can really get going.
Yeah, especially closer to that low, as you mentioned. And then as we go forward through the overnight and into Friday, that threat is still going to be there.
It is.
Especially for Friday. So it's this multi-day risk, and even heightened at that for parts of Iowa come Friday.
It's April. It's April.
It's the season, right?
That's right.
Today, we're also following a level 3 out of 5 severe weather threat. And this one setting up across the southern plains. The highest risk stretches from Wichita, Kansas, down through Wichita Falls, Texas. Here, hail and damaging winds will be the primary threats with these storms. And as we head into the evening hours, the risk for a tornado or two will begin to increase. We'll have more on this after the break right here on Weather Command. Fox Weather will be right back.
But don't think I don't think about it. When we make choices, we gotta live with them. Heard you found a real good man and you met.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
You seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn. Even if you have pre-existing conditions or fixed income, it's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
All right, what's going on, everybody? Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I'm Bob Van Dillen. It's Wednesday, April 1st. Let's take you inside America's Weather Center. No joke, we're starstruck. It's just a few hours away. Artemis II is going to be roaring up into space, hopefully. Now we're headed back to the moon, at least around it, for the first time in more than 50 years. Our team of meteorologists, correspondents, and reporters are going to be up and down the entire coast looking at this thing live, and we've got it broadcasting all day long. Look at those smiling faces. It's a sharp crew right there. So we've got you covered with the launch, and you can see it live here when it happens. Stay with us for that live coverage. It's coming up. And we'll carry that launch again around 6:24 if it goes up. Back here, though, in the States, or in the middle part of the country, you're talking about severe thunderstorms, and they're going to be strong. And some of these are going to be severe with large hailmakers and tornadoes. Round after round of severe weather ramps up today and lasts right through Friday. We'll show you that. We'll detail that coming up. It's all right now in America's Weather Center. All right, resident space expert. I didn't realize how proficient you were in astronaut knowledge, NASA knowledge until today.
Enthusiast.
Steve Morgan, man, I'm proud of you. I was listening to you all morning long. He knows his S.
I've learned it. You know, when I worked in Houston, we were able to step into the prototype of the Orion capsule.
Yeah.
It was that one and the Dragon capsule, the SpaceX. It was at the time Boeing and SpaceX during the commercial crew era. And I remember getting into that Orion capsule and thinking, wow, I don't think I'd like being in this for a very long time. It's very technical, Bob.
Yeah.
It's not like you're sitting in like a Tesla. Right. You have this nice experience. It's like technical.
It's a little harsh to sit on things.
A little
I would
harsh,
imagine.
yeah.
What would you say the size of it is inside? We got 4 crew members in there.
It's about the size of a minivan. That's the size. And there have been, since I stepped into it, there have been some changes. They've launched one of the capsules back in 2022 for the Artemis I mission. So it's going to be their home for the next 10 days. They're being the 4 astronauts.
Listen, we had I've got 4 people in my family. We had a Honda Odyssey. 6-hour trip to Florida was bad enough. Imagine 10 days.
I know, but the analogy of a minivan, you know how there's bells and whistles for everything on those vans. As long as you get the deluxe package, I think.
I guess so.
That's how it was being related. The Orion's deluxe package.
Well, let's see about it. All right, so before we get to the Artemis II, look at the severe weather threat for today. Because if this rocket blast off wasn't going to be the main story, this would be. And we're talking severe weather, 3 out of 5 on the bad scale for the Red River Valley up through Oklahoma into Kansas, too. And you can see we're already starting to get those temperatures up there. Low 70s when you get to Dallas right now.
Yeah, very warm. And I was thinking, we talked to Katie Byrne, too. There's probably some launch parties, that are happening today. And you've got storms in the forecast. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah, I would imagine, right? And down by Houston, you're looking at some showers, some storms. Actually, they're starting to shoot up out there, right?
Oh,
Just
look at
noticed
that.
on the broadcast here. Let me zoom on in towards Houston. And yeah, a couple things that are up to north. Where is Houston's control base?
It's in League City. Houston,
Well, okay, yeah.
Yep, master control. JSC, Johnson
Master
Space
Control,
Center.
yep.
It's south of Houston. It's right along that Gulf Freeway, so a little closer to Pearland, but just to the east. Yeah, League City. Houston's called Space City for a reason. Yeah. Isn't it wild too that capsule is going to be controlled
as soon as it leaves the tower, right?
Houston. Yeah, and the astronauts can drive it, but mission control, it all goes down.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
What about the rain? This is going on right now. You have it through your hometown. You're looking at St. Louis into Illinois, getting bashed right now with heavy rain.
And the temperatures, this boundary, depending on where you're at on the boundary, St. Louis, if these storms are able to clear, we might be able to warm up a little bit this afternoon for another round.
Little recovery.
Tonight. Mm-hmm.
We got a couple that are popping up now in eastern Oklahoma. These are not severe. It's later today, and it's that ever popular dry line this time of year, which is going to be an initiator.
I think so. And the dry lines themselves, as we wait for some forcing that we get through the Rockies, it's once those storms initiate, which I hate the timing, we're going to keep bringing it back to the Artemis.
I know.
But it might.
Same time.
Yeah, same time.
624 is the window for Artemis.
They turn severe almost right away with dry lines.
I think so. And we've got all the threats available for today in those areas that are shaded. We got the tornado threat, the large hail makers, and also out there for the wind makers too. Here's the energy. It's still out there, moving in across the lower part of the 4 corners. The purple is an indication of that Pacific moisture getting drawn in aloft, and then it's tapping into the Gulf moisture that's coming in from the east.
Yeah, and this is going to be a feature that we see, over the next few days. We won't have severe weather every day, but there is a repeated threat that we're going to see return. And from a mode perspective, it's hard to say which one
is going to dominate.
They all sort of have an equally shared weight today.
Right. I'm looking right here at the filtered sunshine. So we are getting the instability starting to rock right now.
Yeah.
And that's never a good thing. You definitely don't want to see anything like that. But that's what we've got going with the visible satellite imagery. What about the Cape, where the sunshine and the humidity is involved? Now you're starting to see that energy build for the thunderstorms to use.
Like clockwork, it happens right around noon. So that area, it's Texoma, North Texas into southern Oklahoma. That's where we might see the convergence of a lot of the energy. So if the storms are able to make it through, we'll see. That dry line, depending on where it sets up, that's where you got to watch.
Right. Remember, it moves east during the day, too, generally speaking, and then it retreats back to the west during the overnight hours. But this is going to be the firing line. There's also a front of boundary up there, that warm front, too. And there's a cold front that's going to be connected to this also. But these are all the factors that are coming together. I'm surprised it's only a 3 out of 5 on a bad scale, but I think the energy aloft is taking its time moving in.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's going to phase exactly right.
No, timing really matters. If
Yeah,
it
it
was a
does.
little earlier, then I think we would have a much different setup. But we won't see much until about
5, 6 o'clock, right?
Yeah,
I pause this at 5 o'clock Central Time, and that's when the storms start bubbling up. That's Western Texas. It's right along the dry line. You can't pinpoint it any better. It's
very
You
evident.
go to Oklahoma into Kansas, and then ultimately that warm front lifts up. Turns linear overnight tonight. So
does.
I think the window for large hail makers and tornadoes, it's only about 3-4 hours.
Yeah, it's not a huge window. And I think I was even watching Dallas, because that's the largest city in the mix. We might not have storms, Bob, moving to Dallas until
later.
closer to sunrise.
Yeah.
Yeah, they slow up.
Yeah,
and that's the nature of dry line storms.
Right.
They lose their forcing, so nothing that really pushing them. But yeah, we'll have to pay attention. It might be a little earlier, but I don't think it's before midnight.
No, it's going to take its time. The QLCS type tornadoes, little spin ups around the main line, it's still a possibility overnight tonight. So I want to dismiss the tornado factor altogether. But the supercells, it looks like you don't have that much of a time frame, so we're watching that. All right, what about the Artemis? Everybody wants to know about that one. I'm excited about it as well. How many hours do we have left? You've been talking about it all morning long, Steve.
I guess we're T-minus 6 hours.
6 hours, right?
Yeah.
6 hours and 18 minutes? Yeah, there you go. So that's a look at it right here, too. I had some showers out there this morning. They're still in the region by Launch Pad 39B, which, by the way, as you know, Saturn V's all took off from 39
You're right.
for Apollo.
Before the SLS rocket, the Saturn V was the most powerful.
50 plus years ago, yes.
Yep.
Saturn V is actually taller. It was taller.
It's a taller one. Actually, yeah, you can. They have one of the original ones at Houston Space Center.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got it laid down.
They've got and if you go to Huntsville too, if you go to that region,
They got one there
they've got
too.
one that's separated on the ground. They got one that's sticking straight up.
Incredible.
It's
the power of those things. I mean, it's truly rocket science, right? And
Yeah.
You need a rocket like that. It's nothing more than a firework, but it's a lot more than a firework.
That's right.
You know,
There's tons and tons of hydrogen and oxygen right now. What's going into it?
Yep.
All right, so you can see this right there. Launchpad 39B, the latest radar. We're now the temperature up right now. We know it's going to fall between a 38 and 94.5 degree temperature range. That's not the issue. Issue is going to be the showers. You can see some offshore. Timing of it, remember, it's a 2-hour window, but they're still getting them an 80% chance of a go weather-wise.
Yeah, and obviously this can be scrubbed at the very last minute during the space shuttle era. That program, there were astronauts that had multiple scrubbed missions. You just have to be patient. I do know the 4 astronauts for 14 days. They've been in quarantine, so they've been prepared for this possible launch date. And if it is scrubbed, that wait just kind of happens. But as has always been the case, the safety is number one. Right. This isn't something they're going to risk. It's not something that the clouds are just close enough. They will make a definitive
10
call.
miles, right? You can't have a cumulus cloud within 10 miles.
Strict. And those are fair weather clouds typically.
Yeah, and Florida, that's what you get. So it's a thin, narrow window, but the 45th Weather Squadron going for an 80% chance of a go weather-wise.
Yeah, and I think we have another update from them coming up at about 12:30. Okay, so we'll see where they think. I do. It's unsettling because we have an east wind today. And the showers are moving in from the east.
I'm hoping that the east wind plus the sea breeze is going to push everything farther in, where it develops a little bit more later this afternoon, away from the launch pad, but it's got to be 10 miles away from it.
We had a really critical step. It was at about 7:30 when they decided, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, he's the launch director, making that decision to start fueling the core stage rocket. So that's when the hydrogen started to go in there, the liquid hydrogen, we should say, because you can have hydrogen. I mean, it's in our atmosphere as a vapor, but in order for it to be liquid, it has to be ridiculously cold. Like 300 to 400 degrees below zero.
Oh, you looking at this too? I mean, I'm looking at the clouds bubbling up. We knew this was going to be the case, right? And we've got the rings in there, concentric rings, 10 miles from around the launch site. That's where you cannot have a cumulus cloud. You've got them in there right now.
Yeah, and based on timing and stuff, let's watch to see how the clouds behave. We will be past peak heating by 6:30.
Sure. Yep.
So maybe the clouds will become a bit more scattered or isolated.
Zero lightning strikes right now, but remember, a rocket piercing into a cumulus field can produce its own lightning. Exactly.
Yeah, and we've seen it happen before. That has happened on missions. Those towers. This is the one thing that I've learned so much about, and it's fascinating because you can actually see them. That we've got those weather stations at different levels. Yes. Isn't that crazy?
It's ridiculous, and we've got the real-time data coming in for it too. So these winds right now, you can see as we go up in elevation, you're talking their altitude, I should say. You're going from within the threshold.
all a go. And what's crazy about it, the rockets, these are not reusable ones. I know that there's all the rage because the SpaceX rockets, those are reusable. These, they will fall into the ocean. The core stage one, the orange one, that one's going to just burn up upon its re-entry. It's planned to. But the solid booster rockets will go into the ocean. They'll be recovered, but they can't be reused again.
Right, we'll catch them, but we will refurbish them somehow. We'll
somehow,
use the metal.
maybe. I don't know what's actually, you can recycle them at the local center.
All of a sudden, it's a Coors can about 3 days later. Anyway, Steve, thanks, buddy. It's good to have your expertise on here. Appreciate it. But it's not just you. We've got everybody out there. Countdown is on, obviously, right? 4 astronauts are gearing up for the first human mission to the moon since 1972. Artemis II standing tall at the Kennedy Space Center right now. Launch window opens at 6:24 this evening p.m. and it's a 2-hour-long window. Will we see weather delays or will we see thick clouds? Those are the main concerns, but we have got you covered for the entire shot. We're talking starting at 5 o'clock. Look at all the folks that are there, manned by Ian Oliver and Steve Bender, and our reporters are all down across Florida too. You can catch that launch live on Fox Weather. I can't wait to see it. Stick around, everybody, to play us out. We have got, the Artemis is a Greek.
The twin sibling of Apollo.
Right,
Isn't that ironic?
a Greek god. Well, she's the goddess of the hunt, the woods, wild animals, and mountains. So that's what the music we're playing out with.
I love it.
Something in there. We'll be right back.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly.
If I didn't have pet insurance, I would be homeless. The bills are astronomical. There's peace of mind knowing that Fetch has us covered.
Fetch provides coverage for all of this and so much more. Even healthy puppies and cats can need unexpected care sooner than you think. Submitting claims is fast and easy, and all vets are in network, so you can get paid back at your vet or any vet in the U.S. or Canada. Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
It's 2026, and Medicare Advantage plans are available in zip codes across the United States. So what are you waiting for? Find out if you're eligible. Call now to check your zip code. If you don't have a Medicare Advantage plan, also known as Medicare Part C, now is the time to check your zip code. If you're confused about Medicare and want someone to help make it easier and simpler to understand your options, call to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period. Call to check your zip code. If you recently lost coverage and no longer have the coverage you need, now is the time to check your zip code. If you have Medicare and you live in the United States, now is the time to check your zip code. If you qualify for a special enrollment period, now is the time to check your zip code. Insurance companies offer different plans in different zip codes, so you should find out what your options are now by checking your zip code. Medicare Advantage plans are available to nearly everyone on Medicare, but enrollment isn't automatic. Call to check your zip code and see if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to speak to a licensed insurance agent. They are standing by to help people in your zip code. With just your zip code, they'll be able to determine if plans are available in your area. If you're tired of wondering what benefits you can get and how much it will cost with a Medicare Advantage plan, now is the time to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period, so call to check your zip code. Enrolling in a Medicare Advantage plan is not automatic. It's up to you to call and check your zip code. Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to help determine if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to check your zip code and get your free Medicare benefits review.
Call 800-698-9806. 800-698-9806. That's 800-698-9806. Call now.
Things at work don't always work. But with EasyCater, the food always does. The quarterly reports. Connection unstable? EasyCater always comes through.
And I think it's looking pretty good.
The presentation drags on? EasyCater keeps things streamlined. Client canceled? EasyCater always shows up. Every day works better with EasyCater. Learn more at easycater.com.
And welcome back, everybody, to America's Weather Center. Great to see you. We've got a lot of things going on today. We got the possibility of severe thunderstorms are not there yet. Looking at the alert system, that includes the traditional tornado alley, and then more developments possibly around the Ohio Valley in Pennsylvania, Baltimore, Washington, back to Pittsburgh. So be watching that area for maybe some concerns with severe weather for later today. Even isolated tornadoes a possibility for the Mid-Atlantic. So we'll be getting to that coming up here shortly as well. Got Jane Menard joining me right now. Jane, great to see you. Thanks for hanging out.
Good to see you too.
Good to be here all afternoon for me. I appreciate it.
What a day. It's launch day. And we've got a lot of severe weather that's going to carry us through the end of the week.
That's going to be the one issue that we're going to be following. It's not popping up yet, but give it some time. So we got some daytime heating, nice energy riding down out of the Four Corners. That's going to spark up the action later today.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've got
Lots
that going
to
on.
watch.
And you said it before, the big story, Artemis II, 6:24 p.m. today. That's the launch window when it opens up. Current conditions are 80% weather-wise for a go. Thick clouds, potential wind shear, maybe some showers is a possibility, but this is a 10-day flight and it's going to carry the astronauts all the way around the moon.
And joining us now is Pat Reif, professor of physics and astronomy, as well as the associate director for outreach programs from Rice Space Institute. Pat, thanks so much for the time joining us this afternoon. There's so much excitement in the air. I mean, just kind of take us through how you're feeling about this and just what a step for space exploration.
This is a very historic day. I was very lucky that I was a teenager when Apollo flew the first time. I was a little kid when the first humans went into space. And now we're going the farthest we've ever been. And so this is a historic mission, and we're all wishing them Godspeed.
Yeah, Pat, it's very interesting, too. Rice University has a long history of space achievement all the way back to JFK in the 60s. Listen to this. Well, I know what he said. He said within a decade we're going to land on the moon. Is what he said. So that's got to be pretty good. Here's what we have it for you right now, queued up. Listen.
That's the shirt I have on because we celebrated the 60th anniversary of his speech, and in fact it started the Space Science Department at Rice. And I was a part of that. I was a part of Apollo. I got my PhD analyzing data from Apollo.
That's absolutely amazing. Here's what he said. Listen to this.
But why, some say, the moon? Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why, 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic? Why does Rice play Texas? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon.
Why did they play Texas? I forgot about that part right there, Pat. That's hilarious.
Just what an incredible legacy that Rice University has had, and here we are with another massive step. But Pat, I want to pick your brain a little bit because, of course, we've got this 80% go in terms of weather here on Earth for this launch, but I want to talk about space weather and space weather in terms of how active the sun is, right? All of this playing a role into the rocket and the Orion once we get into space. So what are the things that we need to be looking for as we kind of look ahead into that 10-day journey?
Well, space weather has three basic components. One component is a solar storm that occurs on Earth, and that can affect radio transmission, so it might affect our communications with them. There's also a solar energetic particle storm that can penetrate their rocket and cause radiation hazards for them in space. And then there's also the galactic background cosmic rays. And those you can hardly shield. But the good thing is, at solar maximum, the sun helps shield those. So those three things we're on the lookout for. So far, they all look good.
I was going to ask you that. The last 10 days, the sun's been a little active, right? We had a CME just about 3 days ago. Do you think the space weather is relatively clear right now? Are there any concerns right now?
Well, there is a coronal hole facing us, and we are expecting a small CME to hit in the next 24 hours, but it really shouldn't affect their flight at all.
I think what's so cool too, I was doing some research, the Orion spacecraft, which is where the astronauts will be, right? They have this thing called the Shielded Storm Shelter Zone on the spacecraft, and that's specifically for these kind of mass ejections, these solar flares that can occur. So talk about, you know, what that looks like and how they're going to be kind of navigating that. Is this kind of like a joint operation between the astronauts and then back here in Houston?
Well, in fact, when I was a student and Apollo was still flying, there was a massive solar storm on October 1972, and those particles were so energetic that they would have penetrated either the lunar module or the command module. The nice thing is Orion has better shielded areas, and they've got a section down in the sort of the basement, which has some shielding. They're all will pile inside and then cover themselves up with more shielding in case one of these major solar particle events happens. Hasn't happened yet. And we don't get any real advance warning, but it usually lasts a few hours. So the sooner you can get into your hidey hole, the better you are.
Yeah. Pat, I was born in October 72. Is there any correlation between that and that huge solar storm? No, I'm just kidding. But it is true. Yeah. I was like, that's pretty cool. October 72. A lot of things of note that happened that month for sure. But Pat, we're talking...
August.
I thought you said
72.
October. Okay.
I'm sorry. I may have misspoke.
That's
August.
all good. Yeah, so Pat, time-wise, I mean, I know everybody's in constant contact with each other about these. If you get a nice little mass ejection coming at you, what is the lead-up time? Like how much time do they have to safely get to their spot? Are we talking like hours? How long does it take for that stuff to get to them?
Okay, so that again, that goes back to what it is. If it's the solar particle storm, it comes at the speed of light. So when we see it, we're in it.
8 minutes.
We have essentially no lead time, but you go hide as soon as you can. A CME, on the other hand, we get a day to almost 2 days lead time. And so we have a little more flexibility to prepare for that.
Oh my gosh. So where are you going to be camped out watching this thing, Pat?
Well, this one I'm going to be in Houston helping out with some news people here in Houston. But if it doesn't fly today, I think I'm going to go to Florida for tomorrow.
All right.
Well, I don't know what to say. Good luck. And good luck is one way or
Here's
the other.
to hoping we get this off today. Is there anything in your view? I mean, we're watching the weather closely. A couple clouds have started to bubble up offshore. Any worries that you have in the lead up? We've got a couple hours to go.
Well, I'm not a meteorologist, but of course you don't want to fly in a big storm. You also have to watch out for people intruding into the launch space, either with private planes or drones or boats, and that's something they really have to keep an eye on to keep the area clear.
Oh, I honestly, I think it's clear at this point. I don't think we have to worry. I hope we don't have to worry about that kind of thing. Pat, thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to talk to you, and the knowledge is, you can't beat it. So thanks so much, Eric. Rice Space Institute. Great talk. Love it. Thanks, Pat.
Take care.
All right, so we know the weather down there, it should be okay, 80% shot of seeing nice weather, but where it's not going to be great, talking about the next few days, specifically the Great Lakes, it just got slammed yesterday. We're going to see more around the Plain States today. And then for tomorrow, Jane, it's going to come roaring back with our new storm.
It is. And there's a greater risk for a tornado or two as we work into tomorrow. This Chicago, Milwaukee, Detroit, back into the threat zone here. Indianapolis, this expanding just a touch. And, we're kind of on the right side of that boundary that is stuck. In the mid-Atlantic throughout the day today. We'll talk about that risk, but there's our next storm.
A couple of shots of energy. So the one that's rounding the horn right now through the Four Corners, that sets a shop up for today's severe weather, for tomorrow's severe weather across the Great Lakes. Friday's severe weather is going to be with that guy that rounds the horn.
But I'll tell you, it's been a while since we've seen such an active Gulf of Alaska like that.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? Because high pressure has been in control, and we've just been, cloud-free and quiet across that region. So definitely a sign of the times changing as we open the page into April. But here's that next storm, so that area of low pressure. And the reason why we have a greater tornado risk is simply because we have such a highly sheared environment. Southerly winds, we shift them around that area of low pressure as we go upstairs, and that's what's going to create that twist.
And we got the tornado threat, and that includes Chicago and Milwaukee for tomorrow afternoon. right? We're talking about mid to late afternoon hours. Got to start watching it. We got the storms that are going to bubble up today, that are going to hold together overnight tonight. They could refire, and then we've got the cold front itself that's going to spark a new round. Could be several rounds.
That's the thing. It's going to be kind of a messy day. You have that first round that comes in a little earlier into the day. Then we work into the afternoon, and then there's going to be kind of a couple distinct lines to watch for. One closer to that area of low pressure, back out towards like Iowa City, Peoria. But then you've got Chicago to Indianapolis. There's that second line.
That's the cold front right there.
Exactly.
This is stuff from the day before, kind of firing up ahead of it. So there's two distinct lines right there.
And both of those lines have the ability to produce a twister, the potential for large hail, gusty winds, you name it.
Then don't forget about Friday. We showed you stuff that's in the Gulf of Alaska. That's the energy that comes in and moves across that region. So we'll look at that. Hey, listen, we got more coming up. The Artemis II, we've got the forecast. I think we get an update from the 45th Weather Squadron of what they're thinking in about 5 minutes. We're going to get that to you. Be right back.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Hi, exciting day, everybody. Thanks for joining us again. Return to space. The window for the launch of Artemis II opens up in just a little under 6 hours. Welcome back, everybody. Bob Van Dillen here again with Jay Menard. We're going to carry right through the 3 o'clock hour, and I'm going to pick it up and have live shots the entire afternoon until this puppy gets lit and off the ground.
What an exciting moment. We've got Fox News multimedia reporter Amy Gallo live from Cape Canaveral, Florida. Amy, some of those clouds looking a little dark behind you.
Yeah.
I know that the flight crew is set to receive their final weather briefing within about the next half hour.
Yeah, those clouds started moving in just a little while ago. There was a bit of a sprinkle a little bit ago too, and people weren't too happy about that. So we're all keeping our fingers crossed that the wind does not pick up and that the clouds go away, right? Because that's what's needed for this liftoff to go off without a hitch. And I'm at Jetty Park, which is right across the water from where Artemis is going to take off. And it has been such an exciting morning. We've got folks here from across the country, met people from North Carolina, from throughout parts of Florida, Missouri, Michigan, Texas. People are all coming this way just to see history in the making.
So cool. I'm looking at it right there. The color of the water behind you with the dark skies, we got 80% launch probability. How has the wind picked up in the last couple of hours? We know that daytime heat is commencing. It looks pretty good. What does it look like right now, Amy? It looks like your hair is whipping around just a touch.
Yeah, like I said, it's the clouds have been rolling in the last couple of minutes or so, maybe the last 20 minutes, and that's when we started seeing more wind. So yeah, it is windy. I've been here the last couple of days, and it seems like this is a windy area. Of course, I'm right by the water. That always is a factor too. But like you said, 80% favorable weather for today. So let's not jinx it. Let's keep our fingers crossed and hope that everything goes well.
Yeah.
What has the sentiment been like? I'm just so curious because you mentioned how many people have come in to watch this launch. Do you get the sense that there is definitely kind of a pulse of what this means for history, right? As people kind of watch this take shape.
Yeah, I've met people that tell me that's exactly what you're saying, that this is history in the making, right? So you've got families here with kids that want their kids to see this happen. This is historic. And then you have a lot of folks who were actually around when the first moon mission was a success, right? We're talking decades ago, and watched it all on a black and white TV. They say now they can't wait to just see this in person as astronauts head to the moon once more. Of course, not landing on it quite yet, but getting closer and closer with each mission, each Artemis mission.
How special is that too? You mentioned the kids. Spring break happening right now.
Yeah.
Florida's a great place to be.
So cool. Amy, thank you so much for the report down there and the ground truth, because it does look a little dark, and we'll look at the sky conditions coming up again in a bit. Amy, thank you so much. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. All right, so we've got some storms that are going to pop up in interior sections of Florida, possibly a little lightning, but it's more likely rain. Where we're going to see the actual fireworks, Jane, that's going to be across the plains, and that's going to happen shortly.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to watch this afternoon. I do think that, dry line set up. So once we get kind of one of those storms to pop, you know that we've got the environment that is starting to erode away any cap that would have been in place to keep things quiet. But storm energy is building there across parts of western Oklahoma, the western tier of Texas, not quite up into the zone, into the panhandle just yet.
The artistry. You made the show right here. Let's do the artistry.
So this is the zone we're looking at. Just off to the west of the I-35 corridor, and you can see a lot of the energy is building off to the east. So we've got to get that to work up towards Wichita and then along the I-40 corridor. But generally speaking, I mean, this is still a pretty clear zone. So it's early in the afternoon. We've got plenty more hours to roll. Dew points are in the 40s, but getting that surge going, that's going to be important. Look at the difference here, Bob.
Yeah, you're down.
Lubbock to San Angelo,
and then Houston,
20 degrees.
You're hugging the Gulf Coast. You're closing in on 70 degrees with the dew point. I mean, that's tropical in nature.
Yep.
We knew that's the typical stuff that you'll see. This is really going to prime the stage for the storms behind it, too. So we've got several days of that humidity surging up from the south.
Well, that's the thing.
All right.
We don't really have a full sweep of the system off to the east. It's just going to be reestablished by more energy that comes off the west coast, as you had showed with those lows barreling out of the Gulf of Alaska. So getting into this afternoon, this area of low pressure is actually really going to end up being the focus for that tornado risk that we see tomorrow across the Ohio Valley.
And that dry line's pretty spectacular when you see it. I've never actually punched through it, but you can see. I mean, you get on the other side towards New Mexico, and you're talking about dew point temperatures in teens.
Oh, easily.
It's real dry out there, so that dry air is going to start pushing that stuff over towards the east, and that dry line is going to be the beginning stages of the severe weather that's going to develop this afternoon. But then once these storms begin to develop, you got a lot of wind shear out here.
A lot of wind shear, and that's the thing. That's why you know, when you get storms initially on the dry line, you'll get a supercell that might be elevated a touch. And so the hail potential really kind of jumps off the board for us as we see these storms start to develop.
What do you think of the timing too, Jane?
I think it's going to be a little later into the evening.
Yeah.
I think we're going to hold this off until just about sunset.
Yeah, I like how you
And
pause here
then-
at 6.
There you go.
Which is our window for the Artemis II to go up. So we're going to have our head
We've
on a
got
swivel
fireworks
today.
everywhere, exactly.
We really
so, you know, we'll watch it. The good news is, though, Bob, I do think that two things that we're going to watch for. Sun is going to set, so I expect severe weather to start to wane.
Right.
But we'll have to watch the low-level jet, because, boy, that's going to continue to develop and scream into that boundary, keeping things rowdy on the I-35 Dallas.
Yeah.
It'll be rumbles of thunder
Hell of
and
a lot
heavy
of
rain
rain,
overnight.
too. So we got wind damage out there as well. So this is the area, that darker shade of blue. These winds are over 75 miles per hour is a possibility.
Yeah, easily.
Good jet activity coming in.
I think so. That's the low-level jet kicking in.
Oh, yeah. It'll tap into it, bring that momentum right down to the surface, and that's after dark tonight. Hail damage, these will be the initial storms that start to shoot up.
Yep.
So we're watching that. So where does this all go? Listen, we are not done with winter. Winter's going to
Say
rear
it
its
ain't
ugly
so.
head. You believe it? I know. We were watching the severe weather turning over to snow and ice and all the warnings that are developing for the upper Midwest. Ice storm warnings for central Wisconsin.
Well, that's the worst part about this. As you bleed later into the spring season, snow's still on the table, but the icing threat grows.
That's the worst.
Because you have more overrunning, you have milder air.
Navy Pier,
and
Chicago.
that's
You ever been to
just from-
Chicago before?
I have been to Chicago in the summertime.
Yeah, I was there.
Beautiful in the summertime.
I was there in June. It went from 35 as a high to 80 as a high with the wind changing right up the lake. Pretty
That'll do it.
amazing. But here's the big setup for what we've got going on, essentially starting this evening, tonight, and lasting right through tomorrow.
Yeah, and then we've got a second round that's going to build in for the weekend. So we'll have to watch that Friday into Saturday. But winter weather alerts painted. Look at that ice storm warning. I wouldn't be surprised, in fact, if maybe that ice storm warning starts to expand a bit
Think a
across
little farther
Wisconsin,
north?
because the signal for that overrunning,
Yeah.
I think sometimes models do struggle with the temperature profile of the atmosphere. And, well, we'll have to see how much that cold air can hold on to the surface.
A couple of good things going possibly is the fact that high pressure that's anchored over Ontario right now, it is transitory, it begins to move away, so it's not going to constantly feed in colder, drier air, but it's still looking at a good overrunning for a few hours where you're going to get the freezing rain. Now, if it rains too hard, it's going to have a tough time to freeze on the surface.
Yeah.
So that'd be actually a good
That would be
thing.
a great thing.
Yeah.
And we know that there's plenty of moisture because this is getting fueled by Gulf moisture.
Right.
That's being lifted up with
In
the storm.
upper levels, it's from the Pacific.
Right.
So you got a full column of saturated air.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's like 95th percentile. is
You're
what I
right. That
read.
could end up being the saving grace. But it also means higher ratios for snow.
Yeah.
And outside of the icing threat, maybe you get some dynamically cooled
That's always
snow
the thing, right?
bands, and then it ends up being a bigger snow story across parts of northern Minnesota, the Dakotas, where, I mean, snow can last through spring.
I do like how you highlighted this first, though, the icing, because that's going to be the biggest travel concern, and we're talking major cities.
Yes, I mean Green Bay,
Yep.
across. You're going to take it up into Minneapolis, which will be a little bit of a roller coaster because we get
Paul.
a mixed bag of everything. We start with rain, and then you got to wait for the cold air to win out as we go through tonight, and then work, or I should say, yeah, tonight.
It's
Today's
6
Wednesday.
p.m. Yeah, that's 6
And then
p.m.
work
this
into
afternoon.
tomorrow.
Overnight tonight. You can see it. It comes in waves, but you're right. Look at that purple, which is the freezing rain expanding up to the north.
Right. And so you're thinking traveling by tomorrow morning, Minneapolis, if you've got to get over to the Twin Cities, or maybe you're heading over towards Green Bay. I mean, that's going to be a real dangerous drive.
Morning commute. And it goes into central Michigan and it expands right to the UP in Michigan,
Look how
too.
many hours that is. I mean, we're talking 6 to 10 hours of perhaps freezing rain in some of these locations.
And that Arrowhead could get smashed with heavy snow. Look at what we've got right here popping in. This is really storm number 1. Storm number 2 comes on the heels for Friday and Saturday.
So we're going to add more snow on top of this.
No, it's crazy. It's like getting 2 uppercuts in 3 days.
Yeah. Well, this is the time of the year where you get storms like this to jut out of the plains. You get a mix of everything.
Yeah. There we go. Let's go to the day sides, and you can see temperatures not getting above freezing for you at Duluth, but above, elevated, go about 5,000 feet up. Now you're cracking over to the 32, and that's why we've got the freezing rain potential.
Yeah, exactly. And then as we work into the start of the weekend, Saturday, because Friday being Good Friday, Saturday we've got Easter celebrations
Coming
perhaps
on Sunday,
beginning,
yep.
getting together with family. So Easter egg hunts. I don't know. I guess if in the fresh snow, it would be easier to find those colored eggs.
Oh man, I guess so. If they're colored
Put
nicely.
your snowsuits on and,
yeah, there you go.
and have some fun out there.
Get those eggs colored nice. You find them in the snow easy. Look at Chicago, temperature 36 on Saturday.
Yeah,
easy.
that's
So
a
there you go.
roller coaster. Cold air coming in behind this.
Now, we got a busy afternoon, James. Stick around for me here the whole time. Appreciate you. We've got not just the severe weather when it breaks that we'll have for you also, but we have team coverage of this first crewed mission back to the moon in more than 50 years. Our team of meteorologists, our correspondents, our reporters, they're all going to be on top of the latest information for you. So we'll have it for you as soon as we know it. You'll know. We even have a live weather blog going on there as well. We'll show you that coming up. It's good stuff, everybody. Artemis II mission, we're covering it all day. So we've got Artemis music to play us out. Artemis apparently was the goddess of the hunt, woods, wild animals, and mountains, according to Greek mythology. So that's the music we got playing us out.
All right.
We'll be right back, everybody.
Hey there, Nick Koser here. Time again for Fox Weather Deals, sponsored by Knocking. We're here to help you save on products that'll keep you prepared no matter what's in the forecast. To start shopping, go ahead and head over to foxweatherdeals.com. Joining me, lifestyle expert Courtney Kaysen, to introduce us to today's Fox Weather Deal. It is that time of the year when you can get all snuggly, go outside at night, and just stare at the stars.
And I had no idea that it was actually better to view in the chilly weather season. And I will say, this is the cutest telescope I've ever seen. I didn't own one before this came to the house, and it has been absolute magic introducing my boys to stars, the moon, planets, different landscapes in our neighborhood, because don't let this size fool you. It's actually got an 18 to 90 times zoom on there.
Wow.
So really pretty powerful. I love that you can just open up like the entire world in your backyard. I didn't know it was better to look through a telescope in fall and winter.
This is the time of the year.
Yeah, here I was arguing over the summer about our 5-year-old being up to stay till 9:30 at night with the stars and the planets. And now you can do it just right after dinner at 5:30. You can take this traveling as well. So think about a cruise or a camper for a great gift. $69.99, saving you $80 off.
Best part is it's in a case. There's a lot of pieces, parts you can lose, and that case probably comes in handy.
You got it.
Courtney, thank you so much. To buy one of these, go ahead and scan the QR code on your screen or check out foxweatherdeals.com.
Whether you're a professional driver or just a fan, vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started tugging.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
I knew pretty quickly that I had a pretty severe issue on my hands.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Imagine me paying out of pocket $4,000 or $5,000.
I was not ready to spend a few $1,000s.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
I've had 6 claims worth over $4,000.
I've had 3 claims and saved over $3,700.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600, and my rate hasn't changed.
Use any certified mechanic you want. Just bring your car in, and Endurance will pay them direct. All major parts are covered.
What I like about Endurance, they don't play games, there's no middleman. They're a solid company.
With Endurance, your car repair costs go way down, while your car's life expectancy goes way up, allowing you to drive more and pay less.
Something is going to break down. Make Endurance pay for it.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's less than 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan covers 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country. Call right now to get $300 off any plan, plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits, a $2,000 value free. And all Endurance plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now. Call 1-833-608-5598 for a free quote. That's 1-833-608-5598.
Do you want to gain weight? Yes, I said gain weight. Do you want more curves? Do you want to bulk up? Try CB1 Weight Gainer today, the natural weight gain pill designed for people who struggle to put on weight.
I just love the results. I'm loving the way that I look.
I was able to eat. I was able to hit the gym. I'm feeling great and I'm looking great. I put on 25 pounds with CB1.
I have curves, I have booty, and I have a chest. I've gained 20 pounds in just a couple months.
I put on over 30 pounds in 3 months. Finally, I got the curves that I've always dreamed of.
Order today and we'll include the exclusive Weight Gain Guidebook, a $20 value free. When you call now, we'll also upgrade your order to rush processing, a $6.99 value absolutely free. That's right, call now and save over $25. Gain the weight you want or your money back guaranteed.
Call 800-599-8987 or go to trycb1.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Bob Van Dillen here, along with my buddy Jane Menard. What's going on, Jane?
What's going on?
Busy day.
Busy day. So busy. It's Artemis II. We also have a ton of severe weather to track that I almost forgot it's April Fool's Day.
You won't forget after this show, I'll tell you that much. All right, let's get a live shot right now at Kennedy Space Center because things are working out to see a few showers in the atmosphere at this point. I don't see any major issues right now, but we are watching the weather obviously very closely.
Absolutely. So Fox News national correspondent Rebecca Castor joining us from Kennedy Space Center. Rebecca, we'll have her in just a few moments, in fact.
Yeah.
But looking at the launch parameters, right, we're awaiting the final briefing for the flight
For the
crew.
weather? Yeah.
For the weather,
That's going
right?
to come up in another 15 minutes or so.
That will. And you know what we're going to get? Right now we've been at 80% go with weather all day long, but we're going to get an update to that percentage, whether it stays the same or changes.
I'm looking at this radar loop, which is only an hour. And I'm watching the rain that's bubbling up right here as it moves over. It's actually a 2-hour loop. You have some stuff offshore, but the daytime heating is in full blast right now. It's going to last for another few hours.
Yep.
Then once the sun begins to get down a little bit low, we start losing some of that heat. I'm thinking these storms are going to start to dissipate.
I agree, because this is popping up exactly when I was expecting it to, and exactly what our Fox weather model was showcasing.
Yeah, pegged it.
Right? Between about 12 p.m. and 3 p.m., that was going to be the best shot of some passing showers along the Space Coast. Here they are bubbling up. Looks to be taking a southern track.
Yeah, you see.
I don't want to speak too soon,
I
but
know.
that's the overall trajectory of some of those showers to the south.
Oh, it's a due east wind. We've got the high pressure anchored up and locked up north of there, so we've got the winds right off the water. And then you start adding the fact that, we had some daytime heating, so the sea breeze is going to take into effect. So, 10 to 15 mile per hour winds, good possibility. But this was the latest forecast from the 45th Weather Squadron down there in Cape Canaveral. It's going to get updated, Jane. Within the next 15 minutes, we should have a new one. But it's been clocked on 80% for the last 2 days.
It has been, and I think that's a very positive percentage on getting things up and running for us. The one thing we'll have to watch for, obviously those showers, but I think in terms of the other different weather parameters, lightning, clouds, it's clouds.
Yeah, the cloud we have to worry about.
Even what we call fair weather cumulus clouds that we want on a beautiful day, this is actually not a good thing when it comes to launching a space rocket.
I love that we have a ROE, and it's specifically designed for the rocket launch itself. And it's still low, right? And the only reason why we got it to even ticked up above zero is because of the rain and possibly some wind. But there's that high pressure that's anchored up to its north and to its east. And it's been a steady fetch. They even have high surf advisories for the entire coast of Florida.
Yeah, at the start of this week, they had rip current
Rip current risk, yeah.
And that's what you get with an onshore wind. But because of this, it's your classic sea breeze development. You're going to get the division between the Atlantic water and the land temperatures, and that's what kind of pops things up for us.
Yeah, so here we go, Jaden, right there. That is the latest forecast model for the rain showers coming in later on. We got a live shot coming in right now.
We'll see.
Yeah. So we got Fox News national correspondent Rebecca Castor. She's down there at Kennedy Space Center. Rebecca, we've been following the radar picture for the last several hours now. Things are getting a little more active, a little more clustered out there. You can see the skies behind you as well. But how about the winds? What does it feel like down there?
Hey, Bob, so we are starting to see the wind pick up here a bit, but the good news is we have heard NASA's meteorologists say that they're really not as concerned about the wind. They have pointed out that this rocket is a really resilient vehicle, so that's not their primary concern. It's those cumulus clouds that, could be signals for lightning that they are going to be watching very closely tonight. But they have 2 hours to launch this rocket later this evening, so they are hoping that they will find a good window of opportunity in that time frame.
The Space Launch System rocket is fueled and the Orion spacecraft is on the launch pad, ready to send 4 astronauts on NASA's first lunar mission since 1972. If all goes as planned, astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen will travel further into space than any human has gone before.
We're going to be somewhere between 4,000 and 6,000 miles from the surface of the moon. We have the opportunity to see parts of the far side of the moon with human eyes that have never been seen before.
But there'll be no touchdown on this mission. Instead, the astronauts will slingshot around the moon to test Orion's ability to keep humans alive in deep space. Its biggest test will be re-entering Earth's atmosphere when the spacecraft is traveling at about 25,000 miles per hour and temperatures are hot. On Orion's first mission in 2022, without a crew on board, there was more damage to the heat shield than expected.
We did so much modeling on the interaction between this version of the heat shield and its environment, so there's a lot that we are going to learn on the fly.
This is all part of NASA's bigger plans to establish a long-term base camp on the moon that can one day catapult humans to Mars.
First time we went because we wanted to get there first and be there first, but this time we're going and staying.
So the excitement is definitely building here at Kennedy Space Center. You can see that countdown clock behind me. 5 hours and 34 minutes to go, guys. Back to you.
Rebecca, just breaking into Fox Weather, the 4 astronauts just received their final pre-flight weather briefing. Still sitting at 80% chance of a go here, despite some of those clouds and showers popping up. So things are looking good in the weather department.
All right, Rebecca, thank you very much. And I can't wait to hear your experience when you feel the concussion go right across and when that liftoff goes by.
I can't wait.
It's amazing. It's going to be awesome. I want to know what it sounds like, too. It's going to be fantastic. Rebecca Castor down there at Kennedy Space Center, thank you so much. We'll check back in with you again throughout the afternoon. Thanks. All right, severe thunderstorms. We got them basically peppering in around the plain states today, Jane, but not the only spot. We're also looking at severe thunderstorms developing roughly the same spots that we had them yesterday, maybe pushed over to the east just a little bit more.
Yeah, and we're looking at 2 threat zones, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, but then also 2 of the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., Baltimore.
Look at the temperatures, huh? 76.
We're looking at
89, did I see too?
I think, is it 89 or 59?
Oh,
I got to tell you one thing, is we were talking about it this morning in the morning meeting, the waffling of that boundary. Is it a warm front? Is it a cold front? Is it quasi-stationary?
I was yelling at Stephen McLeod. He goes, it's a warm front. I said, is it moving? He goes, no. And then it's a quasi-stationary. He's like, it's a warm front. Like, if it's moving, it's a warm front. If it's not, it's quasi-stationary. Regardless, it's still going to be a nexus point for severe thunderstorm development today. And we'll show you this because all the rough weather they had yesterday, still some power outages in Ohio.
Developing along the same boundary that we were tracking yesterday. Those power outages sparked largely by gusty winds. We did get some decent hailstones out of yesterday, but now we're looking at that clearing, right? There's 2 distinct zones. Say Cincinnati down to Nashville. Louisville, Nashville in the 70s right now. We've hit 80 degrees.
Can you
in
draw on
Washington,
the frontal boundary here? Is it?
I know. Can you see? I love playing that game. Can you spot the front? But there you have it. And this is the zone that we're going to be looking at for the potential of severe storms over the next few hours.
Yeah. So let's go to it. And there are 2 spots, right? You've got where the clearing is happening right now. Baltimore and Washington, where now the temperatures are climbing up pretty big time. You've got the energy in place already. The humidity is clearly there. It's actually a muggy atmosphere down there.
It is. Dew points have been climbing. You know, the thing is because that high pressure is parked off the Atlantic coast, we're actually helping to fuel those dew points with some Atlantic moisture. It's not the Gulf doing all the work.
Starting to get a little mountain effect right now, too. See that right here?
A little added lift.
That's looking good.
That's going to get us there.
Uh-oh. When you see makeup in the window, you're like, uh-oh, am I shining up over here?
But we've got a couple storms expected here, Bob. I think probably by about 3, 4 o'clock.
Yeah, let's zoom in. You can see what we've got. This is when you pause this at 6 p.m. That's when the storms are kind of bubbling up right around the mid-Atlantic, driving through the Ohio Valley, but you can see waves of them too. So even Philadelphia,
yeah,
you're going to get a taste of this.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Philly's just kind of on the outskirts of the severe weather threat. We could see a tornado possible today. There is some wind shear out there, so it would really have to be, I think,
there's
a storm that latches onto that boundaries. The warm front that Stephen McLeod calls it, right? If it latches onto that and lifts in, then there's a better opportunity for some twisting.
Yeah, there's your timeline too. Look at your temperatures coming up there into the mid to upper 80s, even spots outside of DC. So that's why we've got that. So the temperatures, they're playing a mean role right there. Severe thunderstorms, a huge possibility later on today.
Check out that rain-cooled atmosphere.
I'm looking at it once it goes through. Look at the temperatures go down. By the way, we get that backdoor cold front through New York tomorrow.
Oh, that's the worst. Cold air damming is going to keep us down in the 50s and 60s. But we're back to the 80s.
Yeah, let's go to what happened. So we've got today with severe weather. Thursday tomorrow, we've got a new round from the same energy packet coming out from the Plain States. And that means possibility of a new shot of rough weather for the Great Lakes region, unfortunately.
Yeah, rinse and repeat. You know, we had a nice in-between day today where, you know, clouds have stayed put, temperatures, you feel the difference out there. Look at Chicago. Gosh, we haven't even hit 40 degrees yet. That feels like temperature. That's pretty brutal. 30 degrees, northeast
Is that what it
wind.
is right now? Oh, my gosh. Yeah, remember they were just in the 70s and 80s just a few days ago.
That is weather whiplash.
That's
welcome to April.
That's horrendous. Well, you're back in the news tomorrow weather-wise. You're talking about severe weather threat. And it's not just Chicago. It's right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
It goes all the way up through Milwaukee to Green Bay.
And check this out. I mean, we've got, you talk about just the difference in mileage. We just talked about the ice and snow. And how Wisconsin was going to be perhaps that bullseye of seeing the greatest icing threats. We have winter weather alerts up right now. Meanwhile, at the same time, there are a couple of counties that are maybe going to see the severe weather transition back to winter weather.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty dynamic atmosphere.
It's going to waffle back and forth. So let's look at the timing on this. This is your Thursday. It's tomorrow afternoon. The warm front lifts up. Now, if you're in that warm sector, spot between the warm front and the cold front, look at the juice that they're there to play with. I mean, there's a rapidly rising dew point temperatures, air temperatures, air mass recovery, energy is a possibility with some sunshine. It could be game on.
That's the thing. I mean, it's going to be active to start the day. And oftentimes we say, you know, morning rain robs the atmosphere. But I do think that this is not necessarily an instability-driven severe weather event as much as it is just the pure amount of twist that we have that's going to keep those storms rotating. And that tornado threat is definitely not something we want to turn our back on.
Oh, so we got a renewed threat for tornado action tomorrow afternoon for spots that have been getting blasted all spring and late winter long already. Illinois, Indiana, Michigan. We'll be watching this for you in detail for tomorrow afternoon for sure. We're your Severe Storm HQ, everybody. We'll be following it for you. Not only that, we're your Space Capsule HQ also, right? We've got team coverage of the first crewed mission back to the moon. We're going to go around it for the first time in 50 years. We've got a team of meteorologists, correspondents, reporters, the whole schmear lined up for you to watch. It starts about 5 o'clock with our coverage. The window opens up at 6:24 p.m. today, and we'll have that launch live if it goes up for sure on Fox Weather. To play us out, everybody, we got Artemis music. I'll be right back, everyone.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
You seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, We don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn. Even if you have pre-existing conditions or fixed income, it's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
What's up, everybody? I'm Bob Van Dillen. Great to see you today. It's Wednesday, April 1st. Let's take you inside America's Weather Center. Here we go. Huge day in the weather department. We're starstruck. It's just a few hours away. Artemis II is going to be roaring into space. We're going to be headed back towards the moon for the first time in 50 years or more. What are we talking? 1972 was the last time we were there, so over 50 years ago. We've got a team of meteorologists, correspondents. We got the reporters. They're all up and down in Florida. And we've got a big show manned by Steve Bender and Ian Oliver starting at 5 o'clock. I can't wait to see that. And of course, you can catch the live launch. Most likely goes up at 6:24 p.m. Catch it here live on Fox Weather with all the commentary. We got our science nerdlingers all over it, including us. Right back here in the States, when you're talking about the middle part of the States, we've got hail, wind, possibly tornadoes also. So we've got another round of severe weather in a traditional tornado alley. Maybe some tornadoes around the nation's capital. We've got that possibility. Yeah, it's a small one, but it's there. Severe thunderstorms for the mid-Atlantic, right through the Ohio Valley again today. All right, welcome back, everybody. It's all right now in America's Weather Center. Bane Froney joining me. What's going on,
Hey,
Bane?
what's going on, Bob?
You just got off your live Instagram feed talking about this Artemis show.
Oh my gosh, so many people had some really good questions about the launch, about the weather. It all matters when it comes to launch time, 6:24 p.m.
I found out the moon is not made of cheese.
No, not made of cheese. And fun fact, it's lemon-shaped. It's not round, perfectly round.
No, not perfectly. Lemon-shaped?
It's like lemon-ish.
Like a football?
Well, maybe not like that lemony, but like maybe like a round lemon.
Are you just making stuff up?
No, the internet told me.
The internet. Wikipedia.
I swear it's real. I think.
Bane, I'm just messing with you. I know.
I might be wrong, but I'm telling everyone it's a lemon shape. So
I love it.
What I say goes.
No, I mean, I love it. Bane, thanks for being here, too. I appreciate it. Listen, down to earth first, though. Let's get to the severe weather front today, Bane. We've got it. And in some major cities, again, Oklahoma City, probably Dallas, too.
Yeah, it's going to be a major storm maker tonight. I mean, level 3 out of 5 when it comes to that severe threat for later on today. And it's going to be, sadly, kind of a late in the day, evening systems when we start to lose some of that daylight. So timing-wise with this, not going to be great. And also, I mean, looking at those cameras, it's quiet.
It is for now, right?
Yeah.
And we've got this area right there. It's we always love Michael Esme. He always say the same thing. We got the mustard, ketchup, and barbecue sauce colors all in one spot.
Remind me
you
about
controlling it. You controlling
remind me to say something about space, you guys, because something to the barbecue sauce and space. We'll get to it later in the Artemis forecast.
Yeah, you become our space expert. I love it. The moon expert, the whole schmear.
I got fun facts
You
up
do.
the wazoo.
It's been good.
But let's look at this.
Relatively quiet right now, right? We do some storms that are developing again. It's from last night's activity, still kind of draining around St. Louis. I don't see any warnings out of these. There's no warnings on the board.
Yeah.
But that area of concern, the 3 to 5, has actually expanded a little farther up to the north and east because we're going to destabilize the atmosphere a little bit more.
Yeah, once we start to get some of that rain a little bit farther north out of there, the atmosphere will once again start to warm up, and we'll have a lot of that energy once we get into the afternoon and evening. So, yeah, it's going to be a rough go of things. That dry line is going to be helping push up all of that dense, or excuse me, that cooler and wetter air, moisture air, and that's going to help spark up all those storms later on.
We were talking about it yesterday because you used to work in Waco, so you've seen this a ton of times.
So many times, and that's when we really start to see those really strong systems. Now, the thing is, with a dry line, usually it's a little bit better to see if there is a tornado.
Yeah.
It's not as rain wrapped. I mean, we'll definitely get quite a bit of rain with these, but sometimes it can be a little bit easier to spot those, which is a safety thing, but also, you know, we can get a better indication of where those tornadoes are, if there are any.
Yeah, the dry line is the one that's right there, the mustard shaded one that goes down off to the west. So you've got that. It's a delineation really between that Gulf atmosphere where you got the rich humidities to the mountain stuff that comes down and dries out. So that's a firing line for severe weather. We're probably going to get that later today. All the threats are going to be on the board for this afternoon.
Yep, everything. I mean, damaging wind's going to be really impactful once that line goes through. Large hail. We have been talking massive hail lately. It's been crazy. But I mean, we have plenty of energy also in that wind shear too that we look for, which is the twisting of the winds with height. So that's where we can see those
swirly
tornadoes.
right there. That's the one that's ready to eject and go right up the gut into really the Great Lakes, and that's going to happen by tomorrow afternoon too. So we've got a couple of days.
We have multiple days of this, so it's going to be impactful. And
daytime heating is going on right now.
Look at all that storm energy already building up.
Energy starting to build up, and you can see the dew points. You're talking about it before. If you live in Waco, you got a humid atmosphere. You live in Lubbock, it's a little bit drier, right? So that energy is going to continue.
You can feel the severe weather, especially when you live over there. You know what it smells like, feels like. Yeah,
I've never witnessed a Texas severe weather event except for hurricanes. Never the severe weather stuff.
They can be the powerhouses.
Yeah.
I mean, everything's bigger in Texas. That's what they say.
There's the timing, Bane. A little later this afternoon when it fires up and it continues to roll through right through the overnight hours.
Yeah, timing-wise, not the best. I mean, make sure you have a way to get those notifications.
Yeah.
Fox Weather app for free. Weather radios work too. Just make sure you have that sound on loud in case you need to wake up in the middle of the night.
All right. And this is something you've been researching now for the last really few weeks, Bane. This is right up your alley. We're talking about the Artemis II. Coming off of your live IG, and now we are talking about it live on the big broadcast here. Did you see the latest from the 45th Weather Squadron down there? 80% chance still a go for weather.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I think the one thing we have to watch out for is if we get a stray shower. Because if there's any rain, you got to delay it. We got to wait it out before the rain comes in. We can't have any rain out there. Can I tell you my fun fact now?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, so I looked this up. Apparently, outer space smells like burnt metal, according to astronauts. Burnt metal, diesel, and barbecue.
Really?
Yeah. That's what the internet told me.
That's pretty. Okay, that's amazing. Yeah.
We're gonna look at
here we go. Astronauts are getting ready. This is live right here from NASA TV. We got the astronauts taping up for the hockey game, it looks like, right?
Yeah.
They're getting ready. I love it.
Oh my gosh, look at them go. We were interviewing an astronaut, or former astronaut yesterday on Ian's show, and you know what they say? You're going to be in there for a couple hours, and sometimes they'll take naps.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
She didn't take a nap, though. She said she was a little too nervous.
Do you know what their wake-up time was this morning?
9:45.
9:45 a.m.
I would be up. I wouldn't have slept.
So that's the thing. We've got a NASA astronaut coming on later on in the program, Bane, and I was going to ask him, how much sleep do you get the night before?
Yeah, right?
I mean, you're so excited.
But you know what? They are so prepared for this that maybe they're just ready to go.
I guess.
Maybe they can't wait to wake up in the morning. I don't know. I'd be nervous.
I would. It's like the night before the Super Bowl or something like that.
Yeah.
You sleep. But here you go. Here's our latest and last weather briefing for the day. 80% chance the weather's going to be good. That's been at 80% now. It's been stuck there for the last several days, which is good news. Even though the rain has been off and on, and it's actually been around the launch pad itself. Hopefully it gets away. Remember, the window doesn't open up until 6:24.
We have hours, so it's all good. And if they're not worried about it, then I think we're all as a go. I mean, the winds.
There's our risk of weather impact.
It's low. Yeah, the winds are low. Temperatures are right in the correct zone. I believe it's 34 degrees to 94.
94.5.
Yeah, that's where you have to be in. So we're set, mid upper 70s, but partly cloudy skies. What's interesting though is if our cloud cover is too thick, that's also going to be a no-go. I don't think it's going to be a problem for us today, but we'll watch out for it.
4,500 feet thick. Can't be that much. 0 into launch pad 39B, and this is the forecast for our future model. And you can see by 4 or 5 o'clock, everything's pushing inland. And I kind of agree with this because not only do we have the sea breeze working in, this is the latest radar picture right there, Bane. We've got high pressure. It's locked into the north and to the east. So you've got that easterly flow too. Hopefully anything that develops is going to get pushed quickly inland and you start to clear and dry things out behind it.
You can see the smoke of the rocket there. It's moving around.
It's so cool. They fueled it up this morning.
Yeah. Oh man, I wish I had my notes. I could have told you how it weighs like. Oh man, I think
it was like
I have to look it up
500,000
again.
tons of
5.74 million pounds. That's what it was. I knew it started with a 5. I was just talking about it on my Instagram Live.
5.7.
With everything, with the astronauts, with the fuel, with the
That's pretty amazing.
That's pretty incredible.
We got
They're going to travel 740,000 miles.
Yeah, we got the latest visible satellite imagery on here. And what do you make of this? I can see the clouds that are developing. Those are the puffy ones are the cumulus clouds. Can't have them within that blue circle, right? That's 10 miles out. They're in there right now, okay?
Well,
are they going to push out of there by 6:24?
We got, what, 5.5 hours?
Yeah.
We can do it. It'll be okay.
No lightning strikes. Rain is peppered around the region. Can't have any rain over the launch pad whatsoever. It's not over them right now, but you can see right around that ring, you have them inside. So getting towards the Cape right there.
Yep.
Lightning constraints obviously can't have anything close to it.
No. The lightning is going to be a big thing. That's why they also don't want to have any rain near it because first it can kind of mess up the rocket. Those sensors are really sensitive.
Yeah.
And with the visibility too, it'll get a little bit lower. So that's why we have no rain. But also with rain, that could be an indication that there could be lightning around. So don't even want any of that. We're not messing with that.
How wicked cool is this? All those towers are weather sensors. Yeah. And they go all the way up in the feet. And we get the real-time data from it right now. Winds have actually picked up. Last time we looked at this, Bane, it was half hour ago, it was 18-mile-per-hour winds. Now it's up to 24. So it's typical. You expect that this time of day.
Yeah, I think by the time also that we get into the later half of the evening, things will die down a little bit more. But we have, 33 miles per hour has to be less than that, I think. Yeah. So we're still in parameters. We're still looking good.
Gosh.
I think that 80% chance is holding up.
Love it. Bane, are you sticking around? You are, right?
Yeah, well, no, not with you.
You're coming at 3?
I'll be on at 3 to 5 before the big show starts at 5. It's going to be awesome.
You're excited, just like I am.
Oh my God. We have a bunch of former astronauts that we're talking to. We got Randy Campbell on the ground. We're talking to Katie Byrne. We got a lot going on, but that's all leading up till 5 o'clock when we have the live show.
It's fun. Bane, you bring the energy too and the excitement. I appreciate you being here for me too also.
Yeah,
Thanks for
oh my
sticking
gosh,
around.
thanks for letting me hang out.
It's always good to hang out with you, absolutely. Hey, coming up, we also have that coverage at 5 o'clock also. Look at our slew of reporters. It's going to be manned by Steve Bender and Ian Oliver. Can't wait to watch that. And if it goes up, which it should, 6:24, we will have it live on Fox Weather, everybody. We are your spaceship HQ.
I love that.
We're going to be right back, everybody.
It's 2026, and Medicare Advantage plans are available in zip codes across the United States. So what are you waiting for? Find out if you're eligible. Call now to check your zip code. If you don't have a Medicare Advantage plan, also known as Medicare Part C, now is the time to check your zip code. If you're confused about Medicare and want someone to help make it easier and simpler to understand your options, call to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period. Call to check your zip code. If you recently lost coverage and no longer have the coverage you need, now is the time to check your zip code. Enrolling in a Medicare Advantage plan is not automatic. It's up to you to call and check your zip code. Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to help determine if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to check your zip code and get your free Medicare benefits review.
Call 800-611-3928. That's 800-611-3928. Call now.
Chances are your home is contaminated with unpurified air.
Did you know you take over 20,000 breaths a day? And this is what you're inhaling.
Did you know the air inside your home is 5 times more polluted than outdoor air?
I had no idea.
This is what I was breathing.
Meet Barnacle, the world's first ceiling fan air purifier that's lab tested and scientifically proven to reduce airborne pollutants by up to 99% in as little as 3 hours. No plugs, no bulky machines, no noise, just smart, effective, quiet air filtration that works in harmony with your fan's natural airflow. Look, ceiling fans just push dirty air around. With Barnacle, it's not just spinning, it's cleaning the air. The all-natural coconut carbon filters go to work capturing airborne mold, dust, allergens, microplastics, even dangerous gases, all while neutralizing odors.
I feel better, I breathe better, I sleep better.
These filters have been a game changer for my allergies.
I love my dog, but definitely not my house smelling like him.
I dust half as often. Seriously, these filters are amazing.
If you have a ceiling fan in your home, you need this product.
Think about it. You filter your water, so why not the air you breathe? Candles and sprays only mask odors. Barnacle's porous design not only traps odors and other dangerous particles, it eliminates them.
I never thought to use my ceiling fan as an air purifier, but now I can't imagine living without it.
Join the millions of families already breathing easier with Barnacle ceiling fan filters. Yours for only $21.99. As part of this special TV-only offer, order now and we'll send you a second set absolutely free. Every order comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Barnacle is worth every penny for a cleaner, healthier home.
Plus, find out how you can get free shipping. Stop breathing this. Enjoy fresher, cleaner air with Barnacle.
Is working through.
What's up, everybody? We are looking at the return to space. We're getting all the updates as well. If you want to get the live updates before it even gets on the big broadcast, the big program here, we've got a live weather blog. You can click on that. You can find that through the app, through the website, through everything. Live weather blog. So we've got this going all over for you. We're all over the space launch, everybody. Welcome back. 5 hours and 9 minutes or so. So let's get down there live. We've got Brandy Campbell, who's looks like in a little cloud cover at this point. But we know, Brandy, at least the weather at this point still looks pretty good. Brandy, how's it feel out there?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. When I got out here a couple of hours ago, it was warm. Felt a little warm, but now I notice we're getting more of a breeze and the temperature has dropped. So if I look at my Fox Weather app, I can tell you guys what the temperature currently is. It's in the upper 70s. So it feels pretty cool. We are starting to see a lot more, I should say, cloud cover in this area. So that's obviously one thing that could lead to a launch weather violation. Obviously, if we're still live on our camera, you'll see we are nearing 5 hours away from launch. So we still have time for weather to improve in this area. Now, the launch director, she did speak not too long ago, about 30 minutes ago, giving an update, saying she spoke with the launch weather officer and they still have that 80% chance of favorable weather or 20% chance of a weather violation for launch, saying we might also see some rain over the pad in about 2 hours or so, but they are expecting that to go away when we actually get into that launch window. So good news, I suppose, but we could have some weather today, but they're expecting things to be primarily okay. So right now, again, cumulus clouds, the ones that look like cotton balls off in the distance, that's going to be one of the things they're paying attention to. A fly-through precipitation rule. They cannot fly through rain, any rain at all. And then, of course, the ground winds. But otherwise, they are completing with putting fuel into the rocket. So I have this example of the Space Launch System, which is this portion, and then the Orion capsule, the ICPS, which is the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. So they've put liquid oxygen as well as hydrogen into this core stage as well as here, and so now they're pretty much just topping it off because it can, I guess, essentially evaporate as time goes on. So that's where they are with that process. Meanwhile, this is just an exciting day, guys. Launch at 6:24 p.m. Eastern time. They have a 2-hour window to get the 4 astronauts who will be on board headed towards the moon. Of course, there's so many people that have traveled into the Space Coast, some of them not even knowing there was a launch in town. They're just here with perfect timing. Take a listen to what some of the folks, one family that I met from Green Bay had to say about being here for a launch.
How do you guys feel about seeing the astronauts go up to space?
Cool. It's cool because I've never seen a rocket in real life.
I think it'll be pretty cool to go around the moon since they haven't done it in a while.
And what do you think about seeing this happen in person? How are you feeling?
Scared. Cool because like a lot of people put lots of effort in building one single rocket.
Before this trip, we had kind of no idea it was happening, so the fact that we're here is pretty special.
I love that. And also just the fact they just happened to be here and now they're going to see history unfold here along the Space Coast if we do get an actual launch today at 6:24 or sometime in that 2-hour window. I've been keeping an eye on NASA's live feed as they're just giving continuous updates. And I just saw a video of one of the astronauts in the suit. Charlie Blackwell, the launch director, she mentioned soon, and I guess a couple of hours, we'll see the crew walk out and they're actually going to head to the pad. So that's just one moment. She says she's been waiting a very long time to see that happen. Again, just knowing this is just 5 hours away from launch. So let's take another look. If we can zoom in, launch clock, 5 hours, 5 minutes, and counting down on the countdown clock. And we have the Space Launch System and the Orion spacecraft off in the distance. It is going to be an exciting day, and hopefully weather will be on our side for this launch today. Guys?
Hey, Brandy, where did you get that rocket model?
Yes.
That's a new thing. Where'd
You
get
know, this actually came from Amazon, but being that this is the Space Coast, I'm sure I could have bought it in person, but I was being proactive. This is history in the making. So I'm like, I had to get one because who knows? They could have gone, you know, what am I trying to say? Out of stock.
Yeah.
So Amazon, thank you.
Very good.
Got this pretty cool thing so I can try to point out things for y'all, right?
But Brandy, that's so fantastic because it helps us visualize what's happening in real time and how they are meeting those critical stages of filling up this rocket.
Jealous. I want one myself. Brady, we'll talk to you again in just a little bit. Love it. Great report for sure. All right, how about this? Let's check it out. Let's go in the zone. The astronauts suiting up right now as we speak, and they're ready to do that walkout in less than 30 minutes, Jane. So we are getting down. That countdown clock's still rolling, which is a good thing.
One thing, too, that we are watching as we go in the zone, NASA teams troubleshooting a technical non-conformance issue. So this is just some breaking news coming into Fox Weather. It does seem as though the team is working through those standard troubleshooting steps to ensure it doesn't impact launch, but maybe just something, maybe a yellow light that's popped up here that we'll have to keep our eyes on.
All right, so it's not weather related at this point. That's good. I love seeing these guys get suited up. It does. It looks like they're ready to go play a hockey game. Looks like a goalie to me.
No, certainly.
That's awesome.
The precision that goes into filling up these suits. I mean, these are life-saving suits.
Yeah, that's from NASA TV that we've got there. So we're in the zone right now. We're watching these guys get really prepped up. You said they were in quarantine for what, 2 weeks? For the last 14 days?
At least, 14 days.
So there we go. We got everybody in there getting solid. I love it. All right, we've got some severe thunderstorms that are starting to break out right now. We got one severe thunderstorm warning, and it's in Virginia. It's right around the mountains. Look at the temperatures. Right now, it's 78 degrees in Cincinnati. Pittsburgh, it's down into the 40s, 44 degrees right now. So that cold front is waffled down south of you, but the severe weather threat is now going to be developing over towards your east. So it does include Virginia, Maryland, and probably towards the Beltway later today.
Yeah, Beltway, definitely. Nation's capital, heads up. You know, I'd be interested. We're getting our first severe thunderstorm warning of the afternoon here, Bob.
Yep.
You think they're going to put out a watch?
Yeah. Do they have a mesoscale out there yet?
Let me take a look.
I don't.
Yep, they just issued
I
a
bet
meso.
they do. They've had a lot of sunshine. It's been filtered over the last hour or so, but they've had plenty of sunshine. And we know that the outflow boundaries running around, plus the mountains, the whole thing. That's your severe thunderstorm warning right here, Jane. It's for 1-inch size hail. and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So now you're talking north of Blacksburg, which is right where the NWS office is, and outside of Roanoke.
Yeah, so they're watching this tiny storm pop up there in the mountains.
Look at the lines coming in from Kentucky.
It's starting, right? So we've got that lift. Note the flow coming up out of the southwest. So reading the mesoscale discussion here, which comes from the Storm Prediction Center, just a discussion amongst meteorologists of what the atmosphere looks like. There is about a 40% chance that a watch will be issued, and it looks like it will most likely be perhaps a severe thunderstorm watch, though there is likely a tornado possible. So we'll have to watch this closely. So it could be that severe thunderstorm watch with the tornado possible tag kind of noted in there.
I don't leave our friends down in the south out of it either. Check this stuff out by Mississippi.
Wow.
Getting close to Meridian, too. So that's blossoming up outside from the Gulf.
Well, pure diurnal heating right there.
Yeah, totally. That's your wind coming due out of the south.
Yep.
And we knew that was going to happen. It's uncapped atmosphere at this point. So whatever develops is going to popcorn around.
Exactly.
And you're not going to see much in the way of severe weather. But the heavy rain's going to be out there. And you put that satellite imagery on, and there it is. It is dry. It is clear. Things are destabilizing right now.
Absolutely. So when we go through the timeline of things, expecting that we'll get potentially damaging wind gusts, hail right in time for that late afternoon, evening commute. And the initialized storm, so right now we're watching that one storm sit right about in this zone here.
It's in the mountains, right?
So we're moving into this level 2 threat zone across parts of northern Virginia into the nation's capital, Philadelphia. But then we'll have to watch. This is where that discussion was painted, in fact, back out across parts of southern Ohio. So we'll probably see an expansion of that. But that's our secondary zone where things haven't quite popped just yet.
Oh, and by the way, that's Stanton. That's how you pronounce it in Virginia.
Stanton?
Yeah, we got friends down there. It's called Stanton. I know it looks like Staunton, but it's Stanton.
I wanted to say Staunton.
Stanton.
My whole life.
Yep, so there you go. It's Stanton. Look at the showers and thunderstorms developing. One severe thunderstorm warning, which is right there by the state line with West Virginia into Virginia in the mountains. And we'll time it out for you. Here you are right now. Watch them develop and then move over to the east. Now you got a couple of supercells possibly ahead of that near Baltimore, the I-95 corridor. That's your afternoon commute. You throw any kind of rain on top of that Baltimore-Philadelphia commute, you're asking for problems, man.
Beltway, 6 o'clock, forget about
it. Yeah.
And so we'll have to watch. We'll get a couple rounds of those storms move through here. And so that's one thing to note as well. You get one that passes at, say, 4 o'clock, not necessarily done until we push into this evening, and things really fizzle as we get into tomorrow morning, right? You're looking at how active things are this evening. You think, wow, we're in for it tonight. But it does look to lighten up in a big way.
And this is on top of what we had develop yesterday afternoon. We had multiple severe weather reports, mostly wind, but we had some hail damage out there, too.
Check that out. 71-mile-an-hour wind gust there in Cleveland. My goodness.
Right there, getting close to the lakefront, you have it. So you put this in here before, and I'm glad you did. We still have the power outages with the customers that are there.
Yep, still got those. So I'm sure working to get those cleared up as we go through the day today. But DC, there's your timing. Rain-cooled atmosphere.
Yep.
We warm things back up, and then we've got the second round overnight tonight.
Possibly, yeah, as everything rolls over to the east. Listen, we've got more coverage with the severe weather when it breaks out. We'll have it for you. This is a live look at the astronauts getting ready for the Artemis II mission. We've got wall-to-wall coverage going on. The window of opportunity to launch is 6:24. We'll be all over it with live reports, and when it does go up, you'll be able to see it here live on Fox Weather. To play us out, everybody, Artemis music. We'll be right back, everyone.
But is this what it feels like to be growing apart? When did I become the one who's always chasing your heart? Now I turn around and find I am lost in the woods. North is south, right is left. When you're
It's 2026, and Medicare Advantage plans are available in zip codes across the United States. So what are you waiting for? Find out if you're eligible. Call now to check your zip code. If you don't have a Medicare Advantage plan, also known as Medicare Part C, now is the time to check your zip code. If you're confused about Medicare and want someone to help make it easier and simpler to understand your options, call to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period. Call to check your zip code. If you recently lost coverage and no longer have the coverage you need, now is the time to check your zip code. If you have Medicare and you live in the United States, now is the time to check your zip code. If you qualify for a special enrollment period, now is the time to check your zip code. Insurance companies offer different plans in different zip codes. So you should find out what your options are now by checking your zip code. Medicare Advantage plans are available to nearly everyone on Medicare, but enrollment isn't automatic. Call to check your zip code and see if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to speak to a licensed insurance agent. They are standing by to help people in your zip code. With just your zip code, they'll be able to determine if plans are available in your area. If you're tired of wondering what benefits you can get and how much it will cost with a Medicare Advantage plan, now is the time to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period, so call to check your zip code. Enrolling in a Medicare Advantage plan is not automatic. It's up to you to call and check your zip code. Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to help determine if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to check your zip code and get your free Medicare benefits review.
Call 800-698-9806. 800-698-9806. That's 800-698-9806. Call now.
Over time, moss, mold, and mildew stains cover your home, and cleaning them is too much work. You need Wet and Forget, the easy bleach-free way to clean tough outdoor stains. For decks, patios, and cushions, use Wet and Forget outdoor spaces. No scrubbing, no rinsing. Just apply and let it do the work for you over time. Got a bigger job? Reach second-story siding and roofs with Outdoor Max. Up to a 30-foot reach and 2 times the coverage. Get Wet and Forget at these leading retailers.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I have an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
Welcome back, everybody. Here's the look right now at the Artemis II on its launch pad right there. Look at the rocket. You got the capsule on top, the Orion capsule. You see the cloud cover, though, Jane. Some rain showers around Cape Canaveral. They're kind of circulating around it right here. Visibility has kind of been waffling, too. Now you're down to 5 to 7 miles at this point.
Yeah, you know, we just received the final briefing. Well, the astronauts have received their final briefing, and still an 80% go when it comes to weather, expecting the showers that we've seen pop up here to fizzle in the next few hours as we approach that launch window.
Yeah, you got the sea breeze popping up right now, right off the ocean. You've got the east wind already in play because they have high pressure anchored up to the north, and this is the exact forecast that we've been calling for really for the last 4 or 5 days. It hasn't changed too much. So the possibility of a go weather-wise from the 45th Weather Squadron, they're the official keepers down there, is still at 80%.
So much so the astronauts are suited up, right? They're getting ready to go as we continue those final checks of filling up this spacecraft, right? Fully fueled as it enters replenish mode for launch.
Yeah, listen, we got info coming in from everywhere. We've got Fox Weather's Katie Byrne. She's got some great Artemis updates for us right now. Katie, great to see you. I know you've been following us for the last couple of days. We know for a fact you'd go up in the rocket if asked, but how's the actual rocket looking right now?
Well, this is the exciting part. We're starting to see all of this come together as we get closer to the launch. So those astronauts getting suited up right now. It's crazy to think about this. We are truly getting so close, and we know thousands, hundreds of thousands of people are going to be watching this, experiencing this from somewhere. Some of them will be in Florida. We've got an expected crowd of around 400,000 people that are going to be watching this launch from Florida Space Coast. You could see those crowds kind of filing in. They've been there, some of them, since late last night trying to get a good spot to see this. But we know that watch parties aren't just happening in Florida. Some people are starting them up at bars, restaurants, their backyards, all over the country. Even if they can't see anything, they just want to experience this moment together. And I've been tracking social media to see what people are talking about, how people plan to experience this. Of course, a lot of people right now talking about this suiting up happening with these 4 astronauts who are going out there. And that crew, they are in the final stages of preparing for this. They woke up around 9:30 this morning on a shifted sleep schedule. I saw some people talking about this on social media. Did they sleep in? How do you get any sleep the night before you know you're going to space? They didn't sleep in. They are on a very tight schedule. This is all part of their training to get to this point. But we heard from the Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen last night sharing this message before going to bed.
It's 12:30 a.m. It's the day of launch, so it's time to go to bed. I get about 9 hours of rest before I need to get up and start getting ready to head to the launch pad.
So final checks now, continuing, and as that happens, support is pouring in, including from North Carolina's governor, cheering on Christina Cook. She is the female astronaut headed out there representing her home state of North Carolina. Also, the fraternity brothers of Victor Glover, who could become the first Black astronaut to travel into deep space, wishing him a safe journey. And then Commander Reed Weissman also shared a personal moment, posting a photo of him and his 2 daughters last night, saying he's heading into this mission a proud father. And his college in upstate New York shared this message of support.
Good luck, Artemis II crew.
I love it. I love it. This is just unifying so many people all over the place, and the kids are getting excited. I've spoken to some of my friends who are teachers, even out in the Philly area, talking about how they're kind of adjusting their curriculum today to make sure that they mention this moment in history. Of course, we have our team covering this, but also over at Fox 35 Orlando, Noah Berggren put out this tweet earlier today on X, letting people know that even if you are as far south as Miami or as far north as Savannah, you could actually probably see this rocket. So I think that's exciting for a lot of folks who are hoping to catch a glimpse of it. But, you know, if you're anywhere else in the country, you can at least look up in the sky and know it's happening, guys.
It's so cool.
Look up the sky and tune in here, because
Yeah.
we will absolutely be here, right, Katie?
Yeah.
I mean, I love that you've gone through social media, because it really just brings that element of how many people are watching this and experiencing it with such an excitement and joy, and hopefully inspiring, you know, all the young kids who are, I think in a way, even for us, Bob, you mentioned too,
Yeah.
right? I mean, just not seeing this in our lifetime, you know, so kids to adults alike.
I know.
This
Yeah.
is such an incredible moment.
And it's fascinating too. This is a live look at the astronauts right now. This is where they are. In the next between 15 minutes and 30 minutes, they should be walking out to the ship. But right now, you can see where. Hey,
I'm so excited.
Where are we going? Through the
I'm
through
so
the game
excited. I'm fired
plan.
up.
This is great. They're doing the handshakes. They're doing the hugs all around. Got a deck of cards right there.
I guess, yeah, Katie, I mean, what would you do in these moments leading up? It's always the question that I want to ask. What's the mindset?
Right.
And how they're having these conversations with each other, with the other team members that have just poured so much of their life's work into what's happening right now. I mean, playing a deck of cards, I guess.
No, I
Kinda
don't
calm
think
the
that's what it was.
nerves. That's probably
Looks like
not
he's
what
trying
it
to calm
was,
them down with a card trick or something. But there you go. Good luck, everybody. I love this.
I think that's what gives us all the chills, thinking about how this is all their dream that's happening before our eyes. And then this is going to give the next generation their next dream. You know, we could be a student in a class somewhere could be watching this and then later become an astronaut in the next 50 years. So I think that's what's so exciting and unifying about the moment. And I think it was Christina Cook. She went to space camp as a kid, and now look at her today. I think that's what is such an inspiration. But yeah, you think about the final moments for them, and did they sleep last night? I don't know. I guess they have to. They must be on such a strict regimen.
By the way, we just found out that I was kidding, but that was an actual card game they were playing.
Apparently, every crew member has played that.
Yeah, do we know what card game it was? Was it was it
Ah.
a 5-card draw?
It's a tradition.
We don't know what the card game was, but it's a tradition apparently.
I don't
So how
know.
cool-
I'll
we
look
can
into it,
up.
guys.
Yeah, look up to that, because we just saw them get done playing that card game. Now they're getting shuffled over, and we're going to see them walk out. And when they're walking out, we will have that live for you as well.
Wow.
Katie Byrne, great stuff. We'll check back with you all afternoon. Great stuff as always, and exciting time for everyone. We'll talk to you in just a bit. Yeah. All right, Severe in the planes. It's starting to develop, and we got a level enhancement for tomorrow afternoon now too. So things are starting to pop, not just with the space race, but the space program. Space race was when I was a kid.
The early space race.
Yeah.
You know, I think in a lot of ways there's so much action happening today, right? And severe weather is certainly the next top story here at Fox Weather. We're all on top of it. The level 2 enhancement that comes for tomorrow,
Yep.
so this is today's, tomorrow's risk, that's in fact for the Ohio Valley yet again. So heads up there, Chicago. We'll talk about that coming up this hour, that we've got a greater risk perhaps of a tornado getting into tomorrow afternoon. But we still have an environment that's loaded up and ready to go for this evening. Yeah, check this out.
70 degrees.
This is surged here.
Yeah.
50s in Oklahoma City now.
That's just in the
Still
last
holding
half
on
hour.
to a dry line, but that's going to actually be the trigger for these storms later today.
So we'll go chronologically for you. This is severe weather threat for today. It's the first thing that we're going to find. You already have some severe thunderstorms in Virginia and West Virginia right now. Monroe County, West Virginia, severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is for later this afternoon as the cold front is up to the north, but that dry line energizes the atmosphere as it drives to the east.
And you get a little shortwave energy.
Yeah, right there.
And that's what's going to provide a little extra spin in the atmosphere. And closer to that kind of shortwave, which we're putting on here as an area of low pressure, but it ultimately is the beginnings of the storm that we track into the Great Lakes tomorrow. That is why I think getting close to this warm front, why is Wichita, Oklahoma City, why is, Lubbock, Wichita Falls in the threat zone, the higher risk, the higher confidence, is just because of where you are in placement to that low.
Look at the daytime heating. It's already happened out there. We had filter sunshine, and when these storms begin to bubble up, rise in the atmosphere vertically, you can see the wind it's going to get into.
Yep.
It's going to make things start to
get
spin, a little
something like
shear.
this.
And the upper level jet, they're going to be in the right quadrant for that as well. So you're going to see the nice diffluence aloft will allow these thunderstorms to exhaust, which means you can build up more below because it exhausts up top. That's what makes them severe.
Yeah, and then you can see them for miles.
Yeah, especially down there in Texas, right into Oklahoma, right? So there you are.
There you go, looking pretty nasty. You got to find anything discreet. Look at the Boeing
So 10
nature
o'clock,
of this through 10 o'clock tonight.
Right. So I think there's about a 2 or 3 hour window for actual supercells, which would be the stronger hail makers and tornado makers. Then it turns into one main line, but you can still get those little spin-ups right around that leading edge.
A little kink in that line that could also bring a brief embedded tornado. Once we get past midnight, I think the overall severity in the plains does start to limit.
Right.
Maybe, we keep some gustier winds around, but the hail potential starts to lessen. We'll get pockets of heavier rain in Dallas that stick around for tomorrow morning's commute. But I think it's a hail risk, tornado risk initially, and then the wind potential, Bob, that's what opens up for later this evening.
That's dark tonight, and you've got the hail potential out here also. You're right, and we watch what's going to happen with Oklahoma City. Your temperatures, man. You talk about rain cool. There it is, going up from the 80s into the 60s too, and you can time it out for Oklahoma City. Those are the showers and thunderstorms. Brand new flood watch also in effect for the western part of Missouri because of the rain that's going to come in overnight tonight. Call for about 1 to 3 inches worth of rainfall. Then it reloads and it hits you again for Friday.
Well, that's the thing too, and you're talking a 12-hour period where you could get upwards of 3 inches of rain. That definitely will lead to some street flooding. So we'll watch for that closely. But again, past midnight, rain continues to shift east, but we reload for Friday.
Yep, we got that. All right, listen, we got more with the Artemis II. That's a big story, big talker. We've got coverage. We're just going to go wall to wall until this thing is lit up. I can't wait to see it. Artemis II, live coverage all day long. We've got reporters in Florida. We've got a show starting at 5 o'clock, which includes Ian Oliver and Steve Bender manning it and throwing it to all the anchors that are down there with a live look. And when this puppy lights, when they light that candle, Jane, it'll be live here on Fox Weather. 624 or so. There's a live look at it right now. You can see a little white cappage right there in the water. Winds are starting to pick up, but they should die down by later on today. So it's still 80% chance weather-wise of a go. Hey, stick around, everybody, to play us out. We've got Artemis music. I'll be right back.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered.
A bad camera unit, $800 to repair. A bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
If your car's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now. Visit EnduranceWarranty.com or call 1-833-608-4254 for a free quote. That's 1-833-608-4254.
Now you can sell some or all of your structured settlement for a significant amount of cash. Inflation is real and unpredictable, but J.G. Wentworth makes it possible for you to convert some or all of your structured settlement into a sizable amount of cash now. To learn how you can gain control of your structured settlement, contact J.G. Wentworth now at 877-CASH-NOW. Discover how simple it is to receive the cash you want from your structured settlement today. Call 877-CASH-NOW with no obligation. The benefits could be life-changing.
Barrett hasn't taken a bite like that in years. Before getting his new teeth from Affordable Dentures and Implants, he could only watch with envy as his friends munched those salty little triangles. But now, that crispy bite he's been dreaming about, it's back. Crunch away, Barrett. You deserve it. Affordable Dentures and Implants. That's what we do.
Welcome back, everybody. Our return to space, talking about less than 5 hours away when that window of opportunity opens for the Artemis II. And we've got some rain showers that are actually out there. So let's head on out there for some ground truth. Amy Gallo's down there in Cape Canaveral. Amy, a little bit of a change in the atmosphere.
Yeah, a bit of a change. It was cloudy for a bit there, and it got windy, and now I'm soaked. It's raining. We're all hoping that this goes away, right, so everything can go according to plan. People are still out here, though. This isn't stopping people from enjoying what should be a good launch tonight, and everyone's set up with their lawn chairs, though some of them might be heading inside now. As the clock ticks down, the excitement at Jetty Park grows.
It makes me want to cry.
Whether it's your first launch,
I'm just excited because this would be my first time seeing a rocket blast off from Earth to outer space.
Or you've lost count of how many you've seen.
We've saw probably several different launches down here over the years, but none like Artemis, where they're going to orbit around the moon.
Everyone can agree there's something special this time around.
It just makes you proud to be an American.
And no one wants to miss it.
We probably will take our camper down closer to the water.
I'm getting up early and moving my vehicle to the water side so I can get a good spot.
Artemis II is set to launch this evening, and when it does, 4 astronauts will travel around the moon and back for the first time in over 50 years.
They say that when it goes up, it just makes your heart you can feel it. And I just can't wait.
You can bet this crowd will be cheering them on.
I hope they make it and be successful on what they're trying to do.
Now, launch is still set for 6:24 p.m. Eastern tonight with a 2-hour launch window. And once the astronauts are in space, they will be there for approximately 10 days. yeah, let's hope that this all goes away so we can all celebrate tonight when they launch.
Bless your heart, Amy. I can see it right
My
now.
goodness.
You're in Titusville. You got the Indian River behind you.
It's a monsoon.
I'm so sorry. There's one major cell, and it's directly over you. So, you know what? I'm going to let you go. If you can find shelter, go get it. I don't want to keep you out there.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
God bless.
Yeah, thank
Absolutely.
you.
See you, Amy.
Look at those conditions.
I
I
know.
mean, we're looking just south of the launch pad there where those showers are in most abundance. So not exactly raining
Not
over
there, no.
launch 39.
But in nearby Titusville, it is. So listen, fueling of the massive SLS rocket is well into the fast fill stage for both the core and the upper stages. So we've got that going.
Absolutely. 6:24 today. That is our liftoff window. It's when it opens up. And right now we just got our final briefing. The current weather conditions are at 80% go, and it's expected to stay that way as these showers should fizzle. That's the idea as we work our way closer to that launch
The
time.
sun begins to go down just a bit. We lose some of that daytime heating, and voila, most of those storms are going to start falling apart. With you, the east wind is going to be in play, though. And don't forget, this is a 10-day flight. It's going to carry the astronauts around the moon and back. So how about this? Joining us now is former NASA astronaut Terry Hart. Terry, thank you so much, sir, for joining us. It's an honor to talk to you today. Thanks for being here.
Well, it's my honor, Bob. Good to be here with you.
Absolutely. So, Terry, you were on the Challenger back in 1984. Let's talk about what it feels like a week before you're about to launch off, a day, and then an hour. How does the adrenaline start to build? What is it like?
Yeah, that's right. It really builds up over about a 6-month period where you're very much in intensive training. A week before, you're still training. Then about 3 days before, they send us down to the Cape, and we want to relax a bit and take our time getting ready for the launch.
Mm.
You know, we were just watching our 4 astronauts as they were getting suited up play a card game. Any insight for us on exactly what we were looking at there?
That's very typical. I mean, we try to relax a little bit there. We have a really nice beach house right on the shore there where we could stay and walk up and down a completely vacated beach and just enjoy ourselves for a few minutes to try to relax a little bit so we can have our head on straight at liftoff time.
That makes sense. And Terry, do you remember what card game you were playing back then?
we were playing bridge, I think, as I recall.
Just incredible. I mean, this is unlike really any other mission in this generation, truly, right? And so seeing the advancements from where you were in takeoff to where we are today, what makes you most proud?
Well, it's an amazing accomplishment, really. It's been 50 years since we've been to the moon, but now we're going back, and we're going back in a permanent way. I mean, this is the first mission to check out the hardware. Then we're going to check out the lunar landers on the next Artemis mission. And then we'll start robotic missions to the South Pole to create a laboratory, basically, on the South Pole where future astronauts will live.
That, to me, that is stunning and amazing, too. So we were looking at it right here. We know that they've got some relaxation techniques going on right now. The night before launch, I know that you're trying to relax. How much sleep do you get?
I slept pretty well, as I recall. They give you a sleeping pill if you wanted. I didn't need it. I had a lot of confidence in the NASA team, and we were well trained and ready to go. And what was a very complicated mission at that time in the space shuttle program, where we did the first satellite repair.
Yeah, Terry, here we are. We're watching this live right now. They are walking out. They're doing the wave. How well do you remember this right here?
Oh, very well. There were 5 of us on our mission. Bob Crippen was our commander, Dick Scobie our pilot, and then Pinky and Ox and I were the spacewalkers and mission specialists on the flight. It's the kind of thing that you always recall all your life, of course, those memories.
I mean, that's it right there. That's like the Walk of Fame, right, Jane?
It is, truly. Coming out, walking out. Once this occurs, the adrenaline must be there. You could see all of the love that they're showing to folks who are watching this. There are millions of people, Terry, who are watching this, not just across the United States, across the world. Do you think that mindset kind of sinks in a little bit more?
I think so. I think the iconic picture of the 20th century was that Earthrise that Bill Anders took when he was going around the moon on Apollo 8, and that photograph stuck with all of us to see our little blue marble floating through space here. And I think as we become more and more mature in our space flight in the future, more and more countries will become involved, and we'll go forward as a world exploring the moon and Mars.
Terry, I know it's a different rocket. You were on the space shuttle, you were on the Challenger. This one's the Artemis II right here. I imagine that the timeline from launch to get into space is about the same. What is that like?
It takes about 8 minutes, Bob, to get up to roughly 17,000 miles an hour that you need to stay in orbit. So that's an acceleration of about 3 times the force of gravity. This vehicle is much like the space shuttle. It's about the same amount of thrust. Shuttle accelerate a little faster. In fact, the space shuttle engines are the same engines that are on the bottom, and the solid rockets are very similar as well. So it's a derivation of the shuttle program. It has very similar launch characteristics.
It's incredible. There's so much precision that goes into these calculations on the technical side of things, right? There's so much collaboration that has to happen between these scientists, especially when you're considering taking off and coming back safely and successfully.
Yeah, it's really an incredible team, Jane. The astronauts, of course, are the peak of a very large pyramid. We have hundreds of engineers and scientists in mission control, and then behind them, there's 1,000 or more that designed the vehicle or that are standing by to help with any problems that occur. So it's really quite a team effort.
And Terry, you mentioned mission control, and that got me thinking, how does that kind of passover actually occur and happen? And how long does this? Is it true that Houston truly takes kind of control once we get this launch up and off the pad?
Yeah, we've always done it that way. There's a launch control center, and they're in charge right now. They're making sure the launch vehicle is ready to go. The capsule itself, though, is being watched more closely by mission control in Houston. And as soon as the vehicle clears the tower, that's the official handoff point where the Capcoms then in Houston start to talk to the crew. I was the Capcom for the first 3 space shuttle missions. I recall that very vividly.
So I'm thinking about your missions in the space shuttle itself. What was the longest mission that you had up in space?
I was up for just about a week, which is typical for the space shuttle. I could stay up longer, but it was really a transportation vehicle to go back and forth. And of course, the plan from the beginning was to use the space shuttle to build the International Space Station, which we did with the Europeans and Japanese and the Russians, of course. And we'll continue to fly back and forth to the space station as we also return to the moon now.
Yes. So Terry, I'm looking at this. They're on there for about 10 days, a little bit less than that. Food-wise, let's personalize it. What was it like? And has the food changed between the 1980s when you went up and right now for these guys?
It's pretty much the same. It's really not too bad. They freeze dry a lot of things, like even shrimp cocktail. They freeze dry that. We can add water. And steak. We can reheat steak that's been radiated, so it's safe to eat at room temperature. But the funny thing about being in space, after a day or two, your head becomes kind of swollen. The fluids come up to your head. You feel like you have a cold. And food doesn't really taste too good. Your taste buds kind of shut down. So we mostly eat just to survive, while we do our work.
And what's it like? I mean, sleeping. Bob, we were mentioning 43 cups of coffee, right, over this 10-day journey. Do you need the caffeine to keep you going?
I don't think they do. Everybody's a little different, but the sleeping is just wonderful, though. I mean, it's really like the ultimate waterbed. You don't toss or turn; you just float like this, And in fact, the first morning when I woke up, I said, "Well, whose hands are those in front of me?" You don't feel like you're floating with your hands up, but that's the way you sleep in space, and it's just a wonderful way to be.
So you're not bouncing around. Don't they Velcro you to the wall? How do you stick in one spot?
Well, mostly there's sleeping bunks that we had some on the shuttle. We didn't use them on our mission. Space station, they have little compartments they can slide into, but mostly you just kind of hook a lanyard onto your belt loop and then hook it on the side of one of the switch guards so you don't float away. And then of course you have to put night shades on because every 90 minutes you're going around the Earth. So the sun is very bright when it comes in the window.
It totally makes sense. Terry, it has been an absolute honor and pleasure to talk to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon and shedding some light on what they're going to go through over the next few. Former NASA astronaut Terry Hart, among other things, Air Force pilot. He's got it all. Terry, thank you so much for joining us from Pennsylvania. Nice to talk to you.
Thank you so much, Bob and Jane.
Of course. So I love getting the inside scoop.
Just
right?
incredible.
I thought they velcroed them into the wall, and that was it. No, lanyard and
You're
the
out
food,
there in free space.
and your head swells up after a couple of days. Doesn't taste the same anyway. It's absolutely amazing. Love talking to the former NASA astronaut. So we've got more to come, everybody. The Artemis II launch. The window opens up at 6:24, so we're going to have that for you live. We got full team coverage. We've got any breaking news, we're going to have it for you right here. And when it does get lit up, when they finally light that candle, Jane, we will have it for you live. The Artemis II mission covered fully by Fox Weather. Be right back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Now, what's up, everybody? Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I'm Bob Van Dillon. It is April 1st. It's April Fool's Day. Got a lot going on, everyone. Let's take you inside America's weather. All right, first things first, we have the Artemis II set to launch, and that's going to happen at 6:24. That's when the window opens. That window, by the way, is 2 solid hours. So even if they have rain showers over that at 6:24, if it pulls away, gets more than 10 miles out at least, and then we'll see this thing fire up later on today. Either way, we've got live coverage all the way across until this thing goes up. Look at everybody we've got out there. We've got Ian Oliver, Steve Bender. They're going to be manning it from New York, and we've got live reporters out there in Florida also. Correspondents are all around. Can't wait to talk to them. The live shots, it's been pretty amazing. Severe thunderstorms, though, we've got that in play. We've got a couple of rounds. One going through Virginia, West Virginia now, and then we've got more rain coming in later this afternoon. Some severe weather for the plains. Not just today, all the way through Friday, off and on. And it looks like Chicago is going to be under the gun tomorrow afternoon again. Talk about that in a bit. Jane Menard is joining me right now. Appreciate you being here, Jane. As always, great to see you.
Good to see you too.
It's fun. It's a great day.
Great day. Last hour, our astronauts, they walked out and they're headed to the pad. Just an iconic picture all the time. Watching them come down the ramp and just wave to everybody before.
Total rock
heading in.
stars.
Absolutely.
Right? And they're out there waving to the crowd. They just got done playing cards. They're all relaxed.
Yep.
I don't know how they're that relaxed, honestly. I mean, it would take like a shot of Jack Daniels to get me that relaxed. They're out there looking good. So those guys, they're professionals, no question about it. Let's get a live shot right now from Kennedy Space Center. That window opens up in less than about 4 hours or so. All right, there you go, Jane. We're looking at Titusville. Just before, last time we had a live shot with Amy Gallo, and it was pouring. Let's see what it looks like right now.
We've got Fox News national correspondent Rebecca Castor joining us now from Kennedy Space Center. Rebecca, you're still dry, but my goodness, these showers kind of popping up around the Space Coast has gotten a couple of folks' attention.
Rain showers here where we are at Kennedy Space Center. We have been seeing some wind, but the good news is, and we've been talking about it all day, NASA has about a 2-hour launch window to get this rocket up tonight, and they are pretty confident that they are going to be able to find a good pocket of time during that 2-hour window to get this rocket up. We know there are some concerns for rain, for some lightning, but again, they are hopeful that they are going to have enough time for good weather to get this rocket launched tonight.
They should. We're looking at it right now behind you. In nearby Titusville, over the Indian River, it was pouring. Can you actually see the rain going by you? Because it looks just a little cloudy behind you. That's it. What can you see around you?
Yeah, we are seeing some dark clouds. Really, the wind is the biggest thing that we're experiencing at our location. But fortunately, NASA's meteorologists have told us that they're really not concerned about the wind. This spacecraft is a really resilient vehicle, so the wind isn't really going to affect it too much. That's not their primary concern. But we haven't had showers here yet. I'm hoping we don't get them here, but we're ready if they do come.
Okay, I was going to ask you, you got your rain jacket, right? Because poor Amy was just drenched.
Yeah, I will need to locate a rain jacket. Weather is not my first thought here, unfortunately, even though I grew up in Florida and I know that showers happen all the time. I don't know what I was thinking.
Listen, we're going to send you a Fox weather jacket just so you have it the next time when we launch these things up. Rebecca, thank you so much for the report down there. Great live report. Great ground truth to see you behind you that it might be raining in Titusville, but it's not raining at the pad itself.
Yep.
Great stuff. Rebecca, thanks for the report, and we'll check back in with you again later this afternoon.
All right, see ya.
Love it. All right, here we go. Countdown's on. We got 4 astronauts that are on the way. They're going up to the moon for the first time since 1972. They're going to round the horn, come on back. It's really a test flight. But this is super exciting to me, Jane.
No, it is. And, you know, to think what could come after this test flight, right? There's so much physics and math that goes into getting this launch off. And as a meteorologist, you know, that's where I love the weather side of things, but it's so fascinating how precise this has to be and how Mother Nature can come sweeping in at the final second.
I know.
And
I was thinking that.
Scrub the whole thing. So let's hope that that's not the case, because while we've had these daytime showers pop up, we expected that in this window. Here we are, 2 o'clock Eastern time. So we're, you know, counting down.
See that rain?
We're crossing under.
If you've been watching us, so Rebecca, we're going to drive it. She's right about there, right? And you saw Amy Gallo was right about here. That was where she got blasted with that heavy rain that just peeled on through. But notice how short-lived it is. It's in and it's out. And we were looking at the countdown clock behind Rebecca just now. Still going. It wouldn't pause.
No pause. And, you know, there was a brief moment. I'm going through our Fox Weather live blog. Make sure you go over to foxweather.com. You can see it here, where all systems have been go up to this point. There was a brief moment where there was a little concern about a non-conformance issue, a technicality, but it seemed like it wasn't a major problem, that they were working through it to continue to move forward.
Now they're taking the shuttle over to the rocket.
And you know what's so amazing about this shuttle? It is obviously specially made, right? To get these astronauts in there, you know, there's strict requirements, and that's not any old van.
Looks like they're going to an Auburn game to me. Going to a football game.
The VIP treatment.
It's great. Yeah, VIP. There you are. And that is the astronauts. They are being carted right now to the rocket. You can see the vehicle assembly building that's behind them, the big one. When you go down to Cape Canaveral, that's the first thing you see is the vehicle assembly building.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one that just went by, and they're going out to launch pad 39B.
Where the fully fueled
Mm-hmm.
SLS rocket is standing by right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just incredible.
It is primed. It's ready to go. They fueled it early this morning. So that means everything is so far so good. And the fact that they're even headed towards the rocket with the rain in the forecast, to me, is a great sign. And we've got the live countdown clock up there, not paused.
Exactly, not paused. And, I think that weather obviously being something that we're focusing on very closely, but we know that there are so many moving parts that are happening in the background to make sure that they're getting green lights for all of their system checks.
Yep.
And up to this point, we've got that green light.
I love it. There's a live shot of it. We've got the ROE, the risk of weather impact. It's remained at about a 4.0 out of 10 for the precip, which is obviously rain. But the wind impact has been down, and also you're looking at the temperature impact down as well. So it's a low ROE. The risk of weather impact, even from them, you're talking about Fox Weather, our ROE is low. It's an 80% chance of a go for the 45th Weather Squadron. That's who's in charge of the actual weather forecast for NASA. And they're giving an 80% chance of a good shot.
Yeah, the one thing that we will have to watch for, because even though if these showers start to fizzle, what does the cloud deck look like? Yeah. And I think that's what's so interesting to me about the clouds. You can't have a thick cloud base.
Yep.
That's about 4,500 feet. So think about a mile in depth.
Indeed.
Right? That's just shy of a mile in depth. So that you can't have that close to the rocket. You also can't have fair weather cumulus clouds popping up within 10 miles.
We do have them. I don't know how far away they are.
Those.
You know what? We do have the radar scope and the scope of the clouds to see exactly how far away they are. See if I can tee that up for us. But precip can't be around the launch pad. No rain at all. And as they pan around, you can see some fair weather cumulus clouds, but they generally dissipate once the sun sets.
But what's so interesting to me, so I was reading up about, well, why can't we have fair weather cumulus clouds? Typically it's nice weather. Well, it actually has a lot to do with the generation of lightning production as the rocket takes off. If it's within within 10 miles of those clouds,
it makes its own lightning bolt, comes out of clouds.
Lightning bolt.
Yeah, I learned that when I was down there. I saw a Falcon 5 rocket go off. We're going about 10 years ago. And I would learn the whole thing from the 45th Weather Squadron. It was so fascinating. I mean, those guys, they know every little detail. And they also have these weather towers that are around the actual launch pad. It's up, they got 3 of them. So they've got wind detectors and anemometers at different levels.
And each of those towers, too, act as lightning rods.
Yeah.
Which is also incredible. I mean, think about the power of that,
too. Draw it right down
and how much
there.
energy gets drawn away from that rocket.
So there it is. You're talking about the thickness of the cloud layer, 4,500 feet. That's in that yellow ring right here. And right in the middle, you've got the where the launch pad's located. So you can't have any clouds that are thicker than 4,500 feet in that yellow ring. And then outside, that's 10 miles out. Those are just pure cumulus clouds. And to me, looking at the visible satellite imagery, we've got a mix of some cumulus and some stratus in there.
We do. And so that's something that I'm sure is going to be a focus over the next couple of hours.
It's blow off. It's obviously serious.
Right. How does that start to dissipate? Does it start to, break up a bit? Which I do expect as we start to bleed our way later into this evening, we'll get more clearing.
So cool. I mean, we got it all pegged down. And our weather crew put the graphics together so well.
Absolutely.
It really paints
it
really paints a great picture of what we're dealing with and what we expect over the next few hours. Listen, we're just getting started, right? We're ramping up. They're getting carted out to the rocket itself. We've been watching it. We've been watching them put on their gloves and their equipment, playing cards, waving goodbye and hello to everybody out there. And now they're getting carted out to the rocket. So it is game time. We're talking 6:24, that window opens, and we've got live coverage the entire time. The event's going to be covered by all of our meteorologists you see on the screen and our reporters, and we're going to watch that rocket go up live on Fox Weather. Stick around, everybody. You're going to see more forecast details coming up right after the break.
How to get out while we're young. Tramps like us, baby, we were born to run.
We're in a very holy time of the year. We think in terms of a deliverance.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time. This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I never know. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
This Passover, if you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials and matzah for the Passover holy day. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
I have a structured settlement and I call J.G. Wentworth 877 cash now.
I am an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth 877.
Call 877 cash now to get a $100 gift card for a free quote.
For years, Debbie always hid her smile. It had just become habit. The covering hand, the moment stifled. But with her new teeth from affordable dentures and implants, Debbie now beams with the power of 1,000 suns. Not a hovering hand in sight. Shine on, Debbie. Shine on. Affordable dentures and implants. That's what we do.
Welcome back, everybody. We are in the zone right now with NASA TV. This is the shuttle that took the astronauts from their little holding area out to the rocket, and we're waiting for them to get out right now.
Yeah, they are headed to the pad. In fact, they're there.
Yep.
And we are going to see them emerge and maybe walk up those steps you see?
Yeah,
In the
elevator up to the top.
Elevator up to the top.
Do you remember how tall it was? It was, what, 322 feet?
Taller than the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
That I do know.
Yep, there you go. So there you go. It's NASA. We are watching NASA TV. We're kind of hooked in there live. We're in the zone with them. They're getting out. I see an orange jumper. Another one. There you are.
My goodness, this is so exciting, Bob.
Mhm.
You know, watching history advance and then unfold throughout the day today.
Yeah, this is great. They're in their space suit right now. We saw them actually put them on just about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago, and then we saw them playing cards, and we saw them carded out, and now they are at the actual launch pad, getting their stuff together, getting their gear together right now. It doesn't look like it's so nonchalant. It's like they're going to the beach or something.
There's such a calmness,
Yep.
a confidence about them. You know, these garments that you're seeing them wear, these spacesuits, highly specialized, designed to protect each one of these crew members during the high-pressure environments of launch and re-entry.
Right. We've got no sound on this, so you've got us, but you can see them get into the elevator, crammed on in. This is there we
got
go.
a wave.
Thumbs up for everybody around. Last minute adjustments on the left boot. And you can see right here, this is just fun to watch these guys go up. So they got to take out. If we have any audio, we're going to take it.
I don't know, Bob, my heart's
to start to hear now is from the crew themselves. We're going to be airing the Orion to Earth loop, which is the communications that's going between that crew and the launch team here as they walk them through configuring their various consoles as well as getting ready. A nice moment here, and I'll just pause to just look and see as the crew walks across the zero deck, as they call it, which is the deck that's right there even with the engines, and they're taking a moment to go over there and stand up and gaze up at the 322-foot tall SLS rocket. This was part of the plan for the Artemis II crew, and potentially a rocket that could help them make history to go farther from Earth than any crew has before. The farthest distance from Earth when they launch will be roughly around 248,000 statute miles. They're expected to go about 4,000 miles farther than the Apollo 13 crew did. And now they've headed to the elevator to go up. Again, I was talking about the loops. You're going to be hearing from the crew as they discuss with the launch team getting various systems ready to go. And then closer to liftoff, we'll hear the operational launch team loop brought forward ahead of the critical pre-launch polls and then the start of terminal count. And that should be right around L-25 minutes, right before the NASA test director gives their poll and the launch director gives her management poll, which happens at L-17 minutes. Right now, a lot of focus is on, of course, the closeout crew. They've made the way for the crew to get inside the spacecraft now and walk across that crew access arm, and there they are. They have been working on a tight timeline, but they are ready to go, and they are ready to receive the crew and start putting them inside their Integrity spacecraft. That's it from the firing room. We'll send it back to Megan and Nicole.
And Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, again, we mentioned her a second ago. Her team have been training extensively for this moment since Artemis I launched in November 2022. Today, they have a message for Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy.
Today, you carry the work of thousands and the hopes of millions. Every test, every simulation, every long day and night have led to this
Pretty cool,
moment.
right? I mean, how interesting is this stuff?
I
you
love
get the
this.
inside scoop from NASA as well. So, all right, so that's what it looks like right there by the launch pad. Let's get a look a little farther out and show you the big picture. Brandy Campbell is out there right now. She's right by the giant clock, too, the countdown clock, which to me is amazing. It's iconic, and you've got the rocket on the other side of your shoulder. Brandy, what are the weather conditions like right now? Has it changed any?
It has. For one, I can feel the sun is peeking out from the cloud coverage here, which, depending on what direction you look, there's a lot. So I'm starting to feel that. But if you take a look behind us, you have that countdown clock. It's continuing to come down, now nearing the 4-hour mark. And of course, you have Artemis on its launch pad right now. I know you guys were just tuning in, seeing the astronauts go to that launch pad. We were able to see them drive past us here, just off in the distance behind the countdown clock too. So pretty exciting. I couldn't see them with my own eyes, but I know they were inside of the vehicle. So that's just a cool part of today's process that we are witnessing. So a big day ahead for the teams here, but we know weather is playing a role. Here on the ground, we can feel the wind speeds. That's one thing the launch weather officer said they were keeping an eye out for. That could be a concern. And then, of course, cloud coverage. We are seeing that in the area. And then our team also getting video of some of that, saying we have some storms, popcorn off of the coast right there that we're seeing. But for the most part, the launch weather officer said we should be clear for that launch window. We'll see how it plays out. But for now, I want to introduce you guys to one of the team members playing a role in today's launch, Helen Lewin. You are with the team handling the RS-25 engines, those 4 large engines on the bottom, right? That really helps us take off. So first off, flight support lead, what are your teams doing today just to help with this process and make sure we get to space?
So they're in the Operations Support Center looking at all the data on the engines to make sure that everything's looking good, that we don't have any leakage or anything. We also have a lightning team on standby in case there's a lightning strike.
Okay. All right. Big day ahead for you guys. How are you feeling? You know, we're finally making it to launch day.
Very excited. Of course, we're all focused on making sure that those engines are ready to go, that they're safe to fly, but everything is looking great so far.
Okay. Love to hear that. That's all we want to hear, right? Now, we have footage of the RS-25 engines just showing how big they are. But if you guys can come to our live camera, I want to also get you guys to show us. And if you want to point out to where they are on the rocket, this is a model version of it.
It's that itty bitty engine back on the back. There's 4 of them. That itty bitty engine in real life is 14 feet long and 10 feet high. So these are actually enormous engines. You can stand inside the nozzle.
Wow. 14 feet tall.
Yes.
And on this model, it looks tiny.
It does.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Helen, for joining us. I really appreciate that. And
Thank you.
Good luck. Go Artemis.
Go Artemis.
All right, back to you guys in New York.
All right, Brady, thank you so much. And the countdown clock has not paused. It's still going on. Now we're back in the zone again, Jane. We've got NASA TV, and we got everybody getting their last-minute instructions. And you've got them putting on the helmets right now.
We do. I mean, we watched them come out onto what they called the zero deck. And Helen, talking about those engines, well, our astronauts had an opportunity to stare at those engines that were going to lift them up into space.
How amazing is that? Then they took it up to the arm and they walked across, and now they are ready to get into the capsule.
Yep.
Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. Those are the astronauts that are out there getting ready in their orange suits. And here goes the helmet.
So this here is the closeout crew. So they're in what's considered the white room. It's the final sterile corridor before entering the Orion spacecraft. So as the closeout crew continues to put on and clean their boots and put on the helmets, they're also performing some final communication checks.
Yeah, and obviously that's critical. And we have our eye on the weather as well. There are a couple of showers that are around the region, but so far not affecting the capsule at all, which is obviously good news. We're watching this. But it is amazing to see the last sterile area right there. Then this is the last thing they see until they get into the capsule, and they're going to be in there for 10 days.
Yeah, just incredible. I mean, they are literally inches away from the opening of that capsule.
Yeah.
And then they will be settled in, and they'll seal that side hatch once they're securely strapped. And then the closeout team retreats, leaving them alone for countdown. My
Yeah,
goodness.
all right. Listen, we got it. All right, we're going to go to look and see what's going on across the board, because the map shows some rain showers that are popping up around the region. We had some live reporters out there. They were getting drenched, but they were in Titusville. The reporters that we've had so far that have been on the actual Cape have not gotten wet. So that's good news. So it looks like the rain's kind of steering the right. We do have severe thunderstorms to the north and to the west, but that's with the front of boundaries draped over the region. As for Cape Canaveral, it's just plain old sea breeze at this point.
It is sea breeze. You've got that high pressure off over the Atlantic, easterly wind. It's what you'd expect this time of day in the Sunshine State. And it's something that the 45th Weather Squadron were expecting. In fact, and they still consider this an 80% go, expecting these showers to fizzle, and hopefully that cloud deck starts to break away.
It does look like it is, too. If you look at the last few frames, you can see most of the action is really steering to the west and getting away from the Atlantic. So nothing's rebuilding behind it. We don't have any back building.
That's a great point.
So we got some drier air. It's locked up there with a high pressure building in. So what you see is what you get right now. Unless something else builds in, I think things are going to start drying out here nicely within the next few hours. And don't forget, Jane, it's a 2-hour window anyway.
It is a 2-hour. 6:24 is just when we open things up.
Right.
But I think what's great, and something that we will continue to follow, though, visibility is up to 10 miles. Last hour it was hovering around 7. So we've seen some improvement there. But clouds truly is kind of the sneaky piece to this. Rain, we're watching it, and so far we've dodged it. But those cumulus clouds, right, if they build anywhere within a 10-mile stretch of the launch pad, that could spell some trouble.
Right, and the cloud thickness, that can't be more than 4,500 feet thick, and that can't be around 3 miles. So if we've got that, then it's also a big issue. But right now, things are starting to thin out a bit. I'm looking at the visibility. Remember, it was down to 5 miles at one point.
Yeah, exactly.
Now it's up
So
to 10.
seeing that improve. And the lightning strikes have been down to 0.00,
Yeah, I don't
as
see any.
precise as it gets.
That's excellent.
In terms of getting any rain. But the lightning, and that was also something that we were watching for, if lightning could be a possibility in any of these storms. And it doesn't seem that
they're
we've
low
had
top.
much of action.
Low top, not making any ice to get bounced around to form any kind of static, get any kind of electricity. That's good. It's just plain old liquid down there, and it's low top showers. No thunder at all. But it is wrapped up with the sea breeze and that easterly wind that's been in play. And you've got the rip current effect going on there also for the entire coast, because that east wind has been persistent for a couple of days now.
It absolutely has been. And you know, the wind thresholds, I think what's great about this is that we've got those towers that kind of flank around the launch pad, and there's different sensors, weather stations essentially, at different levels of those towers, getting us an idea of what the winds look like, and we're good to go. I mean, 33 miles per hour, that would be the threshold of wind at the lowest height, 132 feet, and right now we're hovering around 17 to maybe 20 miles per hour, lowest at 12.
So here's our rocket. It's right there. And you can see Tower 1, and you got all the listing of what's going on right there from the different altitudes. And wind's cranking out 23 miles per hour there. And Tower 2, Tower 3, kind of triangulating around it to get a good sense. Yeah, 33 mile per hour winds. We don't see them anywhere on any of the towers, on any of those sensors.
Yeah, good to see that, right? So winds, check it off. Lightning?
Check that off too.
Check
So
that off.
far, so good. Weather sensors are there. It's so cool that they've got them all around. And you said it before, lightning rods also.
Yeah, they direct all that energy away from the launch pad. Obviously very important. But it's just been an incredible day to watch. Temperatures too, couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah, it's right there. And what is it, 38 to 94 and a half? You have to be in there somewhere Fahrenheit. Yeah, we've hit that. We're in the upper 70s to low 80s. So, and with the rain passing by, it's actually cooled it down even more, getting into the upper 70s, 77 degrees or so. But the wind constraints, there you go. And it's not just at the surface, it's up a little bit too.
It is. And you know, a lot of this has to do with just the launch and then keeping control of that rocket as it lifts from the pad, as it continues to get higher. I mean, keep in mind how quickly we are racing away from Earth at this point, right? I mean, a 30-mile-an-hour wind gust at 20,000 feet, I mean...
You're only in there for
you barely
half a beat.
feel it. Exactly. You went at the speed of light.
We were talking to a former NASA astronaut that was on the Space Shuttle Challenger back in 1984. It takes between 8 and 9 minutes to get from the ground to space. That's it.
What do you do in 8 and 9 minutes? You go from...
You're holding on for dear life if you're me. But you can see right there, you got the precip constraints. You can't have any rain over the pad itself. So far, 0.0 inches of rain has fallen. It's missed the pad itself. Obviously, it's been tight as well because we had some ground truth with some of our reporters, Amy Gola, getting smashed with heavy rain. I wonder if she's back. She's probably actually change of clothes, I hope.
We should check back in with her. But right now, what you're watching on the left side of your screen, we've got our astronauts, right? Who are Christina, who has been such an incredible woman to watch her. Her career and to go through all of this. And they're going to continue to close out the final process with this closeout crew. There's Christina, Jeremy, Victor, and Reed.
Yeah, that's so great. They're right there, ready to walk into the capsule, and we know that window of opportunity is just in about 4 hours from now, a little bit less than 4 hours from now. But you see the rain peppered out there. So you got the live radar, live satellite imagery on your right. You've got NASA TV on your left. So if you're looking at the temperature, 77 degrees, and the rain showers have so far missed the actual pad, the launch pad, which is 39B, thankfully. But you can see they're all across inland areas too. But once that sun begins to lose some of its power, talking about 5, 6 o'clock this afternoon, the daytime heating starts going away, those storms are going to start to fizzle.
Exactly. And with that, you expect the clouds to start to break.
It's pockets of rain, not storms. It's pockets of rain.
Yeah. And then once the clouds break, then we should be really kind of within that zone. And it does look like we're moving into a pocket of clearing.
Yeah, that's what we're thinking, right? You can see that picture right there. So that's what it looks like right there with the Artemis II, and we follow it for the rest of the afternoon. We've got a whole new crew coming in later on this afternoon, too. Bain's going to be peppered in there about 3 o'clock, and then at 5 o'clock, you've got the big show popping up. That is right there with Ian and Steve and with the rest of our crew that's going to be down in Florida with live shots. And when this thing finally does get off the ground, we've been just excited about this for the last week. You're going to see it live here on Fox Weather. We're not going to peel away. You're going to see the entire thing from start to finish. Stick around, everybody, to play us out. We've got Artemis II music. We'll be right back.
What a dinner. Great call making tacos on a Monday.
Thank you. Speaking of calls, I called today and got my new Medicare Advantage plan.
I thought you already had a Medicare plan.
Well, I heard that if you move or lose coverage for any reason, you could be eligible for a special enrollment period. Since we just moved, I called and found out I'm eligible for a new Medicare Advantage plan with additional benefits and savings right here in our new zip code. You should call too.
I'll get around to it.
You should call right now to see if you have the coverage you need. A Medicare Part C plan could help you save money and include additional benefits. You could be eligible for plans with additional benefits you may not be receiving now or that may have previously not been available to you.
Why am I not getting these benefits now?
You don't get a plan with additional benefits automatically, so you have to call to see what Medicare Part C plans are available to you in our zip code.
So I could be missing out on additional benefits?
Yes, exactly. And right now is the time to call and make sure you have the coverage you need.
All right, I get it. I'll call now.
If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call for your free 2026 Medicare Coverage Checkup. We can look up your zip code to see if there's a Medicare Advantage plan available to you in your area, with additional benefits and savings you may not be receiving now, or that may have previously not been available to you. With just one call, you can get your questions answered, find out if you're eligible for a special enrollment period, and see what plans are available to you in your zip code. So call now. You don't get a plan with additional benefits and potential savings automatically. Different plans are offered in different zip codes. Call now for your free 2026 Medicare Benefits Checkup. The call and 2026 Medicare Benefits Checkup are free with no obligation.
Call now, 800-919-1379, 800-919-1379, 800-919-1379.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft closed shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
All right, everybody, here's a live look from NASA TV. We're in the zone right now and trying to make them out, right, Jane? As they're getting clipped into the cockpit.
This is incredible.
It's a capsule. How cool is that?
Yeah, so when we checked in just a couple of minutes ago, they were in what's called the White Room.
Mm-hmm.
So it is really the final sterile corridor before entering the Orion spacecraft. So they were within inches. And now it seems to look like we are getting ourselves in there, at least maybe taking the first couple of steps to
a couple guys are in there already, right?
It looks like it.
I mean, would you want to be the first one to go in or the last one? Because you know you're going to be in there for 10 days, not being able to move around too much.
I'd
say last. Anyway, so we have got Amy Gallo down there right now. She has been camped out in Titusville. And the last time we saw you, Amy, we sent you home because you were getting rained on. How have things changed since we talked to you? It's been about a half an hour.
It's been a half an hour and the rain stopped, thankfully.
Nice.
Or I'm saying that, and as I'm saying that, it's starting to drizzle again. So we are dealing with a little bit of rain, but nothing like what we saw half an hour ago. So that's got folks coming out of their campers, setting up again so that they can be ready for the launch in just a couple of hours. The excitement is palpable. You can really feel it when you're out here. Everyone's ready to see history in the making.
So, Amy, do you have we have NASA TV up right now? I'll let you know they drove past our crew that was out there on the Cape. They went into the actual pad itself, took a look up at the rocket for a couple minutes, staring at what they were going to go into. Now, currently, they're getting strapped into the capsule itself. Fascinating stuff right there.
That is so exciting. And I mean, I am a bit of a space geek myself. When I was younger, I always think a lot of us go through that phase saying we're going to be astronauts. That was me growing up. This is my first rocket launch. So I'm experiencing this alongside everyone else out here, hundreds of us out here, just ready to see that go up in the sky and feel what, you know, the sound is going to be so loud. This is a huge rocket. A lot of us are excited to just feel that launch.
Yeah, do you feel the launch?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sitting here even watching these astronauts get strapped in, or at least get in their final suit up, and
Right.
you feel it in your chest a little,
Yeah.
right? Your heart starts to beat because you're thinking, wow, what they're about to go through is just so incredible. Unlike any other mission in this generation. We're going 4,000 miles farther than the Apollo crew.
Which is amazing. Amy, what is your vantage point right now? You're in Titusville. Are you looking over, I guess, the Indian River towards the Cape?
Yes, so I am right across from NASA, actually, so we can kind of see, we'll have a great view of when the rocket goes up, right on the water here, and yeah, I'm just camped out waiting. This is where a lot of people are. It's called Jetty Park in Cape Canaveral, and it's right near Port Canaveral. We're all just here hunkered down waiting, and the rain is picking up again.
Oh, I know. Well, let me see if I could zoom into the radar for you and see what's going on, because I know, yeah, there it is. Sure enough, there's a little cell coming in towards you right now. You can see it right there. If it gets too hard, just let us know. We're going to let you go. What is the crowd like, though? I mean, how many people are there to watch it with you?
Hundreds. And I got here around 9 a.m. and that was the case then. So you'd have to imagine in the hours since, it's just been more and more people arriving. We know Jetty Park is going to be at capacity today. Nobody can buy any more day passes. So if you're hoping to make the trip here to watch, you're going to have to find somewhere else to go. This park is packed. There's RVs. And like I said, people putting their lawn chairs, beach towels, whatever they've got on the ground right along the water to have that front row seat.
Hey, Amy, I just heard what sounded like maybe a helicopter come by.
Yeah.
I have to, I mean, the space around the airspace must be shut down. So do you know what kind of maybe helicopter that was? Do they have crews working around the airspace?
I've seen a few helicopters. They've all looked to be government issued. I can't tell you what that one was. It went right behind me, so I didn't see it. But yeah, we have seen some coming through. There are still boats coming through, police boats mainly, and I've seen some Coast Guard boats. So it seems things are shut down to the general public. And I imagine that's in anticipation of this launch.
Yeah, do you have any vantage point of the actual countdown clock? Can you see that as well?
No, I don't. I wish I did. I think that would be so fun to see. I know Brandy Campbell's over there probably got a much better vantage point of that side of things over at NASA. But on this side, people are going to be counting down in their own way. There's barbecues starting, and I think it's just going to be one big block party and a big celebration and lots of cheers once it does happen.
Right.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm looking, Amy, real quickly. I'm looking at the radar picture for it right now at Jetty Park, and yeah, all right. So it's one little blob of rain that's coming towards you. It's not going to last for more than about 15 minutes, and then it looks like you're going to be dry after that. But every time we come to you, it's like clockwork. All of a sudden you get smashed with rain. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It is what it is. You know, it's Florida. We gotta live with it, roll with the punches. And like I said, it's not deterring anybody. We're all still out here waiting.
Yeah. What kind of festivities do we have? Is it like a NASCAR event? Do we have beers flowing? I mean, what's going on? Is it a party?
A lot of kids?
I haven't seen lots of kids. There are a lot of kids and a lot of older folks too that tell me they're excited to see it because they got to see the original moon landing decades ago on black and white TV, and so now they want to see this in person. They're so excited to have another moon mission. So people from across all age groups and from across the country too. So I've met folks from Tennessee, I've met people from Mississippi, I've met people from Michigan. They're coming from all over the place. Some of them got here as early as a week ago and just set up shop with their camper and hung out, enjoyed the beach while they waited for this launch today. It's like a big block party, kind of like a NASCAR event where you think of all the RVs lined up, the tents lined up, people grilling. I've been offered hamburgers. I mean, it's a great time.
That's terrific. I knew something like that had to be going on. Amy Gallo, thank you so much for the report down there. I appreciate it. And you're only going to get rain now for another 10, 15 minutes tops, and then looks like things will be cleared out for you nicely. Amy, thank you so much for the report. We're going to check back in with you again later this afternoon. They're getting strapped in right now in the capsule. So we got the word on that. That's officially what's going on right now. So more opportunities to watch these guys. I can't wait to see this thing light up. So we've got team coverage coming up for you for the rest of the afternoon here on Fox Weather. We've also got the live weather blog going on. So anything that happens that breaks, news-wise. We'll have it for you instantaneously on that Fox Weather blog. You can get that on the app and on the website also. Final countdown preparations going on right now. Team coverage continues all the way out through the rest of the afternoon into tonight. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back.
Tired of struggling with that heavy leaf blower? Introducing the Bullseye Power Blower. It delivers a massive blowing force, and yet it's so compact and lightweight. Just lock and load the rechargeable battery for long-lasting runtime. The secret is the compact turbocharged motor with jet burst technology that blasts out 21,000 RPMs of airflow. Watch this. The sheer force propels this woman across the pool. Look, use Bullseye to blow up a huge jump house. Now that's power. Even blows snow right off your vehicle in no time. Turbo clean your porch in a flash or tidy up your dirty garage floor in seconds. Get it today for just $99.99. But wait, act now and get a $20 discount. So it's only $79.99. Plus, you'll get the adjustable extension tube, yours free. And it all comes with free shipping. Order now.
Call 1-800-329-4803 or go to bullseyeblower.com. That's 1-800-329-4803 or order online at bullseyeblower.com. Order now.
The secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
Look at this one under-eye bag. It's gone.
I've tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95 and free shipping. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-604-4809.
This is the story of the one who knows well-prepared workdays take off smoothly and land right on time. That's why he counts on Grainger. With next-day delivery and professional-grade products, Grainger helps ensure he, his crew, and thousands of passengers fly through the day like clockwork. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
All right, coverage rolls on. They're getting strapped in right now to the capsule. Also, they're going through communications checks. Also, you're looking at the NASA TV live with us. At the same time we're watching it, you're watching it too. A lot of buttons being pushed.
Yes. What a historic moment this is as our 4 Artemis II astronauts, Reed, Victor, Christine, and Jeremy, are beginning that process of boarding the Orion spacecraft and getting strapped in. It's a meticulous process, of course, a 5-point harness.
Yeah, is that what it is?
That's what it is, they kind of make sure all those details are put into place. And they're pressing all those buttons. Bob, they are also verifying audio links with the launch pad crew, the Launch Control Center, and the Mission Control Center in Houston.
And by the way, Jane, you are brilliant. You are. You're very smart. But she's not pulling us out of nowhere. We've got all this information for you live. If you want to check it out, it's on our Fox Weather blog. It's the live blog, and that's going to be up there for the entire time. You can get that off the app or off the website, Fox Weather website. So the live weather blog constantly being updated for what's going on right now. We've got our ears to the ground And we've also got our ears to the forecast. And we've got the rain that's kind of been on and off. We just had Amy Gallo down there, and she's like, no, it's good. All of a sudden the rain starts coming again.
Yep. Unfortunately, it's kind of batch of showers have continued to pass just south of the launch pad. But, you know, thankfully things have been dry. In fact, I think we're at 0.00 inches of rain today.
So they haven't recorded
over the launch pad. Absolutely nothing. But you go what? I mean, 5 miles?
Yeah.
Just to the south, and we've had these passing showers.
Jetty Park, which is really, if you ever gone down there, if you ever gone out of Port Canaveral, that's where the cruises all go out of. That's where one of our live reporters is. So that was Amy Gallo. She's the one that got rained on. So you know that's only a few miles away from the actual launch pad. So it's really hit or miss. At this point, to me, it looks like, if you look at the radar picture, the trend, Jane, things are starting to quiet down across the Atlantic, which was everything was starting to form and then move on inland. That's some good news. I don't see much behind it. It's got some drier air. That's why the forecast from the 45th Weather Squadron still at 80%, which is good.
I got to tell you one thing about Florida is that it is like clockwork.
Yes,
and it can be easy to predict oftentimes when that sea breeze is going to develop showers. We were calling for about a 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. window for perhaps the best coverage, and then how things would start to dwindle down from there.
Did that not pan out perfectly? Because it peaked out just about an hour ago.
It did, and so now we're starting to watch the last of the showers kind of come on shore. Got to wait for those clouds to break up. That's going to be an important piece to this too in the hours ahead.
I love it. So let's look at the picture. This is what we've got for the official ROE from us. It's actually gone down 1.5 on the scale of 1 to 10. Rain chances have gone down as well.
Yeah,
this gets
good
updated.
to see.
Yeah, we're looking at all models, and it gets updated every 5 minutes. It was 4.0 with a rain scale out of 10. Just last time we checked it, now it's down to 3.8, and that's following a trend with the radar.
Absolutely. So, this just coming in. The firing room feeling, quote, encouraged by a smooth launch prep.
Great. That's good. That's good news.
That is.
All right. So listen, the countdown clock continues to go down, and it hasn't paused yet, which is obviously great news. Means that things are looking okay. Let's look at the wind. Let's look at the forecast for you. That's on the right. The left-hand side of your screen, everybody, that is the live look at NASA TV. That's in the zone. On the right here, is our exclusive Fox weather modeling, and you can see the Artemis launch conditions right here. At 6 o'clock, the forecast for the wind still coming on shore. Easterly breeze. We have the high pressure up to the north.
Yep.
But light.
The area of high pressure, it's present. It's not particularly strong in a sense. And if you had a stronger ridge of high pressure, I'd be a little more concerned with maybe getting some stronger winds coming down into the coast of Florida. But things are okay. And I think that in terms of that wind threshold, we've been steady below that 33 mile per hour kind of red flag for a while.
Yeah, 33 miles per hour. Even when you look at the towers, we'll get to those in a couple seconds, they've been below 30. So we haven't even gotten really close to it, which is good. But this is what it looks like for 6 o'clock hour. So this is the forecast. All the activity we have currently over the Cape will be inland and falling apart.
Exactly. And that's great to know. Even at 6:24, when that window opens, we've got 2 hours of time to perhaps really get things up and running. Wow, as close as things can get with that. How close are we, right? I mean, that's...
It's the latest radar. That's about a 3-hour loop, okay? So it's a 2-hour loop, actually. You can see the rain that goes right through. And, yeah, that was the rain that was just getting into the Jetty Park, which is where the ships all go out of, the Port Canaveral. Look at the cloud cover, though, starting to thin out a bit when you get to the east.
That is an improving signal when we're looking at the clouds. And that was one thing that I know the 45th Weather Squadron was looking at there, was that cloud deck, right? And not just the cloud deck, too, also those cumulus clouds that we're developing. Can't have that within 10 miles. That would be a problem right now.
Let's look at that again, the threshold. There we go.
Yeah, and right now, clearly we do have some cumulus clouds within that ring, but the idea being, as we work over the course of the next 2 to 3 hours, expecting those to push their way out.
Also, that red ring right there, you can't have any leftover thunderstorm action. You can't have like anvil tops or anything like that. Luckily, we don't have the thunderstorms going on right now. We don't have the high cloud tops.
No, I don't think we've barely even had any lightning strikes.
Yeah, so we don't have to worry about this one right here. This one right here. We don't have to worry about that one. What we have to worry about is the possibility of this one, but even these clouds aren't that thick as they're moving through. But these are the ones, Jane, that we've been following right there.
Exactly. And so what do those cumulus clouds look like? Well, we're looking at these guys right here.
Yeah.
Popping up, right? They kind of look like popcorn. That's our fair weather cumulus that we want to get those outside of that blue ring to go for a successful liftoff.
Lightning again, 0. We don't have any lightning strikes around. We have that sweep going by right now, and it is detecting the rain for sure, but low top clouds. We don't have any ice in those clouds, so we're not generating any kind of electrical charge, which is great news. But you zoom into the region, and this is the area where we're watching with the towers, and the tower reports are so cool to look at.
It's amazing. We've got weather stations, wind sensors at each of these heights, 132 feet, and then we go all the way up to 457 feet. And each of these, so from top to bottom, at 132 feet, winds cannot exceed 33 miles per hour. So you see the thresholds here, right? 45 miles per hour at the top base at 457 feet. And we are well below that at this point.
So, and it's been there too. It's not gotten above 24 since we've seen it at the very top. And don't forget, the rocket itself is 322 feet tall. And they're strapped in at about, what, 252 feet above.
Right about now.
So that's for the astronauts. The astronauts are 252 feet above the platform.
So there's 257. So as close as you can get what those winds are doing at that capsule.
How cool is that? Very good. We've got that. So we've got 3 of those going on. All right, so let's just look at the weather sensors. Where are they? I didn't realize this until we were doing the research on the actual rocket. Let's listen in a little bit right here.
Very complex, like I mentioned, over 355,000 pieces. So let me show you a couple key components, starting with these 3 fairing panels right there. When the rocket blasts off, obviously it is going to get very fast. It's going to get hot and windy. And so we have these 3 fairing panels in place to help protect our astronauts. I am also going to take you into a little bit closer look and talk about the LAS, or the Launch Abort System. This is the one piece that is going to be in place to protect the astronauts should something happen to go wrong in the first few minutes of launch. They can actually hit those abort motors, and these can activate within milliseconds, basically faster than you can even blink, and that is going to pull the crew in.
You always wonder, there's like this little rocket on top of the capsule. That's the escape. That's when they fire that up and it lifts it to safety. It pulls it apart and moves it away from the actual booster itself, which is great.
As we were listening to that explanation, you heard the other chatter. What that was those final comm checks that's occurring right now between the Launch Control Center with the Control Center, Mission Control in Houston, and the astronauts. And I think that's what we were listening to Christine's comm check hearing that voice come through. So that's pretty awesome.
All right, so what do we got? We got temperature constraints too. Not really. It can be a worry in the wintertime, especially. We're talking about temperatures getting below freezing.
Oh, yep.
Can't get below 38 or lower.
It in fact had scrubbed a couple of flights through the winter season.
Yeah, it did.
This past year. So right now, I mean, sitting in the 70s, you can't ask for anything better.
No, what we're worried about is the wind constraint. There is a possibility we could see maybe some winds peaking a little bit higher, but at this point, we haven't seen anything, Jane, about 30 miles per hour. So no concerns right now. That's why that 80% chance of a launch weather-wise is still in play.
Exactly. Rain right now promising that we're hopefully going to keep things at 0.00 inches as we go through the rest of this afternoon. And that's the thing about rain. And if we do get a pop-up shower between now and that launch window, it doesn't mean that things are going to be completely scrubbed.
It's kind of like at a public pool too. If you hear thunder, can't go back into the pool for 30 minutes. The same with the lighting up of the rocket.
Yep.
You can't have any lightning within 30 minutes after, so there you go. And lightning within 10 miles, so you can't be close at all. Look at them doing all their stuff on the left. It's fascinating.
It is. Watching them press all these buttons, I mean, you just know that they have a very meticulous spreadsheet.
Oh, yeah.
That they are checking off right now.
You know, they went through it in their mind, too, for the last couple of weeks. So they had this, we got to do this. It's absolutely amazing. So we've got that. Let's go back to, I want to go back to the cloud cover and see what we've got going on, because the rings that we have that are out there for where you can and cannot have the clouds is pretty awesome. By the way, Christina's comms, successful, we just learned.
Victor also, too, coming in with the green light go with his comm checks.
Yeah, that's good.
So we've got 2 out of the 4 strapped in and checked in with their communications. So we are going to continue to finalize this process. Look, I think what's incredible to me, so the firing room, launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson saying that her and her team, they are encouraged by this checklist, by this smooth launch prep. And I think given how quickly we've gotten the astronauts into the space capsule and have continued to check things off for us.
Cool. We've got a new blog update too, Jane. If we've got that on our website, got a new blog update if you want that. What are we? 30 minutes from 2 hours. We're 30 minutes away from our 2-hour launch window.
We are, and
that's amazing.
You know, right now we're just kind of keeping our eyes
when it starts,
on the weather, where it starts right now. But we're just finalizing those preps, which is incredible.
I'm watching our cloud cover, and it is starting to peak up inland, but back across the water, we've got the drier air that's starting to work on in. And let's look at the radar picture one more time outside of there. As you zero into that region, I don't see much. So that's the radar right there with the actual circle, with the sweep as it goes by. Let's take a look and see if we can get the clouds and the radar on top of one. There it is. I've got it zoomed in right now. Launch pad 39B. Yeah, there is some rain. It's just outside the box right there.
Yep.
All right. So it still looks good to me, though.
Right now, all systems are a go for this launch. So we're just going to continue our coverage here. Of course, we've got you covered through the rest of this evening on Fox Weather. We've got a full team of standing by and ready to go, Bob, as we kind of hand the reins over.
Yeah, we've got everybody coming up. We've got a whole crew. We've got the crew strapped in. Our crew is about to get strapped in as well. We've got Ian Oliver. We got Babe Froney. We've got everybody else. Steve Bender's out there as well. Hey, stick around, everybody. The Artemis II is going to light up. Looks like all systems are go. We'll be right back.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
You seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn. Even if you have pre-existing conditions or a fixed income, it's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Right now on Fox Weather, NASA's first crewed mission around the moon since the Apollo era is nearing launch. 4 astronauts are about to begin a journey around the moon. The first mission of its kind in more than 50 years, and one that will pave the way for future lunar exploration. Liftoff is scheduled for 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. It's been a dry start to the day at the launch pad, but those showers, they started to develop nearby, and we are watching them very, very closely. Now, Fox Weather is your source for this historic launch from Kennedy Space Center. America is heading back to the moon. Should the test mission be successful, it would boost NASA's chances of sending a crew to the moon as early as 2028. We've got lots of guest interviews and features as we start counting down to the scheduled launch. That's all right now on Fox Weather Now. Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for watching Fox Weather. I'm Bane Ferroni, and this is Fox Weather Now. A very exciting day today. History being made in the space atmosphere, I should say. 50 years, over 50 years since we have been to the moon, and now that launch is getting started. So we're going to be tracking all of the weather forecasts when it comes down to that launch time, that launch window. Again, 6:24 p.m. As of right now, in regards to the weather, we got an 80% chance of seeing this launching later on this evening. And of course, we're going to be keeping you updated here on Fox Weather. And we have an entire show starting at 5 o'clock all about Artemis II. So we're going to be breaking that down. Take a look at this. This is the crew in the capsule right now. They are getting started. They are getting ready. Very exciting stuff. We're entering the final countdown for NASA's Artemis II mission. But we also have to talk about this. We also look into some of that severe weather that's going to be moving in to the eastern part of the country throughout the next few hours. We're going to be keeping you updated on that. But first, let's take you out to the launch center. We do have our Brandy Campbell. She is standing by out there, getting ready for this historic launch. And Brandy has been covering this for days on end. And Brandy Campbell, I want to know, I mean, since you've been out there, how are things been looking? I mean, obviously weather-wise, we're going to talk about that. But for you, how is the energy? How are you feeling? I mean, this is history being made right in front of your eyes.
You know what? I am so excited to see this take off, but I will give you some perspective. As a journalist, there are so many of us lined up along this lawn, and then of course there are going to be many photographers, which you can see many of them are already set up, or their tripods are in place, ready to capture that takeoff. But right now, while the crews are busy doing their work, trying to get these last minute things for the last almost 3.5 hours before launch, we're also just staying busy, trying to stay up to date with everything that they have going on. We are literally just following along with rocket science as everything builds up until the launch. So it's a lot to take in. And of course, we're looking at video of the astronauts inside of that Orion space module, or the crew's spacecraft, basically, as they go toward the moon, hopefully, within this 10-day journey. So for me, that's my perspective. It's a busy day, just trying to stay up to date with everything they have going on. But we're keeping an eye on weather. If you are here along the Space Coast, one thing you'll notice is the wind. It's been breezy, and that is one of the impacts that the launch weather officer is keeping an eye out for. And then, of course, cloud coverage here. We have a lot of it. I'll tell you that. You can see some blue in the skies, but there's also a lot of cloud coverage. So that's also one factor that could impact launch, but we'll see how it plays out. They seem pretty confident, so that's good. Now, as we are taking a look at the astronauts inside of their spacecraft, of course, they are inside of their suits. I want to give you some perspective on that portion. I actually spoke with Catherine Plaza. She is the suit project engineer. Take a listen to what she said about when they have to wear them.
Well, they'll take that off when they get into space, and then they will put them back on for sure at the end of the mission when it's for landing and recovery. So if anything happened during launch or landing, there would be, the suit would be able to pressurize and keep them alive and keep their atmosphere and oxygen flowing so that they would be able to survive those scenarios. And then they would also, on this mission, we have a test objective where they would be donning the suit on flight day 5 to test out the suit system, as well as the environmental control and life support system, ECLIS.
All right, and she also gave me a fun fact on the color of the suit. Part of the reason they chose orange is because once they make that landing on the West Coast near San Diego, if there's, issues with visibility and such, they figured that would be an easy color to spot against the blue waters there. So just a fun fact to learn. Meanwhile, this isn't just the action behind us happening and our reporting, but there's excitement just along the coast. Hundreds of thousands of people coming here to see it happen in person. I met one family not one family, but two different men who had happen to be in town for the launch. Take a listen to what they said.
Like you said, it's one of the biggest steps they've taken in a long time. And I think that just being a part of the history of that and at this day and time is just going to be a great experience.
We are proud of that. There will be a Canadian guy going to, yes, that would be a very special, yeah.
All right. So, yeah, the last gentleman we heard from, he is from Quebec. They're down here for a few months, just getting away from the cold. And so, yes, of course, they're very proud to have the first Canadian astronaut going into deep space. And then, of course, we have, and by the way, that is Jeremy Hansen, but we also have Reed Wiseman. He is the commander. We have Victor Glover. He is the pilot, and Christina Cook. She's a mission specialist along with Jeremy. So excitement, and they are about to take off on quite a trip, 10-day trip around the moon. And I was able to ask them actually the last question in the last press conference they did with media, asking, what their mindset is like, going into this launch. And for the most part, they said, just keeping a clear mind and staying calm. So we can see that just by watching them through the NASA live stream as they went toward the rocket and, getting set. It seems very calm up there to say they are about to get off on a wild ride.
Yeah, Brandy, I don't know if I would be calm if I was about to be heading into space, that's for sure. And you know what, Brandy, earlier on Fox Weather, we were actually watching, they do this tradition where they play a round of cards to kind of, before the launch, before the mission, to kind of get their nerves out and have a little bit of fun. Right. So that was really cool to watch too. I want to talk a little bit more about the weather, because obviously the winds are a little gusty out there. Right now we're seeing about 27 miles per hour. It's still within the safe zone parameters for there to still be a launch. It's 33 miles per hour. As long as it's below that, we are a go. But I'm curious, because we started to see a few of those showers throughout the afternoon. Have you felt any rain, or has it been kind of dodging you a little bit?
Thankfully, we have not felt any rain here, but I know we have footage showing those storms off the coast, along the shore. Hopefully they stay away. They cannot take off if there's, rain above the rocket. That is one parameter that is a no-go.
Yes, that is for sure. That is one of those things where absolutely not. We need no precip at all. So we'll be keeping an eye on this forecast. Brandy, you're doing an incredible job out there. We can see a couple of those lighter showers, but we still have a couple more hours, so those will clear out hopefully by the time we head into that launch window. Yes. Brandy, you're doing amazing. We'll be checking back in with you in a little bit. That's our Fox Weather correspondent and rocket correspondent, Brandy Campbell, tracking the Artemis II mission countdown. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. All righty, let's give you a live look at this afternoon of DC, where we do have some severe storms heading that way. Right now, those storms are impacting much of the Midwest and also a little bit farther south into areas like West Virginia. We're seeing some of those stronger systems also heading towards Kentucky right now and also parts of Ohio. So severe weather is once again underway as we get into this afternoon. A couple severe thunderstorm warnings already popping up as well as we get into the afternoon currently. Let's take a closer look into what's going on near Ohio. We have a couple of those severe thunderstorms over near Malta area. Now, once we get into a little bit later on this evening, we'll watch for this energy to get closer and closer towards the East Coast. So you guys are going to be up next. Looking into this severe thunderstorm warning out of West Virginia, we have decent sized hail. Radar indicated about 1 inch for right now. Yeah, you can definitely see pretty heavy rain, decent amount of hail makers out of this storm as well. It's going to be one of the biggest threats, probably hail and those gustier winds, not ruling out the possibility for tornadoes with some of these systems. We have a severe thunderstorm watch in place. This is going to be for parts of West Virginia, Kentucky, and also into Ohio too. This is going to be in place until 8 o'clock Eastern time. So about 5 more hours with that severe thunderstorm watch as this energy begins to track. And look at all the available storm energy that we do have. This is over into parts of Kentucky here. Quite a bit of energy. We have the heat. We have the moisture that these storms need, and all they need is just a little bit of a catalyst to get those storms pumping, and they are a go. So looking into Cincinnati right now, looking at some heavier bouts of rain just to the south of, or to the east of London, Kentucky. We have a nice shot of showers there. West Virginia too, just south of Charleston at this point. So we do have that level 2 out of 5 for severe threats. This does include parts of Cincinnati, as well as into the southern parts of Ohio, northern parts of Kentucky too. And as we move into the farther eastern portions of the U.S., we'll see Washington, D.C. going to be under that level 2 out of 5 for severe storms. Now, again, all modes are on the table. That tornado threat is on the lower end. It's not zero. So we definitely want to keep an eye on this. We have some shear. It's on the lighter end, but we could still see a little bit of that rotation. So keeping an eye on that. Damaging wind gusts, especially into Ohio as well as in northern Kentucky. And as we move further into Virginia, into the D.C. area too. Large hail also going to be a possibility. We've been seeing some really big hail makers when it comes to these severe threats throughout the month of March. And now, as we're beginning off April. Let's take a look into the timing of this because we have a ways to go for these storms to continue rocking and rolling. Again, as we move into the evening hours, those storms, they really start to ramp up. So right around that time, folks are trying to head home from work. After school activities, we'll start to see more of that development moving on through. By the late night hours and overnight into tomorrow morning, a lot of that severe threat does clear out, but the Midwest could be dealing with a little bit more of those widespread showers and storms. So we'll keep an eye on that as we continue, but more severe weather, it's on the way. We're going to be keeping you updated on that right here on Fox Weather throughout the rest of this week. Now, still to come in this hour, NASA is sending those astronauts to the moon for the first time since 1972. Artemis II is scheduled to launch at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. A giant rocket will lift off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and the crew of 4 astronauts, 3 Americans and 1 Canadian, will embark on a 10-day journey around the moon and back to Earth. Much more when Fox Weather Now returns after this.
It's 2026, and Medicare Advantage plans are available in zip codes across the United States. So what are you waiting for? Find out if you're eligible. Call now to check your zip code. If you don't have a Medicare Advantage plan, also known as Medicare Part C, now is the time to check your zip code. If you're confused about Medicare and want someone to help make it easier and simpler to understand your options, call to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period. Call to check your zip code. If you recently lost coverage and no longer have the coverage you need, now is the time to check your zip code. Enrolling in a Medicare Advantage plan is not automatic. It's up to you to call and check your zip code. Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to help determine if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to check your zip code and get your free Medicare benefits review.
Call 800-611-3928. That's 800-611-3928. Call now.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. She's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war, used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry. And they have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Time is critical. Please give now.
They felt the shaking of missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster.
The fellowship has been here and across the former Soviet Union for decades, but the need has never been more urgent.
Taking out power, taking out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life or death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal, we're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine who are struggling daily to stay warm and fed. Please call or go online while there is still time.
Hey everybody, welcome back into Fox Weather Now. We got a lot going on today when it comes to Artemis II. Thankfully, we got our Artemis II expert in the house, Ian Oliver. Ian, what's going on with this forecast?
Bane, we're getting ready for our special live coverage coming up through the late afternoon and evening.
The thing is here, we've been talking about, I know Bob, Bain, Jane, they've been talking with the folks out at Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Merritt Island, some showers moving on through. Nobody cares about the weather at T-minus 3 hours, 9 minutes. We care about the weather at T-minus 0 when they're trying to send this rocket up. That launch time, at least the window opens up at 6:24. We do have some showers around right now, 76 degrees. You notice it's an easterly wind direction. High pressure up closer to Bermuda, pushing all of those showers from right to left on your screen. This is NASA we're talking about, so there is very strict criteria that the SLS can or cannot launch in, and you're looking at it right here. The temperature threshold, not a problem. Did run into some trouble back in February with the wet dress rehearsal. It was cold. They had some propellant leaks. Today, that's not a problem. We've got temperatures up in the 70s. Winds, those are a little touchy for a time period. They have to be less than 33 miles per hour. No precipitation. That's the problem right now. Lightning can't be within 10 miles. And clouds, those can't be thick, a little bit more than 4,000 feet of vertical development. So, again, there's the live radar. You've got showers moving from east to west across the peninsula. We would maybe be in a tough situation if that wind direction and the weather pattern were reversed and they were moving the other way across the peninsula. But as we move closer to launch time, I do think those showers are going to clear. Is the reason why the 45th Weather Squadron has this at 80% go. You're looking at those radius rings in through here. The cloud constraints, mentioned those. I think we're in good shape there. These showers, another thing to point out, aren't producing lightning. They don't have that vertical development. They're not tall enough. This is the wind that I was talking about. So the three towers, it's a lightning protection system around pad 39B that protect the spacecraft and the rocket in general from any lightning strikes should these showers have been a bit stronger. You look at the wind up top, up to about 26 miles per hour. That's all within tolerance here, within threshold. So we are in really good shape from a weather standpoint because of this weather pattern. High pressure out over Bermuda. That's the east wind that I was talking about, taking showers from the Atlantic side and pushing them across out toward I-75 and eventually the Gulf Coast. Spotty showers move inland. They also become more isolated as the sun gets lower and we get a bit closer to sunset. So all things considered, we're in about as good of a weather situation as we could be. Everything technically so far, Bain has been going very well. So hopefully, fingers crossed here, we can light this candle a little bit later on this evening.
You know, we're just hours away from this, so we're really excited. The forecast looks to be okay for right now. Ian, we'll be checking in with you in just a little bit. And like I said, we are just hours away from NASA's Artemis II rocket launch. 4 astronauts are standing by for this historic journey around the moon. This is just absolutely incredible. You can see the rocket right behind me. And while those conditions right now, like we just saw with Ian, they're looking very favorable, those strict weather rules could still determine whether or not this mission ends up getting off the ground. Now let's bring in Fox News national correspondent Rebecca Castor, live from the Kennedy Space Center. Rebecca, great to have you. This has been just an incredible thing to watch. The countdown clock, it's ticking. How are things looking out there right now?
Yeah, well, Bain, you can see it behind me. The countdown clock is at 3 hours and 6 minutes to go. So really exciting. And it's a really good sign that all of the technical aspects of this launch have been going smoothly up until this point. The fact that we're 3 hours away from this and there haven't been any major issues is a really good sign that this rocket is likely going to go up into the air tonight. Of course, it is just the weather that we are all keeping our eyes on. It's a little bit breezy, but fortunately, NASA has a 2-hour window tonight to get this rocket up into the sky.
Yeah, absolutely, there, Rebecca. And, you know, we've been talking a little bit more about those lighter showers that have been kind of around the area. I know we haven't seen too much of that directly where you guys are at currently, but, you know, with the winds, we're watching out for those. Right now, looking at about 26 miles per hour in the a little bit higher in the atmosphere. So still within those parameters, which is the good news. But I'm curious for you, Rebecca, how are things, you know, feeling out there? This is just an incredible moment. It's historic. How are, you know, other people that you've spoken with, how are they feeling about what's about to happen?
Yeah, well, this is going to be a launch that goes down in the history books. I will say it's been interesting, the difference between, you know, the crowd out here, the media, all of our excitement, and then the astronauts. They are really calm and composed when they arrived here at Kennedy Space Center on Friday and did some of their press conferences. They are laser focused on this mission. They're not, you know, kind of playing into the hype. Of course, they're excited, but they are just quite professional, and they are going to be the first team of astronauts, hopefully, to make it to the moon's neighborhood for the first time in more than 50 years.
The Space Launch System rocket is fueled, and the Orion spacecraft is on the launch pad, ready to send 4 astronauts on NASA's first lunar mission since 1972. If all goes as planned, astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen will travel further into space than any human has gone before.
We're going to be somewhere between 4,000 and 6,000 miles from the surface of the moon. We have the opportunity to see parts of the far side of the moon with human eyes that have never been seen before.
But there'll be no touchdown on this mission. Instead, the astronauts will slingshot around the moon to test Orion's ability to keep humans alive in deep space. Its biggest test will be re-entering Earth's atmosphere when the spacecraft is traveling at about 25,000 miles per hour and temperatures are hot. On Orion's first mission in 2022, without a crew on board, there was more damage to the heat shield than expected.
We did so much modeling on the interaction between this version of the heat shield and its environment, so there's a lot that we are going to learn on the flight.
This is all part of NASA's bigger plans to establish a long-term base camp on the moon that can one day catapult humans to Mars.
First time we went because we wanted to get there first and be there first, but this time we're going and staying.
After launching, the crew will spend the first 24 hours orbiting Earth to make sure the spacecraft is good to go. Then the engines will fire and send them towards the moon. Bain, back to you.
Rebecca, this is so amazing to watch and to be in this area and to kind of just feel it for yourself. How are you feeling covering something to this measure, to be a part of history in a way?
Yeah. Well, I'm very excited because the last time that I was here at Kennedy Space Center was back in 2022 for one of the attempts to launch Artemis I, and it didn't happen the time that I was out here. We actually didn't get even this far down in the countdown. We were still 6 hours away from liftoff before NASA had to call a scrub, and then I wasn't able to make it back when Artemis I actually did go up in November 2022. So I'm fired up. I hope to see this rocket go up into the sky tonight.
Rebecca, me too. I'm excited for you. This is going to be so incredible. One more question for you. I know with looking into the weather side of things, once again, I know we're looking at the rain potential and we're looking at the winds and things are looking okay. For you, what have you been feeling the past few days? I mean, I think yesterday was a little bit breezier, maybe not so much ago. How have things been leading up to this week?
Yeah, so yesterday when we were out here, the sun was shining really brightly, but it was a lot windier yesterday. Fortunately, wind, the NASA meteorologists say that it's not their big concern. It's just a minimal concern because of how resilient this spacecraft is. So fortunately, if it's just wind tonight, that's not going to really hold things up. I will say, just since I've been on the air with you, I have been starting to feel just a few sprinkles. So that is going to be something we're going to want to be closely watching. But again, they have 2 hours in this window to put this up, and they're hopeful that they're going to have a pocket of time where conditions are favorable and they can do liftoff.
Yes, Rebecca. Hopefully those showers, they get out of here just in time. We have a couple more hours before that window opens up. Rebecca Castor, thank you so much for all of your time. We really appreciate it. Fox's national correspondent Rebecca Castor, again with the latest from Kennedy Space Center. Thanks. Just absolutely incredible stuff that's going to be going on within the next few hours. The Artemis II crew now on site at Kennedy Space Center preparing for a 10-day journey around the moon. This hasn't happened in over 50 years. Now, as go time quickly starts to approach, there's only a handful of people who know what that moment really, really feels like. From the final weather checks to being strapped into a rocket within seconds to go, it's a level of pressure most of us cannot imagine, including myself. So let's welcome someone who actually knows this feeling very well. Former NASA astronaut, Dr. Kathy Sullivan. Kathy, an absolute honor to have you here today. I mean, this is incredible. You were the first American woman to walk in space First of all, wow. Second of all, can you kind of take us back to that moment? What were you feeling when you were out in space?
You know, it's an interesting mix of things. You're very aware of how amazing it is to be where you are. But of course, we're there to do a job. And so you've got the discipline and training to make sure that you're staying very, very tightly focused on that. For a spacewalk, at least for me, when I came back inside the spacecraft and all the hard work and great care was done with, that's kind of when you really can soak in and remind yourself of where you were and what you saw and what you did. But right in the moment, as the crew aboard Orion is doing now, their heads are in the game.
Oh, that's for sure. They're definitely locked in. And, we're just a couple hours before this potential launch. Can you describe your own experience? What were those final hours for you before your own launch? What did that feel like?
It's really fun. Yeah, I mean, there you are. You've driven out to that launch pad a number of times. You've rehearsed everything that you've been doing today a number of times. And I think a very strong piece of our thinking for all of my crews was this time we leave vertically. We're not driving back off the launch pad. We're not going out for a burger tonight. We're going straight up today. Let's make sure that happens. The climate's probably a little bit loose in the cockpit right now. They've done their leak checks. They're doing comm checks. But for much of the final countdown, the action is happening in the Launch Control Center, not in the capsule. And I would imagine Reed Weissman as commander and everyone on the crew is just keeping things a little light and a little loose, because 8.5 minutes after ignition, you're going to be really busy and really focused.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure they're trying to stay as calm as possible and relaxing. And, weather-wise, we're talking about an 80% chance for go when it comes to the forecast. Right. How much does weather kind of weigh in your mind as an astronaut, especially when you were about to do your launch? Were you really thinking about it, or what was on your mind there?
I don't think we were really thinking about it. We knew what the odds were. We had seen the forecast. That's one of the last briefings you have before you go out to the pad. But it is then not your call. I mean, you can't see the weather. You can't see any updated information. So you're really counting on the launch director and her team to make sure the conditions are right. Hope those, play dodgeball with the little puffy clouds that slide by the Cape all the time, and hopefully find a way to thread through between them and get off the ground.
Exactly. We'll leave that to the NASA meteorologists. They'll focus on that. Right. The astronauts will focus on what they need to do. That's for sure. Thank you so much for joining us here, Kathy, this afternoon. It's going to be an exciting evening as we move into the next few hours. Again, that's former NASA astronaut Dr. Kathy Sullivan. We appreciate your time chatting with us.
Go Artemis II.
Alrighty, guys, well, straight ahead on Fox Weather now. NASA's Artemis II mission will be the first human moon mission in more than 50 years. We've been talking about it nonstop. The 4-person crew includes the first woman, first black man, and first Canadian to fly toward the moon. The launch is scheduled for 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This 10-day mission will serve as a test flight, circling the moon before future landing attempts are made. More live reports are moments away. Thank you for being a part of the weather family. We've got more Fox Weather coming up. Don't forget, at 5 o'clock, Artemis II coverage continues on with our Ian Oliver and Steve Bender. For all seasons, for all America. We'll be right back.
Identity theft has become the country's most frequent crime.
Open my account, and $30,000 is missing.
$21,000 just gone.
Every 5 seconds, another American becomes a victim of identity theft. Every 5 seconds.
My accounts were being emptied, money was being transferred everywhere.
The question now isn't if your data's at risk, it's how to protect yourself once it's been exposed.
The police didn't believe me. The banking institution didn't believe me.
So what can you do to protect yourself and your family? The leader in identity theft protection is LifeLock.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. All LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees. Plus, LifeLock now includes protection against scams.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code GET35 or go to lifelock.com/get35 to join today.
Over time, moss, mold, and mildew stains cover your home, and cleaning them is too much work. You need Wet and Forget, the easy bleach-free way to clean tough outdoor stains. For decks, patios, and cushions, use Wet and Forget outdoor spaces. No scrubbing, no rinsing. Just apply and let it do the work for you over time. Got a bigger job? Reach second-story siding and roofs with Outdoor Max. Up to a 30-foot reach and 2 times the coverage. Get Wet and Forget at these leading retailers.
What if feeding your dog fresh whole foods was easy? At Sundays for Dogs, we start with all natural, human-grade ingredients. Then we air dry the food into shelf-stable pieces. Frozen dog food is a costly hassle, but with Sundays, you can give your dog the nutrition they need without waste, prep, or mess. Your dog's food can be healthy and simple. Get 50% off your first order at sundaysfordogs.com.
Hey, welcome back into Fox Weather Now. It's the bottom of the hour. I'm Bane Froney, and we are tracking the rocket launch. Man, I mean, what a day in history for us. I mean, this is the first time that we are going to be going to the moon within over 50 years. Artemis II, tracking that down, run the countdown for less than 3 hours now for when that possible launch window is opening. Now, we do have a little bit of severe weather that's on the way, too. We're going to be tracking this throughout the Fox Weather Center. We have mostly those storms that are going to be impacting parts of Ohio right now and also into parts of West Virginia. But that severe threat does extend over into the East Coast. So we're going to be tracking that as well. But first, let's focus on Artemis II. We have our Brandy Campbell, who is out on the ground right now. And she's been out there for quite a few days talking to experts, former astronauts, having an incredible time as we make history today. So Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell tracking the Artemis II mission countdown. Let's take a closer look at what you've been going through, Brandy. We're talking a lot about the weather. It's a little bit breezy out there, but how have things been going? Any rain yet?
You know what? Things are good so far. We'll see. I felt a little bit of a sprinkle here on the press site. It's windy. It feels a little cool for Florida, right? So that's the latest when it comes to weather. But I want to introduce you guys to Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, also former astronaut. You've gone on 4 different missions in your career. And now you're here for another historic one going around the moon. We're all going to watch this take off. First off, when it comes to weather, as an astronaut yourself, what are your thoughts when you see these conditions ahead of a launch?
Well, I wouldn't worry so much about the weather right now, because you see that clock over there. It says 2 hours and 51 minutes to lift off. Plenty of time for this to clear out, and that's what the forecast is. Right. So you do a lot of forecasting here on Fox Weather. There's a whole team that forecasts the weather here. Right now, we think it's about 80% chance of being good, the weather being good. Right. There's always systems issues as well. My understanding is they're not working on any problems right now. But for my 4 space shuttle launches, I think I climbed into the space shuttle like 8 times. Wow. So it's often a coin flip whether this is going to go on time. But so far, right now, under 3 hours, this looks really good.
Right. We're going to keep our fingers crossed, right?
Yeah. Don't worry about the few sprinkles. That's nothing.
Okay. We're going to listen to you. We're not going to worry about it. Don't ask us about the rain anymore. But, okay, now we've talked about the weather. The 4 astronauts, they are currently on board inside of Orion. With your experience, can you talk about what it's like at this stage leading up to launch?
So these guys, they're all strapped in right now. And then they have to start doing some communications checks and maybe some checking out their suit with a pressure check on board. And then they'll start turning on and connecting certain systems. It could be like part of the electrical system, reconfiguring the environmental control system that provides like a breathable atmosphere. And they'll be very focused on that. They'll be working through a checklist for the next 2.5 hours. There'll be periods of time where they don't have a lot to do, but then there'll be, bursts where they're really, really busy. Right. All leading up to that countdown clock, getting towards zero, and at a little bit before liftoff, those main engines will start, come up to full power. Clock will hit zero, solid rocket boosters ignite, and off they'll go.
Off they go. Okay, so when we mentioned the boosters, the rocket engines and such, if you can, do me a favor and grab our model of Artemis. You have a tie to this mission. Again, you've been to the ISS 4 times. Tell us about your tie.
Well, I just found out today that 2 of these engines flew, one each on my first 2 space flights, on STS-108 in 2001 and then in 2006. So those 2 engines successfully got me into space a couple times. Yeah. So they're incredibly reliable. I have a lot of confidence in those 2 engines. Right. The other 2, well, no, I'm sure they've got great engines on board. And then these are the solid rocket boosters I was talking about. Right here. Yeah, that provide a lot of thrust. These things are about 550,000 pounds of thrust each, so just over 2 million. These are about 3 million each. So you're going to have about 8 million pounds of thrust pushing them uphill. The solid rocket boosters will come off about 2 to 2.5 minutes into the flight, and then the rest of the thing goes. And it's all trying to get this little piece, that little bit on a trajectory all the way around the moon and back.
And the astronauts themselves,
they're up here.
Right here, right?
They're up here. They're all strapped into their seats.
That's a lot to get them up there.
And I worked on Orion. I was involved between my 3rd and 4th space flight. I was involved in designing some of the systems as a representative from the crew office.
Well, thank you for your contributions. Thoughts on this mission itself? Going around the moon for the first time in over 50 years.
It's a big deal. I mean, it's a big deal. It's exciting for the crew members, for their families, for NASA, and for the country. In a time when there's a lot of stuff going on and we're at war with Iran and, things are really challenging for people. It's nice to have like a positive thing where our country can come together, a little bit of unity, root these guys on, and really, for the entire team at NASA to wish them success. And it's something that as Americans, we do really well. Yeah. We do this stuff really well, and I think we should be proud of it.
There we go. Now, since you've already been in their shoes, and I know some of them have also gone to space, but what would you say to them? I know they're not watching television right now.
I would say don't screw it up. I mean, there's things you can actually mess up. Yeah. Some of this stuff is really hard to do. Oh, yeah. Managing the spacecraft and, making sure you're on the, doing the burn the correct way to get you on the right trajectory. There's all kinds of, areas where you can mess it up and you got to come back. And so, but all of them, all 4 of them, are professionals. They didn't pick this crew like out of nowhere. You want the right people if you're going to go back to the moon for the first time in 50 years. So they are well prepared for this.
And then eventually we'll have a moon landing.
We will. Hopefully here by 2028, we'll see. A lot to do. I think we've got a lot to do in the United States Senate and Congress to make sure NASA has the resources they need to successfully do that. You don't want them to have to take shortcuts. Right. We've been in a little bit of a struggle with the administration over NASA funding, trying to get NASA, well equipped and funded to do hard things.
There we go. All right, last question. From your experience, what do you think their mindset is like right now? We've heard calmness might be what they're feeling. What would you say for you?
Focused, like really focused, excited, but focused. And some people might be a little apprehensive. Jeremy Hansen hasn't flown on a rocket before, but he's also a Canadian fighter pilot, so he'll be fine. But I would say for most people, it's intense focus.
Right. You need that.
You need that. Yeah, you need that if you want to be successful. That's true in anything.
That is true.
Yeah.
All right, so go Artemis.
All right, Brandy, go Artemis. Are you ready to climb on there if they need to?
I mean, I will.
You will?
I will.
Well, I'll go
If
with
they
you.
need me, let's go.
Let's do it.
All right, we're going to actually go line up to be a backup. So we're sending it back to you guys in New York. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Brandy. Appreciate it.
Brandy, get on the ship. You can do it. You can do it, girl. And you know what, Mark Kelly, he's amazing. I spoke with him when I was back at Arizona State, and he's awesome. So, Brandy, great job out there. We'll be chatting with you in a little bit. Let's get our Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell tracking the Artemis II mission countdown. We'll be checking in just a little bit. Alrighty, coming up next on Fox Weather Now, NASA's Artemis II mission expected to lift off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. We're getting closer and closer. It's carrying 4 astronauts on a journey around the moon. The historic venture will mark the first time astronauts have returned to the vicinity of the moon in more than 50 years. We got all of that and more coming back up on Fox Weather. We'll be right back.
Tired of struggling with that heavy leaf blower? Introducing the Bullseye Power Blower. It delivers a massive blowing force, and yet it's so compact and lightweight. Just lock and load the rechargeable battery for long-lasting runtime. The secret is the compact turbocharged motor with jet burst technology that blasts out 21,000 RPMs of airflow. Watch this. The sheer force propels this woman across the pool. Look, use Bullseye to blow up a huge jump house. Now that's power. Even blows snow right off your vehicle in no time. Turbo clean your porch in a flash, or tidy up your dirty garage floor in seconds. Get it today for just $99.99. But wait, act now and get a $20 discount. So it's only $79.99. Plus, you'll get the adjustable extension tube, yours free, and it all comes with free shipping. Order now.
Call 1-800-329-4803 or go to bullseyeblower.com. That's 1-800-329-4803 or order online at bullseyeblower.com. Order now.
We're in a very holy time of the year. We think in terms of a deliverance.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time. This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
This Passover, if you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials and matzah for the Passover holy day. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. The astronauts are aboard the Orion spacecraft. The countdown is on. 2 hours, 41 minutes, 5 seconds until the launch of Artemis II. All systems looking good. The weather is looking good, the weather on Earth. There was a little scare earlier this week, though, a solar flare that happened back on Monday. This led, after all this time in the lead up to Artemis II, we were saying, you got to be kidding me. We're in good shape with the space weather, too. So I did want to hit the solar storm constraints. You can't have severe or extreme solar activity occurring. Earlier this week, it was G1. There was a minor solar flare. You notice over the past 24 hours, G0, no trouble. A forecast stays in the minor category. So that's what's going on up in space. Weather down at the surface is 80% go. You look at what's happening with the satellite and radar right now, it doesn't, necessarily leave you especially inspired. But if you were just listening in to Senator Kelly, he made the very good point. This is a weather forecast that's 80% go, not a nowcast, not a right now. So we want to get these showers in and out. And that is the pattern. High pressure farther off to the north and east, wind direction pushing those showers from east to west. We're thinking that in 2 hours and 39 minutes, we've got some much better conditions. NASA has strict criteria. You're looking at some of them here. The temperatures and the wind are both in perfect shape, really good shape in the thresholds. 73 degrees, the temperature right now, the wind speed, 21 miles per hour. That's something that's been talked about. SLS, the Space Launch System, is a very powerful rocket. There's no real concern with wind as we move forward through the next several hours. The clouds, the vertical development of those clouds can be problematic, and the concern about separation of charge, talking about lightning. You've got the lightning protection system at the ground on the launch pad, but they don't want to launch this spacecraft up into a vertically developed cloud above. They try to avoid that, at least anything over about 4,500 feet of vertical development. If there's lightning within 10 miles, 30 minutes, that's a hold. That has not happened. That has been the rule at NASA since Apollo 12. That spacecraft got struck twice in a rapid proximity. The wind speeds, as we look at the towers, the lightning protection system, you do have some gusts, 15 to 20 miles per hour, well below that safety threshold, which is about 33 miles per hour. So no problems there. The pattern, we talked about it. You've got severe weather happening across a big chunk of the country, but in the southeast, it's this area of high pressure that's dictating what's going on. This is still the dry season down in Florida. We've talked about that. It's been a big problem. It's been an exceptionally dry season. Everywhere besides Launch Pad 39B, folks in Florida are thrilled to see some of these showers. The surface winds east to west pushing the showers over toward the I-95 corridor to the I-75 corridor, the Gulf Coast. Few spotty showers around, but by launch time, the ones that are still around, we're expecting to be over on the western part of the peninsula. We talked about this, temperature constraints. It's a really good-looking day, Bain, on Florida's Space Coast. So all we need is all systems go. We can say go Artemis II.
Let's go Artemis II.
Historic evening.
Let's do it. Let's do it. And you know what I will say? Those wind gusts, they were going down a little bit. I mean, from last time we checked, they were in the 20s, and now they're in the teens.
Yeah, where are we at? 346.2 or beyond the peak heat of the day. Things should start to
mellow
do
out
this
a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, that's what we like to hear. Thank you, Ian. We're going to be chatting with you in a little bit. All right, we're entering the final countdown for NASA's Artemis II mission. You're looking at the latest images of the crew gearing up on site just moments ago. So now all eyes are on Florida's skies as engineers and U.S. meteorologists are going to be watching for any last-minute changes that could delay this liftoff. And as a go time quickly approaches, there's only a handful of people who know what goes behind a historic event like this one. So let's bring in former NASA astronaut Terry Hart. Dr. Terry Hart, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. What an incredible day. I first want to get your take on how are you feeling as a former astronaut seeing all of this going on today?
I'm very excited, Bain. It's a wonderful thing for all of us on Earth here to share vicariously with the astronauts as they prepare to leave for the moon. So it's a very exciting day.
It's incredible. And I know for yourself, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you've spent over 150 hours in space yourself, right?
I was on one of the very early space shuttle missions. We did the first rendezvous of the shuttle program and the first repair of a satellite called Solar Max, which studied weather on the sun.
Wow, incredible. And for you being up in space, what was that like?
Oh, it's an amazing experience. I trained for 2 years, for that particular mission. And when you get a chance to go up there and look down on the Earth and see the thunderstorms moving by and the mountains and the seas, we live on a beautiful planet, and it's really a privilege to be up there in space and be able to look down upon it.
Wow, that's amazing. Not many people get to say they actually witnessed that. That's incredible. And so a little bit about the weather. I mean, obviously, we've been talking about this 80% chance of go forecast when it comes to the weather. How much does weather weigh in on your mind as an astronaut when a launch like this is happening?
Well, we watch it, of course, but it's not up to the astronauts to make that decision. One of the more subtle things that occurs occasionally this time of year, especially, is the launch trajectory will go right through the jet stream. And we've had occasions where we've had to cancel a launch where the weather was perfect to all the spectators on the ground at any rate, but because of the way the stresses build up on the spacecraft, the launch vehicle as it goes through the jet stream, sometimes we have to cancel them. But I think we're beyond that on this one. They start sending up balloons 24 hours before, so they know if that problem is going to occur.
Yeah, they're watching it very, very carefully, and they have been all week long. And, how significant is Artemis II in the history of human spaceflight? What do you think this mission unlocks for the future?
It's a big deal. I mean, we're shaking down the spacecraft here to make sure the rocket, the service module, and the Orion capsule are all working well. That's why this is a little different. It's very unusual to have a 2-hour launch window. It's because they're spending the first day in Earth orbit, where they'll be checking everything out. And then if everything looks good, they'll go ahead and use the service module to start their insertion into what we call TLI, Translunar Insertion Maneuver, which will then take them 3 days later to the moon.
Wow. And with your expertise and your experience as well, I mean, in a situation like this, you're trusting thousands of people between engineers, scientists, meteorologists. How do you mentally process that risk when you're, going to be launched into space?
Well, that's the purpose of our training, Blaine. And we go through so much training. We meet literally hundreds of scientists and engineers that help train us, but they're also the ones that are designing the mission and preparing it. And you achieve such a level of confidence in them that your focus really on this day when you launch is to be calm, cool, collected, and do your own job as well as you possibly can to make sure the mission is going to be a success.
Yep, you got to focus on that training and what you can do. Well, it's going to be an incredible day. We're really excited. Thank you so much for chatting with us here, Terry. We really appreciate your time this afternoon. Again, that's former NASA astronaut, Dr. Terry Hart. Thanks again.
Great to meet you, Blaine.
All righty, you guys. Well, we're entering again, just a couple hours until the big launch. And I know a lot of folks have been so excited, not just us here at Fox Weather, but you as well. Online, people are just tweeting and Instagramming all about what they're feeling as we embark on history being made for this evening. So Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne, she's going to be joining us live now. Katie, I asked you this yesterday. I mean, and you told me you would go into space.
I would. I am so surprised to hear that that's not the universal response, but I guess it is a little bit scary to think about going. I just think I'm so inspired by the purpose that I see in the astronauts that we've been able to kind of learn about this week. These 4 astronauts that are right now on board the Orion spacecraft. The world is watching them, and it seems like they've known for most of their lives that this was a dream that they wanted to chase, and they are living it in this moment. So I think that's part of the unifying experience a lot of people are in. But like you mentioned, you don't necessarily have to be in Florida to feel like you're a part of this. We're watching things play out right now, of course, on Florida's Space Coast, where you could see crowds of people. We've got hundreds of thousands of people expected to watch this. And then just in the last hour, we saw the proper send-off these astronauts got to get to that launch pad. You could see fans waving American flags as they passed by. So very exciting moments as people watch this all unfold, whether you're in Florida or in a backyard anywhere else in the country, just watching this from the sky. Maybe you can't actually see it with your eyes, but you know it's happening, and that counts. I've been tracking social media to see what people are doing and how they're kind of celebrating this happening today. And one of the most recent videos we've gotten from these astronauts was from the Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, who shared a final message on X last night before going to bed.
It's 12:30 a.m. It's the day of launch, so it's time to go to bed. I get about 9 hours of rest before I need to get up and start getting ready to head to the launch pad.
Can't imagine he got much sleep, but you know what? They are trying to get that sleep, I'm sure. Online, support is pouring in. North Carolina's governor cheering on the astronaut Christina Cook. She's representing her home state there. And then I loved this. The fraternity brothers of Victor Glover, who could become the first Black astronaut to travel into deep space, are wishing him a safe journey. The commander here that's going to be on that mission, Reed Wiseman, also shared a personal moment, a final photo with his daughters. I love them throwing up the peace sign, saying he's heading into this mission a proud father. And I caught this too. His college in upstate New York shared a message of support for him.
Good luck, Artemis II crew.
Yeah, lots of fans cheering all of these people on. And, you know, this is interesting, too. We've got not only us at Fox Weather, but a team all across Fox watching this happen. Over at Fox 35 Orlando, meteorologist Noah Berggren shared that even people who are as far south as Miami and as far north as Savannah may be able to actually catch Artemis in the sky tonight. So keep that in mind if you are in the area. Of course, we've got to watch out for clouds and all of those things, but one last thing I'll share as we're on the topic of social media and phones and what will we learn from this mission? Well, for the very first time, the crew is allowed to have their personal smartphones with them. I actually saw as they were getting into the spacecraft, people were helping them put their iPhones in parts of their spacesuits. So they'll be able to use them while they're on this mission. They have to be in airplane mode, but they can take photos and videos.
Ooh, I could do that. You know what? I could go to space if I could bring my phone, as long as I can have my TikTok on there too.
That's all it takes.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what, Katie? I have a question for you because you said you would go to space, and now that they can bring their phones, and you're kind of our social media queen as well. I've seen your TikToks, your things on Instagram. You do such a good job. If you were going to space, what kind of TikTok would you make? I know it's a hard question. I'm putting you on the spot.
I think it's hard. It's hard. I think people are so fascinated by the gravity concept. So I think I would want to show how you like brush your hair and wash your hair or like what that looks like. I think I would take videos showing that. I remember this video that stood out to me from the Apollo program of crews then actually shaving in space. So just a lot of things to consider.
Ooh, Katie, I want you to go to space so I can see those videos. We're going to have more updates on this launch coming up right after.
Identity theft has become the country's most frequent crime.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing.
$21,000 just gone.
Every 5 seconds, another American becomes a victim of identity theft. Every 5 seconds.
My accounts were being emptied, money was being transferred everywhere.
The question now isn't if your data's at risk, it's how to protect yourself once it's been exposed.
The police didn't believe me. The banking institution didn't believe me.
So what can you do to protect yourself and your family? The leader in identity theft protection is LifeLock.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. All LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees. Plus, LifeLock now includes protection against scams.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code GET35 or go to lifelock.com/get35 to join today.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Right now on Fox Weather, NASA's first crewed mission around the moon since the Apollo era is launching. Now, 4 astronauts are about to begin a journey around the moon, the first mission of its kind in more than 50 years, and one that will pave the way for future lunar exploration. Liftoff scheduled for 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. It's been a dry start to the day at the launch pad, but those showers, they've been developing nearby, and we are watching them very closely. Fox Weather is your source for this historic launch from Kennedy Space Center. America is heading back to the moon. Should the test mission be successful, it would boost NASA's chances of sending a crew to the moon as early as 2028. We've got lots of guest interviews and features as we start counting down to the scheduled launch. That's all right now on Fox Weather Now. Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for watching Fox Weather. I'm Bain Ferroni, and this is Fox Weather Now. A lot going on as we head into the evening hours today. Artemis II, that window opening is just a few hours away until launch with an 80% go on those weather conditions. Looking pretty promising, but not guaranteed. As of right now, looking at those winds, they've been dying down just a little bit throughout the day, throughout the afternoon. So that's the good news. But we are watching out for a few of those spotty showers that are just off the coast. They've been moving inland, but the thing is, if we have any rain, it is a no-go. Take a look at this live picture currently of the rocket. You can see some of the steam coming out, and it has just been so exciting to watch this history about to be made as we get into the final few hours. Now, we're not just watching the space launch. We're also looking out for some severe weather that's going to be impacting areas off to the East Coast. We're looking into parts of Cincinnati and also obviously Ohio, northern Kentucky, West Virginia, and farther east, watching out for those strong to even severe storms as we continue throughout this evening. We'll be keeping you updated on that here at Fox Weather. But let's first take it out to Artemis II. 4 astronauts standing by for a historic journey around the moon. So now all eyes are going to be on Florida's skies as engineers and us meteorologists are watching for any last-minute changes that could potentially cause some problems for liftoff. Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell is live at the Kennedy Space Center with the very latest. Brandy, we just have a few more hours to go. How are those conditions looking at the moment? I saw that the wind was dying down a little bit, but do we have any rain quite yet?
We did have some sprinkles in the area, I'd say, over the past hour or so, but I mean, it wasn't anything too notable. It was here and then it was gone. If anything, it's been the wind all day that has been most notable. And from time to time, you have a strong gust that you might feel. All of the media, for the most part, we're all under tents. And so you look up and you wonder, like, okay, is it going to take my tent? But for the most part, we're doing okay when it comes to the wind and, again, the rain, which hasn't been very impactful here. But you will notice it is cloudy as you look off into the distance. So if I can get my photographer, Vic, to pan over my shoulder and zoom in on Artemis II. The astronauts, they are on board right now inside of Orion. That's going to be their spacecraft for their shot around the moon. They gave it the name Integrity. So they are just getting ready. We still have 2 hours and 21 minutes left on that countdown clock until we are going to see this thing ignite and basically bring them up into orbit. So we have an exciting ahead for us all. Hopefully things go as planned. But again, we are keeping our eyes on weather. And again, we still have that 80% chance that we will have favorable weather for that 2-hour launch window. So I'll tell you one thing, it's felt In terms of weather, I feel like we've been in the exact same weather pattern for the past couple of days since we've been here. It's been windy, cloudy, and thankfully not very rainy. But you know, it's Florida. You get those afternoon showers that kind of pop up wherever they may. And so it's something that we do have to keep an eye out for. Back to you.
Yeah, Brandy, something we're keeping a very close eye on. I mean, if we have any rain, it is a no-go for this. At least we have to wait until that rain passes. So we're really hoping that things stay nice and clear around that launch window time, 6:24 p.m. And so, Brandy, I mean, you've been speaking to so many folks at NASA as well as former astronauts. How has everyone been feeling? What's the vibe of people that you're getting about this historic event?
Well, look, one thing I'll tell you, everybody seems very optimistic. I haven't heard anyone, and I'm talking about the experts, say they felt like this might not lift off today. So that's good news. That's the vibe you want to hear on such a historic launch day, a potential historic launch day. I'll say it at that. So everybody seems pretty confident that we're going to lift off, even though we are keeping an eye on some weather. Now, I did mention one of the experts, and we'll take a listen to what she had to say about the astronauts and their suits. Since they're already inside, let's take a listen to when they'll have to wear them.
They'll take that off when they get into space, and then they will put them back on for sure at the end of the mission when it's for landing and recovery. So if anything happened during launch or landing, there would be, the suit would be able to pressurize and keep them alive and keep their atmosphere and oxygen flowing so that they would be able to survive those scenarios. And then they would also, on this mission, we have a test objective where they would be donning the suit on flight day 5 to test out the suit system as well as the environmental control and life support system, ECLIS.
All right, so just a cool fun fact to know about when they wear them, when they don't have to wear them. And she also told me about the color selection for those suits. It's orange, and that is so, or in one case at least, when they recover them on the West Coast, it'll make it easy for them to spot. So just a fun fact to know. Now, meanwhile, it's not just what's happening here and behind me with the rocket, but it's the excitement from the fans who are excited just to see this rocket launch and just to know that they are witnessing history. We have not been to around the moon in over 50 years. So I met some of those visitors in town, hearing what they're thinking, how they're feeling ahead of seeing today's launch.
Like you said, it's one of the biggest steps they've taken in a long time. And I think that just being a part of the history of that and at this day and time is just going to be a great experience.
We are proud of that. There will be a Canadian guy going to, yes, that would be a very special, yeah.
All right, and that last gentleman that spoke, he's actually from Quebec. He and his wife, they are here for a few months. They come during the winter months trying to get away from the cold snow, and they're here just to see one of their fellow Canadians take off into deep space. It's the first Canadian to do so. So they are witnessing their own country's history as we are doing the same, and it's so interesting how we met several people who just happened to be here for this launch. So they're very lucky. They all need to play the lotto, but there are many people, hundreds of thousands, who are intentionally here to see this lift off, including us. I am so excited. I was here for Artemis I. That was a night launch. It happened very late. I believe it was after midnight. It lit up the sky. I had never seen anything like that before. This one is happening earlier in the day, so I'm curious to see what it's gonna look like and feel like, because this rocket is so strong. I believe it's 8.8 million pounds of thrust. I hope I got that right. It's gonna be a show, but also history in the making here. Back to you.
And Brandy, I want to know, because I mean, you've experienced one of these before. Did you feel it? I mean, I know you guys are very far away, but can you feel the energy of when that rocket takes off?
You can, and you know what? In my mind, I picture it as one, well, this is in my mind, but you see it happen first, and then it's, seconds later, maybe 10, 15, you feel it. So in my mind, it's just like the force of it slowly making it out, and then it just hits you. It's like a vibration that you feel. So it's really cool that you're not just seeing it, but you're experiencing it physically, even though we are so far away from the rocket.
Yeah, Brandy, I'm so excited for you. You're going to be witnessing and experiencing history in just a couple of hours, hopefully, as all goes as planned.
Yes, hopefully so.
Yes, fingers crossed. All right, Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell, thanks again for chatting with us. She's tracking the Artemis II mission countdown. We'll be checking in with you in a little bit. All righty, let's give you a live look this afternoon of D.C. We got those scattered thunderstorms today. Gusty winds, small hail. That's all going to be on the docket for some severe storms that are rolling on through. We've already got a couple of those severe thunderstorm warnings popping up throughout West Virginia as well as in parts of Ohio. Some of those have expired already, but we got plenty of storm energy to get things starting to move as we move into the, next few hours. Looking over into Cotton and Madison, this is over in parts of Ohio currently. Those pretty strong storms, nothing severe warmed at that point, but still some heavy rain, lightning with those ones. Also looking at the severe thunderstorm warning, this is over into West Virginia. Looking at 1-inch hail, it's radar indicated. So a little bit of hail with this, heavy rain as well. Again, that's going to be one of the main threats. It's hail, gusty winds, not ruling out the possibility for an isolated tornado though. So we do have a bit of shear in the atmosphere. And once we have a bit of shear, helps those storms rotate. And that's when we can watch out for a tornado. So severe thunderstorm watch is in place for parts of Ohio, into Kentucky as well, West Virginia. This is going to be in play until 8 o'clock this evening. You can already see those stronger storm systems that are starting to move on in. Now, this is going to be kind of tough timing because a lot of these storms are getting rocking and rolling right now, but we have that round moving through later on this evening, right around when folks are trying to head home from work. So in the next 2 to 3 hours, a lot of after-school activities getting out too. So being on the roads, going to be a little bit of a sloppy mess for some folks. So be careful out there. This will continue to track more towards the east as we get into later on this evening. Now looking into what we have going on for today, level 2 out of 5 when it comes to that severe threat for northern Kentucky and also into Ohio. But it also does include D.C. We're looking at this moving into the eastern parts of the country, into Virginia as well as into Maryland as well. Philly, kind of on the outskirts of it too. So that tornado risk, it's there. It's on the lower end, but the damaging wind and the large hail, that's going to be on the upper end for these storm systems that move through. Timing-wise, as we continue throughout the next few hours, so pretty much this early evening, heading into late night hours, we'll start to see a little bit more of that development into the D.C. area. We can see around 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, those storms still rocking and rolling. We have plenty of heat. We have plenty of moisture for these fuel for these storms. But by the time we get into the late night hours, mostly overnight and into tomorrow morning, things are clearing up, but still be careful on those roadways as we move into the later half of the morning hours for tomorrow. Maybe still a little bit sloppy and a little bit wet too. Now, these severe thunderstorms are once again going to be expected in parts of the plains and over into the Midwest through your Saturday. But you know what? We've turned the page on an active March. And you know what? We are moving nice and quickly as we move into the beginning of April, the dangerous month ahead. Now, we're looking into mostly into the plains later on this afternoon, or excuse me, this more so into the evening hours, these late night systems moving through for parts of the country. So, Kiana, we'll be watching out for that for this part. But a level 3 out of 5 when we talk about this for moving in the next few days, Kiana.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the next few days we have tomorrow that we're watching pretty closely over an area like Chicago as well. So today, tomorrow, we're looking at these spring thunderstorms that have started to pop up. Overnight hours tonight are going to be pretty interesting, and that starts later this afternoon. We're talking around that evening commute. We still have a lot of the atmosphere that is really warm, and that's going to set the stage for a threat of all modes of severe weather. We're talking hail, we're talking high winds, and even tornadoes. That could be a big issue too. So we're going to be watching that as we head into the next couple of hours or so. I want to take a look at here the plains. We have a couple of storms already down towards the southeast. Really what we're watching is this zone, that 3 out of 5 from about Wichita through Oklahoma City, right on the leading edge, moving into northern Texas, where we could see a lot of these storms really take shape. Some of the storm threats do come in, winds above 75 miles per hour. Hail could be 1 to 2 inches. So we're looking at anywhere from egg-size hail upwards, and then EF2 tornadoes are definitely on the board there too. So we're going to be watching these areas very closely. Bain just looked at where things are popping right now, the mid-Atlantic. But as we get into tonight, it does shift a little bit farther down towards the plains as we mentioned. And I talked about the storm energy because that is a big player in all of this, right? It's starting to move into areas like Texas and parts of eastern Oklahoma, lining up with the storms that are just off towards the west. And there's a bit of a dry line that kind of triggers a lot of these storms as there's a lot of moisture in place. So once that dry line pushes into that storm energy, that's where the ignition really gets started. That's where that 3 out of 5 comes into fruition. Big cities there, Oklahoma City down through Wichita Falls, really in that 3 out of 5. You'll see Dallas on the leading edge and all the way down to the border there. But this is going to be where I think we really start to see those storms popping up. Here's the overall setup. So we had some cloud coverage earlier in the day. Now we're getting into the late afternoon where we're going to start to see that cloud coverage kind of diminish. The Gulf moisture is already in place. So that's going to be a big part in the trigger, along with the storm energy. And all of that working together with a little bit of wind shear does make this a volatile part of the country. So when it comes to tornadoes, here's where we are looking at that 2 out of 5 threat. Notice that Oklahoma City's right in the middle of that, Wichita to the south, Joplin to the north. Where we have a better chance of seeing an EF2 or greater is going to be right into this zone here too. So right along that dry line is where we could see that trigger with a little bit of wind shear coming into play. A couple of these storms will start out ahead of the main front and the dry line in itself. Warm front has warmed things up across the region. Could see a couple of supercells. And then eventually going into the overnight hours, early Thursday, this does become a little bit more linear. So we watch the damaging wind threat settle in right behind that through most of the day. There it is, looking at a 3 out of 5 right now, Bain. So we'll watch this area closely heading into tonight.
Yeah, Kiana, something we're watching very, very closely here at Fox Weather. Still also watching very closely, looking at Artemis II. Still to come in this hour, NASA sending astronauts to the moon for the first time since 1972. Artemis II is scheduled to launch at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. The giant rocket will lift off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and the crew of 4 astronauts, 3 Americans and 1 Canadian, will embark on a 10-day journey around the moon and back to Earth. Much more when Fox Weather Now returns after this.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I am an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
Things at work don't always work. But with EasyCater, the food always does. Big room booked again? EasyCater always has options. Too many meetings, too little time? EasyCater makes sure lunch is always on your calendar. Ugh, not again. EasyCater is tech that won't let you down. Every day works better with EasyCater. Learn more at easycater.com.
For years, Debbie always hid her smile. But now, with her new teeth from Affordable Dentures and Implants, she beams with the power of 1,000 suns. Affordable Dentures and Implants. That's what we do.
I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled.
Your neck is one of the first areas to show signs of aging, but now there's an easy way to turn back the clock. Introducing Decladerm, a clinically studied cream designed to smooth and firm the skin on your neck and décolleté area.
I have these lines, these folds in my neck. And now since I've used Decladerm, I realized that it really smoothed out the skin.
Decladerm combines the power of retinol with the natural benefits of bakuchiol, a clinically studied duo that visibly resurfaces your skin. In as little as 2 weeks, you'll feel your neck become smoother. In 4 weeks, you'll start seeing a new revitalized you. And after 12 weeks, you'll understand why so many people love their Decladerm results.
In 30 days, I saw visible results. I saw the skin texture change. I saw a lot of the sagginess start to tighten. It's a game changer.
Try Decladerm for only $19.95, plus free shipping. Call the number on your screen.
800-581-2750.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was going to cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Hey, welcome back into Fox Weather Now. We are just hours away from NASA's Artemis II rocket launch. 4 astronauts standing by for a historic journey around the moon. And while conditions are looking pretty good right now, we do have strict weather rules that could still determine whether this mission gets off the ground. So let's bring it in. Fox News national correspondent Rebecca Castor live from the Kennedy Space Center. Rebecca, great to have you on again. We just talked to you last hour, and I know that there was a little bit of rain out there. The winds are dying down just a little bit, but, weather-wise, for you, how have things been looking? How are things looking right now?
Well, fortunately, right now, the sun is really beating down on us at this point. Not feeling any more sprinkles currently. So hopefully NASA will be able to find a good pocket of time during that 2-hour launch window this evening to put this rocket up in the sky.
The Space Launch System rocket is fueled and the Orion spacecraft is on the launch pad, ready to send 4 astronauts on NASA's first lunar mission since 1972. If all goes as planned, astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen will travel further into space than any human has gone before.
We're going to be somewhere between 4,000 and 6,000 miles from the surface of the moon. We have the opportunity to see parts of the far side of the moon with human eyes that have never been seen before.
But there'll be no touchdown on this mission. Instead, the astronauts will slingshot around the moon to test Orion's ability to keep humans alive in deep space. Its biggest test will be re-entering Earth's atmosphere when the spacecraft is traveling at about 25,000 miles per hour and temperatures are hot. On Orion's first mission in 2022, without a crew on board, there was more damage to the heat shield than expected.
We did so much modeling on the interaction between this version of the heat shield and its environment. So there's a lot that we are going to learn on the flight.
This is all part of NASA's bigger plans to establish a long-term base camp on the moon that can one day catapult humans to Mars.
First time we went because we wanted to get there first, to be there first. But this time we're going and staying.
So, Bain, you can see that countdown clock behind me. We are T-minus just 2 hours and 3 minutes to liftoff. The astronauts are in their flight seats, just ready for that final go from NASA. Back to you.
Wow. I mean, history about to be made within just a couple of hours. It's incredible. Thank you again, Rebecca. You're doing a great job out there. We really appreciate your report. Again, that's Fox News national correspondent Rebecca Castor with the latest from Kennedy Space Center. Thanks again. Alrighty, well, the countdown clock, it's running. And the final checks are being made at NASA. And us here at Fox Weather, we're also doing our final checks on the forecast, Ian.
Yes, the clock just clicked over to 4:21.
Ooh.
2 hours, 3 minutes to go until launch. And we've been watching. I mean, Rebecca just mentioned the sun is now beating on down. These showers came through, soaked some of our crews, the media out there. Folks start getting nervous. We've got 2 hours and 2 minutes to go into the launch. The good thing here in this pattern, high pressure up near Bermuda, easterly wind. You notice the direction all those showers are moving is toward the west coast of Florida, the Gulf side. If the wind direction and the weather pattern were reversed, maybe this wouldn't be such a good day for launch, but we're thinking we're in really good shape. 80% go for weather. The issue would be some of the cloud cover or the showers. All of that will be declining as we move through the next couple of hours. So the actual weather launch probability is likely higher than 80% at this point. But this is NASA we're talking about. There is very strict criteria. And if any of these are violated, weather criteria, the launch is scrubbed. Now, we aren't expecting that to be the case, but from a technical aspect, thousands of other things literally have to go correctly. The range, 38 to 94 degrees, which can be exceeded technically on Florida's Space Coast, won't be today. The winds, 33 miles per hour or less. Precipitation can't be any of that. They will not launch the SLS into rain. Lightning can't be within 10 miles. And clouds. We have no thick clouds. It's cumulus clouds that have a vertical depth of somewhere around 4,500 feet. So NASA's team in the 45th Weather Squadron of the United States Space Force, they're monitoring all of these things. They make that final call and give us the weather thumbs up. We're thinking that they likely do make that call as we move forward through the next 2 hours, 1 minute until the launch window opens. That is the other thing. You get a little uncomfortable if you look at the radar and you see some of those showers around. The launch window is 2 hours, so they can always build in, they have built in some of these weather holds, which would allow some of the bad weather to clear. I don't think we're going to need those, but the 2 hour launch window helps the overall scenario. When we talk about the weather holds, they would wait for these radii to clear. So 3 miles, any thunderstorm remnants, these are for clouds. 5+ miles, that's the 4,500 foot threshold I was talking about. Generally with the cumulus clouds, they're going to want those to be more than 10 miles away. The lightning constraints, all of this going back to Apollo 12, when that Apollo mission was struck twice by lightning in rapid succession, it can't be within 10 miles or they'll put the pause on that for about 30 minutes. The tower wind speeds, we've got the lightning protection system, those towers that surround the pad. They have them at 39A, 39B, over at 40 and 41 too. Those protect the spacecraft and all of the systems related to it, so those don't take direct lightning strikes. Winds have picked up a touch. We talked about how solid of a spacecraft, how big of a rocket SLS is. All of those parameters are still within the threshold. So, Kiana, a really good shape, and we're just ticked under 2 hours to go until the launch window opens up for Artemis II.
All right, the countdown is getting exciting. Like you said, under 2 hours there. We want to take you to Chicago, get you back here on land where we have a severe weather risk that's expected as we head into tomorrow and Friday. So tomorrow's storms are going to be capable of producing strong wind gusts and hail from northern Arkansas into southern Michigan. And Chicago is one of those areas where we've seen this time and time out across parts of March. So here we go again. Want to take you to another look here. A bit cloudy out there. Not the brightest day. Temperatures are definitely cold right now. Feels like 32 degrees, even though we are in the 40s. But as we get into tomorrow, we see the flip switch a bit. We have this 3 out of 5 threat. Chicago right on the leading edge. Peoria right in the middle of there. Milwaukee to the north of that 3-level threat there too. So we're going to watch this area very closely. We saw this last couple of times back in March with our severe weather. Kankakee may be a city that rings a bit of a bell to you. Davenport, another one there. Rockford, where we could see some of these storms kind of pile in. The reason why tomorrow is pretty interesting is simply because the temperatures, they're above this warm front, so they will warm up pretty nicely. We start up in the 40s and 50s. As that warm front slides through, notice that our afternoon highs get into the 60s, 70s in most areas, 67 in Chicago, 68 in Davenport, 76 down into St. Louis. That's that Gulf warmth and moisture moving on in behind that front. Well, that also sets the stage and creates the spark for severe weather once we get into the afternoon and evening. We'll have a lot of energy in place. We also could see an opportunity for some big moisture pockets that are going to be in place and big wind shear here too. So that's what gives us this threat of seeing all impacts on the table. Large hail, the opportunity for tornadoes, and the opportunity for some damaging winds. Tornadoes, here's our threat right now, 3 out of 4. We could see an EF2 or greater tornado anywhere from southern parts of Missouri all the way up into Wisconsin and the mitten of Michigan. Illinois, right in the middle of that. Chicago, right in the middle of that too. Looking at the timing here, it's behind that warm front where that cold front comes sliding through. Could see a couple of supercells trying to work their way in for the afternoon and evening, which would keep us pretty busy here at Fox Weather, keeps folks busy in Chicago with this severe weather threat for Thursday as well. So we'll keep a close eye on this. It is one that we're watching very closely, aside from the other big story, Artemis II.
Yeah, absolutely, Kiana. We'll be keeping a very close eye on it. Now, straight ahead on Fox Weather Now, NASA's Artemis II mission will be the first human moon mission in more than 50 years. The 4-person crew includes the first woman, first black man, and first Canadian to fly toward the moon. The launch is scheduled for 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This 10-day mission will serve as a test flight, circling the moon before future landings are attempted. More live reports are on the way. Thank you for being a part of the weather family. We've got more Fox Weather coming up for all seasons, for all Americans.
identity theft has become the country's most frequent crime.
Over my account, and $30,000 is missing.
$21,000 just gone.
Every 5 seconds, another American becomes a victim of identity theft. Every 5 seconds.
My accounts were being emptied, money was being transferred everywhere.
The question now isn't if your data's at risk, it's how to protect yourself once it's been exposed.
The police didn't believe me. The banking institution didn't believe me.
So what can you do to protect yourself and your family? The leader in identity theft protection is LifeLock.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. All LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees. Plus, LifeLock now includes protection against scams.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code GET35 or go to lifelock.com/get35 to join today.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There's still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Welcome back to Fox Weather Now. It's the bottom of the hour. I'm Bane Froni. We are tracking Artemis II. The forecast, at least, for that launch window starting at 6:24 p.m. We are just a few hours away from NASA's Artemis II rocket launch. 4 astronauts are standing by as they're about to make history with a 10-day journey around the moon. We are so excited. As of right now, when it comes to the weather, 80% chance for launch for today. Our winds are doing pretty good. Our temperatures are great. They're in the mid-upper 70s. We're watching out for a few of those spotty showers. Now, if we see any rain near the launch, it's a no-go. We have to at least wait. It's going to be a little bit of a delay, but we do have a 2-hour window once 6:24 p.m. comes around. So we'll be watching out for that, keeping you updated on that forecast. But we also got to talk a little bit about severe weather because we have some strong storms that are making their way throughout the country, not only over towards the East Coast, but also into the South. We're talking areas into Texas and Oklahoma and Kansas, but also Ohio, Kentucky, even to parts of West Virginia and into Maryland are also watching out for some stronger storm systems moving through later on this evening. So we'll be updating you on that. But first, let's take it out to Artemis II. We have multiple reports coming out on the ground. This launch about to be historic, and we are less than 2 hours away from that possible launch window. Now, we do have Fox News multimedia reporter Amy Gallo joining us from Kennedy's Space Center with the latest on all the excitement. Amy, how are things looking out there right now?
Bane, I'm over at Jetty Park, actually right across the way from the Kennedy Space Center. This is where a lot of people are gathering to watch the launch in just a couple hours here. You might be able to see them over my shoulder here in their lawn chairs. Some of them brought out their beach towels. Everyone's laying out and excited and ready to have that front row seat to all the action. As the clock ticks down, the excitement at Jetty Park grows.
It makes me want to cry.
Whether it's your first launch,
I'm just excited because this would be my first time seeing a rocket blast off from Earth to outer space.
or you've lost count of how many you've seen.
We've saw probably several different launches down here over the years, but none like Artemis, where they're going to orbit around the moon.
Everyone can agree there's something special this time around.
It just makes you proud to be an American.
And no one wants to miss it.
We probably will take our camper down closer to the water.
I'm getting up early and moving my vehicle to the water side so I can get a good spot.
Artemis II is set to launch this evening, and when it does, 4 astronauts will travel around the moon and back for the first time in over 50 years.
They say that when it goes up, it just makes your heart just, you can feel it. And I just can't wait.
You can bet this crowd will be cheering them on.
I hope they make it and be successful on what they're trying to do.
Liftoff is scheduled for 6:24 p.m. Eastern tonight, and this will be a 2-hour window for launch time. So if they do have any delays, they have some time to get that rocket in the air. Bane, it is so exciting out here.
It is amazing, historic moments coming into play. And I mean, I can see the beautiful sunshine behind you, so that's what we like to see. But Amy, have you ever been to a launch before? Is this your first time?
This is my first time, so I am so excited. I got really lucky with this assignment, I gotta say. I'm blessed to be here today, and a lot of the people I've spoken to, this is their first time too. Those 2 kids you saw in that story, they are so pumped. They called these astronauts heroes. And then you've got people who've seen launches before, but say this one is going to be something different because of how massive this rocket is.
No, exactly, Amy. This feels a little bit different. I mean, heading to the moon for the first time in over 50 years. It's so exciting. So excited for you, too, being able to experience this yourself. You're experiencing history. We can't wait to check in with you later on throughout the rest of this evening and to watch the launch as well. So again, that's Fox News multimedia reporter Amy Gallo. Thanks again for those updates. All righty, let's talk severe weather. Going out to D.C., another live look at at Capitol Hill right now. Couple partly cloudy skies. We have a couple showers and some heavy thunderstorms that are moving in for later on today. Thunderstorms are already bringing in air in parts of Cincinnati. We're also seeing this into Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia. Also starting to see some more of those severe thunderstorm warnings popping up right now. Some strong systems. When we talk about this, we're talking mostly large hail, gusty winds. Not ruling out the possibility, though, for some tornadoes. We have a little bit of shear in the atmosphere, and what I mean by that is we have a little bit of spin as we move up with height. Those winds are turning with height in the atmosphere, so it allows for those storms to get some rotation going, and that's when we can end up seeing tornadoes. But again, it's on the lower end, but it's not zero. So looking into what we have going on in Indiana, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in play. We have 1-inch in diameter hail radar indicated from this system. This is going to be for Dearborn, Ohio, Ripley, and Switzerland counties there. I mean, some massive storms that are rolling through the area. We have a lot of heat and moisture available for these systems, so they got plenty of juice. Now, severe thunderstorm watch is in place for parts of Ohio, Kentucky, and West Virginia. That's going to be in play until 8 o'clock this evening Eastern time. So keep your wits about you. We have a couple more hours to go as these storms continue to track across the country. Look at the available storm energy. That's what we were talking about, the fuel for these storm systems, the heat as well as the humidity, the moisture that they utilize. And we have been warm and humid in these parts of the country. Seeing a couple of those stronger systems into parts of Kentucky. Here's this cell that's warned currently throughout the state of Kentucky and the eastern parts of the state there. But severe storm threats, level 2 out of 5 in multiple areas. We're looking into northern Kentucky right now, as well as into parts of Ohio, Illinois also getting into Indiana also getting in the action there. On top of this, too, we also have that level 2 out of 5 for parts of Virginia, and we're looking into Maryland as well, and Pennsylvania, too, getting in on the action. So we could see some stronger systems as this energy continues to track towards the east later on this evening. So all threats are on the table. That tornado risk, it's still there, even though it's on the lower end. Damaging winds, though, that's going to be on the upper level for a lot of these storm systems, and, of course, that hail potential. Let's take a look into the timing of these storms. They'll continue to track and get a little bit stronger as we get into that 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock hour, especially along areas into northern Kentucky, southern Ohio. Louisville also seeing some more of those storms getting in on the action as we get into the evening hours here. Also looking into parts of D.C. those stronger systems moving in later on this evening. So most of those storms on the East Coast, probably going to be a later night system. And then once we get into the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning, a lot of that threat gets on out of here. So we'll be waking up drier into your Thursday, but those roads may still be sloppy, and we could still see a couple of those isolated systems still sticking around. So just give yourself plenty of time for that morning commute as well. But those storms are also going to be tracking up towards the north a little bit as well, and this is going to be impacting that flooding. Now, it's not only going to be the rain, but believe it or not, we actually still have a little bit of snow on the ground in some areas into New York. So a little bit of that snow melt as well as the rain coming in, that's going to cause some flooding impacts. So moderate river flooding is going to be a possibility as we get into later on today and also into tomorrow morning. Looking into your Cincinnati forecast specifically, those storms start to ramp up into the 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock hour. We've already seen a couple storms trailing that area. You can see right around now, we have those storm systems tracking throughout Cincinnati. This will continue to track into the early evening, and then by around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, most things are quiet. We still have some rain chances, maybe some stronger systems. Maybe that severe threat, though, kind of dampening down a little bit as we get into the later evening and especially into the overnight hours. Now looking into D.C. right around now, probably in the next hour or so, we're going to watch out for more of those storms ramping up. It'll be on and off throughout the rest of your evening as well, so keep your wits about you. Try and hunker down once you get out of work or out of those after-school activities. The rain will continue into the late night hours. That severe threat also starts to die out just a little bit as we get into around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. But tomorrow morning, we still have the potential to see a bit more of that rain on the roadways. You can see that here when we look at your future track a little bit closer into the D.C. area. Those storms, we have multiple strong cells that could be moving on through 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock this evening. Now, again, major hail makers, that's going to be a possibility, as well as those very gusty winds. And it's been incredibly warm into the eastern part of the country, so we have plenty of fuel for these storms to get moving. You can see that here with those temperatures. We're going to be in the low 80s into Baltimore, Maryland by the time we get into still 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. That's plenty of heat, plenty of moisture for a lot of folks too. So we'll keep an eye on that. Just be extra careful as you move about for the rest of the day, especially into the eastern parts of the country. Now that severe weather threat moving over the plains and parts of Mississippi today. It's not just on the East Coast. Severe weather is anticipated from central Texas through central and southeastern Kansas into northern and western Missouri. Now we have our Kiana Lewis with us to break it all down for us. Kiana, I feel like we can't get away from the severe weather as we begin in April. We're already off to a very hot start.
We sure are. I mean, we have these scattered thunderstorms are already starting to blossom in some areas tonight. That threat does continue to grow as we head into the evening hours. Right along that line that's pushing through the plains, all modes of severe weather here are on the table. A little bit of an uptick in the tornado threat for those across parts of Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas, as well as Missouri tonight, as opposed to back towards the mid-Atlantic. Here's what's happening. So we have this limited cloud coverage, which means that a lot of the sunlight has made its way down to the surface, and that's heating up the surface. At the same time, we have this dry line that's going to come firing through and triggering a lot of those thunderstorms. There's a lot of moisture in place. There's already going to be, that moisture and that energy that has been building through the day. So as soon as that dry line comes pushing through, triggering those thunderstorms, well, yeah, we have all modes of severe weather on the table. There's some wind shear, which is why we are in this 2 out of 5 threat for seeing tornadoes tonight. Notice that we have cities like Wichita, Oklahoma City, Joplin, and Wichita up into Kansas. Those are going to be the places that we watch going into this evening. An EF2 or greater threat is possible on the table for tonight. And then eventually this does switch over towards the overnight hours, a more linear situation that sets up, which is why we still watch this big threat for damaging winds possible. A level 3 out of 5 from Kansas City down through San Angelo in Texas. But that big zone here is where we could see some of the strongest winds, 60 plus miles per hour, up to 75 overall as that line kind of congeals into one and that big wind threat follows through. Hail is on the table here too. We could see some significant hail in the size of egg size or greater for some big cities. So this is your fair reminder, Bain, for folks here in Oklahoma down through Kansas into Texas to park the car indoors because we do have some significant hail that could definitely do some damage.
Yeah, Kiana, that's a good tip. Definitely want to keep those cars indoors. That hail is no joke. Well, coming up next on Fox Weather Now, NASA's Artemis II mission expected to lift off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. It is carrying 4 astronauts on a journey around the moon. Now, right now, the range is no-go. In other words, there's a glitch in the flight termination system, and engineers, they're working on it right now. You can learn more on our live blog on foxweather.com. Now, this historic venture will mark the first time astronauts have returned to the vicinity of the moon in more than 50 years. We're going to be keeping an eye on this and updating you all along the way. More Fox Weather is coming up right after this.
Hey there, Nick Koser here. Time again for Fox Weather Deals, sponsored by Knocking. We're here to help you save on products that'll keep you prepared no matter what's in the forecast. To start shopping, go ahead and head over to foxweatherdeals.com. Joining me, lifestyle expert Courtney Kaysen, to introduce us to today's Fox Weather Deal. It is that time of the year when you can get all snuggly, go outside at night, and just stare at the stars.
And I had no idea that it was actually better to view in the chilly weather season. And I will say, this is the cutest telescope I've ever seen. I didn't own one before this came to the house, and it has been absolute magic introducing my boys to stars, the moon, planets, different landscapes in our neighborhood, because don't let this size fool you. It's actually got an 18 to 90 times zoom on there.
Wow.
So really pretty powerful. I love that you can just open up like the entire world in your backyard. I didn't know it was better to look through a telescope in fall and winter.
This is the time of the year.
Yeah, here I was arguing over the summer about our 5-year-old being up to stay until 9:30 at night with the stars and the planets. And now you can do it just right after dinner at 5:30. You can take this traveling as well. So think about a cruise or a camper for a great gift. $69.99, saving you $80 off.
Best part is it's in a case. There's a lot of pieces, parts you can lose, and that case probably comes in handy.
You got it.
Courtney, thank you so much. To buy one of these, go ahead and scan the QR code on your screen or check out foxweatherdeals.com.
Identity theft has become the country's most frequent crime.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing.
$21,000 just gone.
Every 5 seconds, another American becomes a victim of identity theft. Every 5 seconds.
My accounts were being emptied, money was being transferred everywhere.
The question now isn't if your data's at risk, it's how to protect yourself once it's been exposed.
The police didn't believe me. The banking institution didn't believe me.
So what can you do to protect yourself and your family? The leader in identity theft protection is LifeLock.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. All LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees. Plus, LifeLock now includes protection against scams.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code GET35 or go to lifelock.com/get35 to join today.
Your neck is one of the first areas to show signs of aging, but now there's an easy way to turn back the clock. Introducing Decladerm, a clinically studied cream designed to smooth and firm the skin on your neck and décolleté area.
I have these lines, these folds in my neck. And now since I've used Decladerm, I realized that it really smoothed out the skin.
Decladerm combines the power of retinol with the natural benefits of bakuchiol, a clinically studied duo that visibly resurfaces your skin. In as little as 2 weeks, you'll feel your neck become smoother. In 4 weeks, you'll start seeing a new revitalized you. And after 12 weeks, you'll understand why so many people love their Decladerm results.
In 30 days, I saw visible results. I saw the skin texture change. I saw a lot of the sagginess start to tighten. It's a game changer.
Try Decladerm for only $19.95, plus free shipping. Call the number on your screen.
800-581-2750.
All right, we're entering the final countdown for NASA's Artemis II mission. You're looking at the latest images of the crew gearing up on site just moments ago. So now all eyes are on Florida's skies as engineers and U.S. meteorologists are going to be watching for any last-minute changes that could delay this liftoff. And as a go time quickly approaches, there's only a handful of people who know what goes behind a historic event like this one. So let's bring in former NASA astronaut Terry Hart. Dr. Terry Hart, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. What an incredible day. I first want to get your take on how are you feeling as a former astronaut seeing all of this going on today?
Well, I'm very excited, Bane. It's a wonderful thing for all of us on Earth here to share vicariously with the astronauts as they prepare to leave for the moon. So it's a very exciting day.
It's incredible. And I know for yourself, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you've spent over 150 hours in space yourself, right?
I was on one of the very early space shuttle missions. We did the first rendezvous of the shuttle program and the first repair of a satellite called Solar Max, which studied weather on the sun.
Wow, incredible. And for you being up in space, what was that like?
Oh, it's an amazing experience. I trained for 2 years, for that particular mission. And when you get a chance to go up there and look down on the Earth and see the thunderstorms moving by and the mountains and the seas, we live on a beautiful planet, and it's really a privilege to be up there in space and be able to look down upon it.
Wow, that's amazing. Not many people get to say they actually witnessed that. That's incredible. And so a little bit about the weather. I mean, obviously, we've been talking about this 80% chance of go forecast when it comes to the weather. How much does weather weigh in on your mind as an astronaut when a launch like this is happening?
Well, we watch it, of course, but it's not up to the astronauts to make that decision. One of the more subtle things that occurs occasionally this time of year especially is the launch trajectory will go right through the jet stream. And we've had occasions where we've had to cancel a launch where the weather was perfect to all the spectators on the ground at any rate, but because of the way the stresses build up on the spacecraft, the launch vehicle as it goes through the jet stream, sometimes we have to cancel them. But I think we're beyond that on this one. They start sending up balloons 24 hours before, so they know if that problem is going to occur.
Yeah, they're watching it very, very carefully, and they have been all week long. And, how significant is Artemis II in the history of human spaceflight? What do you think this mission unlocks for the future?
It's a big deal. I mean, we're shaking down the spacecraft here to make sure the rocket, the service module, and the Orion capsule are all working well. That's why this is a little different. It's very unusual to have a 2-hour launch window. It's because they're spending the first day in Earth orbit. Where they'll be checking everything out. And then if everything looks good, they'll go ahead and use the service module to start their insertion into what we call TLI, Translunar Insertion Maneuver, which will then take them 3 days later to the moon.
Wow. And with your expertise and your experience as well, I mean, in a situation like this, you're trusting thousands of people between engineers, scientists, meteorologists. How do you mentally process that risk when you're, going to be launched into space?
Well, that's the purpose of our training, Blaine. And we go through so much training, and we meet literally hundreds of scientists and engineers that help train us, but they're also the ones that are designing the mission and preparing it. And you achieve such a level of confidence in them that your focus really on this day when you launch is to be calm, cool, collected, and do your own job as well as you possibly can to make sure the mission is going to be a success.
Yep, you got to focus on that training and what you can do. Well, it's going to be an incredible day. We're really excited. Thank you so much for chatting with us here, Terry. We really appreciate your time this afternoon. Again, that's former NASA astronaut, Dr. Terry Hart. Thanks again.
Great to meet you, Blaine.
So many amazing interviews that we've been talking to so many cool people, former astronauts.
One of the best parts of this, right?
I know. It's so fascinating. And I was saying this before, Ian. I didn't know if I wanted to go into space, but after talking to all these astronauts,
you've been talked into it.
I'm like, yeah, I could do this. It'd be so fun. It's incredible. Now we're only, an hour and a half away at this point?
1 hour and 32 minutes.
Here we go. We're getting nice and close to 6:24 p.m. Eastern time. That is going to be the launch window as officially opens for the Artemis II mission.
This is one of those things, and not to wax poetic, but it's a human thing. It's one of those things that makes you feel small in a really exciting way.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. All day I've had this nervous energy and I didn't know why. It's because of this. I feel like I'm going to space. It's amazing. We're watching history be made, possibly.
Yeah, we did get word. We've got the live update up. The range right now is in a no-go. And I was at a launch once, and a boat downrange of Kennedy Space Center violated the range, and it put the launch into a hold. This is a technical issue.
Yeah,
so they're swapping out. It's related to the flight termination system.
So hopefully they can get that all fixed up.
Yeah.
I'm feeling good about it. But weather-wise, doing okay.
Yeah.
We've been tracking some of these showers. You can see that. Is this a live look into it? This is so cool.
Yeah, you see in the
they're
lower
getting
third,
ready.
the breaking news range is no-go. It's what I was talking about. So that's a legacy system that goes back to a space shuttle. And if for some reason the spacecraft deviates off course, there is the abort system on board to keep the 4 astronauts safe, but to protect everybody else. Suppose 2 of the engines go out, this swerves off course. They can detonate the rocket. And they would after the astronauts were at a safe distance. So something is off in a technical sense. That needs to be fixed. But countdown clock is still going. NASA must feel pretty confident that they can get this component swapped out, keep this thing on schedule.
Yeah, keep this thing moving. And Ian, you have a lot of knowledge about, launches. You've been to a couple of them.
Yeah, Bender's walking into Florida boys down that way. What I was thinking about when I was mentioning the otherworldly aspect of this, you go back to the eclipse, our coverage here on Fox Weather. Stephen Morgan's yelling, Carrie, the moment he's moved to tears. That is the type of feeling that you get. And when I was at Kennedy Space Center for the launch of Falcon Heavy, when they launched Elon Musk's Roadster, when it cleared the pad, the rocket lit up, and I'll be honest, I was like, man, I thought that would be louder. And I realized that pad 39A, which this is now 39B, they install a sound suppression system. There was a bunch of the homes going back to the Apollo program. Windows would get blown out. The shuttle, they were worried about acoustic damage. They spray, and they will spray when this goes off, like 500,000 gallons of water. So it's not that loud initially. Then the rocket rolls. The engines are pointed at your chest, and you're like, oh my, okay, like there's some serious power here.
Oh my gosh, I want to experience that. I know our Brady Campbell's down there. We have a couple other reporters that we're talking to that are like so excited to just feel the energy of it.
Yes.
It's going to be incredible. I mean, we've been tracking this thing for days on end. I mean, even everything that goes into this too, Ian, it is so incredible. I mean, so meticulous. Even the weather, down to the meteorologists that are tracking everything. There's 4 weather stations that are right there on the towers surrounding the rocket. So they have up-to-date information, everything they need to know. I mean, right now, it's quiet weather-wise. I know we're still in that no-go zone, but
sun's back out.
It's beautiful.
Showers are at I-95. They're over in Titusville, and they're moving west. Weather looks good. NASA's got their first glitch, technical thing they got to get fixed up.
Yeah, we got to watch out for it. And we have a whole show coming up right after this, you guys. We're going to be watching this rocket launch hour by hour, minute by minute. We're going to be with Ian Oliver and Steve Bender. They're going to lead us through this history-making event. We'll be back.
Identity theft has become the country's most frequent crime.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing.
$21,000 just gone.
Every 5 seconds, another American becomes a victim of identity theft. Every 5 seconds.
My accounts were being emptied, money was being transferred everywhere.
The question now isn't if your data's at risk, it's how to protect yourself once it's been exposed.
The police didn't believe me. The banking institution didn't believe me.
So what can you do to protect yourself and your family? The leader in identity theft protection is LifeLock.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. All LifeLock memberships include the $1 million protection package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 million protection package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 million protection package are included in all memberships with no additional fees. Plus, LifeLock now includes protection against scams.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code GET35 or go to lifelock.com/get35 to join today.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
Now you can sell some or all of your structured settlement for a significant amount of cash. Inflation is real and unpredictable, but J.G. Wentworth makes it possible for you to convert some or all of your structured settlement into a sizable amount of cash now. To learn how you can gain control of your structured settlement, contact J.G. Wentworth now at 877-CASH-NOW. Discover how simple it is to receive the cash you want from your structured settlement today. Call 877-CASH-NOW with no obligation. The benefits could be life-changing.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Right now on Fox Weather, the 4 astronauts of Artemis II are sitting inside of the Orion spacecraft atop the SLS rocket. You're looking at it right there, preparing to boldly go where humankind has gone before and will return again, the moon.
And we're looking live into Kennedy Space Center. That's down in Florida. Artemis II is a crucial first step in that journey. The crew of 4 is 3 Americans and 1 Canadian. They're going to slingshot around the moon, gathering crucial information for humans to once again land on the moon's surface.
And the breaking news right now, the range is a no-go. The launch team is troubleshooting a technical issue. This is with the flight termination system. We'll talk more about that. The countdown is still moving forward. So we're thinking this is something that NASA will be able to work through. Thank you for being here with us. I'm Ian Oliver.
And I'm Steve Benner. We got a whole team that is out. We have teams that are there at Kennedy Space Center, and you and I have been to these launch sites. It's an incredible atmosphere. It's truly once in a lifetime, a unique event.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to experience that tonight here on Fox Weather through the lens of our teams. And we have really smart people that are going to be joining us, former astronauts and NASA directors.
Yeah, we've got an amazing cast of characters that we're going to be speaking with. But yeah, it is hard to describe, put your finger on what goes on. It's like a cultural event, truly. It is almost like, I heard Amy Gallo, one of the multimedia reporters that we'll be speaking with, she described it almost like a NASCAR event, like a tailgate.
That's what I thought of. You just go up the coast, go to Daytona Beach. I've been there for the Daytona 500. And when those cars come rumbling by, your chest starts to just thump. And you're like, whoa, this is something different in person. That's what it's like at Kennedy Space Center, even though you're miles away. I think that's the unique factor in this, Ian. You and I have covered it from a professional sense. There's a media staging, but even when you get a little further away, miles out, and you still feel that thumping in your chest, everybody's rattling, you're looking around, everybody's experiencing the same thing. It is truly a unique type of setup. So we've got our crew ready to cover every facet of this historic event. Let's talk about Brenda Campbell, Rebecca Castor, and Amy Gallo, and Katie Byrne, all standing by for this launch.
Yeah, we've got Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell. She's live at Kennedy Space Center. Brandy, what's the story? The clock behind you, most importantly, is still counting down. We know there is now one issue that NASA is working through.
That's right. You can see the clock. It is still ticking down. Let's take a look at where we stand. 1 hour, 21 minutes. And once that goes down, we'll see if the rocket goes up. So yes, we do have an issue right now. Even though the clock is still ticking, the launch team, they are troubleshooting the flight termination system. You can see Artemis right over my shoulder, and I know we have journalists here in the field, so if it's blocked, it's because we are growing in size here of how many people are standing here at the press site. But basically, the latest information from them says the FTS console operator was sent to the vehicle assembly building. That's where Artemis was eventually completely put together here at the Kennedy Space Center, and he is getting a special piece of equipment that was actually used in the space shuttle program. So he was given that immediate permission to go ahead and do that, assess it, and help verify that system's integrity. Again, the flight termination system, it must be cleared before this rocket takes off. So we're standing by for any updates on them just problem solving and hopefully getting past that one hurdle. But again, the countdown clock is still going on here on the press site. It's lined with journalists who are just waiting to deliver the news if this rocket goes up or if it doesn't. We're going to keep you guys up to date. Meanwhile, we're just getting more information about this mission. So most recently, I spoke with one of the experts contributing to this mission, learning what's going to happen once these astronauts get into space. If they take off, on time, they have some special things that they can see. Take a listen.
Really cool opportunity that these astronauts will see, especially if they leave early in the window, is they're actually going to be able to see an eclipse. So they'll see the sun eclipse by the moon, and they'll actually be able to hopefully see some of the atmosphere and be able to see a couple of phenomenon that have been reported by previous Apollo astronauts that folks haven't seen in a long time and really hasn't been shown by other instruments. So like how dust lofts off of the surface of the moon and whether that's impacted by solar activity.
All right, so pretty cool, right? There's a couple of things they can see if things time out, correctly and conveniently for them. And on the other hand, we talk about the eclipses. They also had to time it to where they weren't in space when there were too many eclipses happening, because they have solar arrays on Orion and its systems. And so they do need sunlight. So they want to make sure they're not missing out on that extra energy for the spacecraft. Now, while we're here, we also have a lot of people in town also wanting to see this with their own two eyes. There's even a large crowd here at the Kennedy Space Center that's going to see it up close just like we are. They're not near us, but off in the distance. And so take a listen to what two visitors who will be here along the Space Coast watching with us had to say.
Like you said, it's one of the biggest steps they've taken in a long time. And I think that just being a part of the history of that and at this day and time is just going to be a great experience.
We are proud of that. There will be a Canadian guy going to, yes, that would be a very special, yeah.
All right, so there's a lot of excitement around this launch, and coincidentally, those two guys, they were not here for this launch specifically, but their vacations just timed out to where they were here for a great moment in history. But again, bringing you back to the latest updates, countdown clock still ticking down, 1 hour, 17 minutes left to go. Again, teams, they are working to solve an issue with the flight termination system. So a team member is hopefully bringing over an item, or I should say a replacement part that they've used on previous missions. And they did write an update most recently saying, if you don't know what the flight termination system is, it allows engineers on the ground to send a signal to destruct the rocket if it were to veer off course during its ascent. And that is to protect public safety. So obviously it's nothing we want to see them have to use at all. But they do need to make sure that it is functioning correctly. Guys?
Yeah, no question, Brandy. That is a very important component, one that would be used after the 4 astronauts safely ejected using the abort system. But yeah, that component is probably 1,500 feet away from Brandy, where she's standing at the press mound right next to the vehicle assembly building. That's Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell live at KSC. Thank you.
Let's go for the press area to where the crowds are at. Fox News multimedia reporter Amy Gallo is live with people hoping to catch a glimpse of this historic moment. And Amy, you're one of them, your first launch. Talk to us about the excitement.
Oh my goodness, everyone is so excited. I am, as we get closer to it, I'm getting the chills every time I hear anyone talk about a rocket. We are all so pumped. You can see the people here behind me. They were sitting in lawn chairs. They're sitting on beach towels, whatever they can to have that front row seat. Where we're at right now is called Jetty Park, and that's in Cape Canaveral, just across the way from where Artemis is over at the Kennedy Space Center, where NASA is headquartered. So we are all here anxiously waiting. We all keep looking over the horizon, wondering where exactly is a rocket going to be and hoping we have the best seat.
And as we take a look at this, Amy, the countdown is on. I think what's unique about this is the crowds that are there. I want to ask you, have you been able to talk to people that aren't from Florida, that have come in for this kind of historic moment, and what that's like for them in the anticipation, and since we're, just an hour and 15 from this event?
Yeah, I mean, I've met people from all over. I overheard a couple talking about the fact that they're from France, so they came from way out of the country to come over here to see this. And I've also heard from families that came from over in the southern states, a lot of people coming from places like North Carolina, Tennessee, Mississippi. A couple kids I met were coming from Tennessee or North Carolina, and they were so pumped about this. This is their first rocket launch, and they were calling these astronauts heroes and wishing them good luck on their trip. Meanwhile, their grandparents said that they had been able to witness the first moon landing on a black and white TV decades ago, and so to see this in person today is going to be something that brings them all chills.
It just shows you how iconic this event is, of course, for everybody, and even internationally with so many that are coming in. This is, of course, Fox News multimedia reporter Amy Gallo. Thank you for being with us. We're going to continue to check in with Amy, of course. Ian, because you and I, we've been to these launches, and when this thing goes up, the crowds and the reaction, it's something that you want to witness and see and feel as well.
How's that for a vantage point right there, circling around pad 39B? Do want to point your attention to a couple of resources. Of course, we're going to be with you all evening through this launch. You can see it right here on Fox Weather. But if you want the latest information, you're saying, what's the range? What's the problem with it? Why does it say no go? Head to Fox Weather. We've got a live blog that's being updated in real time. We've also got Christopher Tate with us. He's in Weather Command. He's going to be letting us know all the latest information, and he says there's an update on that flight termination system coming in just moments. So as soon as we have that, we'll bring it.
Yeah, and talk about the Fox Weather blog. I have my cell phone on standby here. I got the blog pulled up. I know you do too. If you want to do that, scan that QR code, minute-by-minute updates. Right now, the range is in red, right? So they said no go, and it was all because of that FTS, the flight termination system. Will have more, but a big aspect to all of this, right? A lot of time, effort, money. It is a $1 billion rocket. All is dependent on what's the weather doing. Yeah. Earlier, we had a minor scare, and there were some showers building. And if you're not from Florida, you'd be like, whoa, what's happening? Typical sea breeze effect.
So the fact that the technical issue didn't trigger a hold, that tells us something that NASA's pretty confident about this. Mm-hmm. The launch window is 2 hours, and this is...
Hey, guys, we actually just got an update. The range is now a go. They have resolved the issue, and so we are back on track and testing, and the countdown procedures will continue.
The voice you just heard, that is Christopher Tate giving us a thumbs up. Range is green. Steve, I had mentioned earlier to Bain, I was at a launch once. A boat downrange entered the restricted zone. They had to go but that briefly bumped the launch. There was concern that weather could do that in the lead up. It's looking better and better.
Yeah, it looks good. The storms that you're seeing, and oftentimes with our live reports, whether it's Brandy or Amy, you'll see some of those clouds that are building. But if they have lightning, then we start worrying because it's got to be within 10 miles. Then there's be some of that holds that could play a factor. A lot of this, though, has been, relatively limited in south of where we are at. We want to bring you in another team member. We have Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor. She's live at Kennedy Space Center as well. Rebecca, walk us through what you're experiencing there.
Yeah, well, pretty surprising to get that issue, the technical issue, so close to liftoff. We're 1 hour and 11 minutes to go. But as you guys have been saying, NASA has not paused this countdown clock behind me. So that's a pretty good sign that they feel confident that they can, continue to do the countdown and that they're going to have this issue resolved in time for liftoff. And again, they have 2 hours tonight to put this rocket in the sky. So as long as far as the technical issues, if those are resolved and the weather is good to go too, then we are still fairly confident we could see this rocket go into the sky tonight.
And that is a great sign, Rebecca, as we're looking at this. It didn't take them long to be able to test out that equipment. The response back in was that we have perfect conditions out of that FTS, that final, the terminational system, I should say. That was Rebecca Castor, Fox News correspondent at the Kennedy Space Center. We'll continue to check in with her. Of course, we're looking right now, another vantage point of this historic event.
Yeah, we're on the precipice. This is a big moment. Humanity's return to the moon. This trip is around it. Steve, we actually got word the crew on their trip over there, they were watching some scenes from Top Gun because, of course, the Need for Speed and Point Break to hype them up.
Nice.
Little Keanu. Vaya con Dios.
Yeah.
That's it right there. So they are strapped in. We'll be right back with our special coverage counting down to liftoff of Artemis II.
Identity theft has become the country's most frequent crime.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing.
$21,000 just gone.
Every 5 seconds, another American becomes a victim of identity theft. Every 5 seconds.
My accounts were being emptied, money was being transferred everywhere.
The question now isn't if your data's at risk, it's how to protect yourself once it's been exposed.
The police didn't believe me. The banking institution didn't believe me.
So what can you do to protect yourself and your family? The leader in identity theft protection is LifeLock.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. All LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees. Plus, LifeLock now includes protection against scams.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code GET35 or go to lifelock.com/get35 to join today.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather, our special coverage of the launch of Artemis II. There is the rocket, the Space Launch System. You got the Orion capsule, the spacecraft on top of that. We just got word, again, if you want to follow along on our Fox Weather Live blog as well, Christopher telling us Steve, the outermost hatch of the rocket is closed. That's actually on the abort system, which we were just talking about. The hiccup was with the flight termination system. The abort system would allow them to get out of there long before,
anything
that would need to be used.
Yeah, so now we have a good positive sign. That's closed. We also have the range back open. So if you're just joining us, there was a momentary kind of concern. NASA was confident they were able to fix it, so they got the green light. And truly, this is all about the 4 astronauts that are on board.
There it is.
This is what you were talking about, where
that hatch is on the outside of the abort system. And what's wild about that, actually, yeah, we're getting the camera's getting switched up and everything. The crazy thing about that, Steve, there's 3 rocket engines, little rocket motors on the top of that, which would pull Orion, that whole system, away from the SLS. And it does so quickly. It reacts in milliseconds. I read that the acceleration is 0 to 500 miles per hour in 2 seconds.
That is wow. That's one of the historic components to this. When you're looking at maybe a record, this could be the fastest humans have gone with the power behind this rocket. I also think what's amazing about these type of events, Ian, is when you learn about the cast there, like the astronauts. So with the people that you're seeing right now, NASA engineers, a lot of those are former astronauts.
Thousands.
Yeah, and it's just incredible, their stories. So that's what we want to do tonight. We got 4 astronauts. They're paving the way for humanity's eventual return to the moon. Let's meet them. Let's learn about them. Here's their stories.
If we are not going for all and by all, we aren't truly answering all of humanity's call to explore. That, to me, is what's worth celebrating.
Tonight, 4 astronauts will take one small step in humanity's journey back to the moon. Artemis II is NASA's first crewed lunar flyby in more than 50 years. The 10-day mission will test NASA's deep space capabilities, paving the way for the next lunar landing. The next generation of space explorers is helmed by Commander Reed Wiseman. Wiseman is a veteran Navy test pilot and former chief of the astronaut office. During one mission, he spent more than 165 days in space, remarking once that he's not afraid of heights, just gravity.
Artemis is building on an already solid legacy. Right now, our crews are on the International Space Station, learning how to truly work off of the planet, lessons that will be critical on the moon and as we look forward.
Piloting this mission is Victor Glover. He's already a pioneer as the first black astronaut to complete a long-duration stay on the ISS. The California native is a decorated naval aviator with 3,000 flight hours in more than 40 different aircrafts.
The pilot's role is to back up the commander as the second in command of the crew, and also to make inputs to change the status of any vehicle systems.
Christina Cook is a mission specialist and a record breaker. She recently set the mark for the longest single continuous spaceflight by a woman at 328 days. Now, she makes history again as the first woman to ever leave low Earth orbit and venture around the moon.
When I first found out that I was assigned to Artemis II, my thoughts were disbelief, an immense sense of honor and responsibility.
On loan from the Canadian Space Agency is Colonel Jeremy Hansen. Hansen is the mission's only spaceflight rookie. Raised on a farm in Ontario, he's a top-tier mentor who has spent years training other astronauts on the ground. Now, he's the first Canadian to head for deep space.
Every once in a while, I step back and just look at it, and I really feel like, gosh, that is really far away.
If all systems are a go, they'll all go down in history for this giant leap back into the great beyond.
It's about human history. It's the story of humanity, not black history, not women's history, but that it becomes human history.
Yeah, that's the message right there. 4 folks that represent the best of us on a trip, a wild journey back to the moon, a trip around it to set the stage for the eventual colonization of the moon. So there it sits, Steve, as we approach 62 minutes and some change until the launch window opens.
Yeah, and this may look like a calm photo right now or a video of it, of course. It's going to change dramatically in just over an hour and 2 minutes when that launch window opens. Everything's on schedule as of right now. It's a good sign. And Ian, you and I have spent a lot of time there in Florida, and you notice the backdrop. it looks nice, right? It's fair weather. It could look chaotic and much different this time of year. But when you look at this, there's so many components and so much like fascination and questions that anywhere really on the planet, people start asking when you have a historic event like this. Thankfully, we got a team member that's locked in on the latest questions that are coming to us here at the Fox Weather Forecast.
Yeah, monitoring the social media feeds as well, as this is no question a cultural event, not just here in America, but across the world. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne has been tracking the reaction to Artemis II, and she's got the latest. Katie, and we're getting awfully close.
We are. And you know what? I think online, so many people were looking out for the potential for weather to be the issue, that this technical glitch kind of caught people off guard. But NASA engineers already troubleshooting that. You guys mentioned the range back to a go. And as far as weather is concerned, things still look okay. We've got Mark Sudduth also on the ground. He actually just shared a video on social media using his wind meter that shows us what the wind speeds are looking like, less than 12 miles per hour, which is pretty perfect in terms of launch weather. And these astronauts recently, in the last couple hours, got a proper send-off before they got on board that Orion spacecraft. You could see fans waving American flags as they passed by. A moment that's got a lot of people talking online today, too, is when the astronauts played a game of cards before getting on the Orion. This, we learned, is actually a ritual to ditch any bad luck before launch. Another thing that's happening, a big thing online, is the support that's pouring in for these 4 astronauts. North Carolina's governor cheering on Christina Koch. She's representing her home state there. And the fraternity brothers of Victor Glover are wishing him a safe journey, too. Commander Reed Weissman also shared a personal moment, this photo of him and his daughter, saying he's heading into this mission a proud father. And I thought this was interesting. You know, they can bring a number of personal items, not many, but they each can bring a personal item with them onto the spacecraft. Among those personal items, handwritten notes from family members, also a Bible, and then for the first time ever, this crew can actually bring their personal smartphones with them. They have to be in airplane mode, but they can take photos and videos once they're out there in space and close to the moon. So a lot of people online have been talking about, wow, what's it going to be like when we can see iPhone photos of the moon up close like that? We've never seen it before, guys.
Katie, Steve and I just said, now we know airplane mode is real.
Yeah.
If the astronauts are doing it, it actually serves a real function. So I guess you should do it. Right?
Yeah, it seems legit because it seems like the guy in 34B has the laptop out. He's doing all this stuff. And I'm like, why do I got to go in airplane mode?
If they have to do it.
Yeah, but if the astronauts got to do it, then we can do it. Okay.
Yeah. So my apologies for my behavior on previous flights. That's Fox Weather's Katie Byrne. Katie, we're going to be checking back in with you. Thank you.
And here is the weather parameters right now. 10-mile visibility, that is good. Notice the temperatures. It is into the mid-70s. That is looking good. And the wind speed, well, relatively light, 23 miles per hour. That is why the range is green and a lot of confidence building ahead. We are going to dive deeper into this historic launch, Artemis II, after the break. Stay with us.
Identity theft has become the country's most frequent crime.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing.
$21,000 just gone.
Every 5 seconds, another American becomes a victim of identity theft. Every 5 seconds.
My accounts were being emptied, money was being transferred everywhere.
The question now isn't if your data's at risk, it's how to protect yourself once it's been exposed.
The police didn't believe me. The banking institution didn't believe me.
So what can you do to protect yourself and your family? The leader in identity theft protection is LifeLock.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. All LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees. Plus, LifeLock now includes protection against scams.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code GET35 or go to lifelock.com/get35 to join today.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
Welcome back to Fox Weather. 4 astronauts. The astronauts of Artemis II, they're sitting inside the Orion space capsule atop the 322-foot SLS rocket, 5.75 million pounds, Steve. Ooh. 55 minutes, they're getting ready to leave Earth. At least that's when the launch window opens up.
Yeah, and if you do some math on all of that, the thrust, the power behind this, about 9 million pounds. So this thing's going to be racing. That's going to be historic in and of itself. So we're going to be talking a lot about, of course, what this rocket is going to be doing over the next 10 days. We got 4 brilliant minds on there right now, but important milestones. If you're just joining us, we are now within that hour threshold, closing in on the launch window, and we're on schedule, which is a great sign.
A 45th Weather Squadron holding at 80% go for the weather conditions. I would argue it looks better than that. Yeah, we had some showers earlier today. Weather looks pretty good with this, and we had that minor technical glitch that's been resolved.
And we've already now passed the peak heating of the day. So you would think that these storms, and we've been looking at radar, and we'll show that to you, as you had said, I think there's more confidence than just the 80% ahead. So much so that they've gotten the last physical bridge into the rocket has been removed now. The capsule has been closed, it's been sealed, and that is another sign that we are moving in the right direction for all of that. And by the way, this is that moment. You were doing a great job, Ian, kind of describing that, what we are seeing here with the process of getting on Orion and into their seats.
That hatch is on the LAS, which is something that you'd never want to use. Launch abort system, which would get those 4 astronauts and the Orion capsule away from the SLS really quickly should something go wrong. It reacts in milliseconds and gets them about 0 to 500. 0 to 500 in 2 seconds.
Yeah, we just got word from Chris. He's in the command center. You'll hear him at times tonight, getting us the latest from NASA. He said this is the White Room, right? They're looking right now to get all the equipment and moving it into here. And so this is something, of course, the progress that's underway. Let's get into our team, though. We got an entire squad that is covering this from every single angle. Let's bring in Fox Weather correspondent Brandon Campbell, who's live at Kennedy Space Center. Brandon, last time we had talked, so the range was red. Now it's green, and the clock still's ticking.
That's right. Yeah, shortly after I got off air with you guys, we got the green light that it was a go. They were able to correct that issue that they were facing. And for anybody who missed it, this had to do with the launch abort system flight termination system. And so if they did not have that corrected and made sure that it would have worked during launch, then they would have had to hold off until it was done. So yes, we are good to go. And so they also gave an update on weather. Obviously, we're focusing on that and making sure everybody's updated there is still an 80% chance that weather is favorable for the 2-hour launch window, which again starts at 6:24 p.m. The one thing they noted was there are, they said, feisty storms that are over Titusville, which isn't too far from where we are. It's a little bit further inland. So those storms passed us, but still they have to consider the proximity to these storms. If storms or huge cumulus tall clouds are within a certain range, it could also cause them to delay a bit. So overall, they still sound pretty confident when it comes to weather with that 80% favorable chance of weather during that window. So again, here we are. You can see the countdown clock is now below an hour. Once it hit 1 hour, there were some cheers off in the distance. And what you're looking at, the folks that are there, journalists, photographers, videographers, maybe some staff here from NASA as well. You'll even see some astronauts walking around in their suits. They're talking to us, sharing their expertise as we continue to report the news for this. But it's an exciting day, and for the most part, it's gone very smoothly. That one issue I mentioned with that flight termination system, I'd say might have been the biggest hiccup we've had all afternoon. I'm gonna knock on wood now that I've said that, but yeah, we are getting pretty darn close. And again, the astronauts, they are on board and things are moving along. We're doing good so far.
And we're just getting word right now, Brandy, that you had said everything's going smooth so far. Update coming in, 90% go. And so as Ian and I were talking and we were leading to you, that was the kind of the message. There's a lot of confidence and it's building as we get closer to this launch.
Looks good, feels good. Mother Nature giving us a thumbs up. Brandy, thank you. We'll be checking back with you. Let's keep it right there on Florida's Space Coast. Fox News senior correspondent Jonathan Seri is live at the Kennedy Space Center. Jonathan, you've seen a few of these, but never 4 people going back to the moon. How special is this?
This is incredibly special. I'm old enough to remember the original Apollo missions. Those missions carried 3 people at a time. This new Orion capsule, the next generation moon capsule, carries 4 astronauts at the same time. You know, it's also impressive how rapidly engineers can troubleshoot issues. There was this issue as the countdown clock was within 2 hours before launch. Engineers had to troubleshoot a problem with the flight termination system. This is a system that would allow ground controllers to cause the rocket to self-destruct. They would send a signal to the rocket, it would self-destruct, and that they would use it in a worst-case scenario if the rocket were to veer off course during ascent and threaten populated areas. Well, they could cause it to self-destruct before it posed a threat to public safety. Well, engineers were able to come up with a workaround solution. They tested it in time, and ground controllers say that Artemis II is go for launch. The 4-member crew, as we speak, is strapped into the capsule, targeting liftoff for 6:24 Eastern time, but it does have a 2-hour window of opportunity. So if there are any more anomalies that engineers need to work out or any weather problems that need to move out of the area, they have that 2-hour wiggle room. The Space Launch System, or SLS, moon rocket has flown only once before. It was on a test flight more than 3 years ago with no crew on board. Now it will be launching with 3 American astronauts and 1 Canadian on a 10-day mission around the far side of the moon.
4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis I. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the 4 stage.
NASA is hoping for similar success with Artemis II. Artemis II will pave the way for future missions to eventually send astronauts to land on the moon as early as 2028 on the lunar South Pole, a region that humans have never explored before, but NASA would like to investigate. Back to you guys.
And Jonathan, thank you for that update. We're getting some updates coming in. Again, there was another technical glitch with, of course, that abort system and potentially the battery temperature. So thankfully, it's still a go as of right now, but it's great to kind of get these updates from our team. That was Fox News senior correspondent Jonathan Siri live in Kennedy Space Center, looking at another incredible vantage point right here inside.
Strapped in the Orion capsule, which the astronauts have named Integrity. So once that's the name of that vessel, the spacecraft. Once it's up there, you'll hear it referenced as such. You also see on the right side of your screen some of the latest information. Check out that live blog and you can learn more. Steve, we just saw it as we were walking over here. It's that launch abort system. So the two glitches, one with the termination system, one with the abort system. These are two critical systems, but as Jonathan just pointed out, it's the best and brightest people in the world truly working at NASA, troubleshooting these problems.
How quickly they can resolve them and fix them and build that confidence. I think the big thing is when that update came in, you and I were kind of unpacking it real quickly, and your first thing was, is it still going? It's go. So that's the thing with all of this is we'll let you know when it's actually a real concern and NASA's saying, hey, maybe there'll be some delay. There's not that. What we're looking at is what you had pointed out, actually confidence building towards this.
Right. So we had these showers around earlier. If you were with us on Fox Weather, Amy Gallo got soaked. She was down.
Welcome to Florida.
She's closer to Port Canaveral, or she was earlier. Now she's on the Causeway. Apparently, and the gauge showed 0.0 at pad 39B. There was zero precipitation, which has kind of been the case in Florida for weeks and months. We've been talking about that on Fox Weather. Those showers not only have diminished in coverage, but Steve, the ones that are around are moving into interior parts
even
of the
with
peninsula.
the radar loop that you're showing over there, you can just see how they fizzle out, right? As they're starting to move along I-95, Titusville, that area, it just kind of fades away. And that's what we want to see, that trend. And we're on the cooling aspect of the day. That's another thing that's nice with this launch window starting at 6:24 p.m., going all the way into 8 o'clock hour. You should see the intensity start to fall apart, but there is constraints in all of this. And of course, one of them was the rain. That's what we addressed here. And the wind. That was an update we just got in on the live blog. The wind parameter holding steady and relatively light, even at the upper levels of the towers.
Something that we talked about, we mentioned one of the best things about the lead up to this is we've been able to speak with so many former astronauts. They've all touted the stout nature of the SLS. This is a beast of a rocket. The biggest rocket to leave Earth, NASA's biggest rocket, I guess you could say. The Falcon Super Heavy is technically has more lift, but this is one of the biggest rockets to leave Earth in
It's not going to get pushed around by a little sea breeze, right? You need a little something extra. That's why I think they're confident ahead. There are other constraints when we talk about thunderstorms that are building in Florida. Typically, you can see the big popcorn style, right? The cumulus nimbus ones. Those oftentimes can pack a little instability. Electricity, lightning parameters, what I'm getting to. We haven't seen that. That's the thing. Even with the showers that were popping in, I didn't see any lightning.
Even with the teeth of the day, there was no lightning, and none of it was within 10 miles of 39B, which it does have the lightning protection system. Those towers all have weather sensors on them. That's how we're getting some of the wind and temperature data. 90% go. It's about as good as we're going to do down on Florida's Atlantic coast.
Yeah, we got updates that are coming in minute by minute, so we're going to be talking about that. And we'll leave you with another look out at Kennedy Space Center as you look at beautiful Artemis II, the rocket. We're on the precipice of a huge moment for humanity, the first big step in the quest to return to the surface of the moon one day. So we're going to be looking at all of this, of course, what goes into this, as we are just 43 minutes away from that launch window. Keep it here on Fox Weather.
Identity theft has become the country's most frequent crime.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing.
$21,000 just gone.
Every 5 seconds, another American becomes a victim of identity theft. Every 5 seconds.
My accounts were being emptied, money was being transferred everywhere.
The question now isn't if your data's at risk, it's how to protect yourself once it's been exposed.
The police didn't believe me. The banking institution didn't believe me.
So what can you do to protect yourself and your family? The leader in identity theft protection is LifeLock.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. All LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees. Plus, LifeLock now includes protection against scams.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code GET35 or go to lifelock.com/get35 to join today.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
And welcome back into Fox Weather, just showing you a vantage point of what's unfolding right now as we take a look at, of course, Artemis II. They're at Pad 39B there at Kennedy Space Center, and we're about 40 minutes from that launch window. There it is, the beautiful rocket.
Second stage engine. Folks are saying, why is it dark in there?
Yeah.
Sun's out. Yeah, that's the second stage. They're just taking a look at that thing.
Yeah, and so what we're looking at right now is there were some concerns about a battery temperature issue with the launch abort system. So they're going through that. NASA's monitoring that. They got the brightest minds. The engineers are on top of it. They've had some little fluctuations, little issues pop up, but in reality, and really to the whole point of this, Ian, 90% go and a lot of confidence, and we're on time.
Steve, you said bright minds. Let's bring one in, an amazing career in aviation. Joining us now is Terry Hart, former NASA astronaut, professor of mechanical engineering, and the director of aerospace and space systems engineering. There's a lot, like I said, at Lehigh Valley University. Also, a retired lieutenant colonel in the United States Air Force, a fighter pilot. It's so great to have you with us. We are 39 minutes until this launch window opens. What are the feelings like at a time like this?
Well, the crew's there hoping that they're going to launch tonight. I mean, the worst feeling is when they scrub and you have to unstrap and then do it all again the next day. So they're focused on the countdown and listening very carefully to everything that's going on.
And Terry, I can see just by the way you're talking about it, the confidence there, very measured, almost stoic as you're in this capsule, ready for this. But I want to ask you about Artemis II. How is it different from the missions that you flew during your NASA career?
Well, this is a moon rocket, and it's Saturn V class. The space shuttle is a little different. You're designed to go back and forth from low Earth orbit. So they each have about the same amount of power, though, but this has a third stage that can take the crew to the moon. So it's really an exciting time to see us going back there again after 50 years.
Yeah, going to space is really hard. It's very complicated, and some problems are inevitable. But what's it like when you're sitting up on the launch pad? We've already seen a couple of technical issues. Of course, at Fox Weather, we've been staring at the radar all day today. What's it like when you're on the spacecraft in the final minutes wondering, are we going to launch today?
Yeah, well, these are complicated machines. I don't think we've ever launched a spacecraft that didn't have some kind of problem at the time of launch. But there's a lot of redundancy on board. The engineers can look and evaluate and determine if something's acceptable. And they have all kinds of what we call mission rules that allow them to make those decisions based on a lot of work that was done over the last few years to understand how we can manage those risks and then decide it's okay to go.
And Tara, as we look at the countdown clock here, I mean, everything's on schedule as of right now, even with some of those minor hiccups. You said the redundancies are built in. 37 minutes, though. What is another milestone as we get closer to this launch that we should be kind of looking towards?
Well, there'll be a series of calls that you can hear. If they all sound normal, then everything is fine. We love that normal thing going on the air-to-ground loops. Then about 30 seconds before liftoff, the Launch Control Center there at the Kennedy Space Center will basically give control to the onboard computers on the Orion spacecraft. And then that last 30 seconds, they'll count down and then start the main engines. Once all four of the main engines, and these are the same engines we used on the space shuttle. I mean, literally the same engines. We took them off the space shuttle, made new ones, of course. They need about 6 seconds to get up and running. And when that 6 seconds is over, if all four engines look good, the solid rockets will ignite, and then you're committed.
Yeah, flight proven is the best kind of hardware. You know, you can rely on it. Terry, a lot of some of the work that you were a part of, the shuttle program, some of the private industry over the past decade or so, it feels like humanity has almost got to the point where we've mastered what's going on in low Earth orbit. But you made the point, we're going back to the moon with this one. Does this feel like a big step for the space industry moving forward?
It's a huge step. I mean, low Earth orbit is challenging enough, and I would never call it routine or that we've mastered it, but we definitely have learned how to live in space. We've been on the space station now continuously for since 2001. You know, pretty amazing. But going to the moon's another game, and then of course Mars is even going to be tougher generations from now. But it's a ship that's capable of doing it. We learned a lot during Apollo, and now we have better technology to do it even more completely than we did back then.
And Tara, I think what is incredible, I've gotten to witness a couple of these launches being from Florida, so has Ian, and when you feel it, right? We're miles away, you feel it. It's something different, though, when you're piloting it. You have, thankfully, the history of being a former fighter pilot along with being an astronaut. What's that like in that moment where you're breaking through lower Earth's orbit and you're feeling the intensity of the G's and everything that's ongoing with this?
It's amazing. It's 8.5 minutes, maybe a little bit more for this rocket of push at about three G's, 3 times the force of gravity. So you're pushed back in your seat, and it's really a good feeling. Fighter pilots tend to pull G's the other direction, which sort of drains the blood out of your brain a little bit, so you have to watch that. This is a little different because you're being pushed right back into the seat. So it's really a great feeling for, and it just goes on. The first 2 minutes are a little bumpy, you know, going through the atmosphere and all, and then the last 6 minutes are so smooth that you really can hear nothing more than the fans on the computers running in the capsule.
As we look to Artemis II and beyond, in past years, I mean, even going back last several, it would feel like science fiction to talk about a permanent presence on the moon. This makes that a very real thing moving forward through that. That doesn't make us interplanetary humanity, but it's a step in that direction. How big of a deal would that be for humanity?
It's a wonderful opportunity for us to do that DNA in us to explore, and we're going to do it in 3 phases. This is going to be on the south pole of the moon, which is a little unusual. You know, we haven't been down there before with the Apollo landings, but there's ice down there, so we like the prospect of using that ice. But the first landings will actually be robotic, and there'll be machines that will build the facilities for the astronauts to come on phase 2, and then on phase 3, they'll be permanently living on the South Pole of the Moon, just like we permanently live on the South Pole of the Earth these days in Antarctica.
Incredible. Such great insight. And Tara, I know you're going to be standing by with us throughout tonight, being able to talk about what this historic mission is like, especially if there's any technical data in, being able to pick your brain, one of the brilliant minds behind everything that's happening with the space program. Terry Hart, former NASA astronaut, thank you for being with us here on Fox Weather.
My pleasure.
Yeah, some serious context right there.
Yeah.
What a resource that we'll lean on moving forward through the next few hours. Let's bring in our next guest. We have to talk about what happens when this rocket clears the atmosphere and beyond. Joining us now is Dr. Thomas Berger. He's the director of the NCAR Mauna Loa Solar Observatory. Artemis is going to travel farther than potentially any human has been before on that trip around the dark side of the moon. Once it leaves, though, the friendly confines of the atmosphere and the Earth magnetosphere, things get dangerous. What's the plan for that as we move through this 9-10-day mission?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me again, Steve. The danger is that the solar magnetic field is currently in kind of an active state, and during its active periods, it can actually erupt and cause radiation storms that propagate throughout space. And if they head towards the Earth and the Moon, the astronauts could potentially be in the path of this radiation storm. So the way we prepare for this is we're closely monitoring the sun. The official government monitors NOAA's Space Weather Prediction Center here in Boulder. We do a lot of the research behind the tools they use to see if and when the sun is going to erupt, and when it does erupt, if and when it's going to send radiation towards the Earth and the Moon, so that we can warn the astronauts ahead of time, hey, there's something coming.
And when we look at this, because there was a lot, especially yesterday when we're looking at the solar flare this week, NASA says, hey, there aren't any concerns on that impacting mission as of right now. As you said, you were watching that, monitoring it. Are there any other potential threats as we look for a 10-day journey?
Well, we've got to be very cognizant of the solar activity that whole 10 days, and the sun can change relatively rapidly. Sunspot active regions, which are these huge magnetic volcanoes on the sun that are the sources of these eruptions, they can pop up in a couple of days and become quite dangerous within a day or two. So you have to constantly monitor the sun, and then you have to constantly watch for these eruptions and these coronal mass ejections, which are the source of these sort of radiation storms we worry about. As you've heard, right now the sunspot active regions aren't that scary looking. There's a few on the Earth-facing side of the sun, but they're not that bad. Currently, SWPC is forecasting about a 20% chance of a major eruption, maybe a 15% chance of a radiation storm, of the lower level radiation storms, which would probably not threaten the crew because they're behind metal. They're fairly well shielded. So we don't think in the next few days we've got a chance for a large eruption. But again, you never know. You got to keep watching throughout the entire 10-day mission to make sure nothing happens.
So we know during the actual launch, it'll be max Q, maximum pressure on the vehicle. That's the most dangerous portion of leaving the atmosphere. Is it known where the most dangerous part of the journey through deep space would be, or is that entirely dependent on the solar activity?
It's pretty much when you leave the magnetosphere. The Earth's magnetic field acts as kind of a shield against these energetic particles coming off of any solar eruptions. Once they're outside of the Earth's magnetosphere, which is some 10 to 20 Earth radii out, and they're on their way to the moon, and they're in what we call deep space, that's the most dangerous part of the journey in terms of radiation. Once they're around the moon, it's still deep space. The moon doesn't have a magnetic field, doesn't offer any shielding really. So the entire time they're outside of the Earth's magnetosphere is when you've got to be really cognizant and aware of what's coming.
Dr. Thomas Berger, director of the NCAR Mauna Loa Solar Observatory, thank you for joining us here on Fox Weather as we continue our special coverage of Artemis II, this historic launch. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And just another angle, right? There's so much, multifaceted, but ultimately what we're looking at right now is Launch Pad 39B. You got plenty of sunshine in, the clouds are staying away. I think even Mother Nature wants this to happen.
Yeah. I mean, we're staring, like, what a majestic looking vehicle that is, the SLS, the Orion capsule up top. You mentioned all the different vantage points. To me, Steve, I know for the astronauts, they've been stuck in there for like 3 hours now. There's nothing more exciting than that camera inside Orion, the four of them getting ready to go with a clock that says 27 minutes until the launch window opens.
Yeah, and the final roll call for NASA prepares that Artemis II for the go, no-go poll. We already got the closeout team. It's departed. So everything's looking good. The confidence right now, 90%. And the weather looks solid. I mean, when you're in this window, 27 minutes, it doesn't look like any surprise is going to happen with weather.
Right.
This is a great moment. And by the way, here on Flash Weather, we're going to be covering it, of course, as that launches here. And hopefully the next 27 minutes.
27 minutes and 17 seconds and counting. Stay with us right here on Fox Weather. We'll show you that launch in its entirety. Another great resource, the live blog on foxweather.com. You can follow along and see in real time all the different elements to this launch.
Identity theft has become the country's most frequent crime.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing.
$21,000 just gone.
Every 5 seconds, another American becomes a victim of identity theft. Every 5 seconds.
My accounts were being emptied, money was being transferred everywhere.
The question now isn't if your data's at risk, it's how to protect yourself once it's been exposed.
The police didn't believe me. The banking institution didn't believe me.
So what can you do to protect yourself and your family? The leader in identity theft protection is LifeLock.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. All LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees. Plus, LifeLock now includes protection against scams.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code GET35 or go to lifelock.com/get35 to join today.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There's still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Right now on Fox Weather, the 4 astronauts of Artemis II are sitting inside of the Orion space capsule atop what you're looking at right there, a 322-foot, 5.75 million-pound SLS rocket. We're less than 24 minutes away from witnessing history. The weather forecast, that's been upgraded. You can feel the energy there, Steve, 90% go.
A lot of confidence ahead, and There's been minor hiccups through the late afternoon. We'll kind of update you on that. But as of right now, we're looking live into Kennedy Space Center. That's down in the Space Coast of Florida. Artemis II is a crucial first step, by the way, in this journey. The crew of 4 is 3 Americans and 1 Canadian. They're going to slingshot around the moon. They're going to gather crucial information for humans to once again land on the moon's surface. You're going to hear a lot from me, Steve Bender, and Ian Oliver. We got an entire team assembled for this event.
And Steve, the most important aspect of this that's under our jurisdiction, at least, is that radar. Those showers fading away with the loss of daytime heating. The ones that are sticking around are finding their way toward the spine of the peninsula. They're headed down I-4 to Orlando, away from KSC, which is a wonderful thing.
And that's why the confidence continues to build. So we have done our part, my friend. And so as we take a look at this
45th Weather Squadron at Cape Canaveral did their part.
They're the real heroes
Yeah.
as they're watching this, because the sea breeze can be unpredictable at times. They're very difficult to forecast. They absolutely nailed this one. But as we had mentioned, we have teams that are out there, and they're going to be covering this from every single angle. We got Brandy Campbell, Rebecca Castor, Amy Gallo, and Katie Byrne all standing by for this launch.
And Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell is live at Kennedy Space Center. Brandy, you've been telling us all about the excitement, ratcheting up, ramping up. That clock behind you, almost under 20 to go, 20 minutes.
Oh my goodness, just knowing we are getting so close to launch while I am working and getting you guys up to speed on what's happening. Personally, I'm getting anxious and you just want to stare at the clock and make sure you're not going to be too late and miss all of the action. But I will say we're getting updates in, and one is, of course, with weather. You guys have mentioned it. We now have been upgraded to 90% go for launch. So launch, 90% favorable chance of weather for that 2-hour launch window, which we're getting very close to. So you can see it right behind me. We are getting close to being 20 minutes exactly away from the Artemis II Space Launch System and Orion spacecraft taking off behind us. It's going to be an exciting time behind us. However, it's been mostly smooth when it comes to the crews getting down their list of to-dos. We did have some issues, and one being with the flight termination system. They were able to get that issue cleared. They moved on. They also mentioned the engineers, they found an issue with one of the sensors, or I should say a control motor controller battery. It had a higher temperature than they would like to see it, but they said it's believed that instrumentation issue it is an instrumentation issue and will not affect the launch today. So it sounds like that's okay as well. So moving forward, the closeout crew, they have completed their final tasks and they have departed the launch pad. So we are moving forward, guys, and now we're just looking forward to launch. I have my rocket that I've been referencing to every day. So some key moments we're going to look out for once this takes off. You have the solid rocket boosters. These two are doing most of the work. And just a fun fact, the fuel for it, it's solid, right? And it's actually like the consistency of an eraser on the end of your pencil. These are going to fall off after 2 minutes. They're again doing most of the lifting. This is the core stage. This one is, well, actually this is falling off, and then the launch abort system is going to come off, and then the core stage will be the last one to pop off. So, but most of that we'll have to view via NASA's cameras because it will be high up in the sky. But man, 19 minutes, time is ticking. Every now and then you hear some cheers off in the distance, especially once we reach a certain point on that countdown clock.
Brandy, the best part about that, you're going to have that model, that scale model on your desk, and every time you see it, you'll think, that was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen in my career or my life. That clock, 18 minutes to go.
Right.
That's Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell. Thank you. And we should report, Steve. Christopher just let us know. Launch abort system, battery issue, check.
Has been resolved. So another issue that popped up, there's confidence they could fix it, and they did just that in no time at all. Let's bring you out again to Kennedy Space Center. We got Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor, who's there. And Rebecca, I mean, this is getting really close, and I know you're nearby. Brandy, kind of give us a sense of that energy for this historic moment we're waiting on.
Yeah, it's been super exciting. I'll say the last hour, it was a little concerning with some of those technical issues coming up. But again, both of those issues have been resolved. 17 minutes to launch, and NASA says that they are on track to launch in the opening of this launch window. NASA's Artemis II rocket is fueled and the astronauts are suited up.
And vehicle pre-launch config steps.
Ready to go if NASA engineers greenlight tonight's launch.
They're going on a very serious mission and they're about to ride a rocket with 9 million pounds of thrust. So they're excited, I'm sure.
But Artemis II is not about landing on the moon. Instead, the Orion spacecraft will orbit Earth twice before slingshotting towards the moon. Orion will go around the dark side of the moon, and the astronauts will go deeper into space than any humans before them. The primary purpose of the mission is to test the spacecraft itself and the astronauts' equipment ahead of future flights.
They're going to be testing the systems of this rocket, specifically the human life support system.
NASA has grand plans for the moon. Future Artemis missions will put astronauts back on the lunar surface. Then NASA wants to establish a long-term presence there, including a permanent base.
We are not going back just to put the flag, leave the footsteps, and bring back rocks. We're going back to stay.
That opens up a whole range of research opportunities and potential discoveries.
The moon doesn't have an atmosphere. It doesn't have an active geology. So we could find tremendous amounts of very valuable resources.
All of this in pursuit of an even further target, sending humans to Mars.
It used to be he who controls the seas controls the world. Now it's he who controls space controls the world.
If all goes according to plan, the astronauts will return to Earth on April 10th, splashing down in the Pacific Ocean. Steve and Ian, back to you.
And Rebecca, we're getting closer and closer. 16 minutes now to the countdown. The weather's looking good, and it seems like all systems go as of right now. Rebecca, thank you for that update, of course, from Kennedy Space Center.
We're following this historic event from all angles, and we've got some incredible expertise to give us the necessary context. Former NASA administrator, the 13th administrator of NASA, naval aviator, former Congressman Jim Bridenstine.
Yeah, and you actually heard from this gentleman just a little bit ago here, and he's going to continue to be with us. Former NASA astronaut Terry Hart. He's also a retired U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel pilot. He also is flying on the Challenger, and so we'll be having a lot of insight from Terry as well.
Plus, the author of Rocket Boys and many other books, Homer Hickam. He's also a retired NASA astronaut training manager. Some great insight there.
Yeah, and of course, we have, we're looking at the Janet Ivey, who's with Janet's Planet. She's the CEO of that. She's going to be with us, and I love this because she's passionate about teaching this, and there's a lot to learn. That's what you get into. You get excited about the launch, and you're like, oh, you're going to feel it, right? It's an incredible moment, and then you walk away from it understanding way more than you ever thought you would. You thought, okay, I would just kind of see a cool launch. I feel it a little bit. And then you start spitting out space facts to everybody. Janet's a great one where you're going to be having to be able to teach your friends and family here.
You're talking about us, the grown-ups here.
Yeah.
But the kids across the country, we talked about how big of a cultural event this is. This is the type of event that changes the trajectory of lives for young people and it inspires them to be the next one of the four that are in that Orion capsule. So we're going to hear from each of our guests as we continue to follow what's happening at Kennedy Space Center, which, Steve, increasingly looks good.
Yeah, we're at a pivotal milestone right now. We are now less than 15 minutes. We're at 14 minutes from that launch window opening up. We're giving you a live visual right now in the Kennedy Space Center where all systems are go. The range is in green, and any issue that has popped up, the engineers, Ian, have fixed quickly, and they have a lot of confidence that are building right now, and I'm being told less than 14 now.
Yeah, east wind pushing what's left of the drizzle toward Orlando and beyond over to the west coast of Florida. Blue skies behind the Artemis II moon rocket. Stay with us right here on Fox Weather as we approach 13 minutes to launch.
Identity theft has become the country's most frequent crime.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing.
$21,000 just gone.
Every 5 seconds, another American becomes a victim of identity theft. every 5 seconds.
My accounts were being emptied, money was being transferred everywhere.
The question now isn't if your data's at risk, it's how to protect yourself once it's been exposed.
The police didn't believe me. The banking institution didn't believe me.
So what can you do to protect yourself and your family? The leader in identity theft protection is LifeLock.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. All LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees. Plus, LifeLock now includes protection against scams.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code GET35 or go to lifelock.com/get35 to join today.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
Welcome back into our special coverage of Artemis II, a historic launch. We are getting close to that 10-minute window. That is a pivotal moment. But we are just getting told right now that they are taking a poll, and breaking news coming in. We are going to be entering into a hold. We have an entire team that is listening in and gathering that information. We don't have confirmation exactly why they are going to be going into that hold, but we do have plenty of expert panelists that could be joining us and kind of give us an insight of what may be a cause of that. We do know that the weather has been favorable, and as we take a look, we are just underneath that 10-minute window right now.
So that's the L minus. I was curious what was going to happen when that hit 10 minutes. Christopher, correct me if I'm wrong. We're working to get the cause of this hold, but the actual launch clock holding at 10 minutes.
Yes, they are holding the launch clock at 10 minutes temporarily. I'm just hearing from Mission and Launch Control that they are working a small problem with the transponder. This device would be responsible for sending some of the data back to the Earth from the Orion module. And as they continue to work through that, they noted that it was a transient issue. It was something that happened just occasionally.
Okay.
But they need to make sure that it is stable before that countdown resumes. So that is why we're going to hold at 10 minutes until that is resolved.
So good news, bad news here, Steve. We've had a couple technical issues already that NASA's been able to work through. Bad news, obviously, the launch clock is holding at 10, but the good news being that this is a 2-hour launch window. We'll get some time to work through this.
Yeah, and we're looking at different vantage points at Kennedy Space Center. You saw Old Glory there that was whipping in the wind. The wind registered at the launch pad 21 miles per hour. So it is in a safe zone. So we are confident weather is not the issue in all of this. But of course, thankfully for us, we have some brilliant minds that are going to watch this historic moment with us and some that could kind of unpack what's happening with this, delay or the hold that we have with the terminal count.
Yeah, you want to talk about great resources. This next gentleman named the program Artemis. So let's bring him in. It's Jim Bridenstine, former NASA administrator, the managing partner of the Artemis Group. Honor to have you with us here on Fox Weather. As we watch these moments, I can't imagine. It's nerve-wracking as a person watching. What's it like when you're the NASA administrator?
Well, I will tell you, it is extraordinarily nerve-wracking. I am no longer the NASA administrator, which is a bit of a relief, but still, this is the United States of America. It's a big mission for the country. Obviously, it sounds like there's a transponder issue on Orion. For the audience, what a transponder is, it's a device that sends and receives signals, and those signals contain data. For example, what is your position? What is your altitude? Obviously, latitude, longitude, those types of things. I'm not sure what the transponder issue is here. However, it is an important capability for any aircraft that flies, let alone a spacecraft. So it sounds like they've had this issue in the past, and it resolves. We'll see what happens here, but we're hopeful that the launch does in fact go on time, or if it's delayed, it's just for a little while.
Yeah, and Jim, that's what I want to ask you about, because we know with the transponder, it's considered transient, right? So it wasn't a persistent problem. It was something that would pop up. And we've already seen a couple things happen today, and the NASA engineers right away, fixing it. So in your kind of expertise in all of this, and I know you don't know exactly what's the cause of that, is this something that would be concerning since we're getting close, or since we have a large window, we're not talking about just the opening of it being 6 minutes from now. Is this something that we should still be confident just going into tonight's opportunity?
Yeah, well, we do have we have a window here that is, we've got obviously some time left on the count, and we'll see what happens. But I would also say the launch window is 2 hours, so they'll have a full 2 hours to work any issues that might be transient. If there are any issues that, of course, they determine can't be resolved in a matter of 2 hours, obviously they will scrub and come back another day. But in this particular case, it doesn't sound like that's the case. I'm hearing that there's still a 90% chance of go.
Okay, I have to ask an unscientific question, and I've got some bad math on my page here. Preface this by saying the only vehicle that I experience thrust on is the New York City subway system. So there's that. But we mentioned that Jim's a former congressman and a naval aviator, flew the F-18. 44,000 pounds of thrust can be produced by an F-18. The SLS is 8.8 million. So that's 200 F-18 fighter jets. Ooh. Can you imagine what that ride will be like into space and beyond?
So to be clear, I've never ridden on a rocket like this by any stretch of the imagination. But what I will tell you is when you talk about acceleration thrust, it's the thrust to weight ratio. And in this particular case, the thrust to weight ratio of an SLS is going to be much bigger than the thrust to weight ratio of an F-18. In this case, you can accelerate in the vertical. An F-18 can't accelerate in the vertical. So it is, the thrust to weight ratio is much bigger. I will tell you that's a lot of thrust. And so the vibration and the amount of shaking that the astronauts are going to experience will be something that, quite frankly, they probably have not experienced before. If you go back to the Apollo era, the astronauts in those days thought, they thought they were ripping apart the tower as they were launching, which wasn't the case. But that's the way it felt in the launch of a Saturn V rocket. I would imagine that this rocket with solid rocket boosters on the side will feel probably a lot like that. Of course, that's not unusual. We had solid rocket boosters on the side of the space shuttle, and the main engines on this vehicle are basically the upgraded versions of the space shuttle main engines. Instead of 3 of them, there's 4 of them. So there is more thrust here for sure. But I would also say it's probably not that dissimilar to a shuttle launch. But again, no humans have ever done this before on an SLS rocket. So I'm excited when the crew comes back to be able to talk to them and hear their experiences.
And Jim, I want to ask you, we're getting word that they're going to go through a go or no-go poll again. For those that are just watching and, they're really excited about the launch, but they don't know about the communications behind all that, can you kind of give us an insight of what that polling is like?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
They're going to go through a go, no-go poll again. Yeah. It looks like they're about to enter that. And for those that don't understand what that process or what that communication is like. Can you give us an insight of what that actually means?
100%. So each one of the systems and components of this rocket, inside the Fire Control Center and Mission Control, there are engineers and systems experts that are going to look at all of the data coming from all of those different systems. And they're making determinations in real time. Are there any anomalies that would say that we should not go, or are we go? And as they poll, if everybody's a go, then they go. And it sounds like if they're moving forward with the go, no go criteria, that sounds like it's going to be a go, unless something pops up here in the last few seconds.
Right on the money. We just got the word that we are a go. So the countdown resumes T-minus 10 minutes. Before we let you go, 10 minutes until humans are back on a trip to the moon. We know the importance to this country over the last, since 2012?
Yeah.
Decade and a half or so. What are your thoughts on actually seeing this rocket with people on it leave the Earth?
So just to be clear, the last time we launched a rocket with humans to the moon was 1972. So it's been 54 years, and we haven't had a mission like this. We've started missions, we've stopped missions based on presidential administrations. This program, the Artemis program, to return to the moon sustainably. In other words, we're going to stay. We're going to build a moon base on the moon. Jared Isaacman, the NASA administrator, announced that President Trump has agreed we're going to build a moon base, which is a really exciting thing for our country. We're not going to leave flags and footprints. We're going to establish a base. We're going to use the resources of the moon to learn to live and work on the moon for long periods of time. A lot of people don't realize. In 2009, we discovered that the moon is covered in water ice. There's hundreds of millions of tons of water ice, especially on the south pole of the moon. Now that water ice represents oxygen for air to breathe, water to drink. Of course, it represents hydrogen for fuel. And we also know that the moon is covered in rare, I'm going to use a term, people are going to make fun of me, but rare earth metals or rare lunar metals in this case. You know, we talk a lot about how important these rare minerals are here on Earth. The moon has much more than the Earth has, because of the Earth has an atmosphere, and any asteroid impacts coming through the atmosphere, they get burned up. Well, on the moon, there is no atmosphere. So asteroids are impacting the moon all the time. There's also not an active geology. So what impacts the moon stays there for billions of years in large deposits. What does that mean? That means there's a lot of resources on the moon that could be valuable for the Earth. We need to go and explore and find out what's there, and ultimately determine if there's value in bringing those resources back to Earth. So there's a lot going on there. I would also say helium-3 is prevalent on the moon. If you can combine nuclear fusion with helium-3, you can power the entire city of Houston with a Coke can full of helium-3. And there's no carbon emissions, there's no nuclear waste. It solves our energy problems for the nation. So there's a lot, and we're only touching the surface of how valuable the moon is. And we need to make sure that when we go forward to the moon, we're not going back, we're going forward to the moon, because this time we're going to stay. We're going to learn how to live and work using the resources, and we're going to take all of that knowledge to Mars.
Yes, and of course, right now, if everybody's watching, you're saying it's 6:24, and it's still on the pad. We're going to get into that real quickly here, but former NASA administrator and managing partner of Artemis Group, Jim Bridenstine, thank you for sharing some time with us. I know you're going to be on standby watching this historic moment with us. We are in a go now, and it's exciting, but we still have a 10-minute hold, and notice, Ian, the clock hasn't budged.
Yeah, that's amazing context right there from the former NASA administrator. If anyone was wondering, why do this? Why take the risk to human life? Why spend this money? This is a very important resource, and we know how the space program has pulled us forward, not just over the last couple of decades, since its inception, truly.
And this is the beginning. What this mission is all about is sending 4 astronauts, 3 of them Americans, 1 Canadian, and then they're going to slingshot around the moon. They're going to go on the dark side of the moon, and what's important about this may be the furthest man has ever gone from Earth. And when you're looking at that, if they can complete this mission, then it sets up the next one. We just got word in. That clock, it's moving now.
Right. So that is, I would have loved to have seen the right there. Yeah, that's the clock right there. The reaction, that's the press mount and the iconic clock. It was stuck at 10. They went into the hold. They've resolved that issue. 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go until, at this point, Artemis II leaves the pad.
Yeah, if you're wondering, if you're just joining in, too, the confidence ahead was 90%. The weather has not been a problem. So a lot of excitement now as that clock continues to count down. And we still have some big moments, by the way, to check off in this last 9 minutes. And we'll unpack all of that. There's Old Glory, the American flag. You can see it whipping right now. But the wind speed's still at 23 miles an hour. So that is sub any type of concern, right? Once you get above 35, then you'd have some concern. But we still have great panelists that are standing by. They're going to watch this historic moment. And some of them, well, they've been on a shuttle before.
Yes, yes. The launch is now slated for 6:35. So just to give folks the context, in between now and then, let's talk with one. Joining us now is Terry Hart, former NASA astronaut, a professor of mechanical engineering, the director of aerospace and space systems at Lehigh Valley University, also a retired United States Air Force fighter pilot. Great to have you back with us, a great resource that you've been for us here on Fox Weather throughout the last couple of days. These have been some tense moments. I know some trouble is expected, and the teams work through all that, but now we're sub 10 minutes, and that clock is counting down. What are your thoughts on where we're at?
The crew is very happy right now that clock started up again. But like I said earlier, the worst thing is having to unstrap and then do it all again the next day. So they're just watching very closely now and thinking about what they need to be doing during launch.
Yeah, and we're learning now that the official time to be watching for this, 6:35 and 12 seconds. But Terry, you've been in the position that many would dream to be in. And when you're sitting in there and you're in this window of time, are you talking to each other, the fellow astronauts, or are you going through checklists? What's that moment like in these final minutes?
No, it's mostly pretty quiet. We all want to listen to what's going on, of course, and the commander usually has a few remarks to the crew right before liftoff. But mostly we're listening to the countdown, and again, thinking about what we need to do as our part, as the astronauts during launch.
Terry, that's the gantry swinging away. I'm not sure if you could see some of the live pictures that we're showing here. There it is. If you look closely right at the top of the rocket where the crew capsule is, the Orion capsule, that swings away. So this is standing alone. I know as you were strapped in, could you see that happening? Are the astronauts being made aware that they're now in a sense standing alone on that pad?
Yeah, we could not in the shuttle. I don't think they can either. But they're watching the clock, and then the engines will start about 6 seconds before liftoff. You don't really feel that up in the vehicle, even though there's a tremendous amount of power down there in those engines. But boy, when those solid rockets light, you really know you're going somewhere. You get pushed back in your seat very suddenly. And that first 2 minutes is a really bumpy ride. Those solid rockets resonated about 10 hertz, below what you can hear. But boy, you can feel them for that first 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's incredible. We have some live visuals that are coming in from the Kennedy Space Center. And we're looking at everything is a go. We're now right at 6 minutes here. And Terry, we had the pleasure of just talking with Jim Bridenstine. He's the NASA administrator, and he was just speaking to why this is so important, this mission. He's a former NASA administrator. So I want to ask you, Terry, because you've been an astronaut, but you were inspired to be in the space program. And so for many of us that are watching this, the importance of this mission and how it kind of shapes and evolves what we will see in the years and decades beyond this.
Well, we're explorers. It's in our DNA. We just want to get out there and explore, whether it's Antarctica or the deep oceans or outer space. We want to go there and learn about it. And the nice thing about all this is that maybe only 4 people are going today, but the whole world can watch. We can vicariously share in the adventure of returning to the moon.
Terry, these 4 people, they're about to be the only 4 people that have flown on Orion and the SLS into space. That trip into space, about 8 minutes. The countdown clock is top left on your screen, by the way. Just hit 4:59. So that's happening in 5 minutes if everything stays on schedule. What would that 8 minutes be like, the trip from the pad into at least low Earth orbit?
This 8 minutes will be the first 2 minutes will be very bumpy. Like I said, once you're out of the atmosphere, it's really quite amazing. The shuttle main engines back there are producing. They were a space shuttle. Now they're the Artemis main engines, producing about 500,000 pounds of thrust each. But you can barely feel that up in the cabin. It's just a very slight buzz. In fact, I could remember hearing the fans on the computers in the space shuttle. It was that quiet. But boy, you're being pushed at 3 times the force of gravity during that time. So there's a lot going on behind you.
And Terry, I think there's a lot of excitement, of course, for the launch itself, but there's pivotal moments beyond that, right? You said that 8-minute window. You have the boosters that are going to come off, and I know we're just now under 4 minutes from this moment. What's that like as an astronaut in those preceding moments where you're talking about the boosters coming off? Is there a lot of movement where you're at? Or is it kind of just, hey, the momentum's carrying us and everything's going according to plan?
We're watching everything. Nominally, the crew doesn't have to do anything during launch, although with the space shuttle, and I think with this vehicle as well, the crew could manually take over, but there's really no occasion for that to happen. So we're watching the computers, making sure everything is being done properly. And then, like I said, that last 6 minutes is very quiet. But boy, when those main engines shut down, then you go from 3 G's acceleration right to being weightless. And that's quite a feeling.
Terry, we're coming up on 3 minutes until launch. We'll probably dip into NASA audio at about a minute so we can get that full experience and get the latest information. Wanted to ask you, though, about the immediate journey. You mentioned how bumpy it gets. We go through max Q, or maximum dynamic pressure, the crossroads between atmospheric density and the rocket's moving at that point. Once you get beyond that, is there some relief in the capsule?
Yes, quite a bit. That point of max Q that you refer to, max dynamic pressure, occurs around 40,000 feet, kind of where airliners fly, except we're doing Mach 1.2 or so. We're going much faster than an airliner, so there's shock waves on the vehicle at that point. And then the atmosphere thins out so quickly that Q drops off. And by the time the solid rockets come off, there's almost no air out there. And the astronauts can look up at that point, just 2 minutes after launch. They can look up and the sky is very black.
And former NASA astronaut Terry Hart, thank you for being with us. I know you're going to watch this historic moment, but you know how important this is. We are now going to tune in with NASA. They're going to go through their final comms. You're going to be able to listen to that moment. So we want to give a chance for us to get into that coverage. Terry, thank you for staying by with us and all of our panelists that have been watching this along the way. Ian, I think this is just an exciting moment, right? There's been a lot of anticipation, and now we're on the precipice of this historic launch for Launch Pad 39B.
A minute and 30 seconds to go. We've got 4 astronauts, the commander, Reed Wiseman, the pilot, Victor Glover, mission specialist, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen from the Canadian Space Agency, a mission specialist. These will become the 4 people to ride in the Orion capsule aboard SLS Artemis II, the crew, headed back to the moon.
Yeah, and historic moments are going to happen with this. Christina Cook is going to fly further than any woman's ever been. And so we're going to be looking at some of those type of moments that are going to unfold. But we are now 1 minute or less. Take a listen to NASA's final communications here, or the communications in the final minute.
Launch sequencer to the rocket's onboard autonomous launch sequencer, or ALS. The rocket will count itself down, but honor any holds that could come from the ground. Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
GLS, go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate MECO target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same.
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engines throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state, ahead of service module fairing separation. 3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Kármán line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
Everything is going well with Artemis II. They have passed the Kármán line. And so this is an important moment for all of this. You saw the boosters, they separated, and then about a minute or so later, we had the LAS that separated as well. So a lot that is unfolded here in a matter of minutes. And I mean, what an incredible moment to watch this.
Yeah. You pass the Kármán line, Steve, you're in space.
Yeah.
That's the rule, basically. You heard the acceleration up to 5,000 miles per hour as they were about to jettison the last. So that's the launch abort system. That was one of the issues that we worked through aboard that earlier today. But you heard him say, successful last jettison, we got a great view, meaning they can see out the windows now, and what they're seeing is is Earth below.
What an amazing moment for these 4 astronauts. 3 of them Americans, 1 Canadian. It's a historic moment, and they're on their way, slingshot around the moon. And it was incredible, Ian, just being here in the studio, watching it on the TV here. You could hear that thunderous noise of it all. We got teams that are on the ground, and the people that are witnessing this firsthand, I mean, I imagine they're just trying to figure out what they just saw, how incredible that was.
It's a human thing. It's a member of humanity. There's this feeling of triumph that you can't really describe. The fact that there's people on that, and those people on their way to low Earth orbit. We should point out, I believe it was just after 8 minutes in. So you see the count now is plus. We're 6 minutes into the flight. Just beyond 8 minutes, right, Christopher, is MECO, main engine cutoff. And at that point, we're effectively up into low Earth orbit.
Yes, that's correct, Ian and Steve. And one other thing that was just called out on the audio from the folks at Kennedy Space Center is that the Artemis II rocket is now traveling at more than 10,000 miles per hour. In fact, I'm seeing in some of the data here now 11,500 miles per hour as this rocket leaves Earth on its long trek to the moon.
Incredible moments, and we're giving you updates minute by minute here as we continue our special coverage of Artemis II. And we have an entire team, but we have panelists that have been watching this, experts, and one that we had just talked to, former NASA astronaut Terry Hart. I think it speaks to this moment that as humans, you have that heart of exploration.
Yeah.
This is that pivotal step of going where no one's been before. If they can complete this 10-day mission, it is going to be iconic, getting on the other side of the moon and setting the table for hopefully getting civilization to the moon in the years ahead. You're just watching these visuals, and that was another thing he had said. Everybody around the world can witness this. It's not like back in the 70s where maybe you had that limitation. Now you're getting this from different vantage points where we're actually on the space shuttle, and you're seeing the camera vantage point of that.
Yeah, all things nominal on their way to establishing, as we move forward through this next stretch, a stable Earth orbit. Steve, we got to find out what this was like down at Kennedy Space Center. We've got Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell. She's down live at KSC. We're going to leave the feed up so you can see everything that's happening. Brandy, I know it's a professional environment at the press mound. Even so, what was that scene like as you watched that leave the pad?
You know what? Professionally, we were covering it, and then everybody stopped. You know what? I think there was a silence here at the press site as everybody waited to see if it was going to take off when it got down to 0, and it did. It looked flawless. It took, I don't know, maybe 10 seconds before I could really hear the rocket. You saw it first, I could hear it, and I was looking at the countdown clock, and it was about 25 seconds in before I could just feel the vibrations through my body, and we could hear the cheers of people here at the press site, just so excited to see it happen. Personally, my heart was racing. Not because I was nervous, but it's just the excitement of seeing something so spectacular, something you do not see every day. Maybe every other day if you live here along the Space Coast, but it's not every day you're seeing a rocket that is headed for the moon with 4 astronauts on board, also making history, the first African-American person on board, first woman as well, and then a Canadian too, the first, all 3 of them, the first to go into deep space representing. So this is such an exciting day. There were just waves of cheers here at the press site. As we take a look behind me, there's still so many people here. They haven't left yet. Cameras still set up, but now we have launch pad 39B. It is now without Artemis, and you know, we've been looking at that site for the past 3 days. Artemis was standing tall, and now this is all I got, guys.
You're right. Now it's gone, Brandy.
My example of it.
Yes.
Put it in its place.
We just got word, Brandy, the core stage, main engine cut off, a successful separation.
Is it gone?
A trajectory is a thumbs up. Christopher has given us the thumbs up. Everything is good. That upper stage, Chris, has that burn started? Not yet. Okay, so that'll be the one that takes it into the stable low Earth orbit. But Brandy, stay with us. We'll be checking back with you in just a few.
Yeah, we've had a lot of people that just witnessed this incredible moment, and that includes Homer Hickman. He joins us. Homer is actually the best-selling author of Rocket Boys and many other books. He's also a retired NASA engineer and astronaut training manager. And Homer, it's a pleasure to have you with us tonight. And you just witnessed an incredible moment. Can you walk us through what that was like to see Artemis II launch off of Launch Pad 39B?
Well, my heart is still thumping, and I was just sitting here watching it. I'm hoping it'll slow down in a minute. Today, with the propellant loading was so flawless, I just had a feeling that this was all going to go off on time and go right on uphill. Of course, coming from the era of the Challenger, we're always happy to see those solid rocket motors work and then be jettisoned and the core stage take over. I am just so impressed with this whole launch. The core stage did just a fantastic job. Those 4 RS-25 engines worked flawlessly. This is just an amazing day. And all I can say is I am hoping my heart will slow down a little bit here as we go along, but I'm just so happy for NASA, for the folks down at KSC who put all this together, and of course for the crew. And by the way, Christina Cook, I know fairly well. She went to space camp 5 times between 1992 and 1996. So Christina has been looking forward to this day for a long time.
That's an incredible fact. And Homer, as you watch this, I know you've lived an amazing life in spaceflight, best-selling author, a wonderful movie about the story. I would think your bar, you seem pretty impressed by this. I would think the bar is pretty high. Does it feel like we're going back to another level in human spaceflight?
Oh, I think so. I mean, I wrote a study back in 1993 on how we might go back to the moon and what we would do there. And the end result of that study was we should build an outpost on the moon. Jared Isaacman has now set our sights on that very thing. This launch is the first of what he hopes is a steady cadence of launches that will ultimately see us put an outpost on the moon, a base on the moon, probably around the South Pole, where all that water ice is that Jim was talking about. And that's it. We're going to be up there for a very long time. And I do hope that I live long enough to see that happen, and also to be able to look up at night and maybe just see a little light on the moon where our base would be.
And Homer, we know this was a big moment, of course, and we're watching everything. The green light is in place, but this journey is far from over, right? This is a 10-day trip, slingshotting around the moon. But I want to ask you in this current moment as we're watching, there's the takeoff again, and they're launching. But we are looking at potentially getting that upper stage engine burn, stable low Earth orbit. What is this moment now? Because you've gotten past the max Q and you took all the G-force, but for you as an astronaut, maybe you're finally getting to see Earth. That could be the first time, to be able to witness it from this vantage point. In this moment, are you now talking to each other, or is this still kind of that silent going through the checklist and making sure everything's good?
Well, my guess with this crew, we've never flown a crew aboard the Orion. So yes, we've got to get that upper stage to ignite and get into a stable low Earth orbit in order to check out the Orion from stem to stern. So that's going to be the very first thing that they're going to do. They're going to be talking to Mission Control in Houston and just going through every instrument in the Orion, all the life support systems, making sure everything is working. So I imagine right now they're out of the quiet mode, and they're probably pretty busy talking to each other and also starting to talk to the folks at Mission Control.
Homer, you mentioned your study from back in the 90s, the initiatives here with SLS and Artemis over the past 15 years or so. One of my favorite movies, Apollo 13. You get Tom Hanks playing Jim Lovell. End of the movie, he looks up at the moon and he says, "I wonder when we'll go back. Who will that be?" Do you feel like this puts us as a nation on schedule? I mean, as we talk about what comes next here, Artemis III, Artemis IV, toward what you described in that study back in the 90s?
Right. You know, back in 1993, I was kind of accused of being a moon hugger instead of wanting the shuttle to keep flying in a low Earth orbit. Don't get me wrong, I love the shuttle, and they did some fantastic things. I trained the crew that went up and fixed the Hubble telescope, or I was on a team that trained the crew, and also for a lot of the Space Lab missions on the shuttle. So I love the shuttle, but I thought that ultimately we should go to the moon is the eighth continent, in effect. It was torn off the Earth billions of years ago by a Mars-sized planet that collided with us. So it's part of the Earth, and it deserves to be explored. And Jim explained very, very well all the advantages of going up there, the rare earth metals, the helium-3. I think we're going to go up there and just mine the blame thing. And this time, the really neat thing about being on the moon, I believe, is that it will cause an increase in the world's economy, because we're going to bring things back that we can use to actually help the commerce of the world. So it's not going to be all money out this time. There's going to be a lot of money coming back at us.
And it's such an incredible moment that we were all able to witness together. Homer Hickman, best-selling author of Rocket Boys and many other books, also retired NASA engineer and astronaut training manager. Thank you for being with us, of course, in this historic moment for Artemis II and joining us here on Fox Weather to unpack it all.
Well, my pleasure, and thank you for the great weather today.
Oh, yeah.
It's usually a thankless job.
Yeah, I was about to say, I didn't know how to take that. Okay, this feels good.
Shout out to Homer. Amazing story. Let's bring in Janet Ivey. Janet's Planet founder and CEO. She's a NASA Solar System ambassador with JPL. Janet, I had the opportunity to talk with you a couple days back here on Fox Weather, and what we talked about was the idea of this happening. We just watched it. I know you're so passionate about teaching young people and lighting that fire in them. This feels like a generational event, right? As we watch Artemis II flying.
Oh my gosh. Oh, without a doubt. I mean, it's probably good you guys are just having my voice on, because it's like literally I was crying as it was lifting off. Here's what's amazing is that back in 2020, I was Zooming online at a grant from NASA to offer classes to students from around the world. And we were talking about Artemis then. We had, Jim Bridenstine on, and he was the first person at a conference where I heard him say the words, we're going back to the moon to live sustainably. And it's like that really resonated. I was like, oh my gosh, what? That was 2019. And to see this liftoff, and I really would love to talk about their call sign, integrity. I mean, carrying 4 of the bravest and best beyond our world is this capsule they have nicknamed Integrity. And so I'd love to us to think about not just this journey, not just of distance, but this is a mission of trust and precision and purpose. And integrity is what makes any mission possible. And so I'm just so delighted that Integrity will not only travel to the moon with these amazing astronauts, but it's also carrying our hopes, our questions, our belief in humanity. And for this generation that is watching right now, those K through 12th graders who are like going, oh my gosh, I just witnessed history. I'm hoping that they understand that this present moment, right here, right now, this historic moment, as Artemis II not only encircles the Earth and goes onto the moon, this path forward for Earth and beyond must be built on integrity. And I am just so delighted, not only for this crew, but for all the future space explorers out there.
Janet, some of the best teachers in life have passion, and you have that in an abundance. I could just see how lucky students are to have you. And when you're watching this, right, this is historic right now. We're trying to grapple with our emotions, right? I heard you were clapping, you were crying, you were sweating in here. It was getting rowdy. And so a lot's going on, but now you're going to be able to teach about this. What are some of those milestones or lessons that you're going to teach those students as they take your courses and classes when they think about Artemis II?
Well, first of all, it's like my biggest thing will be, hey guys, we got to come up with that lunar lander. We are now like going to see things we've never seen before, but now we've got to have a way to land on the moon. So I'm going to have students start thinking about that. And even tomorrow morning, I'm going to be with 150 fifth graders, and I'll probably have them design their own Orion command module and just talk about all of the things that crew might be experiencing inside there. And more importantly, to encourage students of all ages, get your hands on science, get more curious and more curious. A couple of days ago, I had the privilege of meeting a guy named Dr. Gary Flandreau. It was his 92nd birthday, and he is literally the father of Voyager. And his message to students was, I said, what do you want to say to them? And he was like, just get curiouser and curiouser. It sounds very Dr. Seuss, but I think this is what this moment's about. Like, just get curiouser and curiouser.
Yes, that's great advice in all stages of life, and that's what has brought us back to space on a trip back to the moon. Just an incredible scene that we've been watching play out. That's Janet Ivey, the founder of Janet's Planet. Janet, great to talk with you again. Thanks for being here.
And thanks always for having me.
Yes, and we're going to continue to unpack what we just witnessed, right? This was a historic launch, Artemis II, taken off from Kennedy Space Center, and now it's in the beginning stages of its 10-day trip, slingshot around the moon, going further than any crew has ever gone before. This is just the beginning. Ian, I know there's still multiple steps in this journey right now that we're checking off.
Yeah, 700,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen and O2. Those are gone. The Artemis II is in space. Stay with us here on Fox Weather as we follow those next steps.
Identity theft has become the country's most frequent crime.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing.
$21,000 just gone.
Every 5 seconds, another American becomes a victim of identity theft. Every 5 seconds.
My accounts were being emptied, money was being transferred everywhere.
The question now isn't if your data's at risk, it's how to protect yourself once it's been exposed.
The police didn't believe me. The banking institution didn't believe me.
So what can you do to protect yourself and your family? The leader in identity theft protection is LifeLock.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. All LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees. Plus, LifeLock now includes protection against scams.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code GET35 or go to lifelock.com/get35 to join today.
You have no idea how long Marvin has waited to sing like this. Before getting his new teeth from Affordable Dentures and Implants, Marv wouldn't let himself dream about getting back on stage. But now, he's back under the bright lights, right where he belongs. Sing your heart out, Marvin. You've earned it. Affordable Dentures and Implants. That's what we do.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
5, 4,
3, 2, 1, 0.
And welcome back. Right now on Fox Weather, the 4 astronauts of Artemis II, they're in space. They're in low Earth orbit, and they're on their way to the moon.
A big moment, Artemis II. It's crucial. It's the first step of many for humankind to return back to the lunar surface. The crew of 4 includes 3 Americans and 1 Canadian. Here's the thing. They're going to slingshot around the moon. They're going to gather crucial information for future journeys to the moon and beyond. And we just witnessed not too long ago that launch.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I'm Ian Oliver.
And I'm Steve Benner, and we didn't witness this alone. Hopefully you got an opportunity to see it. If not, if you're just joining us, we have video of it, and then you can hear it as well. That's
rumble.
The important. Yeah.
There's nothing like that when you're standing there and you just feel it in your chest, the rumble of those engines. Unless, of course, you're on the Orion capsule, the Integrity. Now, in low Earth orbit, I mentioned Steve. They're at an altitude, check me, Christopher, on this. I think they're up to about 700 miles.
Wow.
For context, when we talk about low Earth orbit, ISS has an average altitude of about 250 miles. It's not that high, so they're about 3 times farther away than the International Space Station already.
In fact, to be precise, right now they are at an altitude of 742 miles, and it's increasing by about 2 miles every 3 seconds.
Yeah, because when we were looking at it, they were going above 10,000, 11,000 miles per hour at one point.
Well, what if I told you now it's 16,000?
All right, Chris.
Yeah.
If you're wondering what that voice is, that is Chris in the command center. He is locked in on the feed every moment that is coming in. We are getting some updates from Chris and the entire team here.
So every moment they're farther away from the pad and from Kennedy Space Center. They're escaping Earth pretty quickly at more than 16,000 miles per hour. We've got our crew ready to cover every facet of this moving forward through the next stretch here. Brandy Campbell, Rebecca Castor, Amy Gallo, and Katie Byrne, they're all standing by. Let's get out to Kennedy Space Center. We'll check back in with Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell. Brandy, I'm not sure if you heard that, but they're moving at a pretty swift pace now of just over 16,000 miles per hour. What were your thoughts on all this?
I mean, those are speeds that none of us can even imagine going. They have quite a commute for their, to get to work. And they're going further than any of us would ever go to try to get to work either. I mean, we are talking thousands of miles, over 250,000 miles away from Earth, and over 4,000 miles. Once they get on the backside of the moon, they're going to be over 4,000 miles away from the moon, seeing parts of it that have never been seen before by astronauts. So this is a historic day for the U.S. and, of course, Canada, or really we could just say for the world as humans explore space today. But yes, as we take a look at of course, it's a countdown clock, but now it's just counting up and how long they've been gone from Earth. 28 minutes now. This was an exciting scene here at the Kennedy Space Center as people waited to see if it was going to lift off once it hit 0, and boy, did it. Left off with a bang. We saw it first, and then we could hear it. And then we could feel those vibrations from the Space Launch System, which is very strong, 8.8 million pounds of thrust. So right now, most of or all of the strong portions of this rocket has fallen off. If you guys are live on our camera, I have my model of it. The solid rocket boosters on the side, those fell off after just over 2 minutes. And then the orange portion, which I decided to match today, by the way, that fell off, I believe, just over 8 minutes into flight. So this is what got the very top of this rocket, the white portion, into space. It took a lot of strength to do that. And so now I think everybody here on the ground can breathe. Now that we have done the first step, this is just the first bit of it to get off the ground. And now those 4 astronauts and the teams here on the ground with NASA are going to work hard to make sure they're able to do all of the testing that they have planned for. Again, they're not landing on the moon. They're just going around it as they continue to test the Orion spacecraft, because this is the first time it is going into deep space with humans on board. This is a full test, and so far they are off to a good start. And for those of us here on the ground, people are starting to trickle away. And again, this is the press site, so a lot of photographers, videographers, and like myself, reporters, journalists from across the world, eventually they're going to trickle away, and we're going to continue giving you updates as those astronauts are up in space. As for me, it's been a long day, guys. It's been a long day. We've been here since this morning, waiting for that clock to go down. I'm so excited that it actually lifted, and this is my treat. I have an Artemis donut that the nice crews here with NASA gave us, and I was like, I'm gonna wait. I thought it was gonna turn my mouth blue, so that's really why I waited, but it did not. So
you've earned it.
All day.
Go Artemis.
Yep.
Go Artemis.
Go Artemis.
And congratulations to our astronauts who are up in space, and they are making history and moving us forward with the goals of getting onto the moon, guys.
You got a pad, and now an empty launch pad off in the distance. Okay. A delicious donut for your troubles. Brandy, great work out there. Thank you. And Steve, I out of curiosity, talking about 16,000 miles per hour plus at this point. High velocity rifle fires a bullet at 4,000 miles per hour.
Wow.
So they're up there cruising at 4 times faster than a bullet at this point.
And in able to be able to do that, you have to have a lot of powerful equipment. And we were just showing you the visuals of the separation of the boosters. That was a pivotal moment as well. And we're watching all of this as it unfolds. I think Chris actually has some updates for us on where Artemis II is at right now and overall adjustments.
Yeah, guys. So the latest position is they're off the coast of West Africa, currently at an altitude of 938 miles and still increasing. The attitude, the orientation of the upper stage has shifted a little bit. Right now, the main engine is pointed at the sun. It's going to stay in this orientation for the next little while until they are prepared to make what's called the perigee raise maneuver burn. This is going to begin to transition Orion and the upper stage from the low Earth orbit to the high Earth orbit, which is it's a multi-step process. But this will be step 1 of the process coming up here in 15 or so minutes from now. Okay. But everything is going very well. The solar array wings were deployed very successfully, and NASA confirmed a good latch on those. And so they're able to commit to that perigee raise burn here in 15 or so minutes.
All good news.
Yeah, great insight from the command center. We're going to balance that technical data, watching everything that's happening with Artemis, but also get you the raw emotion of what it's like to witness this firsthand. Let's bring in Fox News multimedia reporter Amy Gallo. She's live in Cape Canaveral. Amy, not only was this your first launch to witness, but you were right next to the crowds, and it was something to behold.
Hey,
Walk us through.
That boat must have had a good view of it right behind you, Amy. Holy moly.
They weren't. I don't know where they were, but they probably did have a great view. You could see it from so far away. It was just an amazing thing to witness. As we were all sitting here, there was a lot of people along the rocks here on the coast, just looking at the sky. We were all listening to the live stream from NASA, whether at our headphones or on our phones, waiting to see when it was finally going to be visible for us here in the air. And at first, it was very silent. Everyone, you could hear a pin drop as we were all looking in the sky to find the rocket. Once we did, it was gasps. You heard it from everybody. One lady kept saying, oh my goodness, over and over. For me, I felt my eyes tear up, and I got chills, and chills that keep coming back even as I'm speaking about it now. It's an emotional thing to see. It's something that I'm very blessed to have seen, and a lot of the people who have now left, packed up shop, and gone home tell me that this is something they'll never forget.
I mean, this is something that is beyond just for us in America. It's an international event. I know you had said you talked with a couple that was from France, and so just shows you how momentous this is and how incredible this. We're showing you right now that Artemis II launching off. Of course, Amy, thank you for kind of giving us a sense of what it was like there at Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral. But beyond just seeing this from a casual vantage point, there's also some big, pivotal and crucial people that were watching this that have paved the way for this in order to happen.
And you saw the lower third there switch up bottom of the screen. The Orion capsule just passed 1,000 miles altitude away from Earth. The integrity. Yeah, if you've been with us, we've been very lucky to have just a wealth of knowledge. Earlier in our coverage, we spoke with former congressman, a naval pilot, the 13th administrator of NASA from 2018 through 2021, Jim Bridenstine. We want to bring him back in. Jim, as someone that was such a part of this program, a lot of hard work, what was that like to witness the successful launch of Artemis II?
It was absolutely stunning. And of course, as the countdown clock kept going, I kept thinking, well, maybe it's going to stop, but it kept going. And then it did stop at 10 minutes, which is very standard. And then it started again. All of a sudden, when it started moving again at 10 minutes, boy, I'll tell you, I got really nervous. I'm not going to lie. But what an amazing event that this was. By the way, this is the beginning. This is a long mission. We're talking about 10 days. Orion's going to do a free return trajectory around the moon, and then it's going to come back and re-enter. And so there's a long way to go, but man, it was spectacular. And I just want to compliment Fox Weather. You guys, the coverage that you guys have given this is stunning. It's good. It's the best coverage of all the media. There's a lot happening in the world, and yet you guys have been on this from the beginning and all throughout the day. Just thank you to Fox Weather for what you've done.
Yeah, Jim, that means a lot coming from you. Thank you. I do want to ask you about that moment you talked about. It's going to go around, slingshot around the moon. It's going to be the farthest that, crews have gone before, and looking at this incredible historic moment. You said this is not only a long journey in this mission, but the Artemis program. And we got Artemis 3 and 4. And when we last talked, I really felt this inspiration and why this was so crucial. And so if people are just tuning back in, why this is the beginning stages of why we need to get to the moon. Can you kind of explain what those next programs will be like in setting us up for?
That's right. So Jared Isaacman, the current NASA administrator, has said that we're going to go back to the moon to stay. We're building a moon base. And of course, that was President Trump's Space Policy Directive 1 from his first administration. And this is the next big step in that evolution. Why go back to the moon? Why stay? Why build a base? And the answer is, the moon is a great resource of many different things, but I'll just start with water ice on the south pole of the moon, hundreds of millions of tons of pure water ice. What does that mean? It's oxygen to breathe, it's hydrogen for fuel, it's H2O, water to drink. And so we can use the resources of the moon to live and work for long periods of time. And of course, there's a lot of things that we can do with that. When we think about power on the moon, we can use solar power. We have a mission now to take nuclear power to the surface of the moon. All of this is going to enable us to do things like mine. And people say, well, why do we want to mine the moon? Well, we talk about rare earth metals a lot, or rare earth minerals. And the reality is those are asteroid impacts from billions of years ago. The challenge is with the Earth, we have a very thick atmosphere. Again, this is why it's so important that Fox Weather cover this stuff. We have a very thick atmosphere, so when asteroids come in contact with the Earth, the vast preponderance of them just burn up and they never come in contact with the Earth. Every once in a while, one gets through and we might find a deposit many years later of platinum group metals or rare earth metals or some kind of unique minerals. So all of that is important, but it's rare here on Earth. And not only that, but after it makes it to the atmosphere, we then have a very active geology, we have a very active hydrosphere, the water cycle. And so anything that impacted the Earth billions of years ago is not today where it was billions of years ago. But the moon is different. It has no active geology. It has no active atmosphere or hydrosphere. Anything, when the Earth and the moon, we're a system. So we're flying around the sun together. And when the Earth comes through an asteroid field, so does the moon. And so the moon is covered. You just look at it. You see all of the pop marks. And we have the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter looking at it all the time, and we're finding new pop marks on the moon because of asteroid impacts all the time. What does that mean? We could find large deposits of rare earth minerals, of platinum group metals. So these could have game-changing impacts for, the amount of, you think about the wealth of nations, for example. But that's just the beginning. It's the water ice, it's the lunar resources, but I would also say helium-3. When you think about helium-3, This is not available on Earth, but it's prevalent on the moon. And if you match helium-3 with nuclear fusion, you can power the entire city of Houston for a year with a Coke can full of helium-3. And by the way, no carbon emissions, and there would be no nuclear waste. So, but this is just the beginning. You start thinking about how we use the moon to do astrophysics. The moon is very stable. One of the challenges with astrophysics is you've got to have a really stable platform. Yeah. Nothing is more stable than the moon. So we can put on the far side of the moon where it's really stable from an electromagnetic perspective. I should say it's a really stable platform. And from an electromagnetic perspective, there's no interference. What does that mean? We can put unique telescopes on the far side of the moon to not just see back to the Big Bang, the first light in the universe. We can see back into the dark ages after the Big Bang and before first light occurred. Incredible. We can do that from the far side of the moon. There's lots of reasons to go to the moon, not the least of which national security implications, and of course we can get into that. But the moon is a great resource. The United States of America needs to lead here, and it will set us up for success for decades and generations to come.
And Jim, we're just learning that the attitude adjustment for this, the perigee maneuver, is in progress. So getting some updates from Artemis II as well.
And to Jim's comment, folks say, why risk human life? Why spend the time? Why spend the money? Everything he just said. Very, very important. We appreciate the kind words, and we appreciate the excellent information you provided and added to our coverage. Jim Bridenstine, former NASA administrator, thank you.
As we take a look, this is Artemis II. We're going to continue to track those updates for you on the other side of the break. Stay with us here on Fox Weather.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Attention all seniors. You can now get up to $50,000 for your funeral and other final expenses, including your credit card debt, with no medical exam, starting at less than $1 a day.
Come on over, it's your turn.
Okay, Dad. It's great having the whole family back together like this.
I couldn't agree more. To tell you the truth, I'm just happy being out of a hospital bed.
You had us worried.
You and me both. That's why I'm planning ahead now. I made a call and found out I'm eligible for up to $50,000 in coverage for my final expenses.
$50,000 for your final expenses? What are you going on about?
Listen, I read that the price of a funeral can be $10,000 or more. I don't want anyone in this family thinking about how they're going to pay for my debts or anything else like that. This way, no one has to worry. It's all taken care of.
But $50,000 is a lot of money. How'd you get coverage? You just left the hospital.
Well, that's the thing. There's no medical exam. I even got coverage right over the phone. Plus, my rates can never be increased, my benefits can never be decreased, and my coverage can never be canceled.
Dad, we're glad you made that call.
Same here, honey.
Don't leave loved ones with your debt. Call 800-971-0265 now and see if you qualify for up to $50,000 for your funeral and other final expenses, starting at less than $1 a day. There's no medical exam, and you can be approved even if you have pre-existing health conditions. Your rates can never be increased, your benefits can never be decreased, and your coverage can never be canceled. Call 800-971-0265 now. There's no paperwork, no hidden fees, and no waiting periods, and you can start coverage right over the phone, starting at less than $1 a day. Call 800-971-0265. That's 800-971-0265. 800-971-0265.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I am an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
And welcome back into Fox Weather. We have our special coverage of Artemis II, a historic launch, and we've gotten a lot of technical type of information for you, and we're going to keep you updated, but sometimes you just got to see what it's like to witness this firsthand, showing you some of the vantage points of people that are close by in Cape Canaveral and the crowds that have been there as well. Ian, I know you and I we've been observers there, and it's truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and not something you can really describe. It's something you got to experience for yourself in person.
No question. So, yeah, I mean, there's a feeling to that can't be described. It's something that has to be experienced. Let's talk about someone that's
got to experience a little bit.
Yeah, we'll bring in Terry Hart, former NASA astronaut, the professor of mechanical engineering, the director of aerospace and space systems at Lehigh University. He's also a retired United States Air Force pilot. Terry, I know you've been watching all this play out. We just got word from Christopher over in Weather Command. They've done an attitude adjustment. They're going to burn that upper stage engine coming up in about 5 minutes' time, I believe, for about 26 seconds. These are things that maybe on the ground don't get the excitement of this giant rocket leaving the pad, but super important things are still happening here, right?
Yeah, this is critical. They've been coasting since main engine cutoff uphill. Now they're reaching about 1,400 miles altitude. At that point, we call that the apogee. They need to do another maneuver to raise the perigee, the low point. Otherwise, they come back down again too close to the atmosphere. Yeah, so for this next few minutes are very critical to raise it into a safe orbit.
And Terry, I think what was important about this too is when we're watching this incredible launch, everything went successfully. And there was a moment, of course, where, you had the boosters, they detach, and then you have the LAS. And we get through all of this, and the crew can finally actually see Earth, right? For the first time. What was that like for you as an astronaut? And you're witnessing and you're looking back on that and just the incredible moment when it seems like it becomes so real.
It's spectacular. When you come off that tank on the space shuttle, we were actually upside down so we could look out the overhead windows and see, of course, the Atlantic Ocean. But just a few minutes later, you'd see the coast of Africa, and you knew you were in an orbit and going real fast at that point.
Yeah, I would think. Yeah, I wanted to. You just mentioned some of the orbital mechanics that are going on here. You mentioned apogee, perigee. Folks are saying, wait, orbits are circles, right? Why are we talking about the diagram is a circle? Well, it's an ellipse, and it's very complicated math. What was that like on the shuttle as you're making these subtle adjustments, knowing what's at stake? I mean, you mentioned you don't want to come back too close to Earth's atmosphere.
Right. Yeah, we take our time. We make all the calculations that we have to do. In my case, we did the first rendezvous of the space shuttle program, hooking up with the Solar Max satellite. Yeah, here it's a little different. This upper stage that they're burning right now ordinarily would take them to the moon. But this mission, they want to check everything out in Earth orbit before they go. So they're going to be in a very high Earth orbit for the next day. And about this time tomorrow, they're going to light up the service module instead of the upper stage. The service module, it's actually made by the Europeans, and that'll take them to the moon and bring them back.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Kind of hang out in the neighborhood, relatively speaking, make sure everything's good, right, and then start that long trip to the moon. Terry Hart, former NASA astronaut, it's been a pleasure speaking with you this afternoon. Thank you.
My pleasure.
And we have had so many incredible people. I want to bring in Janet Ivey, Janet's Planet founder and CEO, and she's also a NASA Solar System ambassador. And Janet, when we last talked, you were talking about how incredible it was, the emotions of witnessing all of this. And we're going to see that with crowds there firsthand. But you get the honor of really starting a lot of these dreams. Kids come to your classroom and they think and they hear about space, but then you give them that kind of excitement and the the tools to hopefully one day be a NASA astronaut.
Be one of those four.
Yeah.
No, you know what? It's just thrilling. I actually just got a text message from a kid that my foundation gave our first scholarship to space camp back in 2019. He's about to graduate from Penn State as a mechanical engineer, and he's already going. And so for me, it's that long path, and my commitment is to these kids is for long as I can be there to support and mentor them. But to see some of them actually take that path, and I love it when Jim was talking about helium-3. A few years back, I was working with a 5th grade class, and this darling little girl named Georgia, really found this idea of capturing helium-3 is pretty profound. And when she went to space camp, she was the recipient of the Right Stuff Award. So part of my joy happens when it's like I'm just there to be sort of the conduit and the cheerleader, and my energy is good for that. I'm like, go for the stars. And even last week in Klamath Falls, Oregon, I had a great class of kids, and this darling little kid named Xavier comes with a NASA mission patch that he said he found outside the library. And when he stood up in front of everyone to explain what that meant to him to find that patch, he got a little choked up. He was 8.5, 9 years old, and said, but one day I am going to work for NASA. And so this is what this moment means to this generation of children, is that inside a 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade classroom is the astronaut that will put their boots on Mars. And that's what I get excited about. And, somebody always asks me about what's your exit strategy, Janet? And I was like, I'm going to be doing this till I can't anymore. And I'm like, maybe they'll send a grandma to Mars someday. But what a great joy.
Janet, you had a Christopher who's been whispering all the important technical information to us, a Penn Stater. Fist pumping over in Weather Command. So there you go.
Yeah, a lot of people that are excited about this, and it just shows you your energy permeates through, and the kids really feed off of that, and they get to their dreams because of what you pour into them. Janet Ivey, founder and CEO of Janet's Planet, thank you for being with us here tonight and witnessing this historic event with us on Fox Weather.
Yeah, what a cast we've had to speak with. Just wonderful getting all these different perspectives to see that. That was last hour. Now, amazing to see that Artemis II on its way.
Here's what's going to happen, Ian. We're going to get into our job. I'm going to put on the severe weather app. We got a lot.
Regular job?
Yeah, I know, right? It seems weird, but we're going to be talking more about Artemis and all those updates and the severe weather that's popping. That's coming up next on Fox Weather. Stay with us.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good as new.
Dog parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got Muddy Mats all over the house. I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat, I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy. I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
Over time, moss, mold, and mildew stains cover your home, and cleaning them is too much work. You need Wet and Forget, the easy bleach-free way to clean tough outdoor stains. For decks, patios, and cushions, use Wet and Forget outdoor spaces. No scrubbing, no rinsing. Just apply and let it do the work for you over time. Got a bigger job? Reach second-story siding and roofs with Outdoor Max. Up to a 30-foot reach and 2 times the coverage. Get wet and forget at these leading retailers.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly.
If I didn't have pet insurance, I would be homeless. The bills are astronomical. There's peace of mind knowing that Fetch has us covered.
Fetch provides coverage for all of this and so much more. Even healthy puppies and cats can need unexpected care sooner than you think. Submitting claims is fast and easy, and all vets are in network, so you can get paid back at your vet or any vet in the US or Canada. Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. Artemis II now bound for the moon.
Welcome inside Fox with Live. I'm Steve Benner. It's a historic night. America well on its way to returning back to the moon as NASA's Artemis II mission has successfully launched from Kennedy Space Center with 4 astronauts aboard the Orion spacecraft. It's the first mission of its kind in more than 50 years and major step towards that future lunar exploration. Fox Weather has been there every step of the way, before, during, and now after the launch. I'm actually getting word from Chris into the command center. Their perigee move that they needed to orient and change their type of attitude, the nose has been adjusted. That's been a success. But before we dive deeper into that, we do have to talk about the weather, of course, right? We got some dangerous storms tonight sweeping through the plains and the mid-Atlantic, bringing the threat of tornadoes, damaging wind, and large hail. We actually got a tornado watch that has just been issued. So let's get you caught up on everything that happens today so far, like the Artemis launch, the storms that are popping, the watches that are out, and the warnings that are active right now. We're going to get you through tonight, and then we're going to get you through the next several days as we dive deeper into that forecast. Here's Pawnee, Oklahoma, where you're looking at that threat that's starting to emerge. There's Corey Gherkin. You've heard a lot of voices here throughout the day today. You'll hear from them, too. The ground truth of what this is like as we look at the Red River region, the Southern Plains. They have, a tornado watch for over 3.5 million people, and it goes deep into the night. So Artemis and the launch, well, that was the beginning of that journey. Now we are at the beginning of this severe event for tonight. As you'll notice, these storms are encroaching the I-35 corridor, and with that, Oklahoma City, Wichita Falls, Wichita, Kansas, Mount Pleasant, Joplin, Springfield, all of those cities impacted by this. One thing to note, tornado watch, look at the potential on the board. EF2, if not greater in its intensity. You have large hail, egg-sized hail or greater, hurricane force winds. Every high billing parameter is on the table. That is back towards the Southern Plains. We have some activity, though, that's going on in the mid-Atlantic with some of those warnings that are popping up. This is the most favorable zone, though, when we look at the I-35 corridor. Look at the stripe that is formed. It's turned linear in its kind of movement overall. And though we are pushing into the deep evening time, and we'll start getting to the nighttime event, you'll see that there's still plenty of energy at the surface. Red River moving up into the Sooner State, and that allows those thunderstorms to bubble quickly. And so some concern as look at the amount of lightning. That is ridiculous as you're seeing it leave areas of West Texas, moving into western Oklahoma. And this is now where we can start zooming in, giving you level 2 data. And as we look at the I-40 to I-35 corridor, very close to the radar site, as we look on the northern side of Oklahoma City. And when we get into this, the concern for what's on the table. Now, here's some of the storm reports that we have had so far, and we've gotten some hail reports that have come in. And so that is one thing to note. We'll query those real quickly to kind of give you a sense of what we have seen. So an inch in diameter hail, quarter-size hail. Remember, the billing is up to 2 inches or greater. There it is. Watonga, egg-size hail. It's already coming down. Let's get you some wind gusts. Out of Gould, they've got, or Gould, 61 mile per hour wind. So that is what's already happened. Now, as we get to the level 2 data, let's zoom in and get to some of these warnings and look at what the parameters are like. You have a considerable threat. And again, you're looking for wind 60 mile per hour or greater. Remember, the movement or trajectory of this is important because it's coming perpendicular to the I-35 corridor. And this is, going to go on until 7 p.m. local time right now. It's roughly just after 6:30. So you still have plenty of people that are going to be out on the roads tonight. And you look at this entire line that is warned here. Now I'm going to back out just a little bit And what I'm worried about is, are there any little notches in that line? Is there a little bit of twisting? I didn't see any tornado possible tags in that, but in these type of setups, it can happen quick. And it could be that QLCS, that quasi-linear convective type of setup. That's what we have seen in the northern portion of the Sooner State. I'm going to back out real quickly because then you get to the other side, Elk City down towards Childress in Texas. And look at this, a considerable threat. And you're looking at 70-mile-per-hour winds for Greer, Hardman, Jackson, and Will-Barger counties, all in the southwestern portion of the state. But I also just tell you the eye test is so pivotal in this. I mean, there's not a single mile of this that isn't electrified. There's plenty of instability in this as it goes through Altus. What I want to do real quickly is, just because of the sheer size of this warning, I want to look at the speed at which it's moving to the east, because I want to time this out. So we have it about 45 miles per hour towards the east. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this over, and we're going to warn this entire side. And it is not just moving east, it's moving towards the northeast. 45 miles per hour, that's going to hit Lawton. Let's time it out. Lawton 754. So you're looking at about just less than 20 minutes away from that. So that is one area of concern. I do want to bring you back to what we are seeing here as we get into areas of the Mid-Atlantic that does include the nation's capital and towards Baltimore. A lot of excitement, of course, in D.C. tonight because there's a successful Artemis II launch, but you do have some thunderstorms that are coming through the I-95 corridor. And if I can, what I'm going to do real quickly is get the radar back up, and we're going to look at some of those warnings, because this one's a little more popcorn in nature. What was happening in the plains, frontal boundaries are igniting that, right? You got a dry line that's coming through, and you have, linear in motion, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Notice this. What does it look, or how does it look different? Isolated storms, and when they're rogue cells like that, well, then you have the threat of them really gaining intensity quickly. And so let's see what we have just outside of Dover, Delaware, as we get into the capital there. And it looks like we have a marine warning along with that. Okay, so the radar is quite removed from this area for the level 2 radar. So then we're going to kick it back towards Richmond and Farmville in the I-95 corridor. This is warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind as well. So as of right now, not as intense as what we're seeing in the southern plains and more isolated, but I do want to time it out for you as we look at other areas of the Mid-Atlantic. Let's put it into motion and show you that it's truly till midnight. That's when you got most of the activity for this region, and then it really starts to taper off. If you are in spots like the Big Apple, well, even at midnight, you may get some rain that's coming through. All right, let's get back now towards what we are seeing into the southern plains. Notice there's the dry line. That's that yellow line. What's the red line? Well, that's the warm boundary, right? The warm front that's ushering in not only all of that heat, but remember, there is humidity that's coming into this as well. Atmospheric moisture is there. And so now you're going to have this collision point. Look at this. You have dew points that are climbing into the mid-60s. And so when that dry line comes in there and it ignites, it allows these storms to continue on deep into the evening time. And we're looking at the potential of that wind shear starts to set up. Remember, wind shear is just that rotation with height and also with speed. So what the winds at 10,000 feet are going to be ripping, and they're going to be quite fast in comparison to the surface winds that could be breezy out times out of the south and southeast. So it's kind of just shows you overall what we are seeing. I do want to show you now as we put it into motion, and we need to time it out for some big cities like Oklahoma City. So notice the timestamp. This is pivotal. It's 10 p.m. right now, and you're looking at this intense line. And I have to bring you to your attention what we're seeing right there south of Oklahoma City. You're looking out toward Lawton, and you get this giant black dot that starts to emerge inside of that. That is when you're looking at a supercell where you could have large hail, plenty of instability. Those storms are now towering 40, 50,000 feet. And again, you're not going to have daylight on your side. And so this is the type of event where you have a classic spring setup. We do have Brandon Kopic. He's out, of course, with Corey. He looks like he's in Tonkawa, Oklahoma as well, maybe parking for a moment, kind of adjusting where he may go next. But as we put this into motion, you'll see that by 7 a.m., yes, it's waning as it's moving into the Ouachita and Ozarks, but the northern side of it, still very active. We're going to dive deeper into that tonight, talking about the snow and ice threat that emerges, but also Thursday's threat for severe weather is not something to overlook. Thursday threat looks expansive and it looks intense as well, especially for areas of the Midwest that have been in this kind of wash cycle that keeps happening, the rinse and repeat cycle. Chicago, Milwaukee, they're on the cusp of tornadic conditions, along with those spots of northern Illinois. As you look at Kankakee and maybe Lake Village, you get out towards Union City, these spots that have been impacted so far this season alone. So a lot to unpack here as well. And so we'll be kind of talking more. Let's get you some vantage points, though, that are out of this world. This is Kennedy Space Center. As you start looking at some of the vantage points that NASA gave us during this historic event. If you weren't with us, I mean, we had the incredible moment that Artemis II launched off. And I want to show you this here as we take a look. And I'm being told this is a live shot here. Chris is getting us from command a chance to tell us, hey, this is a live shot of what's happening on Orion. And so this is going to be something to witness. We have some moments still left. I know oftentimes people think, okay, it's launch. Now we're done. Now here at the surface, yeah, that could be the moment, of course, that everybody wants to witness. But of course, the command center with NASA still in coordination with the 4 astronauts that are on board. I just want to play this, right? And as we play it out for you, you're going to see that incredible moment where you have almost 9 million pounds of thrust leaving Launch Pad 39B at Kennedy Space Center, and just the blinding conditions there. What's incredible, though, when you're witnessing this even miles away, is that you don't hear anything. You're watching this, and you're like, how is this silent right now? And then before you know it, it's this kind of wave of sound, and it comes thumping in your chest. And it's just something that stays with you for a lifetime, and it encourages you to come back to watch these type of events. And you're just looking at this all unfold. And, you know, this thing is traveling over 15,000 miles an hour, at times over 16,000 miles an hour. And there are moments embedded inside this where you're starting to look at the boosters and the thrusters, and you're wondering, okay, when are those going to detach? Everything went smooth throughout all of this. We'll give you a different vantage point as now it's getting out of low Earth orbit, and you're just watching. There's the thrusters, I believe. Yes, they are now in the boosters detaching successfully, and the 4 astronauts that are well on their way to slingshotting around the moon, going further than anybody has gone before. Incredible. We'll have updates from our crews in all of that as well. But really, we're keeping an eye on what's happening in Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas. The severe season is getting rowdy, and it is coming alive tonight. We're going to talk more about that and time it out for you on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
Barrett hasn't taken a bite like that in years. Before getting his new teeth from affordable dentures and implants, he could only watch with envy as his friends munched those salty little triangles. But now, that crispy bite he's been dreaming about, it's back. Crunch away, Barrett. You deserve it. Affordable dentures and implants. That's what we do.
Do you want to gain weight? Yes, I said gain weight. Do you want more curves? Do you want to bulk up? Try CB1 Weight Gainer today. The natural weight gain pill designed for people who struggle to put on weight.
I just love the results. I'm loving the way that I look.
I was able to eat. I was able to hit the gym. I'm feeling great and I'm looking great. I put on 25 pounds with CB1.
I have curves, I have booty, and I have a chest. I've gained 20 pounds in just a couple months.
I put on over 30 pounds in 3 months. Finally, I got the curves that I've always dreamed of.
Order today and we'll include the exclusive Weight Gain Guidebook, a $20 value free when you call now. We'll also upgrade your order to rush processing, a $6.99 value absolutely free. That's right, call now and save over $25. Gain the weight you want or your money back guaranteed.
Call 800-599-8987 or go to trycb1.com.
Over time, moss, mold, and mildew stains cover your home, and cleaning them is too much work. You need Wet and Forget, the easy bleach-free way to clean tough outdoor stains. For decks, patios, and cushions, use Wet and Forget outdoor spaces. No scrubbing, no rinsing. Just apply and let it do the work for you over time. Got a bigger job? Reach second-story siding and roofs with Outdoor Max. Up to a 30-foot reach and 2 times the coverage. Get Wet and Forget at these leading retailers.
The secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
Look at this one under-eye bag. It's gone.
I've tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95 and free shipping. So don't wait, just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-604-4809.
Integrity, good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Incredible and historic moment that we just witnessed here tonight as we look at Artemis II taking that launch. 4 astronauts, they're taking off for a 10-day trip to uncharted territory around the moon. Hundreds of thousands of people actually gathered at the Florida Space Coast to witness all of this. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor was one of them, and she's live on the ground in Kennedy Space Center. Rebecca, you've been there all day, but what was that moment like when this thing finally lifted off?
Well, Steve, it was truly remarkable seeing that rocket blast off into the sky. It sounded like thousands of fireworks were all being set off at the same time, and you felt that rumble deep in the pit of your stomach. Really exciting. And it's honestly hard to wrap your mind around the fact that 4 humans were on board that powerful rocket, and now they are in space on an incredible 10-day mission that is going to pave the way for the future of space exploration and putting humans back on the moon and then maybe even to Mars over the next several decades.
And I mean, it is the beginning of all of that, Rebecca, as we're looking at this. And I was just kind of getting word, by the way, from the command center here with Chris. He's listening to the comms that while Artemis was continuing on its journey, that they lost communications with the capsule for a moment. That's because they were changing between the satellites. Now they have the comms back, and that means they can see not only Orion, but they can actually communicate, and the astronauts are getting out of their seats and completing some of their tasks. So just kind of getting those updates in real time. For you, when you're witnessing this, what's it like? Have you been to a space launch before, or is this your first one?
So this is my first time actually seeing the rocket go up into the sky. I was here for Artemis I, one of the attempts early in 2022, and it didn't end up launching. So really disappointing. You're out here all day and you're hoping it's going to go up, and that one was scrubbed. And then I wasn't able to make it back when Artemis I actually did launch in November 2022. So this is my first time seeing the rocket go up into the sky. So it was really remarkable. I mean, it's going to be a memory I'll remember for a lifetime, honestly. And it's going to be really exciting to hear from the astronauts once they return and everything that they're going to get to see. We're talking about how they're going to go to the dark side of the moon. They're going to be the first humans to see that part of the moon with their own eyes. So really just monumental moments for science. And this is stuff we're going to be reading about in history books maybe in the next few years.
Yes, and you get to say that you saw it firsthand here at the Fox Weather Forecast Center. A lot of us saying a little bit jealous of this assignment, an incredible moment, and Great that you got to witness that firsthand from Kennedy Space Center. Rebecca, thank you for sharing that with us here tonight. And let's take it now to the severe weather that we have been watching pop up in the plains and even beyond, right? The severe season's back in action. So we're showing you Collins, New York. And so the concern is that the severe weather continues on and it's gaining some intensity now as we look at areas all around the country. Well, whether it's spots like this was up in the Northeast or now in the Mid-Atlantic. Another round of storms over the past 6 hours. Notice how many of them are hail reports that are coming in from North Carolina. Really, they're kind of attached to the Appalachian range for the most part. We are getting some blustery conditions, though, and some wind reports that are coming in. Now, this is a spot where you're looking at the I-95 corridor. There's some concern for severe storms for D.C., Baltimore, all the way down towards Richmond. And then back behind that, you get to the Ohio Valley region, start looking at Columbus, down towards Cincinnati, even the northern side of the Bluegrass State, I-64 corridor, where you're looking at a level 2 type threat. So as we time it out and we look at the intensity of this, you'll see that it's alive until about midnight. Then it starts to wane, and yes, there still may be some active weather, but it's going to be sub-severe, where you're looking at maybe just dampening rain as it lifts off into the north and east, and much of the severe concerns would be pushing offshore and moving further south. Now, that's not the only area of concern. Actually, where there's the most dynamic conditions as we push ahead is going to be here, and that's in the southern plains, level 3 out of 5 threat, Wichita, down towards Oklahoma City, Lawton, Wichita Falls. That's where we have a large hail threat, damaging wind up to 75 miles per hour or greater, or we have strong tornadoes possible, EF2 or greater in these areas. And so when we look at that, this is the expectation ahead for level 2 out of 5 for those areas of Abilene all the way just south of Kansas City. But then when you look at the intensity, which means if there was, this is all conditional, right? We've talked about these updates with the SPC and communicating them. Kansas City is right on the cusp of that EF2 or greater. So the probability of that happening is less than areas like Joplin on the southern side of the state. But if one does enter into that environment and gets going, it has the same type of threshold that you would see in Joplin. The reason why is that available storm energy. I mean, look at this, though. It's 1 a.m. You've lost the daytime heating for hours now, and you're still seeing this potent line. Something I would encourage you, if you live in this area, it's maybe been a relatively quiet start to the severe season. This is now elevated risk, and why you'd want to make sure you know that action plan, to get the notifications turned on. And if you're a family and you don't want to be trying to coordinate and rush around at night, maybe this is the night to have everybody in the living room in line of sight. That way you can act quickly in case you need to with those warnings. Now let's get to the northern side of all of this, and that's actually getting into a snow and ice threat that's going to play out. And with that, a big concern for that ice. Showing you some of these shots from Green Bay to Duluth. And this is no April Fool's joke. All right, we're talking about over a foot of snow. That's likely in some areas, and a significant icing threat. And I believe this is going to play out overnight. So tomorrow morning is when you have to have that concern for that commute from Sioux Falls, Minneapolis, all the way up towards Green Bay, northern Michigan with Traverse City, or the Upper Peninsula with Marquette. And so the first round goes all the way through Thursday. But notice this, final round comes in Friday evening through Saturday. So this could impact your weekend as well. We do have those winter alerts in place. Notice the spots that are in this purple. That could be the greatest concern. That's where you have an ice storm warning for Wausau and central Wisconsin as this kind of barrels through. Now, a broad view of this all, limited winter type of setup as of right now. That's because you're still tapping into kind of this warmth. But the cold air is going to come in. But notice the direction at which it's coming in. It's that northeast orientation. We call it a backdoor cold front. So that is something to watch for. What ends up happening is the Great Lakes, right? Lake Michigan, a little bit cooler. You get that cold air that's coming in, comes off of the lake, and then now you're starting to get those interior spots, Rhinelander, Wausau, out towards the Twin Cities that start to get that 1/4 to a 1/2 inch glaze of ice. That's enough. It's thick enough to weigh down the trees. Branches start to collapse. Then you start to worry about power outages and those type of threats that could play out for a long duration of time. Where that would all play out is in this pink zone as you're looking at this by tomorrow afternoon. So it begins overnight into tomorrow morning. That commute could be dangerous and continues on through the afternoon. This is that secondary event. Counterclockwise rotation shows you that the backside of that cold air support limited in its snow potential, but enough to obviously something to be watching for as you enter into Saturday in the upper Midwest. Let's get in on the long duration severe, right? We talked about multiple days in a row. We've already addressed what we have worried about for tonight and in those days ahead. But let's get into what we could see in the next several days. And so we're looking at spots like Chicago. And so Chicago is, of course, a major city, and you see plenty of blue skies that are there for today. But it's that warm air that's going to pop, that's going to, allow these storms to really gain some intensity in the next 24 hours. So Chicago is in that level 3 threat. And so that's going to be the greatest intensity and expectation. And so what we're looking at now is the calm before the storm, that old adage. And so what you're looking at is actually, quick correction here, Chicago and Milwaukee right on the edge of that level 3. But you can see how tight that gradient is, that line. I mean, that tiny little sliver. I would say any storm that does pop, well, it's going to carry on into the I-94 corridor. So when you're looking at this overall, relatively quiet, but we're watching those ingredients start to build. The moisture starting to rise as well. Plenty of available storm energy in all of this. And the surface winds, well, you can see that difference there as you're watching a lot of the surface winds drive out of the northeast. And that's completely opposite of what we're seeing at 10,000 feet and something we'll be eyeing, of course, as we get into tomorrow as well. Let's talk more about the historic moment that we have seen earlier today, and that was the Artemis II launch from Kennedy Space Center. And now you're looking at integrity. This is live as you're looking at some of the communications that are ongoing with this historic mission and what that means in the days ahead. We're going to dive deeper into this incredible moment. Plus, we got to talk about the dust storm in Libya, turning the skies a bright red, and a local state of emergency was issued as a thick dust kind of blocked out the sun. We got much more coming up here on Fox Weather. Stay with us.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative